Chapter 1. Panda Eyes? Nightclub Vibes? Is this child truly yours? As dusk quietly descends, the once serene first primary school of Magic City is now filled with an unusual bustle. Above the entrance, a banner announcing the 2024 freshman welcome party flutters in the gentle breeze. Amidst the cacophony of traffic, parents usher their children into the school grounds, beckoned by the teachers. Yet from a black luxury vehicle parked by the roadside, a shrill voice pierces the air. "Daddy, it's time to wake up." The voice is loud enough to startle even passers-by. Peering through the slightly ajar window, onlookers can't help but chuckle at the sight within. With two uneven pigtails adorning her head, clad in light blue striped denim pants, and sporting adorably dark circles under her eyes, this little girl presents a strikingly whimsical appearance that would undoubtedly be a blow to the self-esteem of other children. However, her sparkling eyes and cherubic cheeks manage to overshadow any imperfections. With just a touch of embellishment, she could easily transform into a resplendent little princess. Many find themselves pondering the identity of her father. How could he possibly be slumbering in the car with the opening ceremony about to commence? With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, the little girl pinches her father's nose. Hoo hoo hoo. Cough cough cough. Startled from his slumber, Su Xiaoyu awakens, gasping for air. With a languid gaze, he stretches and can't help but yawn once more. After grabbing a wet wipe, he casually wipes his face. As clarity returns, Su Xiaoyu suddenly recalls that he is participating in a reality show with his daughter. Glimmers of traffic lights and camera flashes reflected in the window remind him that the program is underway. "Wipe your face," he instructs, handing the wet wipe to his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, before he begins to straighten his disheveled clothes and tousled hair in the reflection. Were it not for his extraordinarily handsome face, he might have thought this was merely a dream. After over 20 years of traversing this world, it is amusing to reflect on his past life as a perennial bachelor who had never even held a girl's hand. Now, having crossed into this realm, he finds himself with a childhood sweetheart and a family formed during his university years. Just as he graduates, he is thrust into the role of a parent, a concept nearly unfathomable for someone of the post-2000 generation. Are we filming now?" he asks, clearing his throat in the face of the camera's gaze. Blame it on the late-night revelry at home yesterday that led to his lack of sleep. If this were to be broadcast live, it could spell disaster for him. The reason he agreed to participate in this reality show titled Fatherly Love was not for fame, but for the astonishing Family Growth Fund. Among the initial selection of families, securing a place in the next round would grant them a substantial sum of $500,000 in growth capital. For Su Xiaoyu, this opportunity represents a chance to escape the clutches of becoming an office drone, that if he can seize this moment, while others rely on their parents, he shall depend on his child. Just at the moment when Xiaoyu's mother went abroad for her studies, it provided a splendid opportunity for the father and daughter duo to appear on the show.mr. The live broadcast has just begun. It's been 10 minutes. The camera operator and the producer exchange glances, their faces etched with deep resignation and sympathy. Were it not for the show's regulations prohibiting interference with the guests' actions, they might have intervened. What was intended as a parent-child interaction had devolved into the daughter being used as a pillow throughout the journey. Oh no, is the school ceremony about to begin? Hearing the chatter outside the vehicle, Su Xiaoyu suddenly slapped his thigh. He had completely forgotten about filming the back-to-school video for his wife. "Xiaoyu, why didn't you remind me?" "Dad, I've been shouting myself hoarse, but you didn't even wake up." Seeing her father in such a flustered state, Su Xiaoyu pouted in frustration. While other children had their fathers reminding them of the time, why was she any different? "Come on, let's go." The car door swung open, and with panda eyes, Su Xiaoyu pulled the limping Su Xiaoyu as they dashed towards the school entrance. "Hurry up. Don't waste any time." His retort left the photographer and producer speechless, yet they had no choice but to follow. This series of antics in the live broadcast had the audience in stitches. Su Xiaoyu is too funny. Is he just now realizing the urgency? He used his daughter as a pillow the whole way? Is Xiaoyu really not adopted? Indeed, it seems that for children, the most perilous figure is often their father. "Xiaoyu, don't ask, just know that the oxygen was yanked away." He even used a used tissue to wipe his daughter's face. "If she were my daughter, I reckon I wouldn't keep her." I'm dying of laughter. Where did those panda eyes come from for both father and daughter? Soon, someone noted the disheveled appearance of Su Xiaoyu and his daughter, resembling a pair who had pulled an all-nighter at an internet CF. each sporting dark circles under their eyes. The most amusing part was that as they ran, Su Yang appeared dazed. If it weren't for Su Xiaoyu pulling him along, he might have collided with the landscaping. Those panda eyes, did they stay up all night? Not to mention, the show had long announced that they would participate in the opening ceremony. Could this father and daughter be overly excited? Quite possibly. After all, when my daughter attended her first opening ceremony, our whole family was busy for the entire day. Hard to say. With Su Yang being a post-00s dad, he doesn't strike me as someone who would stay up preparing for his daughter. Meanwhile, another luxury vehicle had also dropped off a father-daughter pair. Xiaoling, do you remember what Dad told you? Once on stage, don't panic, just follow what we practiced at home. Wang Jingwo, an 80s dad, comforted his daughter Wang Ling while adjusting her pink dress. Upon noticing a few stray hairs escaping from her temple, he promptly pulled out a small comb from his backpack and meticulously tidied her hair. I understand, Dad, little Wang Ling replied, relishing her father's affection, a sweet smile gracing her lips. After twirling her around, he beheld her as an absolute little princess. Wang Jingwo, with a heart full of contentment, gently held the hand of his companion as they made their way towards the school gates. Their tender demeanor provided a delightful sight for the audience. Wow, what a gentle father. He is even braiding Xiao Ling's hair. Indeed, according to the program's introduction, Father Wang Jingwo is an all-around family man, finding his greatest joy in cooking for his children and styling their hair. I've heard that he even tailors their clothes by hand. What a wonderful father. Why didn't I have such a caring dad during my childhood? Just look at them. And then at Su Xiaoyu, it's evident how vital it is to have a good father. Exactly. With those panda eyes and messy pigtails, one might think Xiaoyu had spent the night at a nightclub. Chapter 2. Poetry Recitation. Singing children's songs. You claim your talent lies in DJing? As the music swells, familiar faces emerge from the wings on Mango TV. The dapper Xiao Sa and the ever-smiling teacher, he take to the stage, greeting the audience with warmth. Hello everyone, I am your well-known Xiao Sa. Welcome to the parent-child interactive reality show, Fatherly Love, co-produced by Mango TV and CCTV. With a cheerful grin, teacher, he takes the microphone. Greetings everyone, I am Hijio. In this round of our parent-child reality show, we will employ a real-name voting system, from the preliminary rounds to the top 128, 64, 32, 16, and finally down to the top 8. Utilizing a voting elimination format, we will select families that capture the audience's hearts from these randomly chosen contenders, who will ultimately receive a family growth fund provided by the production team. The introduction by the two esteemed hosts propels the show's excitement to new heights. Wow, I never anticipated that teacher he would co-host with the Firestarter of affections. So this is a must-watch for me. This is hilarious. The ever-reliable teacher, he, amidst an array of programs. I implore you to ease up on him. As for the parent-child interaction, I must invite my 60-year-old father to watch and learn. Goodness, are you trying to turn the tables on him? Aren't you afraid he might retaliate? This program holds significant meaning. It showcases the interactions between families of varying eras and professions, which promises to be quite fascinating. Please cast a vote for the Wang Jianjun family from number 15. I appreciate everyone's support. Are we already engaging in vote solicitation? The live reality show broadcasts nationwide, propelling the viewer count in the main streaming room to over 1 million. This surge brings a sigh of relief to director Jiang Min and the production team watching from behind scenes. Despite airing on a local station, the show garners attention as a societal hot topic, overseen by the central authority with widespread public interest. If any issues arise in this program, the careers of these individuals could be jeopardized. Receiving a cue from the studio, Hijio continues with the introduction. In addition to audience voting, we have invited 3 distinguished guests to join us. They will share their parenting experiences and offer insights into fatherhood. The guests include academician Wang Wan from the Longhua Academy of Sciences, Professor Li Long from Shanghai Normal University, and provincial psychological expert Gao Yun. Let's extend a warm welcome to our guests. As Hijio introduces them, 2 elderly gentlemen and a young woman take their seats at the guest panel, startling the viewers in the main streaming room. Wow, they managed to invite Elder One. The production team is quite impressive. Professor Li Long. I've heard that 30% of his students attain doctoral levels. Such excellence. Quality family education truly gives one a head start. I cannot afford to miss this. Gao Yun, a criminal psychology expert, is adept at various psychological analyses. It seems we shall witness her insights once more. With such esteemed figures present, shouldn't the elder fathers seize the opportunity to learn? Indeed, by observing the behaviors and teachings of other fathers, we can at least identify the flaws in our own educational approaches. The camera shifts to Su Yang as the live stream audience surpasses 100,000 viewers. After receiving instructions from the production team, it was only natural for him to closely follow the father-daughter duo throughout the event. In his view, Su Yang's attempts to garner public attention and votes seemed rather contrived. What kind of family allows their child to participate in a school opening ceremony just a day after staying up late, resulting in panda-like eyes? He noted this situation down in his notebook as a point of reference for future judgments, intending to prevent families from concocting scripted scenarios. Xiaoyu, is this your father? The accommodating teacher, Miss Zhou, gently patted Su Xiaoyu's head, casting a curious glance at her father. Not only was he exceedingly young, but he also bore no resemblance to a competent father. What kind of father is supported by his daughter? Hello, Teacher Zhou. I am Xiaoyu's father. He stepped forward to shake hands, marking Su Yang's first time picking up his child. Previously, it had always been his wife and mother alternating in this role. Now, with his wife studying abroad and his parents traveling, the responsibility of looking after the child had fallen to him. What about her eyes? Oh, the latest trend, panda eyes. I just put some on. Chuckling, Su Yang shielded Su Xiaoyu behind him, fearing the teacher might scold him for staying up late. Miss Zhou's barely contained expression elicited laughter from the audience. Huh, Su Yang certainly knows how to speak up. Panda eyes are all the rage. A panda eye look? Does that make Xiaoyu a panda? I'm in stitches. Such an adorable daughter. If she were mine, I would cherish her dearly. However, amidst the amusement, others were cautioned not to emulate Su Yang, deeming him unfit. Indeed, it was best to enjoy the spectacle. Not a single vote would be cast in his favor. Teacher Zhou and the other parents exchanged knowing glances, their eyes drifting towards Su Yang and his daughter. They felt compelled to offer guidance, but ultimately remained silent. While other children appeared clean and tidy, some even donned charming little dresses, Su Xiaoyu seemed to present a different aesthetic. Perhaps this is what being a young father entails. Ahem, Mr. Su, what program has your little fish prepared? Ms. Zhou inquired, pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. Although the opening ceremony featured rehearsed performances, it was customary to invite children to showcase their talents live on stage. The allotted time for each was brief, merely 2 to 3 minutes. Program? What program? The father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. A poetry recitation or a children's song would suffice. It's all about participation. I sent you a message on your phone, Ms. Zhou gently reminded, noticing the deafening silence from Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu. Opening his phone and scrolling through his messages, Su Yang finally located a notification at the bottom. Miss Zhou, there is a performance task for the welcome party. Please assist the children in preparing, giving them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Requirements: children's songs, poetry, skits, anything goes, special skills preferred. Ha! This is truly embarrassing for Su Yang, isn't it? Everyone, take note. This is a truly unfit father who hasn't even prepared program. Though unprepared, little fish must possess some unique talents, right? How about charming the audience? In the panda imitation competition, Su Xiaoyu secured first place. You've all snatched up the bamboo. Yet it's quite impressive. The father and daughter exchanged glances several times. And ultimately, Su Yang felt compelled to confront the issue. Isn't it merely a performance on stage? Isn't it about showcasing a special skill? Wait a moment. Does his daughter even have a special talent? Teacher, does DJing count as a special skill? Chapter 3. The feedback system of a father's love? Listening at the event? Hitting the stage? Amidst the bustling school entrance, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou, could not hear clearly. Just as she was about to inquire again, she heard a colleague calling her over for assistance. Mr. Su, please find your seats in the auditorium. I will notify you when it's time. After exchanging a brief word with Su Yang, Ms. Zhou swiftly departed. All right, teacher, you go ahead we'll find our way. After watching the teacher leave, Su Yang and his daughter made their way toward the lively auditorium. Dad, are we really going to DJ? What if the police catch us? Noticing a uniformed officer passing by, Su Xiaoyu tugged at her father's shirt, whispering, "What is there to fear? It's just DJing." The teacher mentioned a special skill. Surely, we can't just stand up there for 2 or 3 minutes, can we? Su Yang spoke casually, yet his gaze remained fixed on his system panel. The night before receiving the invitation to the Fatherly Love program, he had awakened to his own system, the Fatherly Love system. The system, in essence, would assess people's evaluations of Su Yang as a father, categorizing them into positive and negative popularity points. These two distinct types of evaluations could be utilized for system raffles. A basic lottery required 10,000 popularity points, with good and bad points calculated separately. Since activating the system, Su Yang had accumulated over 2,000 positive points and 8,000 negative points, leaving him with a system that remained unutilized for raffles. To engage in a raffle, he needed to gradually accumulate to the required 10,000 points. Fortunately, the two types of popularity points could be exchanged at a ratio of 1:2. One positive point could be exchanged for 2 negative points. That evening, unable to resist temptation, Su Yang opted to exchange 1,000 positive points. Spending 10,000 popularity points felt as effortless as breathing, and he acquired a rather amusing skill. Despite rarely visiting bars, he had somehow gained the ability to DJ. While DJing was one thing, Su Yang had no intention of relying on this skill for a living. After all, if his wife discovered that he frequented bars and nightclubs, wouldn't she skin him alive? However, the use of this skill required him to impart it to his child for feedback. Yes, you read that correctly. It involved teaching the skill to his child, which would then provide Su Yang with proficiency feedback. At that moment, Su Yang comprehended why the system was named Fatherly Love. It was indeed waiting for him here. Gazing at the remaining 1,000 positive points, Su Yang felt a pang of regret. Had he known he would participate in this parent-child program, he would not have conducted the system raffle so early, inadvertently acquiring such an unusual skill. Should I pass this on to my daughter? This thought prompted him, as a father, to take his daughter to a bar that very night. It is noteworthy that after acquiring skills, as her level increases, not only does the proficiency in these skills return tenfold to him, but each elevation in level also brings back a measure of popularity. This alone left Su Yang with little room for hesitation. What does it matter if it's merely mixing tracks? Just because his daughter learns it doesn't mean she will necessarily use it. Shifting his gaze to his data panel, Su Yang couldn't help but curl his lip in dismay. Su Yang, professional father, skill, DJing, master level, popularity positive reviews, 1205, popularity negative reviews, 3,580. How could negative reviews have surged by over 2,000? He hadn't done anything at all. Why did the audience perceive him as a bad father? This simply would not do. He must restore his reputation. This special performance must captivate the audience. With determination, Su Yang took his daughter's hand and quickly sought out their seats. He needed her to practice the renowned International Masters series of tracks, which were part of the DJing skill set. He had gone to practice this piece just the night before. The audience, noticing the father-daughter duo frantically preparing with their phones, shook their heads in disapproval. What a delightful daughter! How could she be so inattentive? If I were his wife, I would be utterly exasperated. It's a shame he is one of those post-90s fathers. Is this a bit too embarrassing? No wonder it said you shouldn't marry a man too handsome. Ladies, you understand now, right? Poor little fish has ended up with such a father. She might just be eliminated. I checked the official website. There are 21 votes. And though he's south in last place, someone has indeed voted for Su Yang. Everyone, vote for Wang Jiangwo, the pride of the post-80s fathers. Just as Su Yang and his daughter were listening, a middle-aged man accompanied by his daughter, under the guidance of a teacher, sat beside them. Noticing the cameraman next to him, Su Yang politely extended his hand in greeting. Su Yang, this is my daughter, Su Xiaoyu. Wang Jiangwo, this is my daughter, Wang Ling. Quickly say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Wang Ling, dressed like a little princess, sweetly greeted him. Su Yang, Are you participating in the show as well? Yes, Brother Jangwo. How is your preparation going? Oh, my daughter and I are primarily here for companionship. I even forgot the teacher's notification, though the two fathers were of different ages. They found common ground in conversation. However, Su Yang's response made Wang Jangwo shake his head in dismay. Unable to bear it, he handed Su Yang a comb. Young fathers truly lack experience, unable even to tidy their child's hair properly. Xiaoyu, what are you listening to? Wang Ling, a year older than Su Xiaoyu, curiously leaned in. The latter was wearing headphones, immersed in music, swaying rhythmically. Would you like to listen, Sister Wang Ling? Enthralled by the music, Su Xiaoyu handed over the headphones. In a moment of distraction, she accidentally pulled out the headphone jack, and suddenly, the sound blared forth. Excuse me, could you kindly turn off the music on your phone? The rhythmic melodies resonated, catching the attention of Ms. Zhou, the teacher in charge of the class. As she approached, following the sound, she was taken aback to discover that the source of the music was none other than Su Yang and his daughter. She had initially assumed that Su Yang was hastily preparing for a poetry recitation. It seemed the time had come for a serious conversation with Xiaoyu's mother. I apologize for the disturbance, everyone. With that, Su Yang turned off his phone and resumed his carefree conversation with Wang Jangwo, completely oblivious to the peculiar glances directed at him. Goodness, I thought he was merely playing lullabies for his daughter. Is he truly planning to have his child perform on stage? I must admit, it is astonishing. No wonder it is said that parenting requires credentials. A devoted father starts life from a distinctly different vantage point. Let us not emulate Su Yang. Where is Xiaoyu's mother? Someone should intervene and send her husband home to kneel on a washboard. Chapter 4. A nap during the opening ceremony. Is it really time to reprimand the father? On the stage of the Grand Hall, the meticulously rehearsed music and poetry recitation elicited enthusiastic applause from the audience. However, Wang Jangwo, seated next to Su Yang, shifted his body away, distancing himself from his companion. While all the parents and children applauded the performance, Su Yang had fallen into a deep slumber. Were it not for the sounds of the hall drowning out his snores, he might have drawn everyone's attention. The camera operator capturing Su Yang's image, along with his colleague, seemed to regard him as a stranger. Soon enough, the sound of snoring caught the attention of nearby parents. Huh, Dad, look at that uncle sleeping soundly. Shoo, keep it down. We mustn't disrupt the performance. Is that child's parent truly able to sleep in such a grand hall? As murmurs of discussion spread, many scanned the area, but they could not locate this young father's child. Before long, someone spotted a little girl attempting to crawl into the aisle. Just as they were about to inquire, the girl interjected, "I don't know him." Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Su Xiaoyu hastily severed any association. Her resolute expression elicited a mix of frustration and sympathy from the audience. Huh, Xiaoyu, well said. It's better not to acknowledge such a father. Is Su Yang truly asleep? How could a father be so careless as to doze off? Is that acceptable? My adorable little fish, how did you end up with such a father? Is there no one who can intervene? In light of Su Xiaoyu's reaction, the audience openly criticized Su Yang's behavior. The scene broadcasted back to the studio, leaving He Jiao and Xiao Sa exchanging awkward glances. Throughout the event, other parents had, to varying degrees, concealed their less admirable habits, at least striving to present the facade of a good father. Yet this Su Yang, goodness, sleeping of all things, during his daughter's opening ceremony? Mr. Wang, let us focus on Wang Jangwo instead. I've heard that he and his daughter have prepared a poetry recitation that is likely to impress. Noticing the furrowed brows of Wang Lao and others, He Jiao hastily instructed the staff to switch perspectives. As a seasoned host, he was adept at handling such minor disruptions. Currently, Wang Jangwo's family had accumulated over 80,000 votes, making them the most promising candidates for selection this episode. Little Sa, having received this first-hand information, eagerly shared it with Wang Wan and others. Let us wait and see. It is said that Wang Jangwo is a laid-off worker who enjoys composing poetry in his spare time. It is likely that he will present us with one of his prize creations this time. Upon hearing this news, the previously displeased trio of Wang couldn't help but smile. Their invitation to participate in this show naturally stemmed from a desire to explore more matters related to parenting. Individuals like Su Yang, who stand out as peculiar, had already been relegated to the elimination list. In the grand hall, a slumbering Su Yang was stirred awake. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he asked, bewildered, is it over? Little Fish's father, the personal showcases have just begun. What do you mean by over? Teacher Xiaoyu cast a disapproving glance at Su Yang, but endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Having taught for 4 to 5 years, she had encountered a variety of parents. To speak bluntly, it was indeed her first time dealing with a father like Su Yang, who seemed indifferent to his daughter's well-being. I'm sorry, I didn't rest well last night, he replied. In response to this, Teacher Xiaoyu could only nod. Noticing the similarly dark circles under the eyes of Su Xiaoyu, she felt an urge to ask why the child was not allowed to rest earlier. But she kept her thoughts to herself, waiting for an opportunity to discuss this with Su Yang later. Is my brother about to perform? Little Fish, come sit a bit closer. It's likely our turn is approaching. Pulling Little Fish into his embrace, Su Yang eagerly turned his attention to the program. Good evening, everyone. The performance I am bringing you is a poetry recitation. In the center of the stage, encouraged by her father, Wang Jiangwo, Wang Ling stepped forward with confidence. All the parents and children in the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Where's Autumn? In the little woods. The little trees have golden hair. Autumn hides among the little trees. Where's Autumn? Autumn is in the soil. The earth is adorned in golden robes. Autumn lies in the land. The melodic verses, coupled with Wang Ling's vibrant voice, resonated throughout the grand hall. The succinct and clear poem was soon recited to completion. As Wang Ling bowed, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. Receiving accolades, Wang Ling quickly ran into her father's embrace. Dad, why are you crying? It's nothing. I'm just so happy for my daughter. Tonight, I'll make your favorite braised ribs. Thank you, Dad. The cameraman following Wang Jiangwo perfectly captured this touching moment. The recitation was truly remarkable. I remember the poem after hearing it just once. Indeed, it's even more impressive that Wang Jiangwo wrote it himself. One could say this father is exceptionally talented. I'm going to vote for Wang Jiangwo. He embodies my ideal father. You are absolutely right. It is not merely the provision of food, clothing, and shelter for children that matters, but rather the invaluable emotional companionship that holds the utmost significance. The discerning eyes of the audience, coupled with the genuine expressions shared between Wang Ling and Wang Jiangwo, resonate profoundly. Regardless of age, everyone can genuinely feel the bond of affection between father and daughter. In the studio, the silver-haired Professor Li Long, after applauding, offered his insightful critique. Excellent. Though this poem may be simple, it is perfect for children. Each line vividly reflects the whimsical essence of autumn, making it ideal for their recitation. It fosters confidence and a positive mental state in children. Indeed, he is a father beloved by the audience. I cast my vote for him. With these words, Li Long readily relinquished his nomination slot. It is essential for the audience to recognize such fathers whose educational philosophies align seamlessly with the goals we aim to promote. What about Wang Lao and Teacher Gao Yun? Xiao Sa glanced at the list of those who had advanced and turned her attention to the 2 other pivotal votes. Let us wait a moment. We must observe the situation of the other fathers before the program concludes. Wang Lao's assertion was indeed valid. If deserving families were to be overlooked, we could still safeguard their interests. The exchange between the 2 brought forth smiles from He Jio and Xiao Sa. All eyes in the studio were now fixated on the screen. Without comparison, there can be no pain. While Wang Jiangwo and his daughter basked in the admiration of teachers and parents alike, Su Yang maneuvered through the throng with his daughter. Little Fish's father. You haven't mentioned what performance Little Fish will present, inquired Teacher Xiaoyu, hurrying along behind. Performance? A DJ set. Chapter 5. The welcome ceremony. Nightclub vibes? The principal's blood pressure is rising. Huh. Little Fish's father. Is there something we should discuss? Hearing the seemingly serious tone and observing the eager Su Xiaoyu, Teacher Xiaoyu patted her ear, needing to confirm that she hadn't misheard. The notion of a father performing such a thing should not be entertained in this context. It is simply inconceivable. If parents and children were to witness this, would not her role as a teacher be jeopardized? Little Fish's father, I believe you ought to reconsider. She began, but upon raising her gaze, she saw that the father and daughter had already retreated backstage. Please do not act impulsively. Amidst the curious glances of those around her, teacher Xiaoju's voice rose in urgency. What ist? If they dare to perform on stage, I would likely find myself packing my things by the next day. The idea of a father performing such a spectacle was indeed ludicrous. Teacher Xiaoju, the principal is calling for you. The guidance director abruptly seized her arm, leaving her somewhat dazed. Calling for me? But I have pressing matters. The principal wishes to speak with you. Set aside the other concerns for now. I understand your anxiety regarding the children's performance, but fret not. The principal has stated that simply for Wang Ling's poetry recitation, you have already accomplished something remarkable, lavishing praise upon her. The guidance director ushered Xiaoju to a viewing area at the side of the stage. Xiaoju, Wang Ling has truly brought honor to your class and the school. Did you see? There, seated, are the leaders from the city's education department alongside teachers from various schools. Additionally, some alumni who have ventured forth from our institution are present, all commending the eloquence of the poetry recital. The principal, Wang Yu, who is confined to a wheelchair, displays a flush of excitement on his aged visage. The opening ceremony for the new school year is a cherished tradition, and this occasion marks Wang Yu's final participation before his retirement. To welcome these blossoming talents of our nation as he prepares to depart is truly a moment of great joy for someone of his years. The reason he has delayed retirement over the years is his unwavering concern for the education of these children. Yet now, Wang Ling's recitation has served as a poignant reminder of his own advancing age. There's no need for anxiety. The performance will surely unfold seamlessly. The subsequent acts will only add to the splendor. Listening to the principal's praises and reassurances, Xiaoju feels an impending sense of doom. She had been so engrossed in the poetry recital that she completely forgot to inquire about Su Xiaoyu's performance. In an instant, she has envisioned her resignation letter for the following day. Title: Su Xiaoyu's performance on Beating Dad, a reversal of domestic violence education. Kulme, take me to meet Wang Ling's father. At the rear of the stage, a teacher responsible for the music, intrigued, observes the father-daughter duo. Most parents merely utilize a piano, yet this parent inquires about a DJ setup. Does he believe this is a nightclub? Teacher, do you have it? This is crucial, Su Xiaoyu presses. Upon arriving at the stage's rear, he recalls that a DJ setup is indeed necessary. Clearly, this venue is not suited for such equipment. If it is unavailable, will Xiaoyu's special performance be in jeopardy? Indeed, we do have one. A young teacher, frequently seen in nightclubs, promptly wheels out an elaborate DJ setup from a corner. As the red curtain is lifted, the complex apparatus is revealed to all. Xiaoli, what is going on? How did you manage to bring this to school? Oh, I found this in the storage room, and with some leisure time on my hands, I thought to bring it here for a bit of fun, ensuring it wouldn't disturb anyone else. The young music teacher, fondling the records on the DJ setup, quickly explains to his colleagues. Are you sure this is necessary? What songs will be performed? The head music teacher turns to the parent, Su Xiaoyu. The DJ setup is present. Could it be that the child is to perform a dance instead? Now, I kindly ask for the cooperation of all teachers. Teacher Xiaoju hopes my daughter can bring honor to the class. Had you mentioned this sooner? Since she is teacher Xiaoju's student, we shall certainly assist. Upon hearing that she is a student of the esteemed teacher Xiaoju, the young music teacher becomes invigorated. Who doesn't know that among the school faculty, teacher Xiaoju is the most beautiful and, notably, single? This stirs the interest of all the single teachers, with an opportunity to collaborate and showcase. Everyone is eager to lend a hand. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, teacher. Su Xiaoyu expresses her gratitude, eliciting laughter from the gathered faculty. Cooperating with a child for 2 or 3 minutes is hardly a challenge. Has Su Xiaoyu arrived? The host's voice resonated. Yes, we're on our way. Pushing the turntable, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly led his daughter over. The music was actively downloaded from the system's mailbox, and he had attempted to have Su Xiaoyu sing the female vocal parts herself. Her performance was commendable. Being a master DJ, he had already modified the harmony sections. Even though Su Xiaoyu's vocal cords had yet to fully develop, they were still well suited for her. Next to grace the stage would be Su Xiaoyu from Class 2, Grade 1. As soon as the host's words fell, A commotion ensued. Boom! The auditorium lights went out completely, sparking considerable chatter. What is happening? Why are all the lights out? Su Xiaoyu? What a charming name. I wonder what she will perform. I have no idea. Perhaps she will sing something. In the darkness, sounds emanated from the stage. Yet no one could discern what was unfolding. Below the stage, the photographer endeavored to capture the moment, equally eager to discover what Su Xiaoyu would present. Click! Snap! The bright lights suddenly illuminated the space, only to be extinguished again. The dazzling display compelled Principal Wang Yu, who was conversing with Wang Jiangwo, to rub his eyes. Xiaozhou, what exactly is Su Xiaoyu set to perform? Inquisitively observing the flickering lights, Wang Yu posed the question. Although other children may not match Wang Ling's talent, he felt a swell of anticipation. This cohort of children appears truly remarkable. DJing. What did you say, Xiaozhou? Wang Yu, adjusting his ears, raised his voice. Amidst the flickering lights, the murmuring grew louder. Principal, Su Xiaoyu is set to DJ. Clenching his teeth and steeling his resolve, Xiaozhou revealed the program details. DJ, are you certain? The disciplinary director's tone elevated in surprise. No way. I can't imagine Su Xiaoyu would perform such a thing. Shielding his eyes, Wang Jiangwo quickly interjected. In his memory, Su Xiaoyu was a bright and lively child, though she differed in temperament from his own daughter. He had observed through his years of fatherhood that she shared a close bond with Su Yang. So what exactly will she perform? Teacher Xiaozhou, shielding his nearly dazzled eyes, inquired. It seems reminiscent of a nightclub style, doesn't it? The disciplinary director's voice instantly drew the attention of Wang Yu and the others to the center of the stage. It's surprising, but indeed, it bears a resemblance to a nightclub ambience. Amidst the flashing lights, red, yellow, blue, and green illuminated the space, complemented by intermittent white lights. Just by opening one's eyes and staring for a second, one could easily become disoriented. Oldly, go check what is going on. Chapter 6. The Elementary School Ceremony. Parents and children are ecstatic. Goodness, what is happening? Is the school lighting malfunctioning? My word, my eyes are nearly blinded. How can this elementary school ceremony be like this? Was it said that Su Xiaoyu would perform? Why can't anyone see her? Do not speak of people. I am on the verge of retching from dizziness. Where is Su Yang? Surely he has not slipped away at this critical moment. Faced with the dazzling array of neon lights, the once bustling live stream room has seen its audience dwindle by more than half. Initially, there was a glimmer of hope for Su Xiaoyu's performance, but with this turn of events, one might as well watch her in another stream. Is this truly the course of action you intend to pursue? Dear Father Xiaoyu? The young music teacher accompanying Su Yang now speaks with a tremor in his voice. The reason is simple. Su Yang is excessively audacious. He is responsible for controlling the school's spotlight. And what was promised to be a mere observation has turned into an entire nightclub atmosphere. If the disciplinary director were to discover this, Su Yang's days of ease would be over. No worries. I have mastered these lights. After experimenting a couple of times, Su Yang quickly grasped how to manage the school's lighting. Before the parents and teachers could erupt in fury, he skillfully slowed the pace of the lights. It was time to commence. Waving to his daughter nearby, Su Yang manipulated the grand hall's lighting with the equipment. Had his unexpected nap resulted in over 3,000 negative reviews? In an effort to restore his image as a good father, Su Yang resolved to have Su Xiaoyu utilize this iconic song to transform public opinion. Of course, the primary objective was to advance to the next round. Otherwise, where would he find such an audience to bolster his popularity? Who is orchestrating the hall's lighting? Do they not realize the significance of this day? The disciplinary director, lifting the curtain at the entrance, wore a stern expression, his brows twitching in agitation. Were it not for the concern of the guests and parents beneath the stage hearing him, he would have unleashed a tirade. A perfectly fine welcome party had taken a turn for the worse at this crucial juncture. On his way here, he had observed other school teachers whispering among themselves, a source of great embarrassment for someone of his experience as a disciplinary director. Upon entering the familiar lighting control room, Oldly encountered an unfamiliar face. Who are you? He inquired. Shu, listen. Su Yang gestured for silence and pointed outside. Before the disciplinary director could respond, A light, ethereal electronic sound emanated from the hall speakers. The proximity of the lighting console to the sound system startled the disciplinary director. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythmic electronic beats soon resonated throughout the entire hall. That captivating sound instantly drowned out all other noise. Thump, 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 thump. The tempo quickened, and everyone in the hall perked up their ears. On the stage, obscured by the flashing lights, a figure could be faintly discerned. Yet the lights showed no signs of focusing. They danced in accordance with the music, leaving the audience utterly perplexed. Who is playing this music? Why have I never heard it before? Shoo, you're disturbing everyone. Would it not be better to quietly enjoy the music? It appeared someone was tapping. My legs are moving uncontrollably. Goodness, was it just mentioned that Su Xiaoyu would be performing? Could it be the girl is DJing? Is this a jest? Even the world-class masters of electronic music would likely struggle to create such an amalgamation of sound. Just 2 days ago, I fractured my leg, and now it seems to quiver of its own accord. The pulsating rhythm of the music reaches a crescendo, compelling the audience in the auditorium to sway in unison. The interplay of music and light enchants everyone present, rendering their bodies uncontrollable. From their legs to their entire forms, and even their heads, all move in harmony with the beat. Principal Yu, Teacher Zhou, momentarily speechless, finally regains her composure and turns to look, almost bursting into laughter. She observes the venerable Principal Wang Yu swaying along with the music. Not only is he moving, but his grizzled hair also sways rhythmically to the electronic beats. The principal, known for his stern demeanor, surprisingly seems to be under the spell of the electronic music. Were it not for his physical limitations, he might have even leaped to the rhythm. Ahem. Teacher Zhou, who invited this music maestro. Why was I not informed? Despite the unfamiliarity of the electronic fusion, Wang Yu is no relic of the past. A connoisseur can discern quality at once, and this electronic music is indeed melodious. It contains a subtle emotional depth, cool yet imbued with an ineffable sentiment. To have such a high-caliber musician performing at the opening ceremony is remarkable, and yet, as principal, he had not been notified? Principal Wang, I don't recall anyone inviting a music master. Teacher Zhou pondered momentarily before shaking her head. As the one responsible for hosting parents and students, she had reviewed the program list and found no mention of any invited music maestro. No invitation? Then who is that on stage? They both glanced back at the stage, but the erratic lighting rendered the figure obscured, making it impossible to discern their identity. Let us go to the backstage and uncover this mystery. Teacher Zhou cast a lingering look at the stage before guiding the principal's wheelchair towards the corridor leading backstage. She considered whether it might be Su Xiaoyu, yet ultimately shook her head in disbelief. Could a primary school student be spinning records live at the school event, especially with such captivating electronic music? How old is Su Xiaoyu? She probably hasn't even reached this level of skill, having only practiced since birth. Furthermore, which parent would cultivate such talent in their child? With mounting questions, Teacher Zhou hastened her pace, pushing the principal along. The rhythm continued. Thump, 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 thump. On stage, Su Xiaoyu swayed to the rhythm, delivering an electrifying performance. Under the synchronized lighting, the entire auditorium was moved. Parents, children, and esteemed guests alike found themselves swaying uncontrollably. Why is my body acting on its own? Indeed, my leg is shaking in sheer delight. This is exhilarating. Mom, this music is absolutely delightful. Dad, join the sway. Do not be shy. In the aisle, the children, imbued with the spirit of youthful innocence, began to move their bodies in harmony with the rhythm. Observing their offspring reveling in joy alongside others, the initially reserved parents quickly found themselves drawn into the merriment. Instantly, the entire auditorium pulsated with excitement to the beats of the remix track. Chapter 7. Live broadcast ratings hit number 1. What is this nightclub atmosphere? Behind the lighting control console, the strict disciplinary director, having regained composure, still felt a surge of indignation towards the unfamiliar parent. After all, this was a school venue. How could an outsider behave so recklessly? Where is Xiaowu? If he does not provide me with an explanation today, he should be prepared to face consequences. His stern demeanor, illuminated by the stage lights, made Su Yang momentarily think he had encountered a figure akin to Baozhong. Teacher, my sincerest apologies. It was my insistence to utilize the stage lighting, and I am willing to bear the consequences alone, Su Yang said, recognizing the gravity of his reckless actions and earnestly apologizing, for he could not allow the teacher to shoulder the blame. Teacher, are you even listening to me? The middle-aged, balding teacher remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the stage beyond the lighting setup. Curiosity piqued, Su Yang adjusted the lighting frequency and moved to stand beside him. As the reactions of the audience unfolded before his eyes, an unmistakable smile of pride crept onto Su Yang's face. Thousands of parents and students, phones in hand, illuminated the hall with flickering lights akin to a starry sky, swaying in unison. This was the essence of their joy, a shared atmosphere of bliss between parents and children alike. The sheer delight displayed left the disciplinary director momentarily speechless. Wasn't this the very purpose of the welcome gala orchestrated by the teachers? To make all parents aware that this school not only offers academic pursuits, but also provides children with an unforgettable, joyous childhood. Director, you were looking for me? Xiaoyu, having returned from the music area, mustered the courage to approach the disciplinary director. He knew he was in for trouble. Writing a reflection was already the lightest penalty, and he might even face a salary deduction. Well done. Keep up the good work. The disciplinary director cast a deep glance at the scene below before turning to pat Xiaoyu on the shoulder and walking away. Huh? Oh, thank you, director. Xiaoyu, regaining his senses, hurriedly responded to the older gentleman's words. Little Fish's father, your daughter is truly remarkable. She surpasses any professionals I have encountered. With the director now distanced, Xiaoyu could not contain his admiration for Su Yang. The enchanting and melodious blend of electronic music they had created was something few could achieve. Even on a global scale, it was undoubtedly of masterful caliber, not too shabby. Returning to his lighting position, Su Yang adjusted the rhythm and intensity of the lights. After all, this electronic masterpiece was merely warming up. The ethereal quality of the female vocals had yet to be introduced, which would elevate the piece to an extraordinary level. Dun dun dun. Just as the climax reached its peak, the audience expected it to conclude. A new rhythm and cadence have once again surged forth. The audience before the screen has long since been swept away by this exhilarating tempo. Is that a familiar tune returning? This piece is undeniably electrifying. With every note, my heart dances in tandem. Had I known that an elementary school ceremony could be this vibrant, who would ever venture into a nightclub? Ha ha ha. Indeed, how did I not encounter such a splendid school in my youth? A decade-long fan has arrived uninvited, clamoring for an album release. To be honest, I can already envision this melody sweeping through every nightclub across the nation. The nation? This remix, paired with its infectious beat, my friend, is equally captivating abroad. I cannot bear to revel alone. I must summon my good brother-esque sister to join in. The audience's shares and short video recordings instantly brought a wave of fervor to Su Yang and his daughter's livestream. My goodness, with this song, home feels like a nightclub. This is simply exhilarating. Is this really an elementary school welcoming ceremony? I am truly in awe. One must bow to this maestro. Why was such an extraordinary piece not revealed sooner? Even my 60-year-old father can sway along. I knew this program would not disappoint. You expect me to regard you as a brother while inviting my sister to your home for a dance party? Just wait, you rascal. The fervent discussions in the comments and the incessant sharing of the live stream link, coupled with the astonishing speed of the internet, propelled the viewership to surpass 100,000 in no time, with the excitement only continuing to rise. What on earth is happening? How has this live stream data skyrocketed? In the studio's backroom, the staff responsible for data monitoring nearly leapt from their seats. Just moments ago, the live stream had only a few thousand viewers. How could it surge to over 100,000 in under 4 minutes? Could someone be manipulating the data? Buying views, perhaps? A colleague approached, intrigued. That cannot be. The live stream data is monitored in real time, and our production team has strict regulations. Any anomalies detected in the data, or any other fraudulent activities, would result in immediate disqualification, along with potential legal repercussions for any adverse effects caused. As the data analyst spoke, he began to conduct further checks. Upon hearing the news, Director Jiang Minheo furrowed his brow in concern. Retrieve the footage from this live stream. I need to see it now. Yes, Director. The backroom director quickly accessed the live stream featuring Su Yang and his daughter. The melodious tunes and dynamic rhythms engulfed the entire studio. What is happening? How has this family interaction reality show transformed into a nightclub atmosphere? Observing the flashing lights within the live stream and the uncontrollable beat that compelled his body to move, Jiang Minheo felt somewhat disoriented. Director, it is far too loud here. I cannot hear what Jiang is saying. The staff responsible for communication switched the earpiece to loudspeaker mode, allowing the music to overshadow all speech. What is happening with the data? Confused, Jiang Minheo hurriedly glanced at the data analysis engineer. He keenly sensed the urgency to capitalize on this surge in viewership. Regardless of where Su Yang and his daughter may be, this singular piece of music is enough to attract a multitude of spectators. At this hour of the evening, most parents participating in reality shows typically engage in activities such as dining, assisting with homework, or taking leisurely walks. For those who relish the excitement, the allure of watching young ladies dance videos is far more appealing. Director, the data is indeed authentic. Moreover, other live streams have directed viewers here. Should we perhaps temper the fervor? Temper the fervor? I would rather the fervor intensify. The scene transitions to the studio, prompting teacher, he, and the others to join in the dance. With a joyous sway, Jiang Minheo merrily joins in. This is a rare opportunity to elevate the show's popularity. He eagerly anticipates more such occasions. As for whether this is scripted, we shall save that discussion for later. If every script could become a sensation, what need would there be for a director like him? Now, let's turn our attention to the situation of Su Yang and his daughter. I have heard their live stream is quite lively. As teacher He's words echoed, melodious sounds filled the studio. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Divine Tune. The electronic music maestro, Su Xiaoyu. Just as academician Wang Wen was about to speak, he wisely chose to remain silent. He was unfamiliar with electronic music, even feeling somewhat estranged by it. However, upon closer listening, he found the music quite captivating. The melody differed vastly from the explosive tunes, lacking the crude outpouring of hormones. Amidst the rhythmic beats, he, a lover of Western classical music, surprisingly discerned a powerful emotion. Who would have thought old Wang could be so trendy? This composition is remarkable. As the music neared its conclusion, Professor Li Long could no longer contain his admiration. His friend is the principal of a primary school in the Magic City, dedicated to frontline educational work for years. He never anticipated that, just before retirement, they would orchestrate such an engaging welcome gala. Professor Li is indeed delightful. My body cannot help but start dancing. As a comedian, Little Sa directly followed the music with a dynamic dance. Noticing teacher, he chuckling to himself, he promptly pulled him off stage. All right, I must admit defeat. Teacher he, swaying his body, cast a disapproving glance at his partner, who remained immersed in the music. The other was of considerable age, but still danced with such joy. A youthful spirit is one aspect. The other is the invigorating nature of the tune. I am genuinely curious about the creator of this nightclub anthem. Teacher He's words instantly garnered agreement from Wang Wen and the others. Rest assured, Teacher He, I have already sent a message to Lao Yu. I believe we shall soon receive first-hand information. Noticing the darkened stage center, Li Long eagerly tapped into his connections to unveil the mystery. All eyes were fixed on the screen, prepared to seize this enigmatic revelation. In the auditorium, a melodious voice resonated from the stage, just as everyone anticipated another round. In just a few lines of lyrics, accompanied by the enchanting melody of the divine composition, this piece of music has ascended to new heights. Can one truly remix in such a manner? The addition of the female vocals seems almost too fitting, does it not? As a devoted fan for a decade, I must express my eagerness for an album release. Dear artist, how wonderful it is to witness the emergence of musical genius in our homeland. The sound is simply captivating. To be honest, there is a faint familiarity in this voice. I could swear I have heard it somewhere before. The audience in the live stream is once again enchanted by this song. If a moving melody embodies the soul, then the lyrics provide the flesh and blood to this divine piece. Each ethereal lyric resonates as a profound connection to the essence of music. Father, will Xiaoyu and the others leave us? Wang Ling, who shares a rapport with Su Xiaoyu, immediately turned to her father, Wang Jiangwo. Leave? Surely not. Could it be that Su Yang is planning to sneak away with the child? Lost in the music, Wang Jiangwo suddenly recalled that it was indeed Su Xiaoyu's performance. How did it culminate in her becoming an electronic music artist? Let us go check behind the stage together. As they approached the stage corridor, they were startled by a wave of exuberant applause. Amidst the interplay of lights, a small figure stood on stage, adjusting the turntable instruments before her. The audience was left utterly astounded. A child is DJing? Whose child is this? Wait, wasn't there a girl named Su Xiaoyu who just came on stage? My goodness, at such a young age, she is already spinning records? But that's not the crux of the matter. What is crucial is how her electronic music differs from what I've heard before. Expressions on everyone's faces shifted from excitement to astonishment and speechlessness. Initially, it was presumed that the school had organized a program featuring a DJ to enliven the atmosphere. However, who would have anticipated that the performer would be an elementary school student? A primary schooler DJing? This feels rather peculiar, due to her height. Su Xiaoyu had to stand on a chair, just barely reaching the turntable. Through the microphone, she sang the climax of the music. Of course, her voice did not reach the original artist's heights, but with the help of sound equipment, it was elevated by a note. The photographer, positioned directly opposite the stage, exchanged a dazed glance with Jiang. He could not comprehend how the electronic music maestro had transformed into Su Xiaoyu. Hurry, Jiang signaled to the photographer. Their years of collaboration had made their intentions clear to each other. This girl surely would attract considerable attention, potentially overshadowing other families in the fatherly love segment of the show. After all, compared to the usual heartwarming interactions of paternal affection, an 8-year-old DJing is undeniably more captivating. The camera zoomed in. Previously, it had been too dazzling for the photographer to do so, needing to consider the audience before the screen. But now, under the less glaring lights, the electronic music maestro had taken on a blurred yet striking presence. In the vibrant live stream of Blue Light 20, the audience, once exuberant, suddenly found themselves prostrated on the ground. The lively atmosphere, filled with the lively comments of dancers clad in red, abruptly ceased, leaving a heavy silence. The electronic music maestro, astonishingly, turned out to be an 8-year-old child, evoking a greater astonishment than an octogenarian. Could it be that my exuberant dancing has induced a hallucination? Is that not Su Xiaoyu? How could such a talent belong to a mere child? Where is the promised electronic music maestro? Surely, this is a scripted performance. An 8-year-old elementary student spinning records with such fervor? I refuse to believe it. There must be some hidden orchestration. Electronic music master, reveal yourself. Yes. This has to be someone manipulating the music from behind the scenes. If it truly is Su Xiaoyu, I would willingly partake in a feast. Chapter 9. Is an elementary student really this impressive? The principal in a wheelchair joins the dance. Inside the studio, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The three experts responsible for commentary exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had encountered numerous children, yet none quite like Su Xiaoyu. DJing? Playing? Is this truly a girl still in elementary school? As others directed their gazes towards him, Academician Wang took a sip of water, his eyes focused inward, indicating his reluctance to speak. Meanwhile, Professor Li Long, with a hint of annoyance, recognized that his counterpart was indeed wise, understanding that this was not the time for words. Truth be told, had he not just danced alongside Xiaosa, he would have surely had something to say. At the very least, he could argue that children should not be in such adult venues. However, Su Xiaoyu's case was somewhat unique. Her DJing skills, combined with the mixing and vocal abilities he had just discovered online, were nothing short of international caliber. In any music festival, she would undoubtedly be a celebrated figure. This situation left the education professor utterly perplexed, unsure of how to assess this young prodigy. Should he truly commend her? Teacher he. Could it be that Su Yang is playing music from behind the scenes? In the absence of conversation, psychological expert Gao Yun voiced her inquiry. An 8-year-old child, even if she started DJing at 6 or 7, would require extensive practice, wouldn't she? While she lacked knowledge of electronic music, she found it hard to believe that such proficiency could exist. The most plausible explanation seemed to be that someone was indeed playing music from backstage, especially considering Su Yang's somewhat unreliable demeanor as a father. Gao Yun's questions echoed the curiosity of many viewers in the live stream, all wondering if someone was secretly orchestrating the music. Consequently, the production team had instructed the cameraman to adjust their angles, anticipating the revelation of the truth shortly. Mimicking Xiaosa's playful manner, teacher he addressed the camera. Meanwhile, Xiaosa, in perfect synchrony, added a few gestures, their rapport eliciting laughter from the audience. This is hilarious. Has teacher he been influenced by Xiaosa? Their chemistry is uncanny. Are they truly trying to make me laugh to death? The truth is out there. Conan points. I simply refuse to believe that an 8-year-old can DJ this impressively. One should refrain from making grand proclamations and instead await the outcome. Under the direction of the production team, the cameraman was acutely aware of the situation. Just moments ago, in pursuit of an optimal stage effect, they had neglected this matter. The primary camera was entrusted to Jiang, while the photographer retrieved a backup camera from his belongings, executing a nimble roll to the side of the stage. Seizing the opportunity while others were momentarily distracted, he maneuvered his portly figure with a serpentine grace until he found himself behind the curtain beside Su Xiaoyu. This vantage point afforded him the perfect angle to capture every movement of Su Xiaoyu next to the turntable. Beep! The backup camera powered on. Though it lacked the high definition of the primary camera, it sufficed for the task. The footage displayed Su Xiaoyu perched on a chair, her body swaying in rhythm with the music, eliciting knowing smiles from the audience, for she was but a child. However, when the camera focused on the turntable, all viewers of the live broadcast appeared momentarily stunned. The myriad buttons and settings on the turntable were overwhelmingly complex. From the photographer's perspective, there were no less than 4 or 5 substantial sound modulation modules. Yet, amidst such intricate musical apparatus, Su Xiaoyu's tiny hands flitted about like delicate butterflies, effortlessly adjusting the sound settings. Could it be that she truly possessed such skill? This was, after all, the second generation of the avant-garde turntable. Could someone elucidate its significance? It was utterly baffling. Even the basic version of this turntable, while streamlined, still featured multifunctional pads, a mixing area, playback modes, and sound source selection modules, rendering it exceedingly complicated for novices. Good heavens, I can hardly wrap my head around it. With so many buttons and options, Su Xiaoyu managed to remember each one? Of course. Otherwise, how could she produce such exhilarating music? What happened to that fellow who claimed he would eat directly, just when I felt a twinge of discomfort in my stomach? Is it truly the case that today, as elementary school, students possess such prowess? Are turntables merely toys to them? As the audience was taken aback, within the studio, everyone was once again astonished by Su Xiaoyu. Ha! This child is simply delightful. She can truly DJ. Little Sa, seated before the large screen, was thoroughly amused by Su Xiaoyu's antics. An elementary school student DJing at such a high level. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they might have thought it a mere publicity stunt. Professor Gao, what remarks do you have regarding this child who can DJ? Almost choking on his drink, the elderly Gao glared at old Wang. Wasn't he this digging his own grave? The child could DJ, and he could hardly deny such a talent. Yet, to commend her might inadvertently encourage other parents to take their children to nightclubs. At that point, even as a university professor, he would be subject to public ire. An isolated case, indeed, merits no further discussion. Our educational research pertains to general pedagogical methods for the populace. Children like Su Xiaoyu are simply exceptional instances. After much contemplation, Li Long sought a reasonable explanation for himself. Raising the teacup, he took a hearty sip of water, signaling his disinterest in further engaging with the topic. Within the studio, Xiao Sa and the others exchanged amused glances. To witness Professor Li lose his composure was indeed an unexpected turn of events. courtesy of Su Xiaoyu. Amidst the music, the director stepped onto the stage and caught sight of the principal and teacher Zhou in the corner. "Principal, what about this child?" The director was at a loss for words, uncertain whether to allow the performance to continue or to intervene. Ultimately, the decision rested with the principal. "Let proceed. I find this Su Xiaoyu quite intriguing. Youth and teacher Zhou should express my gratitude to Su Xiaoyu and her father on my behalf. Just tell them that the performance was a resounding success. Off you go." With a wave of his hand, Principal Wang Yu silently observed the small figure on stage. Though he had been quite upset earlier, he was now captivated by the pulsating electronic music. Upon realizing that the performer was Su Xiaoyu, he was naturally taken aback. The vibrant energy and exuberance she exuded provided an invigorating experience for him, a man of advanced years. Perhaps it was time for him to consider retirement. Turning around, he maneuvered his wheelchair toward the exit, swaying to the rhythm of the music, which quickened and slowed in tandem with the beat. Am I seeing things? Is the principal dancing in his wheelchair? Who would have thought our principal retains such youthful spirit? Let us celebrate. Today, let go of all academic concerns and dance with the children. Chapter 10. What on earth? A nightclub in an elementary school? Where's the security guard? Click, click, click. The music abruptly ceased in the auditorium, and the bright spotlight illuminated the stage. The small figure that had climbed down from the chair bowed deeply before retreating behind the curtain. The audience, still in a state of exhilaration, was momentarily stunned. Clap, clap, clap. Under the leadership of some enthusiastic audience members, the rest soon joined in, erupting into a thunderous applause. Was it superior to a poetry recital? Perhaps not, but the electrifying music had touched their souls, releasing pent-up emotions. Moreover, it was a performance brought forth by an 8-year-old girl. This fact alone was sufficient to earn her an enthusiastic ovation from all the parents. "Teacher, I apologize. My little fish has no particular talent. She merely performed casually." After exchanging a high five with Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang spoke with a feigned apologetic tone, tinged with a hint of pride. "Who dares to say they can't raise a child? Isn't DJing a useful skill, casually performed?" Echoing Su Xiaoyu's father's words, Teacher Zhou and the director found themselves both amused and exasperated. "Don't you think that is a bit too modest? Had we known Su Xiaoyu was this exceptional, we would have arranged for her to have a solo performance slot. Even if DJing is a unique talent, it certainly stands out compared to the other children." Especially Teacher Zhou felt that Su Yang was inadvertently mocking her. Just moments ago, she had thought he was going to perform a comedic skit, but now she was astonished by her student's remarkable talent. Although DJing seemed an unlikely skill, it was undeniably impressive compared to the abilities of other children. The director, other parents have expressed their reluctance to proceed. Su Xiaoyu has been quite disheartening, leaving many children feeling their self-esteem has been undermined. The remarks made by the program teacher plunged the director of discipline and teacher Zhou into a profound silence. According to the schedule, there remained at least 20 minutes for the first graders to showcase their talents. A grand finale with a choir performance would ideally conclude the welcoming gala on a high note. However, Su Xiaoyu's performance overshadowed all the other children. Today's youth are exposed to the world at an exceptionally early age, by the age of 7 or 8. They resemble little adults and naturally comprehend that abstaining from the stage is often the wisest choice. What should we do? Director, shall we proceed directly to the choir? That won't do. The fireworks display for the welcoming gala has yet to be set up. Ending now would mean keeping the parents waiting for 20 minutes. The director of discipline glanced at his phone and promptly shook his head in disapproval. Instantly, the teachers found themselves in a quandary. Naturally, parents are inclined to support their children in such performances. They cannot be compelled against their will. Can they? What does that sound? The raucous noise from the auditorium reached the ears of the director and his team. Everyone ceased their conversations and listened intently. Quick-witted teacher Wu dashed over to the curtain and swiftly returned. Parents and children alike expressed their desire for Su Xiaoyu to continue performing. What? Continue performing? Everyone cast a glance at Su Yang and his daughter, who pretended to be uninterested and moved toward the stage curtain. Another song. Indeed, It was such an exhilarating moment. How could it end? Teacher, I, on behalf of Class 2 of the 4th grade, request Su Xiaoyu to continue her performance. The entire 5th grade Class 6 urges Sister Xiaoyu to sing another. The students of Class 3 in the 1st grade hope Su Xiaoyu will continue performing. The clamor of the parents grew louder, soon joined by older students. As adolescents, they were initially coerced into attending the welcoming gala, yet they were unexpectedly captivated by the electrifying music played by this 1st grade little sister. The audience's cheers escalated, culminating in a unified chant of Su Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyu, echoing throughout the auditorium. Teacher Zhou shrank back, feeling embarrassed, and discreetly glanced at the director's expression. If one were unaware that Su Xiaoyu was merely a primary school student, they might think a film festival was unfolding. Su Yang. The director stepped forward and firmly grasped Su Yang's hand. No worries, just leave it to us. After patting the director's hand, Su Yang hastily withdrew his own. Su Xiaoyu had just mentioned her desire for more excitement. Wasn't this her opportunity? Xiaoyu, go and give everyone a performance. Understood, Dad. Wearing a hat she had found from who knows where and fiddling with her nose, Su Xiaoyu strode toward the center of the stage. As she re-emerged, the auditorium erupted into an even more fervent welcome. The viewers in the live streaming room began to dance in unison. Woo! Is Su Xiaoyu going to continue spinning the discs? Ha ha ha! I just took down the colored lights from my dad's house. Now I can truly put them to good use. Home has transformed into a disco, and tonight promises unrestrained revelry. I long to be amidst the live performance. Is this not a quintessential electronic music festival? Pray tell, which school does Su Xiaoyu attend? Have you only just realized? I'm already en route to Magic City Primary School. Taking off. Goodness, isn't Magic City Primary my alma mater? Off I go. As the lights dim, a crisp snap of fingers herald the transition from shadows to a vibrant azure glow, pulsating rhythmically. The turntable, linked via Bluetooth, has commenced its melodic offering. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Behind the lights, Su Yang sets aside his phone, deftly altering the cadence of illumination. This time, the track transmitted is another electronic masterpiece, perhaps unfamiliar by its English title, yet many would certainly recognize its Chinese name, The Power of the Wilderness. With its ethereal rhythm, complemented by the electronic soundscapes crafted under Su Xiaoyu's guidance, this piece rekindles the electric atmosphere. My mother inquires why I have knelt. The lively beats of this composition align seamlessly with one's breath, rendering it utterly sublime. Alas, I lack formal education, and all I can exclaim is, what a marvel! Father, help me rise. I still have the capacity to tackle 30 math exercises. Were it not for my injured leg, I would joyfully ride my dog around the streets. Even my grandmother would be tapping her feet along. This performance is a reminder of the diligence I ought to pursue in my studies. In the summer hall, the windows and doors stand wide open. The electronic music surges forth from the speakers, echoing through the expansive hall before dispersing into the surroundings through the open windows. Coupled with the flickering lights of mobile phones, passers-by find themselves momentarily transfixed. The fusion of electronic beats, luminous displays, and vibrant cheers creates an ambience reminiscent of a nightclub. Can it be? Is this truly a primary school? A gathering crowd stares in awe at the towering golden sign. Magic City First Primary School. Indeed, a familiar locale. What is this? A nightclub within a primary school? Shall we venture inside? This is exhilarating. Will tickets be required? Well, the security guard. Even the security guard seems to be joining in the festivities. Chapter 11. Live broadcast ratings soar. Have the traffic police been summoned? Inside the studio, 3 experts sit in silence, opting not to comment. This situation is beyond evaluation, as the barrage of comments reveals an audience in absolute ecstasy. To utter anything inappropriate or unpleasing at such a moment would surely dampen the spirits of all present. Xiao Sa and teacher he exchanged knowing smiles, swaying to the rhythm in their chairs. Despite Wang Lao and Professor Li's attempts to maintain solemn expressions, their trembling legs beneath the table betray their resolve. What can one do? The allure is simply irresistible. As long as one is not incapacitated, even those with disabilities find themselves swaying to the rhythm. We reached the pinnacle. We reached the pinnacle. At the rear of the studio, the director, Jiang Minhao, caught up in the rhythm, nearly has his ears overwhelmed by the assistant director's exuberance. What pinnacle? Upon seizing the laptop, Jiang Minhao springs to his feet. Gulp. With a blink of the eye, I scrutinized the data displayed on the screen. The viewership rating for the program Fatherly Love stood at 0.62, securing the top position among the same network's ratings. Its share was an astonishing 15 times that of the currently popular variety show Singer, thus shattering the provincial network's record for the highest viewership. Within the comprehensive live streaming data, the metrics from Su Xiaoyu and his daughter's broadcast were exceptionally prominent, soaring straight to the top. This was merely a result for that time slot. Should the performance persist, the viewership is likely to yield even more formidable figures. I never expected that Su Xiaoyu possessed such remarkable talent. Unable to restrain my admiration, Jiang Minhao continued to observe. On the trending topics list, 1. An 8-year-old DJ igniting the crowd. 2. While others' 8-year-old DJ mind gets disciplined by dad. 3. An electronic masterpiece emerges. Who claims there's a dearth of musical talent in Longhua? 4. A primary school's welcome party showcases a prodigy. 5. Su Xiaoyu. The initial portion of the list was predominantly filled with discussions surrounding Su Xiaoyu. Although the program's production team was scarcely mentioned, it did not imply a lack of visibility. Could it be that we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure? Observing the video of Su Xiaoyu, Jiang Minhao couldn't help but smile. At first glance, Su Yang may not appear to be an exemplary father. However, one cannot overlook the fact that he has a remarkable daughter. The educational approach of a post-2000s father, coupled with the splendid exploits of his DJ daughter, is bound to create a sensational stir. Let the marketing team promote this swiftly. This is our opportunity. Understanding the situation, the deputy director nodded in agreement, albeit with a subtle rhythm in his movements. The collaboration with Central Mama on this program inherently bore pressure. Societal pressures stemmed from the myriad of unarticulated and sensitive issues surrounding parental education. Should parents find the content unsatisfactory, they are likely to voice their objections or report it. The upper echelon pressures pertain to the heat of the data. During the selection process, many families exhibited monotonous daily routines, with some particularly intriguing fathers and children resembling similar scene templates. But here with Su Xiaoyu's DJing prowess appears somewhat unconventional, yet her charm is undeniable. A post-2000s parent nurturing such a talent in their daughter. Surely this topic could ignite public discourse? As I scrolled through the comments section, Jiang Minhao realized his assumptions were indeed correct. Could we have a live streaming link? This is too entertaining. When I was 8, I was still in split pants. Catching loaches. How did she learn to DJ? Isn't Tia just playing music? Anyone could do that, right? Yes, of course. Why is there always a nitpicker around? Just check the live stream, and you'll see. What you perceive as merely playing music actually requires skill. At the entrance of the premier primary school in a magical city, a security guard, engrossed in his own amusement, turned to see a throng of eager faces. What do you all want? His voice escalated a few octaves, and he took several steps back. With so many people suddenly flooding the school gates at night, who wouldn't feel apprehensive? Sir, may we enter to listen to the electronic music? With a displeased glance at the uncle's actions, the young man at the entrance withdrew his hand from the iron gate. If the other party were to call the police, it would lead to a significant misunderstanding. Electronic music? What electronic music? Where in this place could such a thing be found? The uncle's 3 consecutive questions left the person outside at a loss for words. After dancing to the beat for so long, you actually don't realize you're listening to electronic music? It is indeed the very sound you are hearing. The young man pointed into the distance, unable to resist swaying his head along to the rhythm. The beat was so infectious that it made him yearn to witness the prowess of the electronic music master. With such excitement outside, he could hardly imagine the scene within. No, there are too many people. There are too many children here. It's all too chaotic. The security uncle firmly refused, stating that parents are allowed entry, but strangers are not. His duty as a security guard is to protect the safety of these children. Oh, so we came for nothing? Uncle, I graduated from this school. Can I get in? What about your student ID? I don't have it. Degree certificate? At home. How do you prove you are an alumnus then? Faced with the security uncle's inquiries, the other party was left speechless. Who carries their elementary school diploma when going out? As the crowd at the school gates swelled, with many arriving from other cities, the security uncle promptly contacted the principal. The principal stated that those outside the caution line could listen, but if things got out of hand, they would need to disperse the crowd. As he spoke, reinforcements arrived for the security uncle. They were heavily armed security personnel, some wielding riot shields. Well, at least we can listen up close. Glancing at the brightly lit auditorium, only 20 meters away, he noted that the echo from the auditorium made the sounds even more exhilarating from outside. Let us get hyped. With someone taking the lead, the others, already familiar with the nightlife, began to sway their bodies. After all, it was all about enjoying themselves. Uncle, don't close the door. Just as the security uncle was about to shut the door, several individuals rushed over from a distance. Two of them shouted from the car window while still inside. If it weren't for the lack of parking spaces, they would have jumped out and run in. What are you all doing? Coming to listen to a movie? The uncle, having learned a new term, inquired. A movie? It's electronic music. We drove here. Please don't close the door. All right, take it easy. Don't cause any accidents. Seeing the vehicle speed up, the uncle quickly warned them. Soon, more and more people from the city rushed over. Vehicles filled every parking space around the elementary school, with many opting for temporary parking just to hear the electronic music up close. This led to a traffic jam on the 4 thoroughfares leading to the school entrance. Wail! The sound of police sirens blared. All vehicles, please move along quickly. Don't block the road. Chapter 12. An 80-year-old man grooving at midnight. Is it true that the kids are DJing just as you taught them? Uncle, the traffic ahead is too congested. We can't move. A driver of a Magotan poked his head out, expressing his frustration. Hey, what on earth is happening up ahead? The on-duty traffic officer, Li Erniu, adjusted his cap and gazed toward the front of the road. The temporary parking spaces along both sides were nearly overflowing. The 2 central lanes were supposed to be no parking zones, yet they were utterly congested. What is the situation here? Brother Nyo, there's no accident site on this road. The newly assigned officer, a Chong, in a thick northeastern accent, looked bewildered. Moments ago, he had been sharing instant noodles with Brother Nyo when they heard the traffic department's directive about congestion near the prestigious primary school of Modu. As traffic officers, they were acutely aware of their designated routes. There were 4 thoroughfares alongside a non-motorized lane. While school hours might witness some delays, this level of blockage was unprecedented. Let us go take a look. With over a decade of experience, Li Erniu cast a glance ahead and sprinted forward. Achong, don't these drivers seem a bit too calm? Huh, indeed. Have they all changed their temperaments? Following closely behind Brother Nyo, Achong observed the drivers passing by. Typically, motorists were fraught with urgency, some even resorting to cursing. Even Achong himself occasionally found the traffic maddening. Yet now, those trapped in their vehicles appeared unfazed, swaying to music instead. As they approached the front, many young drivers simply exited their cars and began dancing in the street. Look, Brother Nyo, there's a crowd blocking the entrance to the school. Upon nearing the primary school of Modu, the throng of people startled Achong. A tightness gripped Li Erniu's heart as he quickened his pace. This situation seemed indicative of a significant occurrence. After all, this was a primary school. He dared not contemplate the implications of any potential problems. Achong, hurry. Let us find out what is going on. Got it. The pair rushed into the periphery of the crowd. Achong grabbed hold of an elderly woman who appeared unsteady, guiding her to a quieter corner. Grandma, are you feeling unwell? Who is unwell? Just because I'm 60, does that mean I should have problems? You're young and should stop making baseless assumptions. But you look like you were about to fall. Achong scratched his buzz cut, confused. Young man, this is what we call the senior disco. Do you understand fashion? The elderly lady shot him a glance and deftly stood upright. To the bewilderment of Achong and Li Erniu, she began to dance to the music. The exuberance of her movements astonished them. You're in great shape, Mayam, although they could not comprehend her exuberance. Li Erniu was quick to praise the elderly woman for her remarkable vitality. Exactly. Don't think just because I'm older, I should be frail. Regular exercise is the key. The elderly lady spoke, swaying her body as she joined the joyous dance family. Come on, let us ask others. After a sigh of relief, Li Erniu found a seemingly ordinary passerby. After a brief inquiry, he discovered they were all here to attend the elementary school's electronic music gala. Are elementary schools really this trendy nowadays? Brother Nyo, have I truly fallen behind? Observing the nearby, swaying aunties and uncles, Achong, a post-00s youth, felt a tinge of inadequacy. Now, even elementary school students seemed more exuberant than him. Whether he was out of touch or not, they had to clear the path first. Otherwise, they might genuinely incur their superior's wrath. Gazing at the hundreds of people ahead, Li Erniu found himself in a dilemma. Yet duty called, and he could only focus on traffic management. In the auditorium, the lights illuminated and the music abruptly ceased. Let's extend a warm round of applause for Su Yang and his daughter. The host exclaimed with palpable excitement, utterly captivated by Su Xiaoyu's electronic music performance. Who could resist the charm of a stylish electronic music girl combined with an adorable contrast in her appearance? Was that all? It seemed too swift. I just decorated my home in a nightclub style. But what could be done? After all, this was an elementary school ceremony. They were still children, laughing aloud. Who has ever seen a child DJ? Su Xiaoyu was no ordinary child, of that I am certain. Speaking of which, is our live stream truly called Fatherly Love? How did it turn into a disco? Not to mention, who did Su Xiaoyu learn her DJ skills from? That's right. I came here to witness the father-daughter interaction, yet ended up dancing along. The audience, coming back to their senses, gazed at the live stream in bewilderment. This was a program centered around parent-child interaction and family education. Yet Su Xiaoyu's DJ prowess had completely diverted the focus. In the auditorium, as Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu made their entrance, the applause gradually waned, with the crowd curiously observing the father-daughter duo. Both father and daughter bore conspicuous dark circles under their eyes, particularly noticeable under the glaring lights. Mr. Xiaoyu's father, may I ask how your daughter acquired her DJ skills? The host, suppressing a smile, posed a question that piqued everyone as curiosity. The DJ skills of an 8-year-old child left all the parents in the audience astounded. Well, it's nothing extraordinary, just a talent. Su Yang replied succinctly as he took the microphone. Ha ha ha. Am I to laugh myself to death over this, Su Yang? Can DJing really be considered talent? In the future, when Su Xiaoyu enters the workforce, if an employer inquires about her skills, she could simply say she has been DJing for over a decade. The absurdity of the situation was truly enlightening. DJing is indeed a valuable skill. Could the host please pose a crucial question? Who taught her? Blind student, you've pointed out a crucial detail. I too am eager to know who taught her. The audience in the live stream all perked up their ears. So, Su Xiaoyu, who taught you how to DJ? Su Yang's response left the host feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Thus, she crouched down to inquire of the adorable Su Xiaoyu. Of course, I taught her how to DJ, before his daughter could utter a word. Su Yang crouched down beside her and answered the question on her behalf. The audience below, along with the cameras aimed at them, were witnessing a pivotal moment in the portrayal of a devoted father. Indeed, it was my father who taught me. I thoroughly enjoy spinning records. Su Xiaoyu earnestly echoed amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. This revelation left others in attendance somewhat taken aback. With a smile frozen on his face, Su Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. What was happening? Was he unable to secure the coveted title of a good father? Chapter 13. A surge of criticism? A lottery winning a baked potato? Was this truly a lesson from Su Yang, the father? It could not be false. Just look at her proud demeanor. To be candid, I find it somewhat unwise to foster such interests in children. Isn't it true? Spinning records, if framed positively, can be seen as cultivating a talent. Conversely, in less flattering terms, isn't it akin to pushing a child towards nightclubs? Exactly, exclaimed Chung Cheng's mother, perfectly articulating the sentiment. The murmurs from the audience were not loud, yet the sheer number of voices made their dissent unmistakable to both the host and Su Yang on stage. Mr. Su Yang and Miss Xiaoyu, thank you for your performance. The host, sensing the growing unease, refrained from probing further. Mr. Su Xiaoyu possesses considerable talent. With proper guidance, she could flourish. Wang Zhengwo approached with his daughter, offering words of encouragement. He believed that Su Xiaoyu's musical talent had already begun to shine, and learning a traditional instrument could lead to a promising future. Ahem. Thank you, Brother Gua. If Xiaoyu enjoys it, I will certainly nurture her talent. Su Yang coughed lightly, hastily bidding farewell to Wang Jiangwo. Continuing the conversation would only serve to further expose Su Xiaoyu's potential. While interest is indeed the finest teacher, whether or not his daughter could master other instruments remained uncertain, as her mother had already attempted various approaches. Even the teachers had remarked that the child struggled with pitch. It would be prudent for her to stick to spinning records. Who says electronic music cannot enrich one's sensibilities? Mr. Xiaoyu, on behalf of all the faculty and students, we thank you for your performance. At the entrance of the auditorium, Principal Wang Yu promptly stepped forward to shake hands in gratitude. Who are those people? Su Yang inquired, observing the throng gathered at the school gate, along with traffic police donned in reflective vests. Nothing to worry about. They are here for the welcome gala. You can exit through the back door. I will handle the rest. Wang Yu smiled, shaking his head at teacher Xiao Zhou and the others, taking it upon himself. This was among the last few tasks he could fulfill as a seasoned principal. Is that so? Well then, Principal Wang, Director, Teacher Xiao Zhou, farewell. If there are future performances, we would be delighted to participate again. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Teacher Xiao Zhou nearly stumbled. Another time? Do you realize the troubles this performance has already caused, including traffic congestion? Yet, as Xiaoyu's teacher, she could only smile and nod in agreement. Waving goodbye while holding his daughter, Su Yang hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled home. Let us go. Home. The dramatic shift in the attitudes of the parents in the auditorium was not lost on Su Yang, yet he paid it little mind. The skill of DJing was indeed somewhat unconventional, and as a father, Su Yang had contemplated whether to encourage his daughter, Xiaoyu, to pursue it. Ultimately, he deemed that practicing DJing at home would not adversely affect the child. After all, is electronic music not a form of art? As long as she was not influenced by the nightlife atmosphere, there was no harm in learning. Upon returning home, Su Yang initiated a video call with his wife. How was the welcome party? He inquired. It went splendidly. Both teachers and parents applauded Xiaoyu. She replied, Is that so? Show me the video. Su Yang, preoccupied with cheering for his daughter, had momentarily forgotten about the recording. He smacked his forehead and casually remarked, When will you be back, Mom? Receiving the cue, Xiaoyu took the phone and, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, When will you return? The woman on the other end of the video felt her heart shatter upon hearing her daughter's voice. Yet, for the sake of a brighter future, she had to suppress her emotions. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Just listen to your father, she reassured. While the mother-daughter moment was tender, Su Yang quietly slipped into the living room. Despite the flood of negative reviews, he recognized that even criticisms brought popularity and opportunities for giveaways. Su Yang, professional father, popularity positive reviews, 60-35, popularity negative reviews, 35602, an astonishing ratio of 1-6 in favor of negative reviews. Those listeners seemed to be having a blast while enjoying the music, yet once they settled down, they transformed into paragons of virtue. After voicing his thoughts on the audience and parents present during the live broadcast, Su Yang naturally proceeded with the next round of giveaways. Negative reviews were merely that. Even if the skills gained were unfavorable, a higher level still held value. Though DJing seemed unbeneficial now, in the future, if someone noticed his child, she could easily venture into music festivals or nightclubs. Would those not yield substantial earnings? However, Su Yang quickly dismissed this notion. His wife, while excellent in all respects, had a hint of sternness. Clearing his throat, he announced, Let us commence the giveaway. Giveaway starting. Consuming 10,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, potato roasting technique. What on earth? 10,000 popularity points for a method to roast potatoes? Su Yang was taken aback, questioning how the system had veered into such absurdity. Surely, anyone could roast potatoes by tossing them into the fire until the skin was charred, enough to make the neighboring children weep with envy. Let us continue the giveaway. Giveaway starting, consuming 10,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, lock picking. His cup nearly slipped from his grasp as Su Yang stared intently at the system panel. Su Yang, full-time father, skills, DJing master, potato roasting beginner, lock-picking beginner, popularity positive reviews, 6035, popularity negative reviews, 15602. Is the system trying to send me to jail? Lock-picking, really? Su Yang sighed, noticing the system remained unresponsive. He is aware that using negative reviews for a lottery could lead to undesirable consequences. Yet he finds it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation. Had he known earlier, he could have simply redeemed commendation points for the lottery instead. Xiaoyu, have you spoken with your mother? The bedroom door creaked open as Su Xiaoyu emerged, phone in hand. Yes. I've already reassured her that we are well fed and well cared for, so she need not worry. As she handed the phone to her father, the traces of tears had vanished from her cherubic face, replaced by a radiant smile. All right, let me teach you something amusing. Remember, under normal circumstances, we should not reveal our identities. What is so amusing? Have you heard of the master thief? I am a successor. Go on, you're just blowing smoke. You don't believe me? Nope. Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. She knew her father all too well. A man who forgets his keys when leaving the house claims to be a master thief? Let us wager your pocket money. If you lose, you owe me 100. You want to con me out of my allowance? Not a chance. Su Xiaoyu tightened her grip on her pocket, feigning indifference. This left Su Yang in a predicament. With limited change on hand, he was left to borrow from his daughter. Bring me your toy lock, and I shall demonstrate how to pick a lock with a single needle. First like this, then like that. With a flourish, the toy handcuffs tightened further. Su Xiaoyu pouted, her expression one of playful mockery. Oops, a slip-up. How about you give it a try? I will. Just watch closely, father. As his daughter fell for the ruse. Suyang manida discrites mai. The act of unlocking the toy was merely bait. The real skill lay in teaching her the art of lock-picking. Unlocking my own toy lock isn't illegal, is it? Daddy, the toy lock challenge. Why not try a real door lock? All right, but remember, only your own door lock. Got it? As night deepened, neither Su Yang nor Su Xiaoyu showed any signs of slumber. Chapter 14. Are Su Yang and his daughter being eliminated? The production team and audience are quietly exerting influence. Oh no, this has certainly put Su Yang in a tight spot. Ha ha, how could he even say that? As a father, is it really appropriate to take his child to a nightclub to learn DJing? At this level, one might question whether Xiaoyu's family resides in a nightclub. For how else could she be so effortlessly adept? Can such a father truly be considered a good one? To be frank, from Su Yang's perspective, it seems acceptable. However, from Xiaoyu's viewpoint, I find it somewhat lacking. Yet, one cannot dismiss the fact that Xiaoyu at least gained joy from it, right? She was incredibly confident while DJing. In a live broadcast room, following Su Yang's responses, opinions quickly divided into two factions. The majority felt that Su Yang's actions were misguided. Even if DJing had become Xiaoyu's forte, it could not be deemed a merit of a good father. Conversely, a smaller group believed that Su Yang was in the right. After all, nurturing a child's interests is essential. DJing is not merely about spinning records. It encompasses various music theories and settings that require study. If there was no genuine passion, the child would have long given up. In the conference room of Mango TV, with the conclusion of the welcome party, the first episode of Fatherly Love has also reached its finale. However, the production team intends to discuss the polarized opinions behind the scenes. Let us first examine the data from the inaugural episode. The large screen in the conference room displayed the voting rankings of all the families. As of 9 o'clock, the leading position was claimed by Wang Jiangwo, a father from the post-80s generation, with an impressive 260,000 votes. In second place was Li Xian, a post-90s father, with 198,510 votes, followed by Jiang Cheng, also from the post-80s, with 184,850 votes. Now, let us turn our attention to the voting results of Su Yang and his daughter. Upon noticing their absence from the top 50 on the screen, Jiang Minheo inquired directly. Su Xiaoyu's DJ performance captivated so many people. Could it be that they were unaware of the voting segment? Well, Su Yang garnered 31,541 votes, placing them at the 135th position. Being in 135th place, Does that not imply they are at risk of elimination? Hearing this, the assistant director could not help but ask. In everyone's mind, although Su Yang had not performed exceptionally well, at the very least, Su Xiaoyu's performance had drawn a significant audience to the live broadcast. How could it be that they ranked lower than other families? All of Wang's votes for advancement had been utilized. Must we truly eliminate Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu? The voting link would close at 10 o'clock, leaving only an hour until the end. However, the live broadcast room had already been largely abandoned, as one could imagine. The 128th place held 120 votes, making it nearly impossible for Su Yang to surpass that number. Eliminating Su Yang? Would that not invite ridicule from other shows? Su Xiaoyu and Su Yang are indeed the hot topics of our production. Without them, the youth would likely not even tune in. Indeed, we tout Su Yang, who would spark discussions in the next episode. Setting aside Su Yang's parenting skills, even Su Xiaoyu's remarkable DJing talent is a rare gem. Listening to the dissenting voices in the conference room, Jiang Minheo was well aware of the stakes. The absence of Su Yang and his daughter would cause the viewership of other participants to drop by approximately 10%. Yet, altering the program rules for Su Yang was simply out of the question. First, the ranking data would be released, followed by an increase in promotional efforts for Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu. Whether they could secure a spot in the top 128 would depend on the audience's response. The production team swiftly mobilized to promote Su Yang's votes in the final hour. Online, the catchy tune rapidly gained traction, particularly on short video platforms. The view count soared to a staggering 100 million within half an hour. Who was the mastermind behind this extraordinary remix? Is truly a delight. Indeed, the rhythm exudes emotions that other electronic music lacks. It is rumored to be the work of an 8-year-old child. If you wish to learn more, why not check out the Fatherly Love production team? 8 years old? Can you tell me an 8-year-old can DJ? Soon, a plethora of comments from experts appeared beneath the Weibo post of the Fatherly Love production team. Only by experiencing the live rendition of Open and the Power of the Primordial can one truly appreciate the breathtaking brilliance of this composition. Of course, the primary highlight remains the performer, Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, the rankings and rules have been announced once more. Under the official account, the standings and regulations reappear. A discerning eye quickly spots Su Xiaoyu's position, 135th place, perilously close to elimination. My friends, can we allow our electronic music maestro to be ousted? Goodness, has the production team really not received any votes for her advancement? With just 20 minutes remaining, if we wish to continue witnessing Su Xiaoyu and the rather mediocre Su Yang, we must vote immediately. It is imperative that we cast our votes. Charge forth. Alas, I expended my votes earlier in the day and must seek assistance from others. Su Yang's performance earlier was rather displeasing. Who could have known that his daughter would shine so brilliantly later? Let's spread the word and rally more supporters. My father has stated that if I do not vote for Su Xiaoyu, he will break my legs. Meanwhile, in the backstage studio of the production team, Jiang Minheo and the others observed the rising numbers with smiles on their faces. However, it was still far from sufficient. 350 votes. Still lacking over 100,000 votes to reach 128th place. Why are we all just standing around? Hurry and urge our families to vote. The assistant director pulled out his phone and called out to his colleagues. Although the production team's vote count was negligible, every additional vote mattered. Darn it, who cast my vote? The screen on his phone prompted the assistant director to curse vehemently. He intended to cast a vote for Su Yang, but was reminded that he had already done so. Assistant director, you were the one who said this father was inadequate this afternoon, a colleague chimed in. Initially, he did seem a bit lacking, the assistant director sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Not treating such a lovely child as Su Xiaoyu properly naturally infuriated the assistant director, a devoted father and daughter enthusiast. Use my phone. Every vote counts. Jiang Minheo, with a hint of resignation, handed his phone to the assistant director. If Su Yang were indeed eliminated, the only way back would be through a revival qualification. For otherwise, there would be no chance of returning to the spotlight. Time ticked away, and what should have been a quiet Su Yang live stream swelled to over 100,000 viewers. Under the direction of Su Xiaoyu's fans, The audience mobilized every possible resource. Their singular objective, to propel Su Xiaoyu into the top 128. Is there a chance? In just 10 minutes, the numbers climbed to 210. Just before the final tally, the father-daughter duo of Su Yang narrowly triumphed with 133 for 140 votes. They have finally advanced. In the backstage studio, the assistant director and his colleagues leaped with joy. The advancement of Su Yang and his daughter brought only benefits for the production team. Thus, even Jiang Minheo, a director who had orchestrated numerous variety shows, breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Su Yang's home, a burnt odor wafted through the air. Xiaoyu, I told you to bake a potato, not set the house ablaze. Chapter 15. Exams are no match for baked potatoes. First place in the baked potato competition, a new weekend dawns. Beneath the radiant sun, within an aged apartment on the third floor of a certain district in a magical city, a conversation unfolded. Is your father still asleep? Inquired Jiang Xiao, observing Su Xiaoyu as she diligently tidied her toys in the living room. They had been there for nearly an hour. It was Su Xiaoyu who had answered the door. Was Su Yang truly indulging in nocturnal revelries every night? Surely not. If he were awake, he would have called for me. Uncle, please wait a moment. Once she had organized her toys, Su Xiaoyu obediently settled at her little table, rummaging through her backpack for her homework. Her endearing demeanor melted the hearts of the viewers in the live stream. Oh my, one adorable and well-behaved little fish. I am utterly smitten. To be frank, if it weren't for Su Xiaoyu, I would never have cast my vote for Su Yang. Add 1. What incredible fortune Su Yang must have accrued over several lifetimes to have such a delightful and understanding daughter. As the clock approached 10, one couldn't help but wonder if Su Yang had ventured out to the club once more. It was certainly possible, especially since Xiaoyu seemed to sport dark circles under her eyes. I could just strangle this irresponsible father. As time ticked away, just as Jiang was about to enter and call out, Su Yang's voice echoed, Xiaoyu, I'm thirsty. Coming. Su Xiaoyu replied, shrugging toward the camera, setting down her pen, and swiftly darting into the kitchen. With the gaze of her companions upon her, she climbed onto a stool, opened a refrigerator, and poured herself a glass of lemonade. Cautiously, she carried it into the bedroom. Jiang and the others exchanged glances, dumbfounded. No wonder Su Xiaoyu mentioned that Su Yang needed his daughter to bring him water after rising. Was it truly so? As the cameraman shifted the lens to the table, an examination paper rolled into view. Mathematics, 26. Chinese, 52. English, 59. The stark contrast of red ink on white paper clearly displayed Su Xiaoyu's dismal exam results. Aside from barely passing English, her scores were abysmal. Ha! Who would have thought that little fish was a poor student? One remarked, can you imagine how my mother would react to such scores? I'm a child of the 90s. Would you prefer fried noodles or stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? My friend, we share a common plight. Ever since I entered elementary school, my rear end has been in constant peril. Tears well up at the thought. If my child brought home such scores, I wouldn't be so violent in my response. My friend, are you still considering having children? I once thought the same when I got married, but upon seeing those grades yesterday, I truly refrained from striking the child. Exactly. We have all been through this. We must understand the children. As long as they are healthy, that is what truly matters. Cough. My blood pressure is rising. I had no time to act. And what about little Xiaoyu? Many had already envisioned the outcome for her. Su Yang, the negligent father, would surely serve her a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. The mere thought of such a charming child in tears caused many viewers to quietly exit the live stream. Remember to hold me back later. Silently returning the report card to its place, Jiang rejoined the crew of photographers. He held a deep fondness for little Xiaoyu and feared that Su Yang's approach to parenting might be too harsh. Everyone arrived so early, didn't they? Yawning, Su Yang greeted with a smile. He had seen the news online over the past few days, namely that the production team had heavily promoted him that night, which ultimately allowed him to secure a place among the top 138. Naturally, Su Yang was immensely grateful for this. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, garnering such attention would likely have meant only elimination. Are there any more little fish or potatoes? Su Yang inquired while preparing for his morning routine. Without a doubt. After several days of practice, Su Xiaoyu's roasted potatoes had become a delectable dish. He wondered if the potatoes at home had been completely consumed. It seemed there were still 2 left. From the kitchen, the excited voice of Su Xiaoyu resonated. All right, let us eat them all. Good. Ha! The cheerful tone of Su Xiaoyu left Jiang and the others puzzled. Why was one so elated over a potato? However, they could not inquire further and had to wait for Su Yang to emerge. Feeling refreshed, Su Yang entered the living room and casually took a seat. The books on the table appeared to be in disarray. Someone should tidy up these books, he remarked with mild annoyance while rummaging through his backpack. Jiang and the others silently observed, having already imagined Su Yang's potential outburst. Before visiting Su Yang's home, his colleagues had faced disappointing exam results, with nearly all experiencing dismal outcomes: 26 in mathematics, 52 in Chinese, and 59 in English. Picking up his test paper, Su Yang muttered about his scores, which heightened the tension among Jiang and the others. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen. The audience in both the living room and the live stream held their breath in anticipation. Xiaoyu, are the roasted potatoes ready? Su Yang casually shoved the test paper into his backpack and rubbed his hands together, asking. Almost done. Just 2 more minutes, she replied. 2 more minutes? I'm nearly starving. Dad, I have a secret to tell you. Waiting gloves, Su Xiaoyu approached Su Yang. Her demeanor mysteriously bluffed. What is it? Is it true? Listening to his daughter whispering in his ear, Su Yang burst into laughter. The exchange between father and daughter left Jiang and the others exchanging bewildered glances, utterly confused by the unfolding events. How could Su Yang be so amused after seeing such a test paper? Su Yang, what are you laughing about? Ha ha ha. Do you know? Xiaoyu won first place in the roasted potato competition. Half a bag of potatoes from the whole class was roasted by her, and the teacher even said she would receive a certificate. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Last week, the class teacher organized a picnic where everyone prepared food under the teacher's guidance. During this time, Xiaoyu took on the role of the roasted potato master, captivating the taste buds of both the teacher and her classmates with her culinary prowess. When Su Yang revealed this incident, Jiang and others were taken aback. First place in the roasted potato competition, they were at a loss for words. Concerned whether Su Yang would be upset, yet his focus was entirely on the roasted potatoes. Dad, I didn't do well on the exam. Su Xiaoyu said, her smile fading from her face. Failing an exam is simply failing, but achieving the title of the best baked potato is truly impressive. Father, at this moment, I yearn for your delightful baked potatoes. Hurry and check on them. We wouldn't want them to burn. Hee hee. How could the master of baked potatoes possibly char them? The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. Truly, as the representative of the post-2000 generation, Su Yang's priorities are amusingly misplaced. How could he compare exams to baking potatoes? I worry for Xiaoyu unnecessarily, as Su Yang appears to be completely carefree. After all, how can the daughter's grades hold any significance against baked potatoes? One wonders if Su Yang is even considering a daughter who is 21 years old. What a thought. I can hardly contain my laughter. The focus of this father-daughter duo always leaves me bewildered, yet it brings me great amusement. Speaking of which, can Xiaoyu truly secure first place with her baked potatoes? Is there truly an art to baking potatoes? Xiaoyu, though my skills may be somewhat misguided, pay no heed to that. How prideful. Chapter 16. The Dapper Yellow-Haired Father. A collision of Western and Chinese weddings. What do you think of this hairstyle? Is it perhaps a tad too green? In the salon's lounge area, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu debated over hairstyle options for a good 15 minutes. Jiang, glancing over, soon found a spot to sit in silence. Su Yang's taste truly leaves him at a loss for words. He actually wishes to dye his hair green? This is rather hard for Jiang, born in the 90s, to accept. Old Jiang, what is your opinion? Su Yang, admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror, casually inquired. You should decide for yourself, or perhaps heed Xiaoyu's advice. Jiang thought for a moment, but added, allowing Su Yang to don green hair would be utterly outrageous. Fair enough. Let us follow Xiaoyu's suggestion then. Teacher, I wish to have this haircut. Are you certain? Absolutely. Let us proceed. Half an hour later, a strikingly handsome Su Yang examined himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Xiaoyu, let us go. Where are you hiding? We're running out of time. He scooped up the timid Xiaoyu, who was hiding behind a pillar, oblivious to her disdainful expression. Sir, is this your sister? Inquired the middle-aged barber, tidying up the floor with curiosity. Huh, my sister? No, this is my daughter. Quite the resemblance. I assent it. She is my own. Goodbye. As Su Yang and Xiaoyu exited the salon amidst the barber's bewildered gaze, the glaring sunlight was overshadowed by the striking yellow hair. In the sunlight, his golden locks danced like flames in the wind. Goodness, they say that raising a daughter requires vigilance against mischief and yellow-haired youths. Yet here Su Yang is, sporting yellow hair himself. Did you see the barber's barely contained expression? I nearly burst out laughing. The child is already so grown, and he opts for yellow hair? No wonder Xiaoyu looks so reluctant to be seen with him. To be honest, if my father dyed his hair like this, I shudder at the thought. Su Xiaoyu, just consider how absurd it is that my yellow-haired father frightens away potential suitors. Ha! Have you all noticed Su Yang with his yellow hair? Is he not becoming increasingly handsome? Does he not evoke a sense of first love? Oh dear, sister, you truly seem famished. This is indeed a golden-haired gentleman already taken. Inside the business vehicle, Su Yang sent the address to the driver. Fusho Village? Jiang glanced over, curious to inquire. Indeed, it is my hometown. I am returning today to attend a wedding. You are all in for a treat. We shall indulge in a feast. After discussing today's itinerary for a moment, Su Yang yawned once more. Last night, he had been engaged in lock-picking games with Su Xiaoyu until the early hours. The child was brimming with energy, while he, as the father, was feeling quite fatigued. Su Yang, full-time dad, skills, DJ master, potato roasting master, lock-picking master, popularity rating 9,608, negative feedback 12952. Fortunately, there was no necessity for extensive practice on his part. With a tenfold feedback capacity, he merely needed to ensure his daughter learned. A wedding? A feast? Before Jiang could press for further details, Su Yang had already drifted off into slumber in Su Xiaoyu's embrace. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu adjusted his father's posture, concerned he might wake with a stiff neck. After all, his pocket money was still in his father's hands. At this juncture, attending the feast seemed uncertain. It was already past 11. How far was Fusho Village from the city? 113 kilometers, according to the latest navigation, and considering the midday traffic, it would be quite challenging. Can Su Yang, as a father, truly be relied upon? Shouldn't they leave earlier for the feast? A father with golden hair, what do you think? He might as well roast potatoes instead. Alas, it is a rare opportunity to witness a traditional rural wedding. Yet Su Yang seems to be faltering. All the goodwill from the morning towards Xiaoyu has dissipated. Presently, I genuinely do not hold high hopes for Su Yang. Would it not be better to refrain from voting? Let us wait and see, for Xiaoyu is still here. Negative feedback 1. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the bustling metropolis, there is a live-streaming event exclusively featuring the 90s father, Li Xian. As the car door opened, Li Xian stepped out with his son, Li Bei. Dressed impeccably in a stylish suit, he resembled a model from a fashion magazine, exuding an air of elegance. With every step he took, he stirred the hearts of many young ladies. Behold, this is the prowess of our 90s fathers, mature and irresistibly charming. Indeed, Li Xian, as the second-place contender, not only excels in his parenting, but is also a successful entrepreneur from overseas. His qualifications are beyond question. Truly handsome. If he were my father, I would feel immense pride. This inevitably leads to a comparison with the neighboring aughts golden-haired Su Yang. How can the two even be compared? Ahem, must we include the aughts? He is an exception, after all. Anticipation builds for the activities of Li Xian and his son today. Mr. Li, may I inquire what is planned for today? The representative responsible for following and filming asked on behalf of the audience. In the previous episode, this 90s father shared insights on how to foster a friendly relationship with children through daily interactions, garnering substantial support. The production team is equally eager to witness his performance this time, as they're participating in my sister's wedding ceremony. Calm and composed, Li Xian smiled and gestured to his surroundings. As a business owner, he naturally sought to secure the top position, thereby promoting his company without charge. Thus, Li Xian deliberately selected this significant day. The entire venue had been reserved, with Xiao Bei serving as the flower girl for the bride. The cameraman followed Li Xian's lead, quickly capturing the breathtaking wedding venue adorned with lilies, roses, and carnations. From a distance, 12 white fabric-draped arches could be seen, surrounded by blooming flowers and white balloons, showcasing the romance and sweetness of the occasion. Oh my, what a beautiful wedding venue. This can certainly be considered a model of a Western-style wedding. Can it? I must take a good look. Having one's child play the role of a flower girl carries substantial educational significance. Indeed. Only by experiencing beauty can one truly appreciate the sanctity of future marriage. Li Xian's father possesses such elegance. One truly must cast a vote in favor of the couple. Are you voting? As soon as the link goes live today, I will vote for Li Xian. He looks absolutely dashing. Number 128 will live stream a Chinese wedding, while this venue will broadcast a Western wedding. I'm at a loss as to which to watch. Isn't it so? Su Yang will probably only get to eat the leftovers. And aren't rural weddings nowadays just pseudo-Western? Chapter 17. The Romance of Chinese Weddings. Is Su Xiaoyu going to welcome the bride? Inside the studio, the large screen displayed scenes of Su Yang and Li Xian. Upon learning that both would attend the wedding, director Jiang Minhao keenly recognized the potential for a heated discussion. The clash of rural versus urban weddings and the differences between Chinese and Western ceremonies aligns perfectly with the family growth and education themes of the Fatherly Love program. After all, weddings are part of family education too. Sigh. I can't discern the slightest hint of urgency on Su Yang's face. In fact, he appears to be sleeping soundly. Psychological expert Gao Yun observed Su Yang closely through the screen for 2 minutes, noting that he seemed utterly unfazed by the occasion. This lad is intriguing, from his earlier reaction to exam results to his current indifference towards the wedding feast. Frankly, as an elder, I now find myself entirely bewildered by the post-2000 generation. As he sipped his tea, Li Long couldn't help but reflect. As an educational expert, he refrains from scolding children who perform poorly academically. Instead, he seeks to identify their shortcomings and assist them in improvement. With Su Yang, however, he seems oblivious to the situation, displaying a carefree demeanor. Therefore, I have decided to retain my voting rights for this round and observe the performances of Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu as a father-daughter duo. Had this been in our hometown, arriving late to a wedding banquet, while not as severe as a major faux pas, would certainly invite discussion. Su Yang truly embodies the essence of the post-2000 generation. Hijio, sitting nearby, chuckled. Isn't it so? Not even rushing to enjoy the festivities. As a member of the post-90s generation, I genuinely struggle to understand those from the post-2000s. Why are you all looking at me? Amidst the focused gazes of the crowd, the inquisitive Xiao Sa inquired, Are you certain you belong to the post-90s generation? My heart is from the 90s. Is that not sufficient? Upon hearing Xiao Sa's bold retort, laughter erupted among those in the studio. Truly a heartthrob. Age may encroach upon the body, but the spirit remains youthful, and that is perfectly fine. Xiao Sa makes a valid point. Given that Su Yang arrived rather late, why indulge in a feast? Would it not be simpler to return home? Although I am from the post-00s, I must admit a fondness for banquets, and I am well aware of the adage. It is better to arrive early than late. Indeed, we have all been through it. One could say Su Yang is quite the outlier. He has spent the entire day on the road. Poor Su Xiaoyu. Quick, let us go watch. The Western-style wedding is about to commence. Just as the crowd continued to jest about Su Yang's tardiness, the wedding ceremony on Li Xian's side had already begun. To the sound of music, the bride, hand in hand with her father, stepped gracefully through the archway adorned in white lace. As flower children, Li Bei and a girl of similar age scattered petals into the air. Please take good care of my daughter. The father of the bride's voice resonated as he entrusted his daughter to the groom. I will, father, the groom respectfully replied, leading the bride to the sacred altar of marital vows. Do you take him as your husband? I do. And do you take her as your wife? I do. They exchanged wedding rings. Li Xian's wife presented the rings, and under the watchful eyes of the priest and all present, the bride and groom exchanged tokens of their love. Ceremony complete. Another wave of music filled the air as white balloons ascended into the sky, showering petals all around. Wow, how romantic! Su Xiaoyu. Such a wedding would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. Honestly, witnessing a wedding like this brings me to tears every time. To witness the union of a couple, one can only commend the excellent arrangements made by Li Xian's father. Be sure to cast your votes for Li Xian and his son. I long to see their interactions, as it will be tremendously beneficial for my parenting. It must be noted that at this moment, Su Yang was still en route to the wedding ceremony. How amusing! Upon his arrival, will he be able to head straight home? By 3 o'clock, the business vehicle finally reached the entrance of Fusho village. Have we truly arrived? A sleepy Su Yang, accompanied by his entourage, disembarked. Observing the continuous stream of guests arriving from various locations, Jiang and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. Su Yang, is a wedding here not held in the evening? No, it is during the twilight hours, Su Yang clarified. Naturally, weddings are meant to take place at dusk. Keep up. Although Jiang found himself without grounds for rebuttal, his eyes widened in astonishment. Gazing through the village entrance, it was evident that the entire locale was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. Upon reaching the wedding venue, they beheld the grand red-painted doors adorned with vibrant lanterns and a pathway covered in red silk. Just from the entrance, the ancient architecture, accentuated by the red fabric and lanterns, embodied a distinctly festive Chinese ambience. Old Wang, is Su Yang correct? Can weddings truly be held at twilight? The eager young Sa hurriedly approached the well-versed elder Wang for guidance. To his astonishment, he found himself witnessing such a traditional wedding ceremony. Indeed, the ancestors believed that the auspicious time for marriage was at dusk, hence weddings were held in the evening, referred to as evening rites. However, as time evolved, this has come to be known simply as a wedding. It is remarkable that the Su family has chosen to uphold the traditional customs of the 3 letters and 6 rites. This promises to be quite an intriguing affair. Listening to Elder Wang's analysis, the audience in the live stream was left in awe. What a revelation! Who would have thought that weddings could truly take place at dusk? Just moments ago, I felt an urge to reprimand Su Yang for his foolishness. Frankly, traditional Chinese weddings appear to be far more romantic. Indeed, with the 3 letters and 6 rites ceremony, along with the rituals of worshiping heaven and earth and the lively celebrations, that is what one calls a festive occasion. While Western weddings are romantic in their own right, they seem to lack a certain essence. It appears we have misjudged Su Yang. He has timed everything perfectly. As long as he can present me with a complete traditional Chinese wedding, I shall cast my vote in his favor. Count me in. However, why is little Yuer don a hanfu? In the midst of everyone's gaze, Su Xiaoyu swiftly changed into a specially crafted hanfu. Adorned with a delicate silver crown and a charmingly made-up face, she resembled a living ancient princess. Be good and earn a few red envelopes when you accompany your uncle to receive the bride, Su Yang reminded her. Although he too had changed his attire, his striking yellow hair made him stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Daddy, I understand. With her tiny hands rubbing together, Su Xiaoyu quickly followed the groom outside. What a well-behaved child she is. Nearby, Jiang quietly stepped back as the photographers divided into 2 groups to begin capturing the moments. They were all curious to see how Su Xiaoyu would handle the task of welcoming the bride. Chapter 18. The interference of the bride's close friend. The heartfelt one heart, one mind lock. Is Su Xiaoyu really going to welcome the bride? Is there such a custom? Who knows? But this will surely be entertaining to watch. Ha ha ha. The thought of little Yuer receiving the bride is delightful. Since Su Yang is already married, he cannot partake, but thankfully, little Yuer can join in. I must inform my boyfriend. This wedding ceremony promises to be engaging. I'm already looking forward to it. To be honest, the previous Western wedding felt too swift, leaving me wanting more. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, little Yuer followed her uncle and soon arrived at the bride's residence. The festive red lanterns adorned the entrance, yet the crimson door stood tightly shut. Minggu, please go ahead and knock, urged the groom, Su Ming, clad in a dragon and phoenix robe, amidst the laughter of the crowd as he approached the red door. Bang, bang, bang. I have come to fetch the bride. Feel free to state any demands. We shall surely comply. Observing the iron chain on the door, Su Ming quickly added, knowing there would be obstacles in welcoming the bride. He was taken aback to find it locked. Groom, this lock is known as the One Heart, One Mind lock. As long as you are wholeheartedly devoted to Kair, this lock can be easily opened. Conversely, do not expect to enter the grand door today. Behind the door, the bride's close friends are exchanging banter. Ahem, how can I prove that my brother Ming is truly devoted? It's simple. First, find a symbol of unwavering devotion outside the courtyard, then observe your performance. The ambiguous response left Su Ming scratching his head. Quickly, what could symbolize unwavering devotion? What is that? A sister, could you offer a hint? Good luck with that. If you can't find it, you won't see the bride. Seeing that those inside remained tight-lipped, the suitors dispersed, beginning their search for a symbol of unwavering devotion in the vast street. In the afternoon dusk, a group of groomsmen dressed in various dragon and phoenix robes and horse-faced skirts bent over in search along the street. I'm sorry, I simply cannot contain my laughter. This is too amusing. The bridesmaids are quite merciless. Aren't they? What on earth could represent unwavering devotion? I have no clue. I couldn't even find anything online. This scene is so comical. I can only imagine the bride inside is anxious about her foolish groom. This is how it should be. Weddings ought to be lively and joyous, everyone celebrating together. Who invented the custom of fetching the bride in the morning? It made me lose sleep. I suddenly feel that a simple ceremony would be far better. You are absolutely right. The only uncertainty is whether we can find a clue before sunset. Onlookers began to express concern for the groom. After all, who knows what this symbol of unwavering devotion could be? Even if they found it, it would likely be a source of embarrassment. What should we do? Why don't you all climb over the wall to open the door? Su Ming and the others gathered anxiously together. Ming, why don't you try again? Offer a little red envelope. We'll find a ladder and climb over the wall from the other side. After some discussion, Su Ming approached the grand entrance. Sister, I will give 10 red envelopes if you tell me where the key is. Is that acceptable? Behind the door, a flurry of chatter ensued. Soon, a girl responsible for dialogue coughed twice. Groom, you just begun searching and already wish to give up? Keep looking, otherwise, no one will get in with 10 red envelopes each. Hearing this made Su Ming feel overwhelmed. What exactly could symbolize unwavering devotion? Looking back at the welcoming villagers, everyone was stifling laughter, yet not one offered him a hint. 10 envelopes, each not enough? Then I'll give 20. Receiving gestures of agreement from his brothers, Su Ming launched a feigned attack from the front. Once inside, what was there to fear about finding the key? 20? That seems. Hurry. Someone is about to climb over the wall. Catch him. Glancing to one side of the grand door, a groomsman had already placed one foot on the wall, but was swiftly pulled down by several bridesmaids before he could open the door, quickly silencing him. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the other groomsmen. The latter looked quite effective, but it was clearly a trap inside. Brother, hold on. I'll keep searching. Regardless of her brother's cries for help, Su Ming and his companions could only hasten their pace. Uncle, I want a red envelope. Su Ming, panting, turned to see his little niece, Su Xiaoyu, reaching out to him. He handed her a red envelope, knowing she would later scatter flowers. Don't worry, uncle. With me, Su Xiaoyu, you will definitely get in. With that declaration, she placed the flower basket on the ground and dashed away. Xiaoyu, be careful. Don't fall. Su Ming called out, watching her scurry off in search of props. Soon, little Xiaoyu arrived at the grand entrance. Knock, knock, knock. She tiptoed to rap on the door, her tender voice ringing out, Sisters, I'm here to open the door for Uncle. Will you cry if you don't get a red envelope? Inside, the bridesmaids burst into laughter. Little sister, we will definitely not cry. Ha! If you manage to open the door, we'll give you a red envelope too. Is this the niece of Kai? She is absolutely adorable. The bridesmaids teased, peering through the door's camera. Ah, how can Xiaoyu be so endearing? She wants to open the door for Uncle. This red envelope is truly well-deserved. Ha! Our Xiaoyu will have to work hard for her red envelope. Sigh. It seems this door will require quite a bit from the groom. At least 20 red envelopes to start. Indeed, this stubborn lock appears quite formidable. Such a large brass lock. It seemed Xiaoyu would be disappointed, as she might not be able to assist her uncle. Just when everyone thought Su Xiaoyu would give up, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she grasped the hefty brass lock, examining it, and then removed a silver hairpin from her head. Under the gaze of all, she plunged the pin into the lock, beginning to manipulate it. The photographer stood in astonishment. Is this child really attempting to pick the lock? Chapter 19. Can a silver hairpin open a brass lock? Is Su Xiaoyu experienced in this? Goodness. Has she watched too many movies to think she can pick a lock herself? Laughter erupted as they observed Xiaoyu's earnestness, resembling a little thief. In truth, if one identifies the right mechanism within such a brass lock and uses the hairpin to engage the trigger, it can be accomplished quite easily. Upstairs, have you filed a report at the police station? You're not a little thief, are you? Lock picking is a skillful endeavor. Could Su Xiaoyu truly manage it? Amidst the skeptical gazes, the photographer focused intently on the small hand attempting to manipulate the lock. Time seemed to stand still for everyone present, except for Su Ming and the others searching for props behind her. Su Xiaoyu diligently sought the lock core, although the hairpin was too bulky to engage fully. Fortunately, she learned many techniques just days prior while playing with her father. Click! A faint sound emanated from within the lock, and Su Xiaoyu sensed success was near. With another tentative turn of the hairpin, she finally located the mechanism within the lock. Crack! With that sound, the formidable brass lock swung open effortlessly. When the copper lock was removed by Su Xiaoyu, the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. Oh my goodness! Is this for real? How did she accomplish that? They exclaimed in astonishment. If I were given a year, I doubt I could manage it, one remarked. I once attempted to learn how to pick locks, and guess what? In the end, I jammed all the locks in my house and had to eat bamboo shoots with pork for 3 days. Su Xiaoyu, after mastering DJing, also knows how to pick locks? Such a peculiar skill. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? In any case, I remained skeptical. Inside the main door, a group of bridesmaids surrounded the recently captured foe, each wearing a mischievous grin. Sisters, it's nearly dark. Hurry and give me some hints about Minggu. One implored. What are you rambling about? It's only been a few minutes. Nightfall is still far off, another retorted. And if you keep babbling, we might not hesitate to tie you up. The bridesmaids threatened with playful smiles. Quick, see if the little niece is crying. You are all so wicked. If Kair finds out, she will definitely scold us. Kids these days aren't that sensitive, are they? She should be fine, right? As they spoke, someone opened the phone connected to the unlocking mechanism, and everyone gathered around. Just then, the door behind them creaked open. Eyes widened in surprise, followed by a chorus of screams. How did you get in? One bridesmaid exclaimed. Checking her pocket to confirm the key was still with her. I unlocked it, so I came in, Su Xiaoyu replied, ignoring the astonished expressions of the older women as she exerted herself to push the door ajar. Uncle, the door is open. Hurry in. A loud shout made Su Ming and the others outside pause. Minggu, your niece is calling you. Look, the door really is open. Snatching the groom, who was still rummaging through a basket for props, a throng rushed toward the entrance. Quick, let's go. Su Ming and the others are coming in. What has happened? Does Su Ming have a spare key? That can't be. Never mind that. Let us hurry to the next challenge. What do we do with the captives? Take them along. Amidst the noisy chatter, the groomsmen were swiftly escorted away by the bridesmaids, soon entering the inner courtyard. The door swung wide open, and Su Ming, accompanied by a grand sedan chair, made his way into the main courtyard. Little fish, how did you manage that? He inquired with curiosity, observing his smug little niece. He had expected a significant setback at this first hurdle, yet Su Xiaoyu resolved it with a mere red envelope. Uncle, is that really the focus? The priority is for me to witness the heaven and earth worship and enjoy the grand feast, Su Xiaoyu declared, counting on her fingers, appearing quite the little adult. All right, let us hasten to the next challenge. I promise we will ensure little fish enjoys the finest feast. Seeing this, Su Ming and the others couldn't help but chuckle. This little one is truly amusing. In the studio, the large screen was filled with images of Su Xiaoyu. Huh, how did little fish manage that? I'm completely astonished. Xiao Sa stood in front of the screen, examining Su Xiaoyu from head to toe. An 8-year-old child attempting to unlock a door has piqued the curiosity of a host who emerged from a recent program. Teacher Gao Yun, would you care to analyze this? Noticing Gao Yun's frown, teacher, he promptly redirected the topic to her. The incident involving Su Xiaoyu unlocking a door is indeed absurd. However, let us not forget that there exists a provincial psychological expert in our midst. The individual in question is privately a lecturer on criminal psychology at the provincial department, and thus likely possesses more insights into such matters than anyone else present. To suggest that juvenile delinquency is at play seems excessive, as it merely involves the casual act of opening a wedding lock. Yet, from Su Xiaoyu's behavior, it appears she may possess considerable skill in this area. This statement left teacher, he, and the others perplexed. What does it mean to be skilled? After all, Su Xiaoyu is merely a first-grade student. Observing the confusion on their faces, Gao Yun elaborated, I have encountered various types of thieves, and unlocking doors is simply a means to achieve their objectives. For instance, in cases of burglary, these individuals treat the locks of ordinary households as effortlessly as entering their own homes. However, the youngest among them are typically around 14 or 15 years old, as experience is essential in this field. Based solely on Su Xiaoyu's examination of the lock cylinder and her attempts to unlock it with a silver hairpin, if not for the unsuitable tool, her speed would likely have been even greater. Listening to Gao Yun's explanation, Xiao Sa and the others exchanged glances. How could an 8-year-old child articulate such notions with the finesse of a seasoned thief? It seems there are several more locks to be unlocked. We shall eagerly await the unfolding drama. Xiao Sa, who possesses a keen understanding of legal regulations, noted that personally unlocking a wedding lock poses no issues. Perhaps Su Xiaoyu's ability to unlock doors is mere happenstance? What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang and Professor Li? Quite good. Let us observe further, they replied in unison, opting for cautious remarks. Surely, one cannot endorse Su Xiaoyu's actions. Should others emulate her, it would undoubtedly raise concerns regarding their moral compass. Goodness, were it not for my knowledge that Su Xiaoyu is an adorable child, one might easily mistake her for a master thief. Can her father possibly be aware of her exceptional skills? To be deemed a seasoned expert by Teacher Gao is something that compels my attention. Precisely. Such a program becomes truly intriguing. Watching academic tutoring has raised my blood pressure significantly. I have come to realize that in the Su Yang father-daughter live stream, the focus is on entertainment, while the performance is left to these two. Although Teacher Gao referred to her as skilled, I remain skeptical of her ability to continue. Surely, it was merely a stroke of luck. Goodness, the phrase a master of the single bar must surely apply to her. We are soon to enter the inner courtyard. The real spectacle is about to commence. Goodness, such a large lock. Chapter 20. 3 red envelopes, 3 locks. Is your niece a locksmith? The entrance to the inner courtyard has been adorned with an arched grand door, draped in vibrant red silk and illuminated by large lanterns. A chain connects the two ends of the lion door knocker, and the sight of the massive bowl-sized lock leaves all onlookers momentarily speechless. Su Ming, tightening his clothing, approached the entrance and grasped the heavy iron lock. Adorned with red double happiness characters, it caused him to glance around in disbelief. Who could possess such a lack of integrity? The large iron lock from the ancestral home has been brought out. What significance does this lock hold? Noticing the curious eyes peering through the door gap, Su Ming hastily inquired. Ahem, Brother Ming, this is known as the 2 hearts, 1 lock. In the courtyard, we have placed items that you and Kai Er both cherish. Once you find them, you can exchange them for the key. If you make a mistake, you'll have to drink a bowl of the liquor nearby. The bridesmaids have pondered over the meaning of this for several days to bring some joy to the groom. All right, I understand. I will certainly search thoroughly. Looking at the various decorations and small gifts on the table, Su Ming felt overwhelmed. There were countless things he and his wife enjoyed together. How would he possibly find them? The liquor on the table would leave him inebriated after just a sip, let alone a full bowl. Uncle, the red envelope, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. After receiving the envelope, she stuffed it into her pocket and hurried over to the prop table. Finally, she found it, a small hammer resting on the table, which brought a smile to her face. The silver hairpin was too slippery, and without finding a wire, she had no choice but to bend it. With a series of tinkling sounds, she began her work on the tiled floor, causing Su Ming and the others nearby to exchange puzzled glances. unsure of what this little one was up to. Uncle, one red envelope opened one door. With that, Su Xiaoyu approached the grand entrance. To her, this old iron lock posed no real challenge. Aside from the rusted internal spring, it was far less formidable than the industrial locks at home. Xiaoyu, are you really going to unlock it? The photographer asked cautiously. Of course. Just watch me. I must help my uncle marry my aunt today and enjoy a grand feast. With unwavering confidence, Su Xiaoyu examined the large iron lock and inserted the modified silver hairpin into the keyhole. Her serious demeanor caused everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. Just a reminder, everyone can breathe. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was genuinely worried about Xiaoyu failing. If the hairpin breaks in the lock, it would be quite the predicament. Cynic, can you not wish for Xiaoyu to succeed? Is it wrong to desire a grand feast? I adore roasted potatoes. I love a good banquet. If my daughter can truly find happiness, that would be wonderful. Amidst the collective tension, Su Xiaoyu remained completely composed. With a resounding click, the aged lock mechanism sprang open, and the lock itself was ejected in a matter of seconds, landing heavily on the ground. The iron chain clanged against the wooden door, producing a loud thud. Wow, that wasn't mere luck. Su Xiaoyu truly knows how to pick locks. Ms. Gao Yun had declared her to be skilled, yet some still doubted. Where are the skeptics now? Come forth and voice your opinions. As a locksmith with 2 decades of experience, this girl was undoubtedly a natural. Her skills were impressive. Certified by a professional, our Xiaoyu could not only work in a nightclub, but also as a locksmith. While other children are still learning basic arithmetic, Xiaoyu is already self-sufficient. The audience was utterly astonished as the 8-year-old Su Xiaoyu imparted yet another lesson, demonstrating her remarkable ability to unlock a door with a silver hairpin, succeeding not once, but twice. What on earth had transpired? How had she managed to unlock the door? In the courtyard, Su Ming and his companions, gathered around the props table, turned to behold the door standing ajar. At the threshold stood the conspicuous figure of Su Xiaoyu. In his haste to leave, Su Ming had completely forgotten to inquire how she had managed to charm her way into acquiring the key, but it now seemed that the situation was not as it appeared. Brother Ming, can we still enjoy ourselves? Exclaimed one of the groomsmen. This is utterly unfair. They actually hired a locksmith? Indeed, this is quite the affront, echoed the voices of the bridesmaids, fading into the distance. Through the slight crack of the half-open door, they could even catch a glimpse of their retreating figures. What locksmith? There was no locksmith present. As he surveyed the familiar faces around him, Su Ming found his mind momentarily befuddled. Before arriving, he had been entirely unaware that the bridesmaids would devise so many locks. Had he known, he could have easily invited one over. Brother Ming, what are you waiting for? If we don't hurry, the back gate will be locked again. A reminder from a friend jolted Su Ming into action. Rolling up his pant legs, he pushed the door open and dashed inside. The entrance to the backyard was still the door Su Ming recognized, though it seemed a new lock had been fitted. The tag on the new lock had not even been removed. Su Ming, I purchased this new lock on the way here. I thought it would go unused, but who would have predicted you would hire a locksmith? The head bridesmaid spoke with a hint of pride. This lock was a celebrity-endorsed anti-theft model, originally intended for the wedding suite. But Su Ming's mischievous antics had prompted them to bring in a locksmith. An anti-theft lock? This is too much. Su Ming grumbled, tugging at the hefty lock. He had done nothing to deserve this. The difficulty of the game was escalating rapidly. I don't have a locksmith either. Su Ming, for the 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds lock, you simply need to find a 3 lifetime stone in the courtyard. Inscribe your name on it with a piece of iron wire, and you shall obtain the key. The bridesmaid elaborated on the game rules, handing a piece of iron wire through the door crack into Su Xiaoyu's hands. Carving letters onto a stone with iron wire? How clever of you! The stone was marble. Surely, it could not be inscribed without a polishing tool. The groomsmen who had brought the stone were left utterly dumbfounded. Not even a knife could etch an entire name onto it. Uncle, red envelope. Su Xiaoyu, her eyes sparkling, extended one hand while clutching the iron wire in the other. Your little niece might actually be capable. Someone chimed in. Let her give a try. The surrounding groomsmen chuckled in agreement. 3 red envelopes for 3 locks. Little fish, I'm counting on you. Su Ming jested as he handed the red envelopes to his niece. Though he did not fully comprehend the bridesmaid's mention of a locksmith, it was likely their own fabrication. "Leave it to me, uncle," Su Xiaoyu declared confidently, patting her chest as she examined the iron wire. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of all, a wire was inserted deep into the keyhole. 3 red envelopes and 3 locks. Is your niece a locksmith? Chapter 21. A mere wire pride, open a security lock. You claim this is a child's specialty? If my eyes do not deceive me, this indeed appears to be a security lock. Little Sa, seated before the screen, blinked vigorously, unable to believe what she was witnessing. It is a security lock, specifically one manufactured by Fei Niao, a prominent domestic brand. Although integrated security door locks have supplanted it in recent years, it was still a mainstream choice 2 years prior, currently commanding 2/3 of the market share. As professor, he recounted with familiarity. How do you know so much? Have you secretly taken up locksmithing? Little Sa jested. Well, I once endorsed this manufacturer's locks, so naturally, I am privy to some details, Professor, he replied with a smile. The Fei Niao brand indeed has a long-standing history. I recall using one back in my rural days. The sight of that familiar emblem stirred memories in Wangwen. Indeed, I lost my key back then and couldn't find a locksmith. I even got scolded by my family. Professor Li Long, a man of that era, also shared his reminiscences about the lock. So, this lock as a security device possesses quite formidable anti-theft capabilities. I doubt an ordinary thief could open it. Little Sa astutely noted, and others nodded in agreement. Unlike locksmiths, who employ specialized tools, an ordinary person would find it exceedingly difficult to unlock a door. The consensus among the group shifted their focus to the large screen. If Su Xiaoyu succeeds in this endeavor, how is your niece so extraordinary? Can she truly unlock it? Beside the groom, Su Ming, his close friend Lin Fei leaned in, gazing as if upon a rare treasure. I have no idea. She must be just playing around. Su Ming replied softly. He did not wish to deter her, for his little niece was not only the apple of her cousins, but also the cherished jewel of the entire Su family. If he were to upset Su Xiaoyu, he might find himself kneeling in the ancestral hall after the wedding. Immersed in the art of unlocking, Su Xiaoyu had upgraded her toys to smart locks. And this type of security lock had been practiced just the other day. The wire's resilience surpassed that of silver, and its conductivity was exceptional. As Su Xiaoyu twisted and turned, she finally made contact with the lock cylinder mechanism. Click! A faint sound, audible only to Su Xiaoyu, resonated. Snap! Before the astonished eyes of Su Ming and the others, the security lock was effortlessly opened. Uncle, am I still doing okay? Holding the slightly cold lock, Su Ming and the others fell into collective silence. Wow, the security lock was truly opened? Ha. I knew Su Xiaoyu could do it. I'm impressed. This can't be a toy lock, can it? It opens so easily. No way. It's identical to the lock on my door, and the label hasn't even been removed. This is outrageous. Keep in mind she used a wire, not a locksmith's tool. As a locksmith with over a decade of experience, I must confess that I find myself at a loss. It becomes apparent to me why Su Xiaoyu failed her exam. It seems she spent her days engaged in lockpicking. After the initial shock, the audience can only marvel at Su Xiaoyu's skill. While it is one thing to unlock doors at the tender age of 8, her ability to manipulate a security lock with a mere wire is astonishing, a feat that would be remarkable anywhere. She is but 8 years old. One can only wonder what she will accomplish as she grows older. Hey cousin, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and get inside. Su Xiaoyu, armed with a wire, has already slipped through the slightly ajar door. Oh, let's follow her. The atmosphere at the bride's home is lively, though Su Xiaoyu's intervention has hastened the proceedings somewhat. However, with several more doors to navigate, Su Ming cannot pause to inquire about the situation. The marriage proposal takes precedence. Teacher, the lock is open, noted Xiao Sa, glancing at the somewhat dazed teacher, in the studio. I saw it. She indeed unlocked it. Teacher Gao Yun's assessment was spot on. This Su Xiaoyu is quite the adept. Reflecting on this, teacher, he finds himself at a loss for words. If she can unlock a security lock, it seems nothing can impede her further. This child is remarkably intelligent. If she applied herself to her studies, she would undoubtedly excel. Professor Li Long, observing Su Xiaoyu on screen, genuinely commends her. Mastering skills like DJing and lock-picking, surpassing his expectations, what potential she would have if directed towards a more constructive path. I think the same way. Let us have a staff interview Su Yang to uncover the truth behind Su Xiaoyu's extraordinary lock-picking abilities. Taking the lead, Xiaosao reached out to the venue. This query, perhaps, could only be directly answered by Su Yang, her father. Su Yang, where are you? After a brief trip to the restroom, Jiang could no longer find Su Yang's presence in the courtyard. Oh, I'm just upstairs having some tea. Upon arriving at the second floor, Jiang found Su Yang leisurely sipping tea and indulging in snacks, appearing entirely at ease. Su Yang, aren't you concerned about your daughter? Cool, mate. Sit down. This red tea is best enjoyed hot. Inviting everyone to take a seat, Su Yang reclined with his legs crossed, savoring his drink. After relishing a piece of pastry, he let out a contented sigh. Worry? What is there to worry about? Xiaoyu has grown up here with her grandparents. I have complete faith in her. Jiang shot him an exasperated glance. Is that what you call concern? It seems you've never given it a second thought. By the way, a colleague mentioned that Xiaoyu is quite skilled at unlocking doors. She managed to open a Feniabeo security lock. Are you aware of this? Su Yang fell silent, contemplating whether it was better to know or remain ignorant. However, seeing that positive ratings had not significantly increased, he decided to reveal the truth. Indeed, I'm coming clean. Unlocking is Xiaoyu's specialty, and I am merely someone who fosters my child talents. His bold declaration elicited laughter from the audience. I can't believe he had the audacity to say that. Hilarious. Do you claim that lockpicking is your child's specialty? Surely, your child possesses an abundance of talents. Su Yang truly knows how to take credit. How did lockpicking become his achievement? Indeed, that was the cleverness of little fish, wasn't it? His father has misguided him. Yet here he is boasting. Negative review 1. Negative review 1. Su Yang, sipping tea, appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Why were the negative reviews still increasing? He genuinely yearned for the commendation of a good father. Old Jiang, believe me, I aspire to be a good father. I believe. Negative review 1. Chapter 22. Why has the wedding atmosphere turned so peculiar? Has my lock been stolen? At the side entrance of the mansion, a group of bridesmaids and the kidnapped groomsmen were huddled together, concocting a scheme. They were not genuinely trying to make things difficult for Su Ming, but the opposing party was exceedingly cunning. They had not even played a single game and instead summoned a locksmith. What should they do? Shall we simply block the final door? With our endless barriers, how could we be thwarted by a locksmith? Listening to the commotion in the inner courtyard, one of the bridesmaids sighed. How can we do that? It has barely been 20 minutes. Blocking the door would only last an hour at most. Indeed, if we don't indulge in enough fun, wouldn't that be too lenient on Su Ming's groomsmen? Shall we even bother with this lock? Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell. In the presence of that mysterious locksmith, even the most secure locks were futile. A few moments ago, they had checked with the cameras, and almost everyone in the courtyard was recognizable. Yet the locksmith was absent. In their minds, a locksmith should be equipped with a tool bag. What if we change the lock to the inside? Ha ha ha. How did I not think of that? Yes. Change the lock to the inside, and let us see how he picks it. You are incredibly clever. By the way, aren't you worried about Su Ming seeking revenge later? The head bridesmaid, Jiang Yu, glanced at the captive they had seized. As one of the groomsmen, he surely had a good relationship with Su Ming. Was he now inadvertently causing trouble? Forget the explanations. We understand now. Noticing the hesitance in the other's demeanor, a colleague discreetly exchanged glances with one of the bridesmaids. Instantly, Jiang Yu and the others comprehended the situation. It turned out they had fallen victim to the charms of beauty. Ladies, let us spring into action. As Su Ming and the others traversed the long corridor of the courtyard towards the entrance of the inner hall, two tightly shut wooden doors obstructed their path. Little fish, go. I will share my red envelope with you later. Ha ha ha. With our locksmith expert, who needs to drink? Enough said for my wedding. I have already decided that little fish must accompany me to fetch the bride. Absolutely. Brother, last time I opened the door, my clothes were torn to shreds. It was brutal. Ahem. Please do not frighten my niece. Casting a glare at them, Su Ming's smile abruptly vanished. What about this door lock? Pointing to the door ring on the wooden door, The groomsmen collectively turned to look. Huh, I know, they must have conceded. Little fish is impressive. Now we can proceed without obstruction, can't we? Lin Fei, a close friend, pushed against the door with both hands, only to discover that the wooden door remained steadfast. Clearly, something was obstructing it from behind. Are you all going too far? Have you actually locked it from the inside? Is it excessive? Who prompted you to bring a locksmith? You breezed through the earlier rounds of the game, and now you dare to speak against us? Now your locksmith cannot possibly unlock it, can he? Jiang Shui, standing behind the door, said with a smug expression. If she could manage to open it, she would truly be impressed. What shall we do? Little fish, you seem to be out of ideas, don't you? Faced with the gaze of Su Ming and others, Su Xiaoyu glanced at the wooden door and then extended her hand. A red envelope. It's confirmed. Su Xiaoyu is indeed a money enthusiast. Can a lockless door still be opened? Is a tangible performance required? These bridesmaids are quite mischievous, targeting little fish so relentlessly. Who prompted the groom to cheat? Perhaps they never anticipated that the locksmith was just a child. If she manages to unlock it, I will bow to Su Xiaoyu. Rise. Our little fish does not take apprentices. What tools do you need? Speak up. Yes, even a chainsaw. I'll procure it for you. Listening to the boastful tone of the bridesmaids inside, Lin Fei, Su Ming's loyal friend, immediately began to seek external assistance. No, Su Xiaoyu is one of us. This does not count as external help. What are you hesitating for? Hand over the red envelope. Snatching the red envelope from Su Ming's grasp, Lin Fei stuffed it into Su Xiaoyu's hands. Don't underestimate a single red envelope. Even 10 would be worth it. If you get drunk now, how will you cause mischief tonight? Thank you, uncle. Taking the red envelope, Su Xiaoyu tucked it into her pocket. I need a small mirror. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll go find one, just wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei dashed outside, recalling that such an item was on the props table. Little fish, if you can't open it, that's all right. Uncle, I'll just play the game. No worries. Trust me. Once the mirror was found, Su Ming and others gathered around Su Xiaoyu, eager to see her next move. Then T caught a glimpse of her earlier attempts at unlocking the door. Now that the lock is on the inside, how will Su Xiaoyu proceed? Step aside. You're blocking my light. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the door, then fetched a chair that perfectly aligned with a small hole in the wooden door. She first inserted the small mirror into the opening, then leaned in to observe intently. Little one, what are you up to? Inside the room, Jiang Shui and her friends, seeing no movement, assumed that Su Ming and the others were about to give up. To their surprise, upon turning around, they spotted a small mirror poking through the door handle. Is that Kai Heiress niece? I'm watching the door lock. It will be open shortly. Ha ha ha. This little niece is simply adorable. All right. If you want to look, then look. If you wish to unlock it, go ahead. Unable to resist, Jiang Shui playfully tapped the cute little nose, smiling as she stepped aside. Never before had she encountered such a delightful child. Who came up with this clever idea? Sister, look, she is really going to unlock it. As Su Xiaoyu's hand slipped in, she held a bent wire. It was undoubtedly a trap set by Lin Fei and his cohorts, but she thought it harmless to let her niece have her fun. Observing the wire enter the lock cylinder, Jiang Shui remarked casually, not believing for a moment that the child could actually unlock it. Surely, this was a scheme devised by Lin Fei. Otherwise, why would no one step forward to intervene? Pressing her cheek against the wooden door, Su Xiaoyu quietly felt the structure within the lock. Soon, a smile crept across her little face. It was just like the lock she had encountered before, nothing too complicated. What is happening? Lin Fei inquired softly as he approached. Fantastic. Get ready, brothers. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyu nod, Lin Fei signaled to his comrades. The plan was to first rescue their captured brethren and then charge directly into the bridal chamber. With a click, the door lock sprang open, and Su Xiaoyu twisted the lock, pulling it straight from the doorframe. Jiang Shui and her companions, who were in mid-conversation, stared in astonishment at the now ajar wooden door. How could my lock have been tampered with? Chapter 23. Overcoming obstacles with Su Xiaoyu. The bridesmaids are on the verge of tears. Hey, we're in. The door to the inner hall swung wide as Lin Fei and his team nonchalantly strolled in. According to local customs, they might have been required to overcome several challenges today. But with Su Xiaoyu by their side, they had no need to worry about intoxication, as it was entirely unnecessary to drink. Your niece truly can unlock doors. Jiang Shui cast a glance at the smug group, finally resting her gaze on Su Xiaoyu, who was still holding the lock, a clear indication of her prowess. I thought I hadn't seen a locksmith. Turns out the expert is this little one. Indeed, but you won TB leaving without a price. Lin Fei and his crew encircled Jiang Shui and her companions. With the bridesmaids now under their control, accessing the bride's room would be a mere formality. Ahem. All right then, brothers, you've finally come to my rescue. Jiang Shui exclaimed as the captured brethren rushed towards Lin Fei, embracing him tightly. Of course we would save you. After all, we came together, didn't we? And besides, you don't seem to have any intention of escaping. Observing their comrades, Su Ming exchanged glances with Lin Fei, sensing that the joyful expression on his face concealed some mischief. Run quickly. I'll hold them back. Huh. It's all up to you now. Just remember the consequences if you fail. Amidst their banter, Jiang Shui and the bridesmaids had already dashed away. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his companions found themselves betrayed by the groomsmen. I locked eyes with one of the bridesmaids, so you know what that means. Feeling the wrath of Lin Fei and the others, the captured comrade assumed a noble demeanor. You better shield me from drinks later. Absolutely, you must. What more could Su Ming say? The joyous occasion was nearing, and as the groom, he was far too elated to be concerned about anything else. Let us go. We have Su Xiaoyu with us. This task has become significantly simpler. Before the hall, the door remained locked, reinforced with 6 additional locks. The source of the bridesmaids' locks remains a mystery, each one bearing a distinct brand and even featuring unique keyholes. And with a square-keyed lock. Old 5, what do you have to say? Holding the square lock, Lin Fei directly questioned the traitorous Old 5. The latter, seduced by beauty, had betrayed his brothers, and thus, he must face some form of reckoning. A barbecue. 3 days of barbecuing, exclaimed the young man encircled by others, though he could hardly contain his joy, for a girl had just added him on WeChat. This lock. The groom, Su Ming, scrutinized the various keyholes, inquiring of the locksmith beside him. The square lock was evidently a sophisticated anti-theft mechanism. He wondered whether Su Xiaoyu would succeed. 6 red envelopes, 1 for each lock. After gesturing a number with his hand, Su Xiaoyu calmly shrugged. Very well. The task at hand involved singing mountain songs. Su Ming, lacking musical talent, wished to avoid a cacophony. It was merely 6 red envelopes. Certainly a fitting gesture for his niece. Leave it to me. You all wait a moment. With a piece of wire in hand, Su Xiaoyu approached the seemingly simple locks first. Click. Snap. In 3 seconds, each lock was dispatched to the ground. Onward to the next door lock. Sensing the changes in the lock core, he adjusted the wire's form and tentatively attempted to unlock it. Click. Snap. The second lock yielded as well. With fluid motions, the locks fell one after another, placed neatly on the ground. Isn't this akin to playing a game? At this speed, I've never unlocked toy locks so swiftly. Unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, 4 locks had been conquered. I can't help but wonder if a silver hairpin had constrained her abilities during her first attempt. Anyone who dares claim that lock picking is useless should reconsider. This presents a splendid employment opportunity. How amusing. While hiring a locksmith for a wedding might be impractical, enlisting a flower girl skilled in lock picking is certainly acceptable. Quite reasonable. Let us get the link up. As the audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment, the bridesmaids, including Jiang Shui, were rendered speechless. This was the most formidable obstacle they could devise, intended to dissuade Su Xiaoyu. Yet, who could have predicted? She breezed through the first 5 locks, now facing the final cross-shaped lock core. Compared to the single-sided keyholes, this cross design was exceedingly difficult to replicate. With rhythmic taps, she shaped the wire to meet her needs. The overall form became more delicate, the top hook flattened. Let us give a try. Immersed in the joy of unlocking, Su Xiaoyu eagerly probed the keyhole. Since her father had introduced her to this fascinating skill, each lock felt like a grand treasure, promising joy. As seconds ticked away, a hint of a smile flickered across her tranquil face. She had discovered the mechanism of the cross keyhole. With a gentle flick, the lock would yield. With focused determination, Su Xiaoyu steadied her hand, fingers deftly maneuvering the wire. Click! Snap! The lock sprung open, and the door was directly unlocked. What on earth? This type of lock can be opened too? The hidden locksmith, Su Xiaoyu. How on earth did she acquire such skills? The cross-shaped lock is the most intricate. A moment's inattention can lead to it jamming. Are you certain this is something a child could accomplish? I declare that Su Xiaoyu is the youngest and most talented locksmith. Do you think her unlocking prowess could attract some attention? Ha ha ha. To be honest, I'm heading over to see the live stream with the uncles. Isn't that a bit harsh? Su Yang should join as well, right? What? Su Yang needs to go in for tea too? Then I must cast my vote. While sipping tea, Su Yang sneezed. Who's speaking ill of me? It surely isn't me. Jiang hurriedly raised his hand, stating that he had already expressed his thoughts. This fellow seems utterly indifferent. Really? Negative review 1. Negative review 1. Observing the system's popularity metrics, Su Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Hadn't he performed admirably? Why were there still only negative reviews? I claim to know how to unlock a door. Does anyone believe me? I wonder how much pocket money Su Xiaoyu has earned for me. Counting on his fingers, Su Yang was meticulously budgeting his expenses. Massages, hairstyling, dining, what doesn't cost money? Don't underestimate the small red envelopes. Wedding gifts can yield substantial profits. Su Xiaoyu, hurry up. The bridesmaids are on the verge of tears. Chapter 24. Attracting the attention of the police. How do you open an electronic fingerprint lock? In the Changjiang District Police Station of Magic City. Goodness, is this for real? Don't shout so loud. The captain will scold you if he hears. 2 cyber police officers responsible for handling online information secretly glanced at Captain Wang Miao, their startled demeanor immediately catching the attention of their colleagues. Yet soon, those who had watched the video began to murmur. Should we hand this over to the technical department for verification? This is utterly absurd. I find it hard to believe. Such an incident should not occur with her. Is it real or fake, in your opinion? We require concrete evidence. What's going on? Captain Wang Miao, who was diligently preparing the case report, noticed his colleagues unusually lingering after hours and approached them. Captain, we VE received numerous online mentions and decided to investigate the situation. That's when we discovered this child. She's rather extraordinary. The cyber police remarked as they opened the video, which had garnered over 1 million views. On the screen, there was Su Xiaoyu, clearly engaged in the act of unlocking a door. However, unnecessary scenes had been edited out, leaving only the segments of her unlocking. A child unlocking a door? After glancing at the title, Wang Miao pulled out a chair and sat down, his years of police experience ensuring he would not overlook any detail. Furthermore, such a high view count surely indicated something amiss. With a click, the spacebar was pressed, and the video resumed. On the screen, the girl named Su Xiaoyu removed a silver hairpin and inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the heavy brass lock was pried open. Was it mere coincidence? The video continued to play. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Miao swiftly reviewed the visual details in his mind and discovered that the lockpicking scene bore no signs of editing whatsoever. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the opponent had an exceptionally skilled video editor capable of achieving flawless transitions. In the second scene, Su Xiaoyu employed a hammer to modify a silver hairpin and then deftly delved into the keyhole, managing to unlock it in less than a minute. This revelation prompted Wang Miao to sit upright. Having risen through the ranks from a police officer at the station, he had apprehended no fewer than 80 thieves. Admittedly, most of these were petty criminals, not warranting criminal charges. However, among them were some adept individuals for whom lock-picking and breaking in were as effortless as entering their own homes. To capture such individuals, he had endured considerable hardship. There were indeed many skilled lock-pickers like Su Xiaoyu, yet none so brazenly flaunting their abilities. They were either con artists or merely seeking a cup of tea. Let us continue the playback and allow everyone to witness this. Wang Miao casually remarked, his previously tense expression now relaxed. He found himself intrigued by the child and eager to ascertain the level of skill they possessed. Perhaps they were the apprentice of a seasoned thief? Such matters warranted further observation. Meanwhile, everyone in the office area was drawn in by the spectacle. After all, it was rare for a video to capture Wang Miao's serious attention. Yet, as they watched, not a single person uttered a word. What was going on? Was the child performing magic? This was lock-picking. It felt undeniably authentic. While it was not impossible for a video to be artificially crafted for views, he found it difficult to discern its authenticity. One could only remark on the extraordinary prowess of contemporary video editing, which had rendered the line between reality and illusion nearly indistinguishable. What if it's real? Someone dared to voice, instantly capturing the attention of all, including Wang Miao. The young man, under Wang's scrutiny, hastily sought assistance from others, but they all averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Didn't the comments section mention a live stream? Perhaps they should check it out. After much deliberation, Wang Miao decided to assign tasks to his colleagues. He had an inkling that this child was no ordinary individual, and it was prudent to ascertain the truth of the situation. He decided to send the video to the technical department for authentication. Captain Wang, the live stream appears to still be ongoing. In the Fatherly Love live stream, the official account swiftly entered the fray, its striking avatar startling the viewers. Wait, you actually summoned the police? We were just joking. Are you really sending Su Yang in for tea? Huh, this is a disaster. Who did this? Step forward. The murmurs grew quieter, as if they thrived on chaos. Oh no, I wanted Su Yang to go for tea. But doesn't tea that mean Su Xiaoyu has to go too? Su Yang interjected, thank you, but I'm really not thirsty. The live stream buzzed with excitement, while the groom's party encountered a significant dilemma. Is this for real? Did you really set up an electronic lock? Just steps away from the bride's room. The groom's entourage found themselves unable to enter. The heart-shaped fingerprint electronic lock is secured to 2 doors. Who invited such formidable assistance? We shall have to procure an even more powerful lock. Jiang Shui and the bridesmaids refrained from addressing Su Xiaoyu directly. Yet they exhibited no restraint towards Lin Fei and the other groomsmen. Moreover, this lock is not ours. It belongs to the groom. The voices within the room revealed the origin of the lock, prompting Lin Fei and his companions to gaze at the groom in bewilderment. Has he betrayed us? Ming Yi, we are all prepared to fight to the death, and you dare to surrender? Lin Fei, with his arm draped over the groom's shoulder, feigned heartbreak, leaving Su Ming somewhat speechless. Enough, I shall speak. Ahem. Su Ming pushed aside his dramatic friend Lin Fei and cleared his throat. Were it not for the necessity of opening the door, he would indeed feel a tinge of embarrassment. This lock was purchased by me and Kai Er for Valentine's Day. Who knew she had kept it all this time? I have been with you all along. How could I aid them in locking the door? So it turns out we are merely a part of your plan? Lin Fei, get lost. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Goodness, who would have thought the youth engage in such antics? A password lock for Valentine's Day? Although it is heart-shaped. What purpose does it serve? Shoo, you are still young. There is no need for such complexity. It is merely for locking other things. Step aside. This is not a vehicle bound for kindergarten. Ahem. Can Su Xiaoyu unlock the fingerprint password lock? Wasn't he had shown on television that a hacker merely needs to connect a supercomputer and then decode it? According to common sense, Su Xiaoyu should be incapable of doing so. Indeed, if she could unlock a fingerprint password lock, would she not be a master thief? Chapter 25. Unlocking the fingerprint lock with ease. Is this a child's special talent? Outside the newlyweds' chamber, upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Lin Fei and the others coughed awkwardly. You are asked to prove your innocence, yet you divulge everything? Are these intimate conversations meant for their ears? What now? Can this lock be opened? Approaching the door, Lin Fei decided to drop the pretense and directly inquired if Su Xiaoyu could unlock the fingerprint lock. With Su Xiaoyu's assistance, their journey had been remarkably smooth. If this lock could also be opened, then this child is indeed extraordinary, though already quite remarkable. 5 red envelopes? No, 6 red envelopes. Glancing at the fingerprint lock, Su Xiaoyu gestured a 6 with her hand. The previous night, she and her father had spent hours tinkering with their home lock. A similar fingerprint lock was no challenge, merely requiring some time. Can this truly be opened? The people behind the door, including Jiang Shui and the bride beneath her red veil, perked up their ears. Were it not for the wedding ceremony, her curiosity would have led her outside long ago. 6 red envelopes are too few. I shall give you 8 red envelopes for auspiciousness. The brother in charge of the envelopes, quite perceptive, handed over a stack of red envelopes. Little fish, aren't you going to count them? Observing Su Xiaoyu stuffing the envelopes in her nearly overflowing pocket, Lin Fei jested. Although you may not appear particularly composed, surely there is no need to deceive a child over such a trivial sum of money, is there? Huh? Not composed? Lin Fei, feeling slightly disheartened, pointed at himself and glanced at his close friend Su Ming. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Ming nodded in agreement. All right, Lin Fei, enough with the act. Ignoring his friend's disheveled expression, Su Ming approached his little niece. To be honest, he had witnessed this child grow up. Having seen her during holidays while she studied in the city, he was taken aback to learn she could pick locks. Could it be that her trendy uncle taught her? The mere thought of his fashionable brother-in-law made Su Ming chuckle and shake his head, recognizing that providing the child with basic necessities was already quite commendable. Xiaoyu, what do we need to do? I need some wires and a rubber mallet, something like a bouncy ball. Soon, with the assistance of everyone, they gathered the materials Su Xiaoyu required. Su Ming and the others stepped back, granting her ample space to demonstrate her skills. After all, failing was inconsequential since it was merely the final door. Haha, so Su Xiaoyu is attempting to unlock a fingerprint lock? In the studio, Xiao Sao was nearly bouncing with excitement. Having worked in a legal field for many years, he had encountered numerous cases. However, a child picking locks and now taking on an electronic fingerprint lock piqued his interest immensely. You seem overly excited. Do you wish to witness it in person? Teacher, he inquired with a smile. Of course. I hope Su Yang and his daughter can make it to the top 64. Then I can attend in person. Don't you wish for that too? Teacher, he nodded in agreement. His old friend was right. He too looked forward to meeting Su Xiaoyu. Do you think Su Xiaoyu can succeed? In response to Teacher He's question, the observation panel remained silent, refraining from providing a direct answer. Just moments ago, they might have doubted Su Xiaoyu's abilities, but having just unlocked 6 locks in quick succession, her speed and skill left even the non-professionals astounded. While the first 2 locks might have involved a stroke of luck, opening 6 in total, even professional locksmiths would likely struggle to match that pace. Why does the silence feel so deafening? Why is everyone so quiet? Huh, what can you say about that? They aren't like Xiao Sa, free to express their opinions. Even teacher Gao Yun frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. We're about to unlock the electronic lock. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Speaking of which, are the police watching? If not, allow me to remind them. Su Yang probably has no idea what is going on while the bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken. I'd love to see Huang Mao's father brought in for questioning. Count me in. I'll promote in other live streams. In the live stream of Su Yang and his daughter, the heat surged to over 1 million views, thanks to continuous shares and video edits. Su Xiaoyu dimankaram. Her gaze fixed on the fingerprint lock, examining its unique features. Compared to the fingerprint lock on the door, this one's security was not nearly as formidable as that of the home's anti-theft door. So this is how it is. After a thorough search, Su Xiaoyu discovered the entry point for the fingerprint lock security key. This toy lock, as her father had remarked, necessitated the existence of a security key entry. With utmost care, she inserted a wire, seeking the first layer of security. Upon pressing the main security mechanism with the wire, Su Xiaoyu grasped the balloon hammer in her hand, whose phone screen protector is particularly thin. May I borrow it? Lin Fei, eager to join in the excitement, promptly peeled off his phone screen protector and handed it over. His curiosity had reached its peak. Su Xiaoyu appeared to be far from aimless, possessing her own systematic approach. Where she could unlock it, he exchanged glances with Su Ming and the others, all reflecting immense curiosity. This was the potential to witness a miracle, an 8-year-old child cracking a fingerprint password lock. Positioning the fingerprint lock upright, Su Xiaoyu laid a thin layer of the phone protector over it and began to strike the front of the fingerprint sensor rapidly with the hammer. As the vibrations intensified, her force grew stronger. With each tap of the balloon hammer, a squeaking sound resonated, reminiscent of a mouse. All onlookers held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Just as Su Ming and the others began to lose hope, the fingerprint lock emitted a series of sounds. Suddenly, to the astonishment of Lin Fei and the rest, the lock clicked open. Yes, it opened effortlessly. Su Xiaoyu exhaled, reaching to remove the fingerprint lock. Instantly, the live stream's comments exploded with excitement. How did she manage that? Can a balloon hammer combined with a wire really unlock a fingerprint lock? Goodness, I suddenly feel insecure at home. Is this balloon hammer too inexpensive for such a task? The cost of the balloon hammer and wire is merely $10. My word, this is a fingerprint lock, equipped with dual layers of anti-theft mechanisms. Non-professionals should not attempt this lightly. My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch TV. I'm genuinely impressed. Is Su Xiaoyu this skilled? Is this a special talent? What does Su Yang intend to achieve by teaching his child to pick locks? Goodness. Brothers, I must try my hand at old Wang's lock. If I succeed, I won't even wait to return for dinner. Are you genuinely planning to try the lock? I'm almost embarrassed to expose your intentions. Chapter 26. Wedding shoes hidden in the safe. A safe is a type of lock, isn't it? In the office of the precinct, the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the quiet room. Officer Xiaoyu, who was watching the live stream, nearly choked on a mouthful of instant noodles. Coughing and thumping his chest, he took a sip of the broth to regain his composure. If this were a video, he might not have been so astonished, but it was a live broadcast. His eyes remained glued to the screen, capturing every frame, yet he was left puzzled. How could this child unlock the fingerprint lock? Moreover, with such skillful technique and calm demeanor, could Su Xiaoyu truly be just a child? If this method were applied to a home door. Cough, cough. Xiaoyu, drink some water. Oh, thank you, Captain Wang. Upon discovering that it was the captain who had handed him the drink, Xiaoyu hurriedly rose to express his gratitude. In any case, Captain Wang was quite strict in official matters, yet he was rather amiable in private. To Xiaoyu's astonishment, Captain Wang took a hefty gulp from a glass of water. Subsequently, this usually stern captain revealed a hint of a smile. Look, the captain is actually smiling. Sure, perhaps he has uncovered an issue that we failed to notice. Xiaoyu and his colleagues stared, wide-eyed, at their chuckling captain. Captain, could there be something amiss with this child? Indeed, should we investigate her family background or perhaps visit her home for inquiries? Should we contact her parents first to ascertain the situation? Hold on, you are being overly sensitive. Suppressing his mirth, Wang Miao shot an admonishing glance at his subordinates. Frankly, it is merely a matter of unlocking a door. While a call is certainly warranted, it does not necessitate such an uproar. Carry on with your duties. Those finishing their shifts may leave, and those on duty should continue. I will observe for a while longer and then reach out to the program. After giving his orders, Wang Miao resumed watching the live broadcast. Given the broad publicity of such programs, it is essential to communicate about the unlocking scene to the production team. Otherwise, a surge of imitators could lead to complications. Captain, your water. Thank you. Accepting the tea, Wang Miao resolved to watch for a bit longer. If all is well, he would allow Su Yang and her daughter the time to come to the precinct for registration. Never mind. I shall inform the production team in advance. In the control room, the director and crew were excitedly monitoring the soaring viewership statistics. Su Yang and her daughter's live stream was currently the most popular and captivating among the production team. Director, phone call. Wasn't it supposed to be routed to the front desk first? It's from Captain Wang Miao of the Sub-Bureau. Director Jiang Minheo was momentarily taken aback. Why was he receiving a call at this time? Could there be a safety concern regarding the program? Captain Wang, what is the matter? Oh, understood. No problem. I assure you it will be communicated. After hanging up, the deputy director and others exchanged puzzled glances. It was nearly the end of the workday. Why would Captain Wang call? Ahem. Well, it's nothing major. He simply wanted Su Yang to have the opportunity to bring her child to the precinct. Upon hearing this, the production team erupted in astonishment. What? He is directly permitting Su Yang to register? Ha ha! I knew that Su Xiaoyu's unlocking skills would attract official attention. But to think Captain Wang would personally make the call. What an impressive child. Now, she can even unlock fingerprint locks? This is hilarious. I can already envision the scene of Su Yang, the father with the yellow hair, going in for tea. After so many years in the industry, it's the first time a guest has been invited for tea. Ahem. Stop daydreaming and hurry up to marry the bride. The first to react, Lin Fei shouted loudly. Right? I am here to marry my wife. With a wry smile, Su Ming slapped himself, momentarily distracted from his goal by his little niece. Sisters, block them. Inside the room, upon hearing Lin Fei's shout, Jiang Shuai led her team to barricade the door. This time, there was no lock being used. All the locks in the house had been exhausted. The electronic fingerprint lock was unearthed from Kai's handbag. "How many red envelopes do you require?" Su Ming inquired with a smile, facing the bridesmaids blocking the door. Throughout this journey, he had scarcely used 20 red envelopes, fearing there would be an excess. Ultimately, after expending 30 red envelopes, Su Ming and his companions gained entry into the bride's chamber. Indulging in candies, blowing balloons, playing paper relay games, and solving riddles. Lin Fei and his friends were nearly exhausted from the flurry of activities. "Sisters, where's my wife's shoe?" As Su Ming prepared to carry his wife outside, he suddenly realized that Kai was only wearing one shoe. "How many red envelopes?" "You tell me." "Red envelopes? Why don't you search for them first? Otherwise, why will we hide them?" The bridesmaids insisted, prompting Su Ming to set his wife down and commence a thorough search. In the elegantly adorned boudoir, the dressing table, bed, and cabinets were all crafted from precious redwood, embellished with large, auspicious characters. The audience in the live stream reveled in the excitement, with comments flooding in. "Now, this is a wedding ceremony. Indeed, a lively affair. Western weddings are far too simplistic to capture this festive spirit. This is merely a part of a traditional Chinese wedding. There's also the heaven and earth worship and the bridal chamber games. Is it not here? You didn't take out of the room, did you?" Lin Fei, drenched in sweat, looked bewilderedly at the others. They had searched every nook and cranny of the room, even climbing up to inspect the beams, yet found nothing. "Wait, you didn't lock in the safe, did you?" After an exhaustive search, Su Ming found himself gazing at a safe in the corner, adorned with a large, auspicious character, harmonizing with the room's decor. Having visited before, he recognized it as a safe. "Ahem, you've guessed correctly. Dear wife, what's the password?" Su Ming shrugged as he approached his wife. "Password? What password?" "I don't know." Kai's response elicited a collective gasp from everyone in the room. The bride, who should have known the password, was entirely oblivious. "I've never used the safe. The initial password has remained unchanged. Why don't you try to open it?" Su Ming swallowed hard and crouched before the safe, twisting the handle. It won't budge. "By the way, when I placed the shoes inside, I turned the lock on the safe." Jiang Shuai raised her hand, sheepishly confessing. This left everyone in the wedding party dumbfounded. Did it mean the shoes were now irretrievable? "My parents mentioned that this safe is a family heirloom, and they're also unaware of the password." Kai, seated on the bed, revealed another troubling fact. "Wait, this safe's lock is also a lock, right?" While others were still on the phone inquiring about the password, Lin Fei had already brought Su Xiaoyu to the safe. Indeed, safes of this era utilize combination locks. Su Xiaoyu's response enlightened Su Ming and the others. "It appears we have another locksmith among us." "Well then, Xiaoyu, can you open the safe?" Chapter 27. Effortlessly unlocking the safe. Is this a challenge? Goodness, the big moment has arrived, and this time, it's the entire safe? Speaking of which, I have just managed to find some wire and a leather hammer. So how did little fish jump straight to the safe? I have a similar safe at home, one designed to withstand missiles, but I've long forgotten its password. Can any safe truly be opened? Should we attempt to access a bank vault next? You must be joking. Do you really expect little fish to enter that? Your optimism is quite unfounded. I highly doubt it can be opened. If it were possible, I would do a handstand while washing my hair. Until we try, who can say for certain? Just prepare to film the video. Inside the studio. Is little fish really only 8 years old? Now, we're going to open a safe. The ever-composed teacher upon witnessing the eager little fish, finally lost his composure. Everyone has been 8 years old at some point, though today's children tend to be more mature. Is simply unlocking a standard lock no longer sufficient for her? Now we are escalating straight to the challenge of a safe? Ahem. Is our program truly a family interaction show? Or have we stumbled onto the set of a talent show in Dragon Country? Little Sa opened her eyes wide, astonished as she glanced around at the others. Allow me to introduce this safe. I once had one in my home as well. Noticing the others were silent, the esteemed scholar, Old Wong, spoke up. This type of 1950s safe predominantly features a mechanical structure. Mechanical codes are quite durable and stable, requiring no power source. The electronic fingerprint lock we just saw may seem portable and secure, yet its internal programming can easily be disrupted. Simple fingerprint locks can be compromised with basic tools. This 18-digit code offers a multitude of combinations, rendering it nearly impossible for a thief to crack. Most critically, this safe is a product of both foreign and domestic manufacturing, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a universal key or a repair technician. Essentially, forgetting the password means it becomes little more than a decorative item. Listening to Old Wang's explanation, Little Sa tempered her excitement. So, Old Wang, do you believe Little Fish can unlock the safe? Personally, Little Sa is incredibly hopeful that she will succeed in this challenge once more. Yet, the reality is before us. This is an antique combined with a complex mechanical lock. Given her age and experience, it seems improbable for Little Fish. However, she has continually surprised us. I am genuinely curious to see what method she will employ. Success or failure is of little consequence now. It's about Little Fish's personal challenge. In the bride's chamber, Little Fish quickly discovered the necessary tools for unlocking. She has never attempted to open this safe before. However, her father once told her that since all locks are creations of humans, there must exist a method to unlock them. Shoo, everyone step back. With a gesture for silence, Su Ming beckoned everyone to step back. If they could not acquire the auspicious shoe, the wedding would have to proceed with another pair. However, the new shoes were still en route, and to perform the ceremonial rites at the auspicious hour would require some delay. Allow me a moment to ponder. Holding the red string, Su Xiaoyu squatted on the ground. Scratching her head, she recalled her father once stating that the combination lock of a safe was inherently more complex than other locks. If even one digit was incorrect, the process could not continue. Observing the circular array of combination wheels, from largest to smallest, Su Xiaoyu reached out to manipulate them. Click, click, click. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could you please bring me 2 paper cups? The cups arrived promptly. Lin Fei, playing the role of a supportive admirer, handed the cups from the table. Connecting the red string between the two, they quickly fashioned a rudimentary listening device. I need a helper. I'm here. Lin Fei swiftly crouched beside the safe. He had longed to assist. Who wouldn't he want to engage in such an exhilarating task as opening a safe? Yet, to partake in a scene reminiscent of cinema and literature was beyond his imagination. How do we proceed? Begin by gently turning the first wheel with your left hand. When I say stop, you must halt. Understood. The safe possessed 18 combination wheels, each adorned with digits from 0 to 9. Gomos. Click, click, click. The wheels activated the mechanism within the safe, the sounds resonating clearly through the makeshift device to Su Xiaoyu's ears. Stop. Reverse the last action. Click, click, click. Good, next. Lin Fei, hardly daring to breathe, followed Su Xiaoyu's directives as he slowly turned the wheels. Click, click, click. Stop at the third one. No. Return to the second and start anew. Su Xiaoyu, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, closed her eyes and focused intently on the faint sounds emanating from within the safe. Just the first 8 wheels had been adjusted over 20 times. A gentle reminder, everyone can breathe. 18 wheels, numbered 1 through 9. Could it truly be opened? Would it be a puzzle never to be solved? This was far too intricate. May Little Fish succeed, and then they could enjoy a grand feast. Such scenes from dramas were incredibly exhilarating. Go, Little Fish. Everyone watching Su Xiaoyu attempt to unlock the safe felt a surge of tension. The combinations of 18 digits from 0 to 9 were overwhelmingly numerous. A single mistake would cascade errors throughout the subsequent wheels. Click, click, click. Sweat trickled down from her forehead. In the room, aside from the collective breaths of the onlookers, silence reigned. As Su Xiaoyu's assistant, Lin Fei felt his legs growing numb. Yet he refrained from shifting positions, for this child had maintained unwavering focus since the outset. 10th wheel, turn upwards. Click, click, click. To Lin Fei, the sounds of the gears bore no distinction. 11th wheel, continue turning. Click, 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 click. Stop. Rewind 1. 20th. The increasingly rapid commands prompted Lin Fei to steal a glance at Su Xiaoyu. To his surprise, a childlike pride adorned her lips. Had she already deciphered the pattern? Yet, he felt nothing amiss. Just as he was lost in thought, the final command was issued. 18. Click, click, click. Stop. It can be opened now. Chapter 28. Mastering the Art of Lock Picking. This calls for a celebratory tea. In the bridal chamber, everyone instinctively held their breath. Lin Fei, crouching on the ground, took a deep breath. With this action, he could ascertain whether their efforts had been in vain. Click! Grasping the handle of the safe, he pulled with force, and the safe swung open. Inside the spacious vault, a striking pair of red wedding shoes caught the eye. Wow, it actually opened. They succeeded. Su Xiaoyu truly accomplished it. A safe? Could this be too outrageous? It is hard to fathom how an 8-year-old girl became a master locksmith. 10 minutes? What does that even mean? Faster than I can open my own locks. ISNT had said online that everyone starts at 2 hours? How did you manage this? Surely, your lock must be inadequate and lacking in strength, and the lock core's durability is too high, having been unprotected by lubricant, hence its inability to open. Goodness, you managed to unlock this piece of junk. Astonished by Su Xiaoyu's lock-picking prowess, the intrigued spectators were utterly captivated by the girl. Opening an ordinary lock might seem impressive, but unlocking a safe is an entirely different level of skill. Ahem, cousin, the shoes are out. Holding the wedding shoes, Su Xiaoyu pouted and handed them to her dazed cousin. Huh, thank you, Xiaoyu. Upon receiving the shoes, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words, only able to express his gratitude. How had his little niece transformed so remarkably in just one semester? What did she not unlock? Given her prowess from ordinary locks to safes? Xiaoyu, come here to Annie. Sitting on the bed, Kaier beckoned Su Xiaoyu to her side and affectionately embraced her. Today's successful wedding was all thanks to you. The most crucial aspect of a wedding is to bring good fortune. Blocking doors, playing games, and hiding shoes all contribute to the merriment and celebration. If a bride were to change her wedding shoes on the day itself, it would be considered very inauspicious. So, what do you want? Auntie will grant your wish. How about a red envelope? Just one? ISNT that a bit meager? At Xiaoyu's request, the bride, Kaier, chuckled. Indeed, Xiaoyu, you little money grubber, you only want one red envelope? Lin Fei teased. My pockets can hardly contain more, and a red envelope is meant to bring good luck. One cannot ask for too many, can they? Su Xiaoyu's pouting visage elicited laughter from everyone. Ha ha ha. All right, you shall receive at least one red envelope. Here's one for you, and I'll give the surplus to your father later. Kaier affectionately tousled her adorable niece's hair, smiling as she spoke. What are we waiting for? Hasten to adorn the bride with her shoes and proceed to pay homage to the heavens and the earth. Indeed, let us seize the auspicious moment. In the Su family courtyard, Su Yang, who had been sipping tea to the point of belching, suddenly sat upright. The system's notification, unlocking skill upgraded to master level, left him somewhat perplexed. What could this mean? Had his daughter's unlocking abilities truly ascended once more? Su Yang deemed a master-level unlocking skill rather practical for daily life. At the very least, he need not fear forgetting his keys when stepping out. Old Jiang, is this your daughter? He inquired, casually picking up Old Jiang's phone. A mere glance at the device allowed him to deduce the fingerprint password. With a gentle swipe, the phone unlocked effortlessly. How did you know my password? Were you spying on my phone? Old Jiang retorted, snatching back his phone and glaring at Su Yang. After spending considerable time with his fellow, he realized he was the true, socially anxious one. Spying on your phone? You left fingerprints all over it from eating without wiping your hands. Su Yang replied disdainfully, wiping his hands and retreating downstairs, leaving Old Jiang to scrutinize his phone screen. Su Yang, I have never even tasted mung bean cake. How is there mung bean scent all over it? Old Jiang protested. Wait a moment. This fellow used my phone without cleaning his hands and is now turning the tables on me? This is too much. Meanwhile, at the precinct, Captain Wang, the video analysis results are in. There are no signs of editing or special effects. This Su Xiaoyu is truly exceptional, reported Officer Li from the cyber unit. Noticing Captain Wang lost in thought, staring at the screen. Take a look at the latest video, Captain Wang instructed. Upon receiving the analysis report, it indeed confirmed his suspicions. Su Xiaoyu possessed genuine unlocking skills. Initially, he had suspected it to be scripted by the production team or enhanced with effects. But a single phone call had revealed that these talents were entirely Su Xiaoyu's own. As Su Yang had mentioned, They were nurtured as a special skill. How intriguing. Which family would cultivate a child's unlocking prowess as a specialty? With a flicker of curiosity, Captain Wong searched for information about the Su father and daughter online. The results astonished him. The device installed in his car was crafted by this 8-year-old girl? Captain, isn't this a bit outrageous? That essay safe, Officer Lee exclaimed, pointing at the screen in disbelief. One might think they were watching a heist movie. Yet, based on his professional experience and current technology, incorporating special effects into a live broadcast was not feasible. Therefore, unlocking a safe to retrieve wedding shoes seemed rather far-fetched. I've seen enough. Please reach out to the production team. It would be prudent to obtain Su Yang's contact information and have him come here, Captain Wong declared after deliberation. This was not an overreaction. Such unlocking abilities warranted official registration. If she could open a safe, what might she unlock next? Understood, Captain. I will request them to come at their earliest convenience, Officer Lee responded. Not at their convenience, but rather during the night shift today, Captain Wong clarified promptly. In the studio's backstage, what? We need to come for registration today? Certainly. We will cooperate fully, they replied. Director Jiang Minheo hung up the phone, scratching his head as he contemplated the absurdity of the situation. The number displayed on his device seemed almost surreal. Had they truly alerted the authorities? And was it necessary to proceed with the registration this very evening? Director, are we really going to register the Su family after only reaching the top 128? Imagine if they make it to the top 64. The assistant beside him scoffed, unwilling to elaborate further. It was one thing for the father to be unreliable, but the daughter's skills, from DJing to locksmithing, were becoming increasingly outrageous. Ahem, we are producing a parent-child interactive program. Isn't it true that many viewers enjoy the live broadcast of the Su family? Director Jiang Minheo chose not to pursue the matter further. The program's popularity must remain intact. Thus, regardless of the Su family's eccentricities, they had to progress to the next round. Call Lao Jiang and inform Su Yang not to clash with the officials. Chapter 29. Tea after the grand feast? What splendid treatment! With joyful shouts and laughter, the groom and bride were escorted into the wedding chamber of the Su family. Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? Go find a good spot to enjoy the feast. Su Yang, having put away his phone, quickly scooped up his daughter and dashed towards the grand banquet in the courtyard. He had witnessed many such weddings before. If it weren't for the sake of entertaining his wife, he would have been too apathetic to even take photos. Su Yang, don't leave yet. Stay and watch a little longer. Jiang called out after him, exasperated. How about he just walk away? They hadn't captured enough footage yet. You all take your time. We're off to enjoy the feast. My stomach can barely hold on. After tossing out a couple of remarks, Su Yang paid no mind to whether the cameraman was following and sought a seat for himself and his daughter. Fortunately, thanks to his daughter, Su Xiaoyu's charm, they soon found a table near the observation platform. Puffing and panting, the cameraman finally arrived, taking a seat beside them. After all, the daily interactions between Su Yang and his daughter were the essence of the show, far more captivating than the antics of the wedding night. As the firecrackers exploded, the guests began to dig into their meals shortly after they settled. See how timely I am. The most important part of attending a wedding is the feast. Everything else can wait, Su Yang chuckled, having secured a pig trotter for himself. The cameraman and Jiang had no rebuttal, now that the feast had commenced. Everything the father said was undoubtedly correct. Dad, is this big pig trotter delicious? Su Xiaoyu inquired, leaning closer as Su Yang savored his meal. Do you want some? Su Yang asked, noticing her eager nod. I'll hold onto the red envelope for you, and I'll share a piece. He waved the crispy pig trotter in front of her, causing her to gulp with anticipation. One red envelope. Trust me to keep it safe. Otherwise, you'll only be left with the bones. With a hearty bite into the crispy skin of the trotter, Su Yang relished the flavor. All right, it's a deal. Here's the red envelope for you. He exchanged the envelope for a piece of the trotter, sealing the bargain with laughter. Su Xiaoyu was delightfully feasting, yet the audience remained unimpressed. My goodness, after a roundabout with the red envelope, it ended up back in Su Yang's hands? In my younger days, my father would demand it outright, and it was already a generous act for Su Yang to offer a pig's trotter. Such a comparison truly highlights the difference. Until I reached junior high, I was oblivious to the amount of money within those red envelopes. So, is it safe to say that Su Yang is indeed a good father? Ha ha ha. Setting aside the merits of that, the method of indulging in pig schrotters is undoubtedly the correct approach. Gulp. The quintessential aspect of a traditional Chinese wedding is the opportunity to indulge in sumptuous feasts. It is a sight to behold. It became apparent to me that Su Yang was genuinely there to relish the banquet, and I found it quite appetizing. At the dining table, Su Yang, accompanied by his daughter Su Xiaoyu, devoured the food with the fervor of a tiger descending from a mountain. Anything that appeared delectable was immediately seized and consumed with gusto. Moreover, given the ample servings typical of rural weddings, there was no scene of food rivalry. Burp. After finishing his cola, Su Yang leaned back in his chair, picking at his teeth. He took out the red envelope to count its contents, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he tucked it into his pocket. He recalled his childhood when his parents would say they would hold onto his red envelopes, only for them to vanish without a trace. Xiaoyu, did you eat well? I did. After wiping her mouth, Su Xiaoyu patted her little belly. Her face radiated with satisfaction as she even let out a contented burp. Dad, can I have the red envelope now? Give it to you? Why would I do that? This is our exchange, you know. You eat the pig's trotter, and I get the red envelope. The pig's trotter belongs to Uncle's family, not yours. Just as the father and daughter began to dispute the ownership of the red envelope, Su Yang's phone rang. Quick, answer the call and see who's calling. In an attempt to keep the red envelope for himself, Su Yang handed the phone to his daughter. Hello, who's this? Looking for my dad? My dad is hoarding my red envelope. Yes. He tricked me out of my red envelope with a pig's trotter and then refused to give it back. Holding the phone, Su Xiaoyu recounted her father's misdeeds in detail. TCH, Xiaoyu, who are you complaining to? Let me tell you, the red envelope is firmly in my grasp. Not even your mother can change that. I mean it. With the red envelope securely tucked away, Su Yang's tone was resolute. Although he feared his wife might actually question him, he figured he would deal with that when the time came. Zhongbrade Su Yang. This is officer from the Yangtze District Police Station. If you have the time, please come to the station tonight. The phone was placed on speaker by Su Xiaoyu, and the voice resonated loudly through the receiver, leaving the irate Su Yang momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Had his covert hoarding of a mere red envelope drawn the attention of the police? Witnessing Su Yang's bewilderment, the live stream's comments erupted in amusement. Ha! It truly is a call from the police? How delightful! You've been bullying Xiaoyu and hoarding his red envelope? What a relief! This yellow-haired father who deceived his child with pig trotters is finally facing consequences. Why didn't I think of this when I was a child? Next time my dad tries to take my red envelope, I'll just call the police. Brother, be cautious. Your father might unleash the 7 wolves. After this grand feast, will you be invited for tea? Su Yang has certainly had a busy day, hasn't he? Is this for real? You can't be pulling my leg, can you? Picking up his phone, Su Yang curiously held it to his ear, soon hearing the other party report a police code. Rest assured, I will bring the child over shortly. After all, with such a statement made, how could Su Yang possibly refuse to cooperate? Once the call ended, he handed an envelope of cash to Su Xiaoyu, knowing that in the end, it would all be distributed among themselves. Old Jiang, are you still smirking? Noticing the sly grin on Old Jiang's face, Su Yang shot him an annoyed glare. Was he secretly hoping for an invitation to tea? No, I just learned about this myself. The director said we should send you and the child over in a special vehicle, then safely return home. Old Jiang, suppressing his laughter, hurried to clarify. That's more like it. It's just a chat, right? Let's hurry. We mustn't let my parents find out. As he spoke, Su Yang retrieved 2 plastic bags from under the table, swiftly sweeping the remaining dishes onto the table. What are you looking at? So much food, and you won't take it? Xiaoyu, let's go quickly. Got it, Dad. Do you need any drinks? Yes, grab some. The little bandit and his daughter filled several bags with food and, clutching the drinks, scampered towards the courtyard, leaving the photographer and Old Jiang behind. They were under the watchful eyes of the other relatives at the table. We don't know him. Chapter 30. Handcuffs as Toys? The production team goes wild. As night fell at the entrance of the Yangtze River Police Station, a police officer scrutinized the blonde-haired Su Yang. Are you Su Yang? I am Su Yang. The team led by Officer Wang sent me. I hope I'm not late. Peering his head inside, Su Yang noticed the absence of the captain. Is he your father? The officer, initially wary, crouched down, his tense expression softening into a warm smile. I am Su Xiaoyu. She is my father. Hello, big sister. The sweet smile and voice melted the heart of the female officer. Come, don't be afraid. Follow me inside. I just have a few questions. And then you can go home. Thank you, big sister. Following the officer, Su Yang couldn't help but pout in annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that they were on her turf and she was a woman, he would have seriously questioned why his dyed blonde hair warranted such disdain. Please wait a moment. Officer Wang will be here shortly. After leading the father and daughter into the conference room, the female officer quickly departed. Dad, what are they looking at? Sitting on the sofa, Su Xiaoyu pointed at the curious onlookers outside, probably just observing a panda. Sipping his tea, Su Yang casually glanced around before returning his gaze. He was aware that his unlocking skills would eventually come to light. However, he was taken aback that Su Xiaoyu would utilize this to assist in unfastening the marriage locks. Yet, it was not a significant issue at most. It would simply be a matter for record-keeping. After all, possessing the skill to unlock doors was not a crime. Was it? As Su Yang pondered how to respond to the question, a cacophony erupted from outside the conference room. In the corridor, a young couple, wrapped in towels, crouched on a nearby chair. What happened? Oh, it seems they had purchased a pair of handcuffs online and were indulging in a playful role-playing scenario at home. Now, they found themselves locked together, unable to unlock the cuffs. A nearby police officer quietly explained the situation. Turning to look, Su Yang noticed the couple's flushed faces. Shouldn't this situation warrant a call to the fire department? Who could have known that all handcuff keys are not universal? Listening to the officer and observing the increasingly embarrassed duo, Su Yang felt a swell of sympathy. Surely, they would be the subject of ridicule. Why engage in such antics at a young age? Little Yu hurried over, her energy palpable. Annie, do you have a hairpin or something? What do you need that for? The handcuffed woman recoiled slightly, producing a bobby pin from her towel. This will suffice. I can unlock it. With that, you modify the pin and approach the handcuffs. Let her give it a try. The fire department 1T arrive anytime soon, Wang Miao remarked as he descended the stairs, eager to witness Yu's unlocking prowess. All right, young lady, go ahead, he encouraged. Yu inserted the bobby pin into the lock and twisted it. Click! The cuff sprang open in an instant. She swiftly turned her attention to the male counterpart's cuffs, which also yielded in under 3 seconds. Incredible. She can really pick locks? Unbelievable. She is faster than I am with a key. Wang Miao exclaimed, astonished. Was it true that handcuffs could be treated as mere toys? After escorting the young couple away, Su Yang suppressed his laughter, though he felt a twinge of pressure under Wang Miao's scrutinizing gaze. The rankings for the online show were finally announced, closing at 9 o'clock. The results were as follows. Wang Zhengwo, the father from the 80s, claimed the top spot with 358,652 votes. Jiang Cheng, another 80s father, secured second place with 348,510 votes. Li Xian, a father from the 90s, was third with 315,980 votes, while Su Yang, the father from the aughts, languished in 59th place with 185,820 votes. The audience viewing the rankings was left in shock. Why is Su Yang ranked so low? Someone wondered. Isn't it obvious? This is a parent-child interaction program, not a comedic skit. What do you mean by comedic skit? US unlocking skills were quite entertaining. Another replied, it's all scripted, you know. How meaningful is it for Li Xian to attend a wedding with his child? All Su Yang knows is how to eat. Exactly. If he can open a safe, what else could it be but scripted? For the sake of promotion, they've even jammed our lock. In the brightly lit conference room, Su Yang and his daughter barely made it into the top 64, primarily due to their ability to attract a substantial number of young viewers. Otherwise, they might have faced elimination. Our audience primarily seeks family interactions, with a significant number of parents from the post-80s and post-90s generations. The data analysis team is currently elucidating the existing statistics. While Su Yang and his daughter have garnered attention, they do not represent the mainstream demographic. In contrast, parents appear to prefer observing the genuine emotional connections between ordinary fathers and daughters. Director Jiang, if Su Yang fails to advance to the next round, The assistant director hesitated to continue. Everyone in the conference room grasped the underlying implications. The presence of Su Yang and his daughter has attracted a multitude of casual viewers to the program. This unexpected surge in popularity is invaluable for a variety show primarily featuring ordinary individuals. If, in the end, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu are eliminated, it would be a tremendous loss for the production team. Recognizing this, there is a need to amplify the promotion of Su Yang. After some contemplation, Jiang Minhao boldly stated, "Is the director planning to create a star?" All eyes within the production team turned towards the director. With such vigorous promotion of Su Yang, there is a genuine possibility he could become a social media sensation. "You are overthinking it. We all understand the current dynamics of our program," the director clarified. While showcasing the parent-child interactions of ordinary individuals, we also require some degree of popularity to support it. Regardless of their peculiar talents, Su Yang and his daughter, as representatives of the post-00S generation, are certainly captivating. Promoting them is undoubtedly a sound decision. Realizing the significance of this, Jiang Minhao became increasingly animated. There are myriad educational approaches. Why must each generation adhere to the methodologies of the preceding one? Whether it be DJing or lockpicking, as long as the child finds joy and cultivates their own interests, does it not hold value? This perspective diverges from that of mainstream parents. Though Jiang Minhao kept his thoughts to himself, he was determined to act. Through Su Yang and his daughter, he aimed to convey to children that there are alternative avenues for a fulfilling childhood. Chapter 31. Isn't it promised to be a good father? Are you slacking off on live broadcast? At the Cultural Exchange Center of the Yangtze River District in the bustling metropolis, the streets were adorned with advertisements and logos from various sponsors. Surrounding one of the main thoroughfares, uniformed staff encircled the area, while a large crowd of onlookers gathered. A prominent banner for the Father program hung above the street entrance. Finally, the broadcast has commenced. I've been waiting for this moment. After the top 64, the production team would provide a platform for the fathers to compete together. Who is everyone here to support? You all seem to have come from different provinces. Who are you supporting? Of course, it's Li Bei. Absolutely. Such a delightful and entertaining child deserves our support. Wang Ling's support group was present. Where's my daughter? Don't block my view of her. In the waiting room, under the watchful gaze of the cameras, Su Xiaoyu and the other children gathered together, eagerly anticipating the start of the event. Sister Wang Ling, let me read your palm. With some free time on her hands, Su Xiaoyu poked at Wang Ling, who was wearing a little dress. Huh, can you read palms? Wang Ling inquired curiously, extending her hand. Of course, just let me take a look. Grasping the small hand of the other, Su Xiaoyu began to observe intently. Soon, a slight frown appeared on her delicate brow. What's wrong, little fish? Wang Ling inquired anxiously. Well, it seems you might misplace something today, so do take care. Other than that, there's nothing to worry about. Su Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully after releasing Wang Ling's hand. The camera captured this scene, bringing amusement to the viewers in the live stream. Ha ha! How could little fish possibly suppress her laughter? Is palmistry yet another of Su Xiaoyu's newfound talents? How amusing! Indeed, our little fish fairy spoke with considerable flair. To those offline, don't forget to engage with little fish. Absolutely. And let us give a shout out to the golden-haired Su Yang Ling, or we ought to tidy up, called Wang Zhangwo, who is organizing his backpack. Little fish, please wake your father. Don't let him miss the call later. Glancing at Su Yang, who was sound asleep in a chair, Wang Zhangwo shook his head and addressed Su Xiaoyu. Understood, Uncle Zhangwo. Sister Wang Ling might misplace something, so please be cautious. Such a good girl. Make sure to come by our stall later for some treats. Wang Zhangwo chuckled, not taking Su Xiaoyu's words too seriously. However, with such an adorable daughter, one must wonder if Su Yang stays up late every night. Truly, what a somewhat negligent father he is. Ah, Su Yang, yawning. Finally he arose from the recliner. Dad, you're awake? Yes, now go fetch me a bottle of water. He handed his phone to his daughter and got up to stretch. Ignoring the gazes from Wang Zhangwo and the others, he chose to disregard them entirely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Su Yang, full-time dad, skills, DJ master. Potato roasting, master, Lock-picking Grandmaster, Wing Chun Master. Fortune-telling Advanced. Passive. Physical conditioning Enhanced 1. Positive popularity value. 1325. Negative popularity value. 3,872. After returning from the police station, Su Yang eagerly engaged in a lottery. The previous two drawings had enlightened him about the system, revealing that drawing with a negative popularity value likely resulted in acquiring undesirable skills. Conversely, drawing with a positive popularity value would naturally yield beneficial rewards. Thus, he exchanged most of his popularity for favorable outcomes and then embarked on a series of vigorous draws. The results, as everyone witnessed, were rather disheartening. Over 10 initial draws yielded nothing but polite acknowledgments. The only worthwhile rewards were two: Wing Chun and the passive enhancement of physical conditioning. Frustrated, Su Yang subsequently spent 10,000 negative popularity points on another draw. To his bemusement, he ended up acquiring the dubious skill of fortune-telling. Goodness, all the good rewards were mere token gestures, while the bad ones hit the mark every time. I assure you, my hands were clean when I drew. After receiving the rewards, during a lull in the live broadcast, Su Yang passed on both the fortune-telling and Wing Chun skills to his daughter. Wing Chun has proven to be quite beneficial. Each day, as my daughter engages in her playful sparring, I, as her father, have attained a level of mastery. With Wing Chun and enhanced physical conditioning, Su Yang feels a sense of relief, knowing he can now adequately protect both himself and his child. As for fortune-telling, his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, has yet to showcase her talents, barely achieving an advanced level. Dad, will we really be able to earn money today? Su Xiaoyu inquired, her skepticism evident as she fiddled with the white tablecloth they had brought along. Do not worry. It's merely a matter of earning 500 yuan. I am confident we will accomplish our task, Su Yang replied, flicking the cap off a bottle of mineral water with assurance. The task assigned by the production team was straightforward. They were to set up a stall on Cultural Street and acquire 500 yuan as seed money. The more money they collected, the more substantial the reward from the production team would be. After some contemplation, Su Yang realized that neither he nor his daughter possessed any particular specialties. Roasted potatoes were prohibited in Cultural Street, as it was not a food market but a designated smoke-free area. Thus, he resolved to join his daughter in fortune-telling, believing that with accurate readings, earning 500 yuan would be a piece of cake. Su Yang, it's time to set up your stall. A staff member approached him with a smile. All right, let us go. But what about your supplies? The staff member appeared bewildered, noticing Su Yang's empty hands. Other parents had required assistance with their items, yet Su Yang seemed to have brought nothing at all. Isn't it obvious? Just ask. I'm selling mysterious items, Su Yang replied, gesturing towards the large white cloth in Su Xiaoyu's arms, shrugging and walking ahead with a cheerful demeanor. What does that mean? Is Su Yang really planning to sell air? Unbelievable. Just a few days ago, he posted on Weibo about wanting to be a good father. Indeed, he promised to be a good dad, and I had high hopes for him. How did he end up slacking off like this? I'm at a loss. Xiaoyu could have made it into the top 32, but I hope she doesn't fall short at the last moment. Li Xian's father is selling clay sculptures. Wang Zhengwo's father is selling painted crafts. Jiang Qing's father is selling candy figures. And you're selling air? Someone please give this guy a piece of their mind. Listening to the system's continuous notifications of negative reviews, Su Miao had grown accustomed to such criticism. However, it mattered little. Both positive and negative feedback could lead to a lottery. In his past life, Su Yang was a super lucky player, pulling double yellow eggs in 10 consecutive draws. Surely, in this life, he could also draw something beneficial. Xiaoyu, let us show them what it truly means to set up a stall. Chapter 32. The stall activity scene. You're bringing your child to sell air? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of firecrackers announced the opening of Cultural Street, followed by colorful ribbons released by the production team. At stall number 3, the devoted father Wang Zhengwo was busily arranging his packages and quickly setting up a small wooden table. Ling Air, you can start taking things out now. The new, neatly arranged colorful tablecloth was already laid out on the wooden table. Got it, Dad. Dressed in a white princess dress, Wang Ling began extracting various painting supplies, boards, papers, paints from a large backpack, placing them on the nearest corner of the table. Wang Jiangwo cast a glance at the size of the table, determining the designated areas for the tools. He swiftly organized the necessary implements, simultaneously clearing a space for his daughter Wang Ling to paint. Once everything was prepared, he reminded her, "Ling, don't forget to tie your apron." Noticing his daughter's eager demeanor, Wang Jiangwo quickly retrieved an adorable Barbie princess apron from his backpack and helped her tie it. "Thank you, Dad. Guests should be arriving soon. So let us give painting a try and enhance my tactile experience." After setting up a small stool for his precious daughter to sit on, Wang Jiangwo began to guide her in painting. The heartwarming interaction between father and daughter brought joy to the onlookers. Wang Jiangwo is incredibly thoughtful, isn't he? With tables, chairs, and an array of props meticulously prepared. I must admit I, as a mother, could never have thought of such details. He is truly remarkable, and he is even guiding her in painting. What a perfect father! Poetry recitation, cooking, braiding hair, painting, what can't he do? It is evident that the devoted father Wang Jiangwo is indeed a complete daughter's man. To all the fans offline, don't forget to support Daddy Wang Ling. At booth number 5, Li Xian did nothing but quietly observe. His son Li Bei efficiently arranged the table and then took out a series of charming ceramic figurines from his backpack. Once they were neatly displayed, he began to gather various paints and brushes. "Su Yang, don't you need to set up your stall?" After nodding in approval at his son, Li Xian noticed a father-daughter duo passing by, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu. Since entering the top 64, he had been paying attention to the circumstances of other fathers. He believed he could never match Wang Jiangwo's meticulous care, hence considering him his biggest competitor. Then there were fathers like Jiang Cheng, who were of a similar age and also possessed the potential to contend for the top 2 spots. Finally, what piqued Li Xian's curiosity and disdain was the pair of Su Yang and his daughter, who had seemingly advanced into the top 64 purely through an array of scripts and coincidences, while everyone else was setting up their stalls. This father-daughter duo was curiously observing the others. "Setting up a stall? No ruse. Let us first observe the competitors," Su Yang casually remarked while picking up a ceramic figurine. "Do you consider me your rival?" Li Xian chuckled, glancing at Su Yang's empty stall in the distance. "Are you seriously here to sell air? And you consider yourself my competitor? That is quite flattering, isn't it?" "No, only brother Wang Jiangwo is my competitor." Su Yang's response left Li Xian momentarily speechless. However, thinking that Su Yang might stop at the top 64, he chose not to engage further. "What? Would you like me to gift you a figurine?" "No. If you're willing later, you could trade a figurine with us. I'll give you 10% discount." As he set down the figurine, Su Yang, unaware of Li Xian's irritated expression, headed straight towards Wang Jiangwo's stall with his daughter. The photographer followed closely, and the audience in the live stream found it all quite amusing. Ha! It truly amuses me. How dare Su Yang express such audacity? Li Xian's father possesses an extraordinary temperament. Had it been me, I would have surely driven this fellow to despair. You, a mere seller of air, expect to offer a discount and engage in your deceitful schemes? I am utterly astounded. Now, we await to see which gullible soul is willing to purchase Su Yang's wares. Inside the studio, the 3 esteemed teachers pondered upon who they would favor today. Teacher He, microphone in hand, curiously gazed towards Wang Lao and his companions. The influence of parents on their children is undeniably profound. Wang Jiangwo's father exemplifies the principle of teaching by example, and I firmly believe he will undoubtedly emerge as the frontrunner today, mused Professor Li Long, who was watching the live broadcast. "Old Li, aren't you moving a bit too fast? You've outright snatched the spotlight from the ever-popular Wang Jiangwo." Wang Lao inquired with a hint of irritation. As a representative of the post-80s generation, it is common knowledge that he is bound to secure first place. That is what happens when you and Xiao Gao are slow to react. Li Long retorted confidently. "I am certainly going to support Wang Jiangwo. The effort he has invested in his children is evident to all, and it is only fitting that he achieves commendable results." Xiao Sa and others nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his words. "I shall choose Li Xian then. His educational approach leans towards guidance, which fosters a commendable sense of independence in children. I select Jiang Cheng's father. His optimistic outlook is crucial for a child development. As the remaining teachers completed their selections, Hiju nodded knowingly. And you, Xiaosa? Me? Without a doubt, it's the father-daughter duo of Su Yang. I find them quite intriguing, and perhaps today will unveil more delightful surprises. Xiaoyu bei Ning exclaimed vitut hesitation. Upon hearing this, the others chuckled softly, glancing at the screen where Su Yang was still meandering about. Surely, Su Yang has not come unprepared, Xiaosa queried nervously, realizing that visitors would soon arrive. Is it too late for me to choose someone else? On Cultural Street, the staff could no longer bear to watch. Approaching Su Yang, they whispered a reminder, Sir, the event is about to commence. Please return to your booth. Is it? Perhaps it is time to prepare, Su Yang responded, smiling as he received a piece of artwork from Guoge. Let us meet shortly. I believe completing the 500 should be quite manageable. Wang Jiangwo, adjusting his paints, advised Su Yang, still unaware of what the young man intended to sell at his booth. I'm off now, Xiaoyu. Guoge, my painting must be exquisite. Understood. Now go and attend to your matters. Under the curious gazes of all, Su Yang and his daughter returned to their booth. On their neatly arranged table, not a single scrap could be found. Xiaoyu, let us commence. With a white cloth in her arms, Su Xiaoyu nodded, unfurling the fabric with a flourish. With a subtle display of Wing Chun energy, the previously wrinkled cloth was smoothed out in mere moments, producing a crisp sound as it fell. As the cloth settled on the ground, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu took a seat in one corner. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Chapter 33. Fortune-telling? Begging? Even the stools were borrowed. Su Yang's actions left the live stream's barrage of comments momentarily frozen for several seconds. And then what? Is merely laying out a tablecloth sufficient? Goodness. Others set up stalls to sell goods. But what is Su Yang offering? Air? At first glance, he resembled the beggars I see at the bus station. No, he was missing a bowl and a sorrowful sign. I truly feel embarrassed for this fellow. Surely he could have at least sold some small trinkets to avoid such disgrace. Alas, with a father like this, Su Xiaoyu is indeed unfortunate. Su Yang's antics left Li Xian, Wang Jiangwo, and the other fathers in a state of bewilderment. Among the 30 or so fathers present, very few, like Wang Jiangwo, were as versatile. However, the majority had meticulously prepared items for sale, small gifts, handicrafts, or flowers, all neatly arranged. Only Su Yang had a plain white cloth on the ground, and nothing else. Was he here just to embarrass himself? Li Xian couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He had expected Su Yang to unveil some captivating performance or spectacle, but it seemed today he had nothing of the sort. Attempting to elicit sympathy through Su Xiaoyu might yield some charity, but the competitors here were not fools, and today was destined to be a failure for him. Li Xian shifted his gaze towards Wang Jiangwo and his daughter nearby. They were the ones he needed to focus on. Unkla Li Xian. Su Xiaoyu's voice broke his contemplation, and he turned to meet Su Yang's cheerful gaze along with his daughter. Xiaoyu? What is the matter? He asked, giving Su Yang a peculiar glance. Uncle Li Xian, we would like to borrow 2 stools, Su Xiaoyu said, pointing at the stack of stools on the ground. That's fine, Li Xian replied, naturally unable to refuse after hearing the child's request. They had brought over 10 stools for their outing, so lending a couple was no trouble at all. Thank you, Brother Xian. You're really kind, Su Yang said with a bright smile as he casually grabbed the stools, expressing his gratitude politely. However, the dirt on his hands gave Li Xian pause. Didn't you say to? Why did you take 4? Thank you, uncle. No need to thank me, Xiaoyu. Li Xian waved goodbye as he watched the father-daughter duo who were clearly taking advantage of the situation. Espigali Su Yang, who knew he couldn't refuse children on camera. He certainly showed no sign of hesitation. These stools are remarkably comfortable. Once seated, Su Yang instantly felt much better. If only he had a fan, he would truly resemble a fortune teller. Dad, the visitors are about to come in, a nearby staff member remarked, noticing Su Yang and his daughter engrossed in a game. I know, we are ready over here as well. Could you check if the other fathers are prepared? If so, let the visitors in, he replied, speaking with assertiveness. If the staff hadn't known that the stools were borrowed, they might have genuinely believed Su Yang had prepared something secretive. Very well, I shall inquire with the other fathers. What more can the staff say regarding the utterly disheartened Su Yang? They can only comply with his request to consult the other fathers and formally commence today's activities. Before the program begins, feeling a bit overheated, Su Yang took his daughter for a stroll along Cultural Street. At last, he felt a sense of comfort, with a fan borrowed from Jiangsheng and a bottle of mineral water from another father. It wasn't long before Su Yang's white cloth was adorned with several items that did not belong to him. Goodness, is Su Yang primarily focused on borrowing? We can understand borrowing water, a stool, and a fan, but what use is a little turtle? Could it be that Su Yang believes Su Xiaoyu's past few live streams garnered too much popularity, hence this lack of engaging activity? There is indeed that possibility. In pursuit of the prize money, he is creatively vying for attention. Brother, if there's no activity, you might as well bite the lighter. What purpose does this serve? Rest assured, as long as Su Yang fails to reach 500 yuan, he will ultimately be eliminated. Poor little fish, sigh. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks erupted in the air, and under the guidance of the staff, the first batch of visitors began to enter Cultural Street. Dad, people are coming. With a triumphant voice, Su Yang contentedly put away his phone. After years of fierce competition, he had finally achieved the golden rank, no small feat. Rising to take a look, he noticed that many father stalls near the exit had already attracted visitors. However, the main crowd was still making their way toward him. Quickly go to Uncle Jiangwo and bring our sign. Okay. Su Xiaoyu sprang up and soon returned with 2 drawing boards from Wang Jiangwo's stall. Calculating the heavens, the earth, and life, just 50 yuan each. I must say, Brother Guo's handwriting is quite impressive, strong and vigorous, accompanied by illustrations. Su Yang positioned the 2 boards beside the white cloth and awaited the arrival of guests. What does that mean? I understand the latter part, 50 yuan each time, but the former part is a bit perplexing. Calculating the heavens, the earth, and life? Surely, Su Yang isn't suggesting he will tell fortunes? I advise him to simply write begging, as someone is bound to give him money. Fortune-telling seems rather absurd. Isn't this just a lack of engaging activity? He might as well perform a lock-picking act. Precisely. Lock-picking might attract an audience even at 50 yuan each, but this fortune-telling is hardly worth a dime. The audience was bewildered by Su Yang's actions and had already concluded that he had no activity planned. Moreover, the reason they were still watching the live stream was to see Su Xiaoyu, not Su Yang. Come and see. Come and see. As a large group of visitors approached, Su Yang called out, "Is 50 yuan too expensive? Usually, one would spend 100 or 200 to burn incense and pray. I'm offering a very reasonable price." Isn't that Su Xiaoyu? Can we take a photo? Indeed, it was Su Xiaoyu. Many visitors eagerly approached her to greet and take pictures. The gathering of numerous tourists led Su Yang to believe that success was within reach. If just one person could achieve it, others would recognize the prowess of his daughter. However, before he could finish his thought, the crowd quickly dispersed. What a loss! Had he known, he would have charged for photographs. Xiaoyu, take a seat at the stall. The thought of lost earnings pained Su Yang's heart. If he could have charged for photos, he would have earned a couple hundred by now. Xiaoyu is personally offering fortune-telling. Come and have a look. He shouted, but no one responded. Just as Su Yang was about to give up, a figure blocked the sunlight. Chapter 34. How much is dignity worth? The little schemer, Su Xiaoyu, is here. You truly have an eye for talent. Looking up, Su Yang saw a middle-aged man wearing a mask, slightly stout, holding a bag of fruits and vegetables. He must have just returned from the market and stopped by to take a look. Such a middle-aged man, shopping for groceries early in the morning, likely belonged to the unsuccessful lot in life. Coupled with his furtive glances, Su Yang was increasingly convinced. The man seemed eager to ask many questions, and fortunately, his daughter possessed the ability to provide answers. Come, don't just stand there. Have a seat. Su Yang ushered him onto a small stool and generously poured him a glass of water. A good start is half the battle won. For a man of his age, life's troubles would be numerous. As long as he could provide accurate readings, more customers would surely follow. Xiaoyu, you may begin. Uncle, do you have any questions? Sitting up straight, Su Xiaoyu politely inquired. The man pointed to 2 easels placed on the ground. Su Yang quickly interjected, "Oh, those? Don't worry. If you think 50 is too much, how about 40? I guarantee it will be worth your while. Hey, no need to pay right now. You're too anxious, Su Yang said, rubbing his hands together as he noticed the man was pulling out a voucher. This man was overly eager, but it seemed like 40 would soon be added to his account. Wait, isn't that a bit too generous? With 80 in vouchers, Su Yang felt a pang of embarrassment. He hadn't even asked a question, yet the man was offering 80? This gentleman seemed rather extravagant. Is this easel written by Wang Jiangwo? The middle-aged man picked up one of the painting boards, his eyes glinting with admiration. Indeed, it was written by my brother. Su Yang replied. How about selling me those two for 80? The man's appreciation for the writing grew stronger as he scrutinized the easel. What did you say? Su Yang, gripping the money, felt as though he was mishearing. I said I'll buy the two for 80. I'm sorry, we do not sell these easels. Su Yang snatched back the easel and shoved the money into the man's hands. He had initially thought the man was there for fortune-telling, but it turned out he wanted to buy his advertisement. Selling it to him would be utterly humiliating. 100, will you sell it? The middle-aged man pulled out another 20 in vouchers from his pocket. You should know that at Wang Jiangwo's stall, these two canvases would cost no more than 60 yuan. If you spend 100, you would still make a profit. So why not purchase from him? There are many people here, and there's no need to queue. I still have to return home to prepare dinner for my child. Raising the vegetables in his hand, the middle-aged man pointed toward a certain direction. Following his gesture, Su Yang couldn't help but grimace. Before Wang Jiangwo's stall, a dense crowd thronged, obscuring even the stall itself. People were still tossing in exchange vouchers. Looking over at Li Xian's area, the situation was similar. Although not as bustling as Wang Jiangwo's, there were still quite a number of people. If each of the dozen individuals spent 20 yuan, that would amount to 300 yuan in total. Meanwhile, over here, the only customer was interested in purchasing Su Yang's signature item. I'm sorry, I don't sell that. Please go queue over there. Retrieving the water cup from the man's hand, Su Yang drained it in one go. What a joke. Would he be the kind of person to sell his dignity for money? You should have said that earlier. You made me waste so much time here. The middle-aged man grumbled before walking away with his vegetables, not hesitating for a moment. Ha ha ha, I thought a real fool had come for fortune-telling. What a laugh. The fortune-telling elder on my street has a full set of robes and boxes. This is too rudimentary. Who says otherwise? Why not just rob 50 yuan? I thought Su Yang was quite tough. Turns out he just sold his sign. It seems that Wang Jiangwo's reputation truly precedes him, as even this casually written calligraphy finds willing buyers. The audience's jeers and criticisms left Su Yang feeling disheartened as he settled onto a stool. Looking at the two painting boards on the ground and glancing at the departing sole customer, he found himself in a quandary. Brother, I believe we can still negotiate. After pondering for merely 3 seconds, Su Yang stood up and shouted, Brother, please take care. After sending the middle-aged man off once more, Su Yang now held an additional 50 yuan. Calculating the heavens, the earth, and life itself, he had sold half of what he had. One could argue that this marked a successful opening, right? Selling 50 for 50 was indeed a fair trade. Dad, we have money now. Little fish. We must seize the next wave of customers. Got it, Dad. Watch me. As the staff regarded him with astonishment, Su Yang borrowed a brush and inscribed the words "No fortune, no charge" on the white cloth. Though somewhat crooked, it was effective overall. Passers-by, tourists, would inevitably pause to take a look. Uncles, come take a look. No fortune, no charge. Su Xiaoyu, who was playfully engaging at the stall, waved to the tourists passing by. All right, then I shall give it a try. However, are you charging for this? The young man, from the post-2000 generation, disregarding his companion's advice, directly sat down on the stool. He found the child amusing, and given that fortune-telling was being offered on Cultural Street, it intrigued him. Just watch and see. 10 or 20 isn't too little, and 100 or 200 isn't too much. Let be his fate decides. Pouring a cup of water, Su Yang casually remarked, May I ask, Uncle, what question would you like to inquire about? You can write it on the canvas. The young man contemplated for a moment, then inscribed the characters for fate onto the canvas. And what is your name and date of birth? Kai Cohen. On the day of 2001, at 10 o'clock in the morning, he replied, playfully tousling his center-parted hair, which revealed a bashful smile. Uncle, may I examine your palmistry? As she studied his palm, Su Xiaoyu quickly formed her conclusions. Uncle, your life is marked by a hint of romantic misfortune. Were you often lured away by older girls in your childhood? Indeed. Can you really discern that? Kai-kun exclaimed in astonishment. For he had indeed been popular among girls from a young age. This attention, however, had been somewhat burdensome for a boy. Su Xiaoyu shook her head thoughtfully as she analyzed. Today is particularly significant for such romantic entanglements, so you must exercise caution when you step outside. Kai-kun, taken aback, inquired, "Is there any way to break this predicament? I have been thoroughly harassed." After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaoyu produced a mask from her pocket. "Wear this, and you can avoid being noticed by those girls." "Thank you. I realized I forgot to bring a mask when I left home. Are you still unemployed?" "How did you know?" Kai-kun looked incredulously at the parents beside him. He had ventured out that day specifically to seek employment. "Do you play basketball?" Su Yang, observing the young man named Kai-kun, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "If you can play basketball, wear overalls for your live stream. Trust me, you will achieve immediate success." "Overalls? For playing basketball? I'll remember that." Given that the other party could discern even the matter of his romantic misfortunes, Kai-kun no longer doubted the abilities of this father-daughter duo. Although he was unsure why he should wear overalls for a live stream, he reasoned that it would not be a loss for him. He extracted 50 yuan in exchange vouchers from his pocket and handed them all to the vendor. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of the staff, Kai-kun and his friend departed. As they watched Kai-kun leave, the staff exchanged amused glances while counting the money, particularly noting Su Xiaoyu's previous remarks. They seemed rather like a clever ruse. Chapter 35. At 8, she understood the art of I Ching. Could she truly predict fate? Did the young man just fall for a 50 yuan trick? I can't believe it. Su Xiaoyu's words about romantic misfortune. How did I not notice that? Brother, when you are exceedingly handsome, the mountains bloom with peach blossoms just for you. Does this guy even go online? With his center-parted hair, overalls, and a basketball, he resembles a nostalgic figure. I must admit, I'm quite eager to witness his live stream. With an innate talent for streaming, he need not endure the sufferings of Kun to gain his traffic. If only I could be guided as well. I genuinely owe my gratitude to Su Yang. I am truly impressed by this cunning old man. Upon seeing Kai-kun for the first time, Su Yang had a general understanding of the young man's circumstances. For he was, after all, a fortune teller. However, the production team stipulated that the father could only assist from the sidelines, and only the vouchers obtained would be of any use. With the first order secured, Su Yang felt confident that a second would follow. "Come take a look. If it doesn't work, you 1 pay a dime." In the midst of this, 3 young individuals approached. One by one, Su Yang welcomed them, seating a single gentleman first. "What would you like to know? Our Xiaoyu can enlighten you." Pouring the limited mineral water for the 3, Su Yang exhibited remarkable attentiveness. The 500 yuan merely served as the qualifying requirement. Entering the top 32 would accrue a family fund totaling 1.5 million. Throughout this process, he could also enhance his popularity rating, a delightful twofold benefit he was eager to pursue. "I would like to inquire about my fate in relationships," said Lu Long, the young man in a cap, extending his hand. To be frank, he was an admirer of Su Xiaoyu and had come to see her after hearing about her stall. The other stalls were far too bustling, which left him feeling somewhat perturbed. "Provide me with your birth date and time," he requested. Lu Long, born on the 15th of a certain month in 2002. Su Xiaoyu examined his palm. "Father, I need a pen." "Here you go. If this isn't enough, I'll borrow more from your Uncle Xian." Handing her a marker, Su Yang crossed his arms, standing aside to observe his daughter's performance. Having just successfully read Kai-kun's fortune, his own divination skills had reached a masterful level, indicating that his daughter had also advanced in her abilities. As Su Xiaoyu entered her state of focus, she began to chant softly, inscribing symbols on the white cloth. This left the live audience somewhat bewildered. Is it just me, or does it seem like Su Xiaoyu truly possesses this skill? Heavenly stems and earthly branches? I thought she was merely jesting. To everyone's astonishment, her method of calculation bore resemblance to the practices of the masters in the Taoist temples. It appeared that Su Xiaoyu was indeed serious, and now it remained to be seen how accurate her readings would be. How intriguing! So fascinating. Su Xiaoyu is truly getting into the groove. I told you this live stream wouldn't be complete without Su Xiaoyu. Why hasn't Su Yang poured her some water yet? While the audience reveled in the spectacle, Xiao Sa and others in the studio watched with wide eyes. Initially, they thought Su Yang was joking, but it now seemed to be taking on a semblance of authenticity. Old Wang, you are well-versed. Can you shed light on what Su Xiaoyu is writing? Faced with the symbols on the white cloth, Xiao Sa appeared utterly perplexed. While he could recognize the components separately, their combination eluded him. The crowd turned to Old Wang, a scholar with vast knowledge, who, despite being an academician, had made significant contributions in various fields. Our country employs a calendar system based on heavenly stems and earthly branches, corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes. The year and month of one's birth relate to these elements, which interact in cycles of growth and conflict. An excess or deficiency in any element can lead to imbalance. This child, Su Xiaoyu, understands the heavenly stems, earthly branches, and the crucial principles of the I Ching. The art of divination from the Book of Changes, or I Ching, is widely disseminated among the folk and Taoist sects alike. A particularly common practice within Taoism involves analyzing a person's marriage through their birth date and time. While I possess a modest understanding of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the 5 elements, I have yet to delve deeply into the profound intricacies of divination. Listening to the narration by Master Wang, both Mr. He and the others were rendered momentarily speechless. Frankly, few can remember the entirety of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, let alone the corresponding mnemonics for the 5 elements. Such a complex subject as I Ching divination, little Su Xiaoyu is merely in the 1st grade. Are today, as children, truly learning such intricate concepts? With a face full of confusion, little Sa's inquiries left everyone at a loss for words. It dawned on them that Su Xiaoyu, at the tender age of 8, is indeed a 1st grade student. Setting aside the accuracy of her calculations, how could she possibly grasp the nuances of I Ching divination? Filled with curiosity, the group could only gaze at the large screen, awaiting the revelation of the truth. At the little stall, having completed her calculations, Su Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Uncle Lu Long. Your love should arrive soon. If you walk eastward, you may encounter unexpected blessings. Huh? Walk east? Lu Long echoed, incredulous. Indeed, you may wish to investigate. If it proves ineffective, we can refund your money. Su Xiaoyu's calm demeanor nearly convinced Lu Long, a devoted admirer. I will give the East a try and pay you first, he declared, pulling out a 50 yuan voucher, somewhat skeptical of her words. Yet as a fan, he understood the importance of fully engaging in the act. He decided to explore the eastward path, considering it a harmless endeavor. Next, are you a couple? Su Xiaoyu inquired. Huh, you know that? The girl's exaggerated tone and feigned surprise suggested she was well-versed in the art of performance. As a fan of Su Xiaoyu, she knew how to play her part. If they simply handed over money, the production team would likely seize it outright. Birth date and time, names, Wang Shui, Jiang Long. Listening to the birth details, Su Xiaoyu pondered on the white cloth. What would you like to inquire about? Perhaps your future marriage? Just as Jiang Long was about to suggest a photograph, he hesitated. While they certainly appeared to be a couple, they also bore the identity of an engaged couple facing familial opposition, prompting them to seek solace in a shared outing. Upon learning of the production team's activities in the area, they decided to participate. Ah, I see. Setting aside their playful demeanor, Jiang Long nodded earnestly. He exchanged glances with his girlfriend, their eyes meeting Su Xiaoyu's with a hint of reverence. Then let me assist you in solidifying your marriage. Is it truly possible? Wang Shui asked, her eyes brimming with skepticism yet excitement. Realizing her emotions had gotten the better of her, she shyly took a seat. They had endured considerable reproach from family members in their quest to marry, yet still lacked their support. Let's give it a try, Su Xiaoyu suggested, as the camera captured her writing and drawing on the white cloth. After waiting for over 10 minutes, she finally set down her pen. Head south and pursue what you believe is right. Perhaps all obstacles will be resolved. All right, we shall follow your guidance. Just now, Kai Kuan and her companions were from the same neighborhood, and the unnatural expressions on their faces did not escape the notice of Jiang Long and Wang Shui. At this moment, they realized that Su Xiaoyu truly possessed something remarkable. After some deliberation, the two concluded that since they were here to idolize, spending a few dozen yuan would be worthwhile if it could indeed resolve marital issues. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Could we take a photo together? Of course. I will help you with that. Su Yang, witnessing his daughter's success, immediately stepped forward to assist with the photographs. After all, as long as there was payment involved, capturing a moment was a simple endeavor. We welcome you both to return next time. Holding a 50 yuan voucher, Su Yang was elated. Setting up a fortune-telling stall was indeed a straightforward task. Chapter 36. The script grows increasingly absurd. Can even discarded items be divined? Keep deceiving, go ahead. It's laughable. Su Xiaoyu's earnest demeanor was so convincing that, to be honest, if I hadn't consulted a master at the temple, I might have actually believed her. Among 10 fortune tellers, 9 are frauds, and the last one thinks you're a penniless wretch. As for Kai Kuan, I want to even mention her. One by one, these 3 customers appear, and it's evident they are part of a peculiar script. I have seen online that the father-daughter duo of Su Yang is a viral sensation, and the production team must have orchestrated this scenario. I admire you as idols, yet you treat me as a fool? The antics of Su Yang and his daughter left the live audience utterly astounded. In other shows, viewers might merely enjoy the spectacle, but this was genuine fortune-telling, steeped in mystical wonder. The scripted plots revolving around marriage and love were clearly concocted by the production team. Such a lowbrow script was truly intolerable, practically rubbing the intelligence of countless netizens into the dirt. Coupled with Su Yang's money-grabbing demeanor, it was rather discomforting to witness. Do you think Su Xiaoyu is accurate? In the studio, Xiao Sa scratched his head, glancing at teacher He and the others. While he was indeed among those charmed by Su Xiaoyu, he found himself at a loss on how to defend her. The more articulate she became, the less credible it seemed. All I can say is that Su Xiaoyu exudes confidence. Gao Yun, seated in the studio, began to analyze with a smile. Compared to other children, I sense an unprecedented confidence in her. She genuinely believes in her success. As for the matter of fortune-telling, I will refrain from judging its validity. But from Su Xiaoyu's demeanor, it is clear she is sincerely interested. Unlike other children her age, even the exceptionally gifted ones who often develop aversions to certain interests, she stands apart. Is that so? It indeed appears to be the case. Professor Li Long nodded in agreement, having carefully considered the situation. To be frank, through Su Yang's interactions, he observed little in terms of educational methods. Yet, these peculiar behaviors seem to bring more joy to Su Xiaoyu than to the average child. Let us wait and see about the accuracy. After all, I truly do not understand this matter. Old Wang chimed in, and Xiao Sa and the others nodded in agreement. Within the studio, they had yet to realize that the discussion primarily revolved around Su Xiaoyu and Su Yang. Has anyone found my bag? As Su Yang quietly reached for a bottle of mineral water from Jiang Cheng's father, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Cheng, what is going on? Have you been stealing my water again? Hey, you won't finish this water anyway, and I'm merely alleviating your burden. Unfazed by Jiang Cheng's father's irritation, Su Yang judiciously peered ahead. Quick, tell me, what happened? Witnessing a loud argument between an elderly lady and the staff, appearing quite anxious, Su Yang poked Jiang Cheng's father. It seems there were too many people just now, and she lost her bracelet. The staff have already helped her look for it, but to no avail. Brushing off the hand on his shoulder, Jiang Cheng resumed crafting his sugar figurines. Really? Allow me. With a thoughtful touch to his nose, Su Yang casually grabbed another bottle of water and strode towards the irate lady. I told you my bracelet was still here when I came in. It was a gift from my daughter. Did you even search thoroughly? The lady in a floral shirt spat, emphatically pointing at her wrist. Iapologize, Mom. We truly searched. Perhaps you could return home and wait for news? What did you say? Go home and wait. I suspect you might be in cahoots with a thief. The lady swatted away the staff's hand, her agitation escalating. Grandma, may I help you find it? As the staff found themselves at a loss, a youthful voice chimed in. You? The lady looked down, her furious demeanor softening considerably. Grandma, here is some water. I can help you look. Trusting her father's guidance, Su Xiaoyu approached and gently took the lady's hand, leading her aside. This relieved the staff, while simultaneously raising concerns for Su Yang. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, remember to come for a fortune-telling. Leaving behind a statement that elicited both laughter and tears, Su Yang hurriedly followed suit. Child, your kindness is accepted by Grandma, but it's best to let them search. Otherwise, I might not find it again another day, the elderly lady, Lu Xua, explained gently. Charmed by Su Xiaoyu, why not let the child give it a try? You sit down, we're the stall vendors here. Offering a stool to the lady, Su Yang sought to soothe her emotions. He believed that helping the lady find her lost item would garner him more recognition than aimless tourists. It's just 500 yuan, after all. I want them to realize that fortune-telling can indeed be profitable. All right, then I shall recount the situation. This necklace was given to me by my daughter this morning. Listening to Aunt Lu's narrative, Su Xiaoyu began to calculate using the principles of the I Ching. Grandma, the item was likely lost towards the northwest. You encountered a bad person today, so it would be wise to take 2 others with you. Huh? Northwest. Lu Tsuhua felt a bit dazed. Was this child truly attempting to tell her fortune? Auntie, you can go and look. I'll have the staff accompany you. Half believing, Lu Tsuhua dashed off towards the northwest alongside the staff. Could it be true? Can lost items truly be found? Perhaps the aunt should simply report it to the authorities. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Indeed, if fortune-telling could recover lost belongings, there would be no need for police intervention. This situation seems less like a scripted performance. The aunt's acting is remarkably convincing, leaving me unable to discern the truth. I sincerely hope they locate it, as it was a gift from her daughter. Father, how much have we earned? Su Xiaoyu inquired as she noticed the absence of others. 200. 200? Doesn't that mean we still need 300 to make a substantial profit? Su Xiaoyu tilted her head, her small brows furrowing. Dad mentioned that we must earn at least 500 to secure a significant amount of money. Indeed, otherwise we'll be limited to baked potatoes for dinner. Baked potatoes again? I crave grilled meat. Upon hearing about the potatoes, Su Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. She had consumed baked potatoes for half a week. If she continued, she would surely turn into one. How many potatoes can 500 buy? Besides, we haven't even reached 500 yet. Having potatoes is a blessing in itself, Su Yang, squatting on the ground, remarked lazily. Who wouldn't wish for a feast of fish and meat? Unfortunately, we lack the funds. Chapter 37. Encountering first love on the road? Bravely confronting a thief? Can Su Xiaoyu truly predict the future? Cultural Street is situated in the southwestern part of the Jiangchang district, surrounded by bustling commercial streets and office buildings, embodying a vibrant atmosphere. Exiting the Cultural Street of fatherly love, Lu Long followed his mobile device's directions, seeking the eastern direction. Brothers, I am indeed following your guidance. I have supported Su Xiaoyu. Moreover, I am now heading eastward, hoping to discover my destined connection. While filming a short video, Lu Long skillfully dodged pedestrians. For a man who has been single for over a decade, finding a girl he fancies proves to be an arduous task. During high school, he experienced a brief romance, but it was swiftly discovered by his parents and teachers, leading to a stern reprimand. In university, with the demands of coursework, club activities, and gaming, he encountered no suitable girls. After all, graduation often coincides with breakups, and he deemed such relationships unnecessary. Now, at 26 or 27, his family is urging him relentlessly. The recent choice to consult fortune-telling regarding romantic prospects was merely a casual remark by Lu Long. Look, Xiaoyu mentioned there are buildings to the east. If I traverse this building without encountering any girls, then Su Xiaoyu's predictions would indeed be inaccurate. Amused yet exasperated, Lu Long gazed at the commercial building blocking his path and joined the throng entering it. Having lived in this metropolis for so long, it was his first time exploring the shopping mall in Jiangchang district. Soon, Lu Long came to a halt. Sir, are you purchasing clothing for your girlfriend? A sales associate inquired, observing the array of women's apparel surrounding him. Lu Long felt a flush of embarrassment. Throughout his life, aside from accompanying his mother, he had never ventured alone into a women's clothing store. If his friends were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe he had a penchant for women's clothing. I'm sorry, I've entered the wrong store. Apologizing, Lu Long hurriedly exited the women's clothing shop. In his flustered state, he collided with a girl, causing her to tumble to the ground, clothes in hand. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Apologies, are you all right?" Upon realizing he had collided with someone, Lu Long hurriedly approached to apologize, just as a man stepped forward to assist the girl. "Are you okay?" As he discerned the girl's features, Lu Long's eyes widened in recognition. The familiar visage, now more striking, was unmistakably that of his first love from high school. Yet at this moment, she rested in the embrace of a stranger. "I'm fine," the girl replied, her surprised gaze meeting his, and that familiar smile stirred something within Lu Long. It was indeed her. "I'll take my leave now." "Lu Long?" A voice from behind caused him to pause, but he quickly boarded the elevator and departed. "Brothers, I truly followed what Xiaoyu suggested. In this eastern direction, there is no destiny for me." With this declaration, Lu Long concluded the video, uploading it to his Weibo and to Xiaoyu's fan group, thus promoting her as well. He had no intention of returning to the act. Otherwise, his performance would easily be discerned by the audience. Lu Long. A fleeting memory of high school romance surfaced in his mind as he summoned his ride. Ding ding ding. "Little angel, why did you run just now?" "Long Long Z. I didn't T." "Little angel, look, I told my brother it was Lu Long, and he didn't T believe you could change so much." "Little angel, I thought you had gone missing from Earth. How about we grab a meal together?" Lu Long was taken aback. She was actually inviting him to dinner? This sentiment felt long awaited, as if it should have been his words. Wait, he was indeed in the East. Was Xiaoyu's prediction truly coming to fruition? "Long Long Z, are you still single?" "Little angel, you used to be so bold, yet now you speak so hesitantly." "Little angel, let me tell you loudly, I am single. Always have been. Always have been." Lu Long felt a stirring in his heart. "Gulialu, Long Long Z, I invite you to meet someone. Will you come? 1 minute, 2 minutes." "Little angel, sure. We need to hurry. Northwest of Cultural Street." There he is. The bracelet in his hand is mine. Lu Tsuehua's keen eyes spotted her bracelet amidst the crowd. "Catch the thief." 2 staff members momentarily froze. But at Lu Tsuehua's cries, they finally reacted. "Don't run. Catch the thief." "What is happening? How could they spot me?" Masked, Li Xin glanced back at the elderly woman. He had merely taken out the pure gold bracelet out of curiosity, never expecting to be discovered. Familiar with the layout of Zhongyang District Square, he swiftly made his escape. "Help! Thief!" Lu Tsuehua had barely run a few paces before her breath became labored. She could only shout loudly, hoping for the kindness of strangers to aid her. However, the crowd was too dense. Many did not grasp the situation in time, allowing the thief to escape. "What is going on? Looks like there's a thief." "A thief? Everyone, keep an eye on your belongings to avoid being robbed." "Honey, where are you going? Who told you to meddle?" The reactions of the crowd varied, yet Li San observed with amusement in his heart. As long as he could shake off the 2 pursuing him, who would dare obstruct his path? "Dear, it seems there is a thief." On the street, Jiang Long, who was leisurely wandering with Wang Shui, perked up his ears to listen. "Shall we report the thief to the police? Do you intend to catch him?" Faced with his fiancée's amused gaze, Jiang Long merely shrugged in silence. He had not contemplated whether to intervene, for the thief might be far away by now. "All right, I understand you wish to be my hero, but thieves are criminals and quite dangerous, you know?" Noticing her husband's slight disappointment, Wang Shui stepped forward with a smile, seeking to comfort him. Every young man harbors a dream of heroism, and she did not wish to dampen his spirits. "Stand aside." A loud shout echoed, and Jiang Long spotted the thief sprinting towards them, colliding with several people in his haste. Moreover, the thief was barreling straight toward their direction. "Move!" Pushing his fiancée aside, Jiang Long charged forward to confront the oncoming figure. "You little rascal, stop right there." Li San did not anticipate such a bold and foolish individual standing against him. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Long collided forcefully with him. A graduate of a sports academy, Jiang Long, despite some years of negligence, still possessed greater strength. "Quick, catch him! A thief!" The crowd, now realizing the situation, along with the arriving staff, swiftly subdued Li San to the ground. Soon, the patrolling police arrived on the scene. "What? Andy, you say someone calculated this for you?" Upon hearing the victim's account, Officer Zhang felt utterly perplexed. What did she mean by someone calculated it? Did she truly consult a fortune teller after losing her belongings? Brother Zhang. The young man also sought someone's guidance. He just didn't expect to find himself here acting heroically. Listening to his colleague, Officer Zhang scratched his head in confusion. Did catching a thief really involve the counsel of a higher authority? Chapter 38. What a bizarre script. How did your calculations manifest into reality? The sun reached its zenith, and the awnings of Cultural Street were fully extended, allowing the people below to finally feel a modicum of coolness. Su Yang, can you return my stool now? Reclining on a white tablecloth, Su Yang shielded his eyes from the sun, squinting. Upon recognizing the visitor, he shifted his position, seeking refuge in the tall shadow cast by Li Xian. Stool? I still need it. Need it? There isn't even a single person here. Li Xian arched an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings with annoyance. It had been over half an hour, and the number of patrons could be counted on one hand. Xiaoyu, how much have you earned? Noting Su Yang's stubborn demeanor, Li Xian chose not to engage further. Uncle, 260 yuan. If a few more customers come in, we'll reach our goal in no time. As Su Xiaoyu counted the money, her tone exuded determination. Would you like to help Xiao Bei? I could share some earnings with you. Finding Xiaoyu utterly adorable, Li Xian contemplated an arrangement for a betrothal. With her intelligence, if nurtured well, her future prospects would undoubtedly be boundless. No, uncle. Father once said that one must earn a living through one's own efforts. Without allowing Su Yang a chance to respond, Su Xiaoyu firmly declined. Very well, then. Take your time waiting. Casting a glance at the sheepish Su Yang, Li Xian turned and walked away. After a thorough investigation, although he did not earn as much as Wang Zhengwo, the second place was undoubtedly his. For Li Xian, this was a triumph. Free publicity for the company could not be more advantageous. Why did you refuse? Perhaps Uncle Li Xian would offer a substantial sum. Dad, didn't you say one should have integrity? One should take money from others frivolously. Su Xiaoyu's words left Su Yang without a counterargument. Did he truly utter such sentiments before? How much longer until this concludes? Observing the dwindling number of travelers, Su Yang turned to the staff. About half an hour, I suppose. Half an hour? Is that not a bit insufficient? The event lasts 2 hours in total. You've already napped for nearly an hour, which is quite ample. In response to Su Yang's skepticism, the staff shot him an exasperated glance. You were snoring away, and now you blame the program for the time being short? I was merely suggesting that half an hour should suffice. With an awkward smile, Su Yang cleared his throat and prepared to continue enticing customers. Even if each person contributed just 5 yuan, it would assist him in overcoming this hurdle. Su Xiaoyu, where are they? A loud voice resonated from the entrance of Cultural Street. The crowd turned to look, and aside from the elderly woman who had just been deceived by Su Yang, there was also a young couple. Along with these familiar faces, a considerable number of others followed behind. Not only that, but 2 police officers flanked the elderly woman. Oh no, this is bad. The elderly lady has called the police. Will they take Su Xiaoyu away? It's likely the child will only receive a verbal reprimand. But as a parent, Su Yang cannot escape responsibility. He may even need to be brought in. I knew this deceptive stall would lead to trouble. Su Yang is truly reckless. I mentioned it was a script, but it seems it wasn't even that. Who dares to criticize me now? After such a live-streaming debacle, not only would the top 32 be out of reach, but he might not be seen again in the future. Why is it that selling anything cannot yield 500 yuan? Why resort to deception? Witnessing the elderly lady bringing the police officers over, everyone anticipated a grim outcome. Although Su Yang's earlier actions only swindled a few hundred yuan, such matters could escalate significantly. Should the elderly lady choose to pursue this further, he might not only be barred from selling, but also be invited for a tea session once more. Suying, I advise to confess voluntarily. Do not create trouble for the program or yourself. Li Xian, who had come to observe the commotion, stood with his arms crossed, commenting nonchalantly. He had long anticipated that the fortune-telling stall would encounter issues, and now the chickens had come home to roost. Regrettably, Su Xiaoyu, the child, was caught up in the deceit alongside her father. Su Yang, what can I say to you now? Wang Zhengwo, arriving on the scene, was visibly agitated. He had previously warned this young man against engaging in dubious activities, Yet he insisted on pursuing fortune-telling. Don't worry, Brother Gua. Perhaps they are here to express their gratitude. Su Yang's indifference to the situation was infuriating to Wang Jiangwo, leaving him speechless. Had it not been for the friendship between his daughter and Xiaoyu, whom he genuinely liked, he would have had no desire to engage with such a character. Yanggu, they have arrived, announced the anxious staff member accompanying Su Yang, stepping forward cautiously. She was prepared to intervene should any conflict arise. Xiaoyu, my grandmother wishes to express her heartfelt gratitude, exclaimed Aunt Lu Suehua, rushing towards Su Xiaoyu and enveloping her in a warm embrace. Had it not been for the indication of her whereabouts, she might still be searching for her bracelet. Aunt, what brings you here? Asked Li Xian, intrigued by the apparent lack of trouble. Thanks to Xiaoyu, I have found my bracelet, she replied, lifting her sleeve to reveal a radiant golden chain that sparkled in the light. My daughter is abroad and rarely returns. This bracelet was a birthday gift from her 2 years ago, making it incredibly precious to me. As she spoke of her daughter, Aunt Lu's eyes glistened with emotion. Whenever she missed her daughter, she would take out this bracelet to reminisce. Who are you two? Li Xianing Kidat. Skepticism evident in his gaze as he turned to the young couple. My husband helped Aunt catch a thief, and I have decided to stand by him for life. Wang Shui declared, entwining her arm with her husband's, her face beaming with happiness. Though confronting a thief posed risks, his courageous act to protect her was undeniable. Missing out on such a man would mean losing a rare gem. This sense of security compelled her to marry Jianglong. As the three recounted their tales, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Wait, what just happened? The plot twist is unbelievable, exclaimed one viewer. Aunt's acting deserves an Oscar. Another chimed in. You all must be blind. She is accompanied by police officers, and there are numerous witnesses. Is it truly possible to locate lost items? This is outrageous. When I was lost as a child, a local sorcerer found me. Weren't we just discussing this as a scripted performance? Talk about a facepalm moment. Xiaoyu's accuracy is astonishing. She is indeed the real deal. How did the scripted narrative turn into reality? Chapter 39. The matchmaker, Xiaoyu, emerges. One must ask, how accurate are you? As Lu Suehua, Wang Shui, and others recounted their experiences, silence enveloped the studio. Xiao Sa and teacher he exchanged glances, both opening their mouths in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. The notion of Su Xiaoyu setting up a fortune-telling stall seemed absurd. Initially perceived as a mere spectacle orchestrated by the father and daughter duo for attention. Yet now, they were confronted with the possibility that it might all be genuine. An 8-year-old Su Xiaoyu could predict with such precision. Teacher, did I wake up too early this morning and hallucinate? Xiao Sa, standing before the screen, rubbed her eyes vigorously, cupped her ears, and even pinched herself discreetly. A sharp pang of pain caused him to take a sharp breath. Hiss! It seemed he was not in a dream. Of course, this was no dream. The child possessed genuine abilities, a true oracle. Given his friend's intense reaction, Hijio found it entirely reasonable. Even after many years of hosting shows, he believed he had encountered myriad experiences, yet Su Xiaoyu's performance astonished him, reshaping his worldview. How could an 8-year-old child be so remarkably accurate? With a mix of bewilderment, shock, and confusion, he turned to the three guests. There stood Professor Li Long, Elder Wang, and Teacher Gao Yun, all wearing expressions of dazed incomprehension. Ahem, Professor Li, perhaps you can enlighten us? Before Li Long could respond, the venerable Wang had already shifted the topic. Analyze? What are you saying, Elder Wang? As a luminary in the field, with considerable expertise in folklore, you are well versed in such matters. I am utterly at a loss regarding concepts like the heavenly stems and earthly branches. It is best if you elucidate the matter. With a sincere, almost self-deprecating demeanor, Li Long respectfully poured tea for Elder Wang. He cared little for what the audience might say. All he desired was to escape this program swiftly. What a joke. True, he was an education professor specializing in family, school, and social education, primarily focusing on children as his subjects of study. However, when the director invited him, he had not been informed that the child's specialties included disc jockeying, lock-picking, and fortune-telling. These subjects lay far beyond his expertise, leaving him at a loss for how to evaluate such educational methods. After much contemplation, he could only describe the situation with the latest vernacular: absurd. Fortunately, there was a distinguished figure in Elder Wang, whom Li Long hoped would address the matter first. Ahem. Teacher Gao, regarding Su Xiaoyu's actions, I find myself at a loss. Perhaps my skills are lacking. With an air of arrogance, Gao Yun interrupted before Elder Wang could speak, cutting off the conversation. In response to the gazes of others, Elder Wang lifted his cup of hot tea, blowing gently on it. Well, Xiaosa, let us postpone the analysis. Let us first observe the situations of other parents. With so many parents among our top 64, it is vital to observe them all, is it not? Indeed, Elder Wang is correct. I find the educational approach of Wang Jiangwo's father commendable and worthy of close attention. With a glimmer of understanding, Li Long nodded in agreement. Likewise, the behaviors of Xiao Bei and Wang Ling could yield valuable reports, allowing us to analyze the motivations behind the children's actions. With someone leading the way, Gao Yun quickly chimed in. Ha ha ha, excellent. Then let us first observe the other parents. The reactions of the three guests amused the live audience greatly. Is this really the Li Long I know? Whatever happened to his confidence? Hilarious. Su Xiaoyu's fortune-telling left even academicians, educational professors, and psychological analysis experts utterly flabbergasted. Teacher Gao Yun, known online for her intelligence and icy demeanor, was now deflecting responsibility on air. To be honest, I find myself quite sympathetic towards them. The extraordinary case of Su Xiaoyu is truly beyond evaluation. How does one evaluate it? Should we assert that Su Xiaoyu possesses an uncanny ability to predict the future, prompting other parents to cultivate such a talent? Ridiculous. Li Long expressed his discontent, stating, "We were told these are ordinary children, yet here we have a prodigy. How are we to assess this?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd gathered at the fortune-teller's stall, Wang Shui's expression momentarily stiffened. She tugged at her boyfriend Jiang Long's sleeve, conveying a silent message through her gaze. Lo and behold, following her line of sight, the onlookers noticed a woman with a troubled countenance glaring at the couple. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this woman, clad in a floral t-shirt, bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shui. "Is it your mother?" inquired Lu Suihua, rising to approach Wang Shui with a smile. "Yes, that's my mother," Wang Shui replied, her head bowed as she dared not meet her mother's gaze. She had told her mother she was merely out for a breath of fresh air, without mentioning her rendezvous with Jiang Long. "Hello, young lady. You have found yourself a fine son-in-law," Lu Suihua remarked cheerfully, glancing at the visibly flustered young couple. She had conversed with Wang Shui earlier on their way here and was already aware of the couple's predicament. "Dear sister, you may not know, but in a perilous situation just moments ago, Jiang Long selflessly put himself in harm's way to assist me," Lu Suihua declared. Grasping Wang Shui's mother's hand and showering praise upon Jiang Long, isn't that right, Officer Zhang? She turned to the officer who was inquiring about the situation. "Indeed, this young man displayed remarkable courage by helping us apprehend the thief," Officer Zhang affirmed. Hearing the accolades directed towards her son-in-law, Wang Shui's mother's expression softened. "Mom, he truly can protect me. Can we?" Wang Shui began, taking her mother's hand and speaking softly. "Auntie, I genuinely care for Shui," Jiang Long interjected, mustering courage as he observed his girlfriend's discomfort. "Look at you all. Am I to be cast as the wicked stepmother intent on tearing lovers apart?" Wang Shui's mother glared at her daughter. "And you, young man, still calling me auntie at this juncture?" Upon hearing her words, Wang Shui and Jiang Long exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of uncontainable joy. "Mom, it was my fault," Jiang Long quickly corrected himself, feeling a gentle nudge from Lu Suihua. "Well then, it's a lovely morning for a stroll, and you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us return home for a meal and discuss your marriage with your father," Wang Shui's mother said, pulling her daughter closer while casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Long. "Everything about him may be fine, except for his lack of eloquence. However, as long as he treats my daughter well, that is what truly matters. His bravery in protecting her amidst so many witnesses is more than sufficient. Moreover, As a mother who has experienced similar trials, she knows the ardent gazes of the other young women directed at her son-in-law. If she were to relinquish such a commendable son-in-law, not only would her daughter harbor resentment for a lifetime, but she herself would also be left with everlasting regret. Mom, I need to thank someone who has helped us. Releasing her mother's hand, Wang Shui sprinted towards Su Xiaoyu, the little matchmaker. To her astonishment, what began as a mere trial turned out to be remarkably accurate. Chapter 40. The Ancient Greek God of Marriage. The production team's phone lines were overwhelmed. The cameramen and sound technicians, in a state of excitement and shock, captured every moment in its entirety. Wang Shui and Jiang Long, initially burdened with worry, ultimately departed with smiles, each linking arms with her mother. Their deep gazes and the mother-in-law's verbal assurances rendered the audience speechless. Had Jiang Long truly resolved the matter of marriage? Indeed, just look at Wang Shui's mother's expression. She genuinely favored Jiang Long as a son-in-law. So much so that she could directly address him as son. A son-in-law who bravely protects his daughter and sincerely wishes her well. What mother would stand in their way? Wait, do you all recall Su Xiaoyu's words? She advised Jiang Long to act with sincerity. By being brave and earning the approval of everyone, including his girlfriend, he would ultimately gain the mother-in-law's endorsement. Was this all foreseen by Su Xiaoyu? Unbelievable. How prophetic, indeed, to resolve matrimonial issues. Witnessing Jiang Long's elated expression, the camera then focused on Su Xiaoyu's composed visage. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Not only could she locate lost items, but she could also resolve marital dilemmas. This little fortune teller had nearly half of those she had read for finding their dreams realized. If this is mere coincidence, it is certainly extraordinary. Well, if there's anything else we need to coordinate, we will contact you at any time. Officer Zhang, armed with paper and pen, exchanged a knowing glance with his colleague, signaling it was time to leave. Uncle, the child named Su Xiaoyu blocked Zhang Ming's path. Is there something you need? Zhang Ming inquired with curiosity. Uncle, you'd best stay home tonight, or you might encounter misfortune. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Ming and his colleague exchanged amused glances. Misfortune? Has the fortune teller become addicted to her game? All right, I'll remember that, he replied dismissively, then approached the child's father. After a nod of acknowledgement, he departed with his colleague. Brother Zhang, I heard others say this was all predicted by that child. His colleague frequently glanced back at the crowd surrounding the small stall. Do you really believe that? This is a variety show. It could very well be scripted by the production team. Is it real? If it's scripted, then their performances are astonishingly convincing. His colleague pointed toward a cheerful family of three, expressing considerable skepticism. Unaware of the talents hidden among the populace, we simply need to bring this courageous young man to the police station for commendation, and everything will be clarified. Officer Zhang displayed an expression of insight. Having just interviewed other witnesses, he felt the situation was too coincidental. The elderly Lady Lu Suihua had her belongings stolen, and then this child was able to pinpoint their location. Moreover, the thief was evidently a seasoned professional, brazenly flaunting his spoils in the midst of the bustling street. How fortuitous it was that he encountered Jiang Shui and her husband during his escape. Such a series of coincidences felt as though they were scripted with meticulous care. He recalled his master, Wang Miao, stating that one who could decipher the coincidences of reality would be fit to join the criminal investigation team. Su Yang, time is of the essence. You must exert yourselves. Upon regaining his composure, Li Xian casually remarked before making his way back to his stall. Struck by the accuracy of Su Xiaoyu's predictions, which instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. Following these two events, it was likely that numerous visitors would flock to Su Xiaoyu for fortune-telling. Although the second place was seemingly secured, he sensed that the competition could still catch up. Thanks. I'll just use the stool for a while, Su Yang shrugged, arranging the small stool as he anticipated these developments, aware that it was merely a matter of time. With Aunt Lu Tsuehua's promotional efforts, it was certain she would earn 500 yuan. Xiaoyu, come over here, a voice called out from the street, capturing the attention of onlookers. Soon, a familiar face rushed towards the stall, clutching a girl by the hand. The girl not only possessed an exquisite visage, but was also adorned in vibrant attire, undeniably a stunning beauty. Have you found yourself a girlfriend? An observer, who had just noted Lu Long, immediately inquired with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I once thought I would never find a girl I liked in this lifetime. Yet here we are, Lu Long exclaimed, his fingers entwined with the girl's, his eyes sparkling with joy that was unmistakable to all. To his astonishment, he had encountered her once more amidst the vast sea of people. I must sincerely thank Xiaoyu. Her predictions were remarkably accurate. As he gently clasped his girlfriend's hand, she reciprocated without hesitation. Xiaoyu, thank you for helping me find a girl I can love again. His heartfelt gratitude, paired with a sweet, lingering gaze, overwhelmed the audience. Wait, I was simply squatting by the roadside. How did someone just kick me? One onlooker lamented, recalling this lad, whose fan group featured his videos, exclaiming how he had merely bumped into someone and ended up holding hands. Woe is me. Why must I endure this display of affection again? I've already had my fill. Xiaoyu's predictions are astonishingly precise. This fellow claims she was his first love in high school, and, after many years of no contact, to encounter her here is truly remarkable. How sweet. This certainly isn't scripted. The scent of romance is unmistakable to me. Too sweet. I too yearn for a delightful romance. Isn't it simple? Just seek out Xiaoyu. Let her bestow upon you a serendipitous encounter. This striking comment sparked a chorus of lamentations from the single viewers in the live stream. Ha! Did you only just realize? I'm already en route to the Changjiang district. I care not. From now on, Su Xiaoyu shall be my goddess of love from ancient Greece. If finding something is merely a stroke of luck, then resolving marital issues is a matter of enlightened parental intervention. Assisting the solitary in discovering their romantic connections is evidently substantiated by video evidence. This has undoubtedly invigorated those yearning for love, yet lacking direction. Is it not simply a matter of spending a modest sum at Su Xiaoyu's establishment? The cost efficiency far surpasses that of seeking romantic fortunes at temples. Soon, a wave of online enthusiasm surged towards offline engagements, specifically to consult Su Xiaoyu for matters of love. What? You can't make it to the bustling metropolis and desire Su Xiaoyu's contact information? Pardon? For those abroad, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Could you possibly converse in Mandarin? Sir, are you inquiring about romance? Surely, you must have dialed the wrong number, perhaps for the temple. Young lady, refrain from making that call. What is this nonsense about seeking first love? The reception staff at Mango TV, responsible for answering calls, exchanged bewildered glances after disconnecting the line. How could one seek romance or a first love through this number? Chapter 41, 5,000 in half an hour. This is the limit of the production team, not my daughter's capabilities. Approaching noon at the entrance of Cultural Street, the staff responsible for redeeming vouchers stifled a significant yawn. This event is nearing its conclusion. Surely, no one else will arrive? Indeed, patrons willing to spend are few, and the recent attendees were primarily drawn by our program. Observing the vacant square ahead, the two engaged in casual conversation. Hello. What? We must hold on. Staff will soon arrive to assist. The ticket seller, overhearing the supervisor's words, nearly burst into laughter with a colleague. It is nearly noon. Not only are there no patrons, but even stray dogs would shy away from this area. Understood. We will ensure order is maintained. After hanging up, the ticket seller shrugged, bemused by the supervisor's overzealous concerns. At this hour, who would still be inclined to spend here? Hey, Shaoli, what shall we have for lunch today? Pork trotter rice? Or perhaps braised chicken? Why are you filming me? The ticket seller, flipping through food delivery options, cast an irritated glance at his colleague. Upon noticing the astonished expression on the latter's face, who was pointing towards the square, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Why are there so many people?" Turning to look, the ticket seller was taken aback. The previously desolate square had suddenly become a throng of individuals, numbering in the dozens. No, this crowd seems endless. Quick, give me 200 yuan in vouchers. I want 200 too. Everyone hold on. One at a time. Which stall is Su Xiaoyu at? UFO fan, it's number 5. Thank you, Xiaoyu. At Su Xiaoyu's fortune-telling stall on Cultural Street, tourists congregated, surrounding the modest booth. Li Xian's father, may I borrow a stool? There are too many customers at my stall. It's not fair to make them stand. Hearing that voice he despised while painting ceramics with his child, Li Xian responded, I still have customers here. Please ask someone else. Gazing into Su Yang's enigmatic smile, Li Xian felt a surge of frustration. The situation had dramatically shifted at the two stalls. Su Yang's booth was now bustling with at least 20 or 30 customers, while he was still struggling to hand out his colorful pottery to the patrons. If only he had anticipated such popularity, he would have brought more stools. Sighing at the absurdity of it all, Su Yang turned away. Dad, you've mixed up the colors. Xiao Bei's voice snapped Li Xian back to reality, and he realized his error. Oh, it seems I lost focus. Let's start over. Casting a sharp glance at Su Yang, he made an effort to calm his frayed nerves. What do you mean by bringing more stools? You didn't even manage to prepare yours properly. Boss, we'll come back for that later. Let's check out the stall next door first. The lively atmosphere at the fortune-telling booth next door was irresistible, prompting the visitors still perched on their stools to rise. Naturally drawn to excitement and intrigued by Su Xiaoyu's reputed divination skills, who could resist the temptation to try? Go ahead, just remember to come back for your things. Li Xian managed a strained smile, his eyes twitching with irritation. After a few deep breaths, he finally steadied himself, observing Su Yang scrounging for stools. He checked the vouchers in his pocket. After more than an hour of selling, he had amassed nearly 2,000 in earnings. With over 200 visitors, most have been lured away by Wang Zhengwo's stall, leaving only a fraction for them to share. Achieving 2,000 in revenue was already the highest among their group. It seemed unlikely for Su Yang to secure a top spot. Placing the vouchers neatly, Li Xian quietly observed the bustling Su Yang and the raucous fortune-telling stall. Most tourists had already spent their vouchers, merely drawn by the spectacle. Having over 500 vouchers was already a mark of success for Su Yang and his companions. With this in mind, Li Xian decided it was unnecessary to hold a grudge against Su Yang. Who else wishes to have their fortune told? Fair prices, and no charge if it's inaccurate. Stuffing the vouchers into his pocket, Su Yang offered his daughter a bottle of water to soothe her throat, surveying the crowd. After a considerable time passed, not a single person approached to sit. What is the matter? Are you doubting Xiaoyu's accuracy? No, boss, came the reply. It's just that we run out of vouchers. Can we pay cash? A young man stepped forward, waving a handful of crumpled bills. Huh? Out of vouchers? In high spirits, Su Yang turned to the nearby crew member, hoping for a chance. Old Jiang shook his head, indicating that such an arrangement was not feasible. Allowing cash payments would risk cheating, and without a limit of 200 vouchers tied to real names, fairness in the event could not be ensured. 560 yuan. Is that perhaps a bit too little? Rubbing the vouchers in his hands, Su Yang double-checked once more. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a situation. There was a way to earn money, yet the customers found themselves without funds. Su Yang, there is only half an hour left, the timekeeper reminded, holding his watch. I know, this is my advancement, Su Yang replied, pursing his lips, already considering giving up. After all, passing was merely a matter of 500 yuan. Why is it so noisy? Goodness, so many people. The sudden commotion at the street entrance startled everyone. There were at least 40 or 50 individuals rushing around the corner of Cultural Street. Clear the way. Are these people mad? Upon hearing the noise, Li Xian leaned out, a smile spreading across his face. Although he didn't know why there were so many visitors, as long as the majority spent at his stall, he might still have a chance at claiming the top spot. Come and take a look at our handcrafted colored figurines. Li Xian showed exuberantly, holding a colorful pottery figurine as he approached his stall. This is it. We finally arrived. Su Xiaoyu, we found you. Are you still taking customers? If not, please make some room. I'm the first to sit down. Please tell me about my fate, Fairy Xiaoyu. Li Xian, clutching the colorful pottery, was pushed to the edge by the surging crowd, his once shiny shoes trampled by someone. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, one at a time, please line up. Raising an eyebrow at Li Xian, Su Yang began assisting his daughter in gathering questions and birth dates. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. The program's activities concluded as scheduled, and those who hadn't been attended to reluctantly departed under Su Yang's promise. 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. The program team's limit is 5,000, but that is not my daughter's limit. Isn't that right, Daddy Xiao Bei? Chapter 42. The program's South First Place. A necklace worth over 10,000 yuan has disappeared. On the cultural street side, the program team temporarily connected to the studio, allowing Xiao Sa to announce the final rankings. Dear fathers, I am your host Xiao Sa, and I am delighted to meet you all in advance. Grasping the microphone, Xiao Sa glanced at the rankings in his hand and continued. In 10th place, the post-80s father Li Yunlong with a total income of 980 yuan. In 9th place, the post-90s father Ma Feifei with a total income of 1,150 yuan. In 8th place, observing the reactions of the fathers on the screen, Xiao Sa skillfully managed the rhythm of the live broadcast. In 3rd place, the post-91 father Li Xian, having garnered an income of 2,450 yuan. Let's congratulate him. Amidst the applause, Li Xian's somewhat stiff gaze met that of Su Yang and his son, who were clapping enthusiastically nearby. Had it not been for Su Yang's unexpected emergence, he would have certainly secured 2nd place. Now, settling for 3rd left him feeling somewhat disheartened. I wonder what my rank is. Thinking about it does make me a bit nervous, he mused, unfazed by the murderous glares from the other fathers. Su Yang continued to banter. In 2nd place, the post-80s father Wang Zhengwo, with a total income of 4,800 yuan. The 1st place belongs to Su Yang, a father from the post-2000 generation, who has accumulated an impressive income of 120 yuan. When the announcer revealed the 1st place winner, his voice noticeably elevated in pitch. From the perspective of their studio, it seemed that Su Yang had no chance of claiming the top spot. Little did they know, a surge of fans for Su Xiaoyu arrived, and under their fervent support, within less than half an hour, Su Yang and his daughter achieved a remarkable turnaround. As Su Yang quipped, had it not been for the program's time constraints, he might have surpassed 10,000 yuan. Woohoo! We are number 1. Although this outcome was anticipated, Su Yang was nonetheless elated to secure 1st place. Cradling his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, he joyfully dashed about the venue. In retrospect, it appears that Su Yang, as a father, does indeed have some merit. The duo, with Su Yang orchestrating the fun and Xiaoyu unleashing the chaos, made quite the impression. Please refer to her as Little Fairy. Had there been no regulation from the program, a baseline of 200 yuan would have been easily surpassed. Indeed, in person, the desire to contribute more was palpable. Yet the program's rules prevented it. Whether Su Yang and his daughter can advance to the top 32 still hinges on the votes of their fellow brothers and sisters. Yes, indeed, everyone, do remember to cast your votes. After the excitement, it was time for the interview segment. Su Yang, there's a question that both I and the audience are eager to know. As Su Yang faced the camera for the first time, the announcer scrutinized him closely. How is it that Xiaoyu can read fortunes? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream and the audience on-site fixated their gaze on Su Yang. Well, actually, this is a special talent of Xiaoyu. Indeed, it is a unique skill. Holding his daughter close, Su Yang prepared his response. He certainly could not divulge that he possessed a system that granted him this extraordinary ability to read fortunes. Ahem, I know you may not believe me. However, nurturing a child's interests can ultimately yield valuable skills. This assertion nearly caused the audience to burst into laughter. Su Yang, do you take the audience for fools? How can you claim fortune-telling is a special talent? There must be limits to your fabrications, exclaimed one viewer. Is this truly a cultivable skill? It seems rather absurd. I genuinely must commend Su Yang for his boldness in lying without a script. His latter statement did hold some truth. Once, my own talent was looking adorable in women's clothing, and I eventually realized my wish to become a girl. Bro, you smell amazing. Can we sword fight offline? Another chimed in. My talent lies in appreciating girls taking baths, yet I was beaten to a pulp for it. Huh, is that appreciation? You were merely lusting after them. You scoundrel. Ahem, please don't look at me like that. Some things are better left unsaid. Feigning mystery, Su Yang pointed towards the sky, adopting an air of wisdom. Observing this, the audience refrained from further inquiries. After all, matters involving fortune-telling are steeped in esoteric mysteries, and delving into the unknowable could lead to complications. Little Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat today? Feel free to indulge. Su Yang, having received over 5,000 yuan, spoke with grand generosity. Having yet to secure employment, His monthly living expenses and pocket money are rather limited. With the recent acquisition of 5,000 yuan, it is only natural for him to indulge in a sumptuous meal with his daughter. Barbecue, hot pot, ice cream. Counting on her fingers, the little glutton, Su Xiaoyu, licked her lips in anticipation. Very well, let us feast. Let's eat to our heart's content. As lunchtime approached, Su Yang resolved to truly indulge. After all, he and his daughter could earn some extra cash through fortune-telling, promising an improvement in their future living conditions. It was indeed time to enhance their lives together. At the Yangtze River Sub-Bureau, Li San, do you have anything left to disclose? In the interrogation room, the officer in charge, Xiao Zhang, slammed his palm on the table to intimidate him. I have already revealed everything I know. Besides, you are aware of the past events. Li San muttered under his breath, lamenting his misfortune at being caught. Upon sensing the scrutinizing gaze beside him, he promptly fell silent. Master, Xiao Zhang, diligently taking notes, glanced at his mentor, Wang Miao. Understood. You may step out for now. After taking the notes and casting a glance at Li San, Wang Miao exited the interrogation room. In the office, Wang Miao sifted through all the records pertaining to the case. Soon, two familiar names caught his attention. Su Yang? Su Xiaoyu? What could their connection be? Master, I have inquired with the aunt and the young couple. You may find it amusing, but they all claim it was this child who foretold the events. Initially, I thought it was a scripted act, so I took the team to investigate. Remarkably, all testimonies were remarkably consistent. Observing the report, Wang Miao couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recalled the incident a few days prior, when that girl had unlocked the handcuffs before him, and her father had dismissed it as mere jest. What kind of family playfully trains their child in lockpicking? Ultimately, lacking sufficient evidence, it was recorded as the locksmith's account. Now, this father-daughter duo has embarked on a fortune-telling venture. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. After all, one encounters all sorts of individuals nowadays. After reviewing all the records, Wang Miao reached a conclusion. Su Yang and his daughter were merely fortunate in their predictions and had no significant bearing on the case, thus posing no issue. Understood, Master. May I then join the criminal investigation team? Not yet. Very well. Reluctantly taking the report, Xiao Zhang returned to his seat. Having followed his mentor for so long, he felt it was time to collaborate on cases, yet he was always assigned to patrol duties, which vexed him greatly. Dingling. Hello. Wang team. A parent named Wang Jiangwo has reported the loss of a necklace valued at over 10,000 yuan near Cultural Street. Chapter 43. Taking advantage of the production team. Does fortune-telling require registration? The weather in June is as capricious as a child's expression, shifting from clear blue skies to torrential rain in an instant. The heavy downpour pounded against the floor-to-ceiling windows, with the heat and noise within the room showing no signs of abating. Boss, bring us 2 more plates of lamb. In the private room of the hot pot restaurant, the freshly served lamb rolls were all plunged into the pot. The swirling red oil and chili, coupled with the fragrance of sesame sauce wafting through the room, created an enticing atmosphere. Su Yang, how long has it been since you last fed the child? What manner of eating is this? Old Jiang, seated in the corner, took a sip of beer and cast an annoyed glance at Su Yang beside him. Across the table, Su Xiaoyu, despite her tender age, had already devoured no less than 4 ounces of lamb. Her small face was smeared with sesame sauce and red oil, and her oversized chopsticks, seemingly disproportionate to her hands, deftly scooped morsels from the pot. Perched on her stool, she quickly fished a piece of lamb into her bowl. Old Jiang had intended to assist her with the food, but Su Yang restrained him, insisting that the child could manage on her own. Old Jiang, don't just watch. Eat. It would be quite embarrassing for the production team to spend so much, he urged, as he dipped the lamb into sesame sauce, the steam still rising from the dish. Initially, he planned to cover the expenses himself, but Old Jiang mentioned that the crew needed footage of them dining together. For Su Yang, this was an ideal arrangement, saving him a bit of money, and he felt free to indulge. Feel free to eat. If we run short, we can order more, he encouraged, observing Su Yang's somewhat unrefined eating manner, which made Old Jiang's brows dance like the flames in the copper pot. With Su Yang's everyday life receiving limited screen time, the director requested to capture more footage of the father-daughter duo while their popularity soared. Ha! In that case, I shall not hold back. Xiaoyu, what else would you like to eat? Tripe? More lamb? Beef? Chicken breast? Shrimp paste? Fish balls? Beef balls? Su Xiaoyu, cradling a large bowl, continued to munch while rattling off the menu without missing a beat. Goodness, is this the dining Su Xiaoyu I see? Where's my adorable daughter? Has she transformed into a little foodie? Ha! No wonder she's the astute Xiaoyu. Her dining habits are unlike those of other children. With such an appetite, I fear Su Yang cannot keep up. Perhaps we should invite her over for hot pot at my place? Your scheming thoughts have reached me even from abroad. Are you trying to lure Xiaoyu away? Old Jiang teased. Perhaps the art of fortune-telling is too draining on one's vitality. Otherwise, how could she eat so much? Enough of that. This is simply too delicious. I'm feeling hungry just watching. Eating hot pot on a rainy day. I can only say they truly know how to enjoy themselves. The viewers watching the live stream were captivated by this hot pot experience. After all, other children's streams, especially lifestyle ones, lack such distinction. Yet, with Su Xiaoyu, even mealtime became an engaging spectacle. Oh, that feels good. Daddy, save some for me. Can't we just order more? Let Daddy eat first. He is hungry, she said, as the pot dwindled to just 2 large fish balls, prompting a playful tug-of-war between father and daughter. In the end, Su Yang's skill prevailed, and the 2 fish balls effortlessly made their way into his bowl. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. We'll order more, he reassured her, casting a playful glare at Su Yang, who was relishing his meal. Everyone is here to watch the child eat, and yet you, as a father, are stealing food from your daughter. Is this what a father does? Dingling, just as the new fish balls were being placed into the pot, the doorbell of the hot pot restaurant chimed. Is there a guest named Su Yang here? Yes, who is looking for me? Just as Su Yang scooped up a piece of lamb, he heard a voice from outside the private room. Shortly after, Captain Wang Miao, in uniform, entered the room accompanied by others. Captain Wang, why not have a bite? Su Yang, mouth full of meat, gestured with his chopsticks. Please accompany us for a moment. What? Accompany you? For what purpose? Setting down his utensils, Su Yang curiously glanced at the others present. I will explain the details shortly, but for now, I kindly ask you to bring your child and come with us. Seeing that Wang Miao was not joking, Su Yang scanned the others behind him, wiped his mouth, and said, Old Jiang, I suppose we should follow. After a brief exchange with Old Jiang to contact the director, Su Yang followed behind Wang Miao with his daughter. What is going on? Why must I be taken away while eating hot pot? Who knows? I understand that a locksmith requires a record, but does fortune-telling need one too? It's a joke. Who would dare to require registration for a fortune-teller, lest they offend someone? This is the second time I've been invited for tea. It's quite amusing. Finishing the hot pot, and now off to tea. I find it rather delightful, huh? In the police car, Su Yang and his daughter sat in the back seat, observing Wang Miao in the front passenger seat. The latter's hesitance was peculiar. Is it concerning old Wang's missing items? After much contemplation, Su Yang concluded this was the only plausible explanation. Just moments ago, brother Wang Jiangwo had called him, mentioning that his daughter's necklace had gone missing. However, Su Yang, engrossed in his meal, had not yet had the chance to assist him before the call was abruptly ended. Ordinarily, such theft matters should not necessitate Wang Miao's personal involvement. Couldn't they just ask someone else? Surely, you don't suspect me, do you? We have reviewed the footage from the production team. Your daughter previously stated that Wang Ling might misplace items. Wang Miao handed over his phone, revealing a clip of a conversation between Su Xiaoyu and Wang Ling. Su Xiaoyu. Sister Wang Ling might lose things. Uncle should be careful. Wang Jiangwo, huh? Does this imply we are connected to the missing items? In the conference room of the precinct, Su Yang regarded Wang Miao across the table, bemused by the captain's approach. Was it really necessary to mobilize so much for a single comment? Of course, that statement does not substantiate any significant connection to you. Moreover, our main inquiry does not revolve around this. Pouring a glass of water for Su Yang, Wang Miao scrutinized the young father. It hadn't been long since their last meeting, yet here they were again. The captain seemed to exude a renewed vigor. Here's the situation. My apprentice, Zhang Ming, went to investigate the necklace's whereabouts 2 hours ago and has since gone missing. The screen in the conference room displayed Zhang Ming's photo alongside his last known location, a narrow alley near Cultural Street. Your daughter once mentioned that Zhang Ming might encounter trouble today. I wish to know what transpired. After Wang Miao uttered those words, all eyes in the conference room converged upon Su Yang, who was quietly sipping water. Chapter 44. A Prophetic Utterance. An 8-year-old predicts the location of a missing person? Gulp. Huh. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Su Yang felt a great deal of comfort in his throat. Initially, the spicy hot pot had not affected him much, but now the heat was causing his stomach to churn intensely. However, a cup of tea had alleviated his discomfort considerably. Setting down the cup, he glanced at his daughter outside the glass and waved to indicate that all was well. Su Yang, I believe your child's statement was influenced by you, otherwise. Why would she mention it to my brother Zhang? Said the impatient police officer, his tone unkind. So that was the case. Rubbing his head, Su Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In teaching his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, the art of fortune-telling, he had imparted not only the analysis of birth dates, but also methods such as palmistry and face reading. It seemed his daughter had discerned from Zhang Ming's features that he was in peril, prompting her to issue a warning. Yet, he had not anticipated that her words would prove to be prophetic, resulting in actual misfortune for Zhang. Captain Wang Miao, the utmost priority now is to locate Zhang Ming. Therefore, please provide me with his birth date and time, and I shall assist you in finding him. What? Su Yang, do you even realize what you are saying? Ignoring the anxious police officer, Su Yang turned his attention to Captain Wang Miao. At this juncture, the only way to clear his name was to help locate Zhang Ming. Although they lacked concrete evidence, Su Yang did not wish for the frontline officer to meet with any misfortune. Very well, I will provide it. Casting a deep glance at Su Yang, Wang Miao retrieved paper and pen. Captain, teach me here. You all continue to broaden the search area. Leave no corner or surveillance unchecked, and report any developments to me at once. With the orders issued, the other standby officers promptly sprang into action. Xiaoyu, come help Uncle find someone. Inviting his daughter into the conference room, Su Yang handed her the paper containing the birth date and time. All right, I will give it a try. The astute Su Xiaoyu nodded and began her calculations on the paper. Thank you for your trust, Captain Wang. Su Yang expressed his gratitude with a smile, addressing the still-cold Captain Wang Miao. If it had been someone else, they might have bombarded him with a barrage of questions out of impulse. I have reviewed your personal file, aside from marrying at a young age. There are no other negative records. While your current situation appears somewhat strained, relying on your in-laws' home for shelter, there is no need for you to resort to theft. The file was handed over, and the records within made Su Yang feel a bit sheepish as he touched his nose. Since his arrival in this world, he had indeed led a joyful life, with his parents in good health and a stable family background. Once a top student, he had excelled academically and enrolled at the prestigious Shanghai Normal University, all the while accompanying his childhood sweetheart through school, marriage, and parenthood. Aside from not securing a good job, he could be considered a winner in life. The only awkward aspect was residing in his in-laws' former home, leading to a somewhat strained living situation. Captain Wang expressed his commitment to diligent work. The dossier was taken away. Just because you have not erred in the past does not imply that you are devoid of future opportunities or capabilities for mistakes. I shall always keep an eye on you and your daughter. With a sly smile, Su Yang feigned ignorance towards Wang Miao's admonition, or rather, warning. It was not his desire, yet the system incessantly bestowed upon him macabre abilities, each precise in its execution, to enhance his skill set. He had no choice but to entrust its application to his daughter. Moreover, given the necessity to continue participating in the show, exposure was an unavoidable circumstance. However, Su Yang resolved that once he secured the family growth fund from the production team, he would cease his efforts. A substantial growth fund of several million was likely to afford him a period of respite. These considerations were secondary. The primary objective remained to locate the missing person. To avoid unnecessary complications, Su Yang knew he must allow his daughter to handle this matter. There was a direction. Su Xiaoyu's remarks prompted Su Yang to hasten towards her. Northwest, a direction associated with the metal element. Xiaoyu's intuition suggested a possible connection to iron structures. No DJing Wang Miao es Zhong Fuxian, Su Yang aptly interjected. Very well, follow me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Miao resolved to investigate personally. Although he harbored some skepticism regarding Su Xiaoyu's divinations, 2 hours had elapsed. The window for effective rescue was diminishing. He had to take a gamble. Amidst the torrential rain, the wailing of sirens drowned in the downpour. Within an aging factory, rain cascaded from the ceiling, swiftly washing away the blood on the ground. If you confess now, it would certainly lessen your cough, cough, cough. Zhang Ming, dragged along the ground, was unable to suppress a fit of violent coughing. The pain in his abdomen, coupled with the relentless rain, nearly rendered him breathless. You capture my brother, and you still expect any good to come of it? He kicked at the young officer with malice. The brothers had concealed their identities in a seaside fishing village for many years, seeking leisure only to find themselves in this bustling metropolis. Who could have anticipated that a stolen necklace would lead to their capture? Given his brother's agility, he should have successfully escaped, yet this wretched boy apprehended him. Brother, let's talk this through. Your brother stole a necklace worth a few thousand. If he confesses, he'll be out in a year or two. There's no need for vendetta. Don't jeopardize yourself, or your brother will be waiting for you outside. Blinded, Zhang Ming struggled to suppress his inner terror while trying to stabilize the assailant's agitation. He recalled his master's words. In times of peril, preserving one's life was paramount. A year or two? Are you jesting? We have 2 lives on our hands. Do you truly believe he'll be released in that time frame? Listening to the assailant's frenzied tirade, Zhang Ming opened his mouth at a loss for words. He never imagined that in pursuing a petty thief, he would encounter such a desperate criminal. If anything were to happen to my brother, you should prepare for your own demise. With a fierce kick, Zhang Si propelled the person on the ground aside, before proceeding to investigate the circumstances of the factory. He needed to leverage this police officer to ensure the safety of his younger brother. Coughing softly, Zhang Ming, curled up in the corner, leaned against the wall, contemplating his next move. He had not abandoned hope of escape. He was acutely aware that his master and their companions must be searching for him. But would they truly be able to locate him? At this moment, Zhang Ming recalled the girl, known among netizens as the Little Fish Fairy. She had warned him of impending calamity, and to his astonishment, her prophecy had indeed come to pass. Wait, Zhang Ming suddenly sensed a glimmer of hope. His master, Wang Miao, was certain to interrogate Su Yang and his daughter. If they could effectively utilize their divination abilities, he was determined to survive. With renewed hope, Zhang Ming endeavored to regain his strength. Not only did he intend to survive, but he also aimed to capture this fugitive. Chapter 45. Methods for attracting good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Is divination necessary, even for capturing criminals? The torrential rain poured ceaselessly as a van gradually came to a halt near a dilapidated factory. We are short-staffed this time, so everyone must be exceedingly cautious when we enter, Captain Wang Miao remarked, glancing back at the 3 team members who had managed to extricate themselves from the vehicle. The rest followed the usual protocol, conducting interviews and searches under the direction of the deputy chief. If anything arises, remember not to alert the enemy prematurely. As the van door swung open, rainwater rushed in with the gusting wind, and the 3 team members swiftly vanished into the downpour. In such weather, locating an individual was akin to an insurmountable challenge. The tempest would obliterate all traces, which was precisely why Wang Miao was willing to attempt this daunting task. This factory is vast. How shall we search? He handed a raincoat to Su Yang while surveying the 2 passageways ahead. Shall we consult the divination once more? We need 2 coins. Faced with the eccentric father and daughter, Wang Miao momentarily regretted his decision. Had he truly resorted to such desperate measures? Nevertheless, having come this far, he could not leave without making a thorough search. If that troublesome Zhang Ming was indeed here, he, as a master, was willing to sacrifice himself for the safety of his disciple. Fumbling through his wallet, Wang Miao finally managed to gather 2 coins from the visor of the van. Hurry! The coins clattered to the ground, and Su Xiaoyu glanced at them before pointing toward the left passageway. Captain Wang, at this juncture, since we have chosen this path, let us complete the search, Su Yang urged as he tightened his clothing. He understood that he might acquire numerous otherworldly skills in the future. And if he could assist Wang Miao now, it would bode well for him during any future inquiries. All right, this child we will follow from behind. Captain, please exercise caution. As he opened the van door, the fierce wind pressed the raincoat tightly against him. Although the rain did not touch his skin, it remained chillingly cold. Su Yang carefully lifted his daughter from the car and adjusted her raincoat before following the figure ahead into the chaotic corridor. The passage was cluttered with iron rods, wooden planks, and metal boxes, requiring frequent maneuvering to navigate through. However, for Su Xiaoyu, it felt like a seasoned parkour expert traversing familiar terrain. Each obstacle was effortlessly cleared, her speed matching that of solid ground. Had it not been for Su Yang pulling her back, she would likely have reached Wang Miao's side in no time. Are you all right? At the corridor's exit, Wang Miao turned to see Su Yang and his daughter had already caught up. He cast a curious glance at the duo, astonished that they appeared entirely unperturbed by the torrential rain and the surrounding obstacles. We're fine. I believe we can find refuge within this factory. There's no one around. And with the downpour, it's the perfect hiding spot, Su Yang whispered, gesturing towards the green factory ahead. Which door should we take? Wang Miao inquired, eyeing the ajar front entrance. He sensed that Su Yang was withholding some information. Let us decide after we toss a coin. The coin landed softly on the ground. After picking it up, Su Xiaoyu pointed towards the back door of the factory. All right, we'll use the back door. Once inside, you two wait outside. If there is any danger, you must flee immediately, Wang Miao instructed, drawing his pistol. Ensuring their safety was also his responsibility, and he was wary of the possibility of the assailant having accomplices. Don't worry. If danger arises, we will undoubtedly abandon you and run for our lives. Rain cascaded from the roof of the factory. Wang Miao listened intently to the sounds beyond the door before slowly pushing it open. Creak! The jarring noise caused him a halt. Had he known, he would have opted for the front door. Fortunately, the heavy rain muffled the sound. Go on. Su Yang, sheltered under the awning, waved his hand. He had done all he could. The remainder was in Wang Miao's hands. Stepping into the factory, an array of containers lay before him. Utilizing the containers for cover, Wang Miao swiftly made his way to the factory's main hall. Zhang Ming? He recognized the figure sprawled on the ground, confirming it was indeed Zhang Ming, though he lay in a pool of blood, unresponsive. How could you find him? Zhang Si emerged from the green building, appearing bewildered. He hadn't even contacted the police yet. How had he been located? And by none other than the renowned Captain Wang Miao? Release him, or I will shoot, Wang Miao demanded, aiming his gun at Zhang Si, who let out a maniacal laugh, brandishing his knife. Release him? You think I'll let you kill me? What a joke. Lower your weapon first, Zhang Si yelled. The blade pressed against Zhang Ming's throat, blood beginning to seep. All right, I'll put it down, Wang Miao exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Kick the gun over here, Zhang Si sneered, the blood trickling ominously at Zhang Ming's neck. Okay, don't act rashly. Wang Miao cautiously approached the firearm, his mind racing with thoughts. If at this moment the gun were to be handed to the opponent, it is uncertain whether Zhang Ming and I would survive. What is there to hesitate about? Should I stab him? Just then, as the two faced off, a sodacan rolled in with a clatter. Who is it? Startled like a bird released from a bowstring, Zhang Si pointed towards the corner and shouted. What are you doing? A small head peeked out, surprising both Zhang Si and Wang Miao. Wang Miao quickly gestured to signal Su Xiaoyu to leave swiftly. He scanned the surroundings, but did not see Su Yang's figure. What is this guy doing? He cannot even keep track of his own child. You need to leave. This is not a place for you. Stunned, Su Xiaoyu could only receive a verbal warning from Wang Miao. Wait, little friend, could you do uncle a favor? With a cold smile, Zhang Si grinned. Although he did not know where the child came from, he was the perfect candidate to serve as a hostage. Bring me that toy gun. Otherwise, I will take this uncle to you, and you can let the child go. Huh? Zhang Ming's painful cry made the veins on Wang Miao's forehead throb. This is right. Just listen to me now. If you do not want him to suffer, then just stand there obediently. Zhang Si grinned menacingly while rubbing a knife against Zhang Ming's clothing. Having come this far, he understood the outcome. He might as well go all in. Little friend, a toy pistol. Is there really a toy pistol? Still hesitating, Su Xiaoyu dashed to Wang Miao's sidearm and picked up the black toy gun. This is right. Bring it to me. Then you can go home. Zhang Gusikoks. With this gun, he could have some fun with those who had captured his brother. Chapter 46. 3 Moves to Take Down the Thug. You say this child is 8 years old? Inside the factory, only the sound of Zhang Ming's coughing echoed. Witnessing the child pick up the phone as instructed, Zhang Si sneered and took a small step forward. Little friend, do not give him the gun. Standing not far away, Wang Miao was about to call out Su Xiaoyu's name when he saw Su Yang's figure. The other party appeared high up on a container, but seemed unwilling to come down. Had it not been for the nod he received from Su Yang, he would have doubted whether Su Xiaoyu was this person's biological child. How could he risk such danger by allowing the child to approach the knife-wielding thug? Good. Hand the gun to uncle. Why should I give it to you? Holding the toy gun, Su Xiaoyu caressed it and glanced at the nearby villain. Just hand me the gun, and I will give you money and a phone to play with. Zhang Si, momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly rummaged through Zhang Ming's belongings and soon produced his wallet. The red bills were pulled out along with his own phone. Little friend, do not give it to him. He is a bad man. You shut up. Do you want him to leave first? Faced with Zhang Si's threat, Wang Miao had no choice but to remain silent. Just give me the toy gun, and all of this is yours. Really? Certainly, I purchased this toy gun with money. Observing the captivated child, Zhang Si subtly guided the interaction. Aware of the distance and recognizing that he was no match for Wang Miao, he resorted to this tactic. Hurry, otherwise, I shall have that uncle seize your toy. He will take both your money and your phone. Zhang Si threatened once more. All right, the uncle's word is law. At last, after receiving a nod of approval from her father, Su Xiaoyu relented. To Wang Miao's eyes, the intentions of the father-daughter duo remained unclear. Upon seeing other colleagues appear above the factory, he realized that Su Yang's strategy had borne fruit, utilizing Su Xiaoyu's presence to lull the assailant into complacency, thus buying precious time. However, why was Su Xiaoyu being sent directly into the fray? Good child, all of this is for you. Eager to acquire the toy gun and recognizing that the child posed no threat, Zhang Si gently set down Zhang Ming from his embrace. Suddenly, he witnessed Su Xiaoyu sprinting and tumbling on the ground. The gun that had been cradled in her arms soared toward Zhao Si. Act now. Seizing the moment, Wang Miao shouted and lunged towards the assailant. Meanwhile, the police positioned above the factory had all aimed their weapons at the ground-bound Zhao Si. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Si gripped the hostage tightly with one hand to shield himself from gunfire, while reaching for the airborne gun with the other. If he could seize that firearm, no matter how many officers surrounded him, he would remain unassailable. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and the assailant was seen clutching his throat, staggering backward. As the gun hit the floor, it coincided with the assailant's backward fall. This scene left everyone in the factory utterly astonished. How could this be? Rushing forward, Wang Miao swiftly retrieved the gun, kicking the knife away. Call for an ambulance. Colleagues, still grappling with the unfolding events, began to respond. Yes, an ambulance. Moments later, the entire factory was cordoned off. After ensuring Zhang Ming was placed into the ambulance, Wang Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. His apprentice had sustained no grave injuries. Although the assailant had inflicted 2 stabs, they had missed critical areas, resulting only in excessive blood loss and unconsciousness. This is now in your hands. Once he had entrusted the scene to others, Wang Miao stepped out of the factory, umbrella in hand, and made his way towards the van parked at the alley's entrance. The rain continued to pour, the icy droplets reminding Wang Miao of the doctor's earlier words. Had they arrived even a moment later, that ferocious assailant could have succumbed to asphyxiation. Furthermore, the assailant had suffered a comminuted fracture in his left hand and a dislocation in his right. These injuries, seemingly inconceivable for a perpetrator, had manifested before him. Unbidden, the most perilous moment replayed in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, the assailant could have grasped that gun and coerced them into submission. Wait, could it be that he had misinterpreted the entire situation? Su Yang nodded, not to himself, but as a means of communication with his daughter, Su Xiaoyu. From the very beginning, this father-daughter duo had intended to closely approach the assailant and subdue him. With this thought in mind, Wang Miao paused near the van, quietly observing the roaring vehicle. Boom! Wang Captain, you must enjoy the rain, don't you? Wang Miao entered the vehicle and started the engine, driving out of the factory. Where's home? I shall take you back. Wang Captain, We were just enjoying hot pot. Yes, indulging in hot pot. Su Xiaoyu chimed in at the opportune moment. 20 minutes later, in the grandest barbecue restaurant, sizzle, pork belly, beef bacon, and an array of meats bubbled on the iron grill. Wong Captain, cheers. Gulialu. This beer is absolutely delightful. As a chilled beer went down, combined with the delectable grilled meats, Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Dad, I want some too. Drink your waha. Otherwise, there will be no pork belly for you. Su Xiaoyu, feeling slightly put out, pouted and took a hearty sip of waha. Remember to flip the pork belly. Don't let it burn. Got it, Dad. Wang Miao, eat up. You were just watching, and it makes me feel quite embarrassed. While devouring the grilled meat, Su Yang generously served Wang Miao a slice of grilled bread. After all, he was the host, and it would be rude not to partake. Feel free to ask anything. Does Xiaoyu know martial arts? Taking a bite of the slightly charred bread, Wang Miao finally posed the question. A child of 8 capable of swiftly subduing such a criminal. He could think of no other explanation than martial arts. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Wing Chun, do you understand? It's the type that can defeat an opponent with a single move. Holding a chicken wing, Su Yang gestured in the air, though Wang Miao was evidently inquiring about something else. Wang Captain, just call me Wang Miao. All right, Wang Miao. Let me tell you about the origins of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Isn't that Wing Chun? Ahem, my apologies. When Xiaoyu was 1 year old, at the age of 5, she encountered a kung fu master. After the barbecue, Wang Miao escorted the father and daughter to the ground floor before departing. The vehicle stopped on the pavement of an old community, where he quietly gazed at the building. 3 moves to take down the assailant. And he hadn't even seen clearly. Was the child truly only 8 years old? Find Zhang Ming. It cannot be mere coincidence. Investigate Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu's records thoroughly. I want everything. Chapter 47. Su Xiaoyu receives an award. Exorcising the underworld skills again. As night fell, in a certain neighborhood in a magical city. Is the child asleep? The sound from the bedroom door behind him caused Li Xian, resting on the sofa, to glance over. Yes, dear, you should rest early. I'll watch for a bit longer. Watching his wife return to the bedroom, Li Xian flipped through various parent-child interaction plans on his tablet. This program had garnered nationwide acclaim. The higher he and his child ranked, the more illustrious the company's reputation would become. If they could secure first place, the impact on his company would be immeasurable. As a children's clothing brand, coupled with the endorsement of fatherly love, its future appears exceptionally promising. However, upon opening the official Weibo account of the program, the prominence of Su Yang left Li Xian feeling quite vexed. Initially, Wang Jiangwo was his primary competitor, but now, an unexpected dark horse had emerged. First came the DJing, followed by lockpicking, and then fortune-telling. Utilizing such eye-catching and unconventional methods, Su Yang garnered the audience's affection. Regarding a multifaceted father like Wang Jiangwo, Li Xian believed he possessed his own unique skills, confident that any subsequent activities would provide him with opportunities to prevail. Yet, the father-daughter duo of Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu was far too unpredictable, too enigmatic for his liking. The thought of setting up a fortune-telling stall made Li Xian quickly shake his head, unwilling to entertain the notion further. The trending topics were inundated with this fellow. Su Xiaoyu fortune-telling. Matichmaker Su Xiaoyu. An 8-year-old running a fortune-telling stall? Special training for Su Yang, the father. Taken away while eating hot pot? What trouble has Su Yang gotten into? Fortune-telling also requires registration. Soon, 2 conspicuous trending topics caught Li Xian's attention. Upon checking, he nearly burst into laughter. Su Yang had been taken back to the police station while eating hot pot, personally escorted by Captain Wang Miao of the Jiangshan Cold Noodle Squad. Li Xian recalled that the individual was the head of the criminal investigation team, known for his swift and impartial handling of cases. With such circumstances unfolding, it was evident that Su Yang was embroiled in some trouble. It seemed my concerns had been swiftly resolved. Leaning against the sofa, Li Xian poured himself a glass of red wine. It was likely that Su Yang would be eliminated from the program, leaving him solely to contend with Wang Jiangwo. Compared to the unpredictable nature of Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu, he felt rather confident in surpassing Wang Jiangwo. Ding! Mr. Li, you must check the latest trending topics. Before he could take a sip of his wine, He received a message from his company's secretary. Latest trending topics? Hadn't he just seen them? With a hint of curiosity, Li Xian refreshed the page. Magic City, Jiangchang District Bureau. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu for their outstanding contributions in this case and hereby commend them. Details follow. Li Xian was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be an investigation? How had they transformed into commendable citizens rescuing hostages? As the news broke, discussions erupted online. Are Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu really that brave? Did they dare to confront the criminals head-on? Did you not see? It was classmate Xiaoyu who took the initiative to outsmart the criminals. What does that have to do with Su Yang? I always knew Xiaoyu was the best. Receiving commendation is just icing on the cake. Damn, I thought something serious had happened. I worried for nothing. Having successfully entered the top 32, plus the commendation, I believe Xiaoyu is set for the future. Sure, don't get too proud. As long as Su Yang can deliver next time, they'll definitely make it to the top 16. Woohoo! We'll get to see Xiaoyu shine again. Scrolling through the overwhelmingly positive comments, Li Xian quietly picked up his glass of wine. The sourness on his palate made him set it aside almost immediately. With Su Xiaoyu enjoying such popularity, did he still have a chance to outshine her? Burp. Sitting on the couch, Su Yang immediately covered his mouth, chuckling as he glanced at the video on his phone. Didn't I say not to be frugal? You only choose to indulge in hot pot on a rainy day. The complaints emanating from the other end of the video elicited a smile from Su Yang, filling him with warmth. His wife, studying abroad, was diligently striving, primarily sustaining herself through scholarships. Any excess funds were remitted back home, serving as living expenses for both father and daughter. As Su Yang, who had no income, sought to conserve resources, he aimed to ease her burdens. No, didn't I just treat myself to something nice with my bonus? Xiaoyu has eaten to her heart's content. As he recounted the facts, Su Yang suddenly thought of Captain Wang Miao, who settled bills with remarkable swiftness. This made him feel compelled to share a few more meals with such a decent person, who could dine lightly, yet cover the costs. Quick, Xiaoyu, go video call your mother. As the bathroom door swung open, Su Yang hurriedly handed the phone to his daughter. He had more pressing matters to attend to. With the living room now quiet, Su Yang glanced at the trending topics. He couldn't help but commend Wang Miao, who had successfully taken responsibility for Su Xiaoyu's situation, concealing her act of subduing the assailant. Initially, Su Yang intended to disclose his daughter's martial arts prowess, but it seemed unnecessary now. The fact that an 8-year-old could incapacitate an opponent in 3 moves was beyond belief for many. However, it indirectly indicated that the Wing Chun skills acquired from the system were exceedingly beneficial. It was precisely due to this skill that he dared to let his daughter take risks. Su Yang, full-time dad, skills, DJing master, potato roasting master, lock-picking grandmaster, Wing Chun master, fortune-telling advanced, passive, physical enhancement 1, popularity ratings, positive, 9,876, popularity ratings, negative, 152,560. Why are the positive ratings so few? The negative reviews far outnumber the positive ones, which left Su Yang scratching his head. It seemed that in the eyes of the audience, he was still perceived as a poor father. However, as long as he could garner audience evaluations, the nature of those ratings mattered little. Su Yang soon came to terms with the fact that both positive and negative feedback were valuable to him. He could always convert them when needed. Next came the exhilarating lottery draw. Let us begin with a tenfold draw and test the depths of the pool. Without hesitation, Su Yang decided to spend 100,000 negative ratings on the lottery. Lottery starting. Thank you for your patronage. Lottery starting. Thank you for your patronage. Lottery starting. Thank you for your patronage. 5 consecutive thank yous left Su Yang wide-eyed. Was it because he had just washed his hands that he couldn't even draw a single undesirable reward? He dashed to the restroom and continued the lottery. Acquired professional skill, counterfeit currency production. Counterfeit currency production. Effortlessly replicate any currency in the world with a pen and a knight. You can become as wealthy as a nation. Truly a nefarious skill, to be as wealthy as a nation. He feared that once discovered, he would find himself in dire straits once more. However, secretly sketching should pose no issue, right? Let the lottery continue. Su Yang gazed at the skill description, an unsettling sensation coursing through his gallbladder. He was truly astounded by the system's deviousness, as the skill rewards grew increasingly sinister and detrimental. Suppressing his grievances towards the system, Su Yang made his way directly to his daughter's room. Xiaoyu, would you like to learn how to draw? Chapter 48. The promised interactive painting session. And you directly demand paints worth over 10,000? At the Cultural and Arts Building of the Yangtze River District, the exhibition hall on the 25th floor was surrounded by throngs of eager spectators. At the director Jiang Minheo's signal, the exclusive live broadcast for the program commenced punctually. Woohoo! The live stream has finally begun. I've been waiting so long. I feel like my flowers are about to wither. Where's Xiaoyu? Why can't I see the little matchmaker? Many had come to witness Xiaoyu's performance, curious about the delightful surprises she might bring. The program's official blog hinted that this event would center around parent-child interaction. Surely, Xiaoyu would not be adversely affected? With a father like Su Yang, who seemed rather lackadaisical, yet managed to reach the top 32, there was nothing to worry about. As long as Xiaoyu had a stage, she could conjure a miracle for everyone. As the audience engaged in lively discussions, the host Xiao Sa had already taken to the stage. Welcome, everyone, to our artsy cultural and arts building. I trust all the fathers here have had the chance to view the artworks on display. Behind me, the exhibition hall features masterpieces such as the Mona Lisa, Starry Night, and Guernica. Now, as you all know, the theme of this event is parent-child interactive painting. However, each artwork carries its own unique theme and significance. And before we begin painting, I would like each father to draw a slip of paper to determine their theme. As Xiao Sa spoke, the staff brought forth the prepared prop box. Father Wang Zhangwo drew the theme of youth. At Xiao Sa's prompting, Wang Zhangwo unfurled the slip of paper. Next was Li Xian, who, glancing at the nearby Su Yang and his son, approached to draw a slip. For him, this was a splendid opportunity for a comeback. He had nurtured his son's artistic talents from a young age and possessed a fair degree of skill himself. This program felt tailor-made for him. Initially intending to showcase his expertise later in the program, he now faced considerable pressure from Su Yang and was determined to make a strong impression this time. Li Xian drew the theme of freedom. With the paper unveiled, a confident smile spread across his face. The theme of freedom offered boundless possibilities for artistic expression, all of which were his forte. Su Yang, it's your turn. Li Xian reminded the still surveying Su Yang, fully aware that the latter was perhaps a novice in such environments. Or perhaps it was indeed his first time visiting here with his child. Through investigation, he learned that Su Yang was an English major at a normal university and had never dabbled in painting. Unless something extraordinary happened this time, it would be difficult for them to secure a top 3 position. Oh, is it my turn? Little fish, allow me to draw a splendid theme for you. Rubbing his hands together, Su Yang reached into the box. For him, regardless of what he drew, it would be a challenge due to his lack of training in this area. Hobbies? Not bad, I suppose. As he unfolded the slip of paper, both Su Yang and his daughter shrugged helplessly. They were not adept at painting, and it could be said that they were merely participating in the program. Gentlemen, next to us is the tool area. You may select any tools you need and begin your artistic endeavors. As Xiao Sa's voice resonated, all the fathers started making their way toward the paint station with their children. So many tools? Before even entering the tool area with his daughter, Su Yang was mesmerized by the rows of shelves. Just the various types of brushes alone occupied 2 entire shelves, ranging from a few yuan to thousands. Ahem, Su Yang, the Art Center frequently invites internationally renowned artists to give lectures. Therefore, we have a considerable stock of various painting tools, Xiao Sa explained with a smile. Is that so? Well then, little fish, let us explore and see if we can find suitable tools. Casting a glance at the dazzling shelves, Su Yang momentarily pondered whether there were any tools needed for painting counterfeit money. The theme of hobbies posed some difficulty for him, but surely painting money would fit the theme, right? After all, who doesn't love money? The sight of Su Yang and his daughter entering the grand garden amused the audience. I see little fish is in a bit of a predicament. While other fathers are heading out, they're still exploring inside. Huh, exploring? That cracks me up. Who could blame Su Yang for being unfamiliar with these artistic tools? There were hundreds of types of pencils, making his head spin. It wasn't Su Yang's fault for being inexperienced. The other fathers had broad themes like youth and freedom, while Su Yang drew the theme of hobbies. What could he possibly create? Come on, brother. Isn't that straightforward? A turntable, a lock, or even a fortune teller bagua. It's a guaranteed win. Haha. I almost forgot that Su Xiaoyu's specialty is a bit outrageous. Is that even something that can be painted? Su Yang, this time I will definitely secure first place. Upon reaching the ink wash painting area, Su Yang encountered Li Xian head-on. The latter's cart was filled with various Xian paper, brushes, and ink paints. Oh, then I extend my congratulations to you. Su Yang patted Li Xian on the shoulder before turning to leave with his daughter. What is the big deal about first place? It didn't matter much to Su Yang. Although he had received first place in the previous stall competition, he did not enter the top 32 with that ranking. As long as he could continue to be featured on the program and avoid elimination, Su Yang would be able to maintain his popularity. As for the family fund, of course, he would strive to secure it. In the painting area, little fish, take whichever tools you prefer. Do not hold back for the production team. Understood, Daddy. Rising on her tiptoes, Su Xiaoyu quickly spotted the exquisite colored pencils worth over 1,000. Just those few boxes on the top. Amidst the staff's discomfort at the expense, the colored pencils were placed into the shopping cart by Su Yang. After practicing counterfeit bills for nearly a week, the most expensive item at home was a box of colored pencils priced at 5 yuan. Naturally, Su Yang was inclined to fulfill his daughter's request. After all, these expenses would ultimately be reimbursed by the production team. After browsing through the colored pencil section, they arrived at the paint area. Su Yang, do you need any paint? Inquired the curious Xiao Sa, who followed closely behind. He had some understanding of painting, knowing that colored pencils and paint could not be used simultaneously. However, Su Xiaoyu was a rather unique child. Perhaps she possessed some hidden artistic talent? Of course, I want the best of those 2 buckets of acrylic. Watching the 2 expensive buckets of acrylic, Su Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. When he mixed color-changing ink at home, he used the inexpensive acrylic priced at 99 from a discount site, which resulted in a rather dismal quality. Now, with such superior materials available, his hands itched with eagerness. Director, he wants acrylic paint worth 10,000. A staff member hurriedly contacted the director from the side. Here, Chapter 49. The director's heart bleeds. How the father and daughter never seen you. $. In a live broadcast, viewers erupted in laughter as they watched Su Yang holding the acrylic paint worth over 10,000. So, Su Yang's strategy is to choose the expensive over the appropriate. Isn't it? Goodness. I roughly calculated that the tools Su Yang selected were valued at around 40 to 50,000. If I didn't know Su Yang's character, I might have thought he was at least an international master painter. A master indeed, but a master of spending money frivolously. Is the production team not in agony over this? As long as they can create something, it doesn't matter. Just hope nothing gets wasted. As a struggling art student, my heart is already in spasms. Su Yang, you're leading little fish astray. Director, I think I can still salvage this. Returning to their painting area, the father and daughter laid out all the tools on the table. Now that the paints were sorted, they only needed a 100 yuan bill. Uncle Xiao Sa, could you do me a favor? Help? Sure. What does old fish need? Curious, Xiao Sa, holding the microphone, looked at Su Xiaoyu. This themed painting event appeared to be quite challenging. However, at its core, it was merely an ordinary painting competition. In this untroubled interactive activity, he genuinely wanted to see what unique flair Su Xiaoyu could bring to the table. I need a 100 yuan bill. A 100 yuan bill? I believe I have a few. Unsure of what Su Xiaoyu meant, Xiao Sa took out his wallet. I want that U.S. dollar. May I borrow it to take a look? The wallet opened, revealing several bills, and with keen eyes, Su Xiaoyu quickly spotted the dollar. U.S. dollars? All right, here, take a look. As he handed a $100 bill to Su Xiaoyu, Xiao Sa was completely at a loss regarding the intentions of the other party. Yet, his curiosity about the U.S. dollar was a natural inclination for a child. This particular bill had been placed in Xiao Sa's wallet by his wife upon her return from abroad. Is it really a U.S. dollar? The father and daughter examined the bill under the illumination, captivated by its allure. Su Yang, who had been at home painting counterfeit currency, had no real reason to exchange dollars at a bank, aside from browsing online for information. To them, this genuine dollar held an undeniable charm. May we borrow it for a moment? Su Xiaoyu asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's my first time holding a real US dollar. As he felt the texture of the bill in his hands, Su Yang was akin to a chef who had just acquired his favorite ingredient, with every detail igniting his enthusiasm. All right, no problem. Xiao-san nodded in agreement, bewildered by the duo's fascination with a mere dollar. Thank you, Uncle Xiao-sa, said Su Xiaoyu, as she and her father carefully placed the bill on the table to observe it closely. They exchanged glances filled with delight. Xiaoyu, go fetch a magnifying glass. Okay, she replied. As Su Yang contemplated replicating the bill, his initial intention was merely to have Xiaoyu draw a 100 yuan note from their homeland while he indulged in experimenting with color-changing ink. Now that he had a genuine dollar to reference, how could he resist the temptation to try? After retrieving 2 magnifying glasses, the father and daughter, one on each side, scrutinized the dollar bill with keen interest. Is it really necessary to be this engrossed? Someone remarked. Indeed, it's just a $100 bill. Yet they're observing it so intently. Su Xiaoyu's reaction was quite typical, but Su Yang, as a father, seemed to be overreacting. A US dollar? It's fantastic. Who wouldn't be enamored by it? They were observing so seriously that one might assume they were about to create a masterpiece. While other fathers had already commenced their artistic endeavors, Su Yang appeared to be idling. The audience watching Su Yang's leisurely demeanor couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. You all prepare. I'll check on the other fathers, Xiao Sa, standing to the side, remarked, unable to decipher the situation. His intent for this offline hosting was to focus on Su Xiaoyu and Su Yang, although he was uncertain of what other surprises this father-daughter duo might reveal. As it stood, producing a presentable piece of art was already a remarkable feat meanwhile. The camera shifted to Li Xian and his son, where Li Xian was preparing ink while his son, Xiao Bei, patiently ground the ink. The stretched rice paper lay perfectly flat, a testament to their skill. Mr. Xiao Sa, Li Xian began, my son and I intend to depict the spirit of freedom. The spirit of freedom? Could you elaborate? Xiao San quailed. We plan to illustrate the great poet Li Bai, reveling in the beauty of nature. Upon hearing Li Xian's response, Xiao S.A. nodded in anticipation. The brief strokes of mountains and water on the rice paper immediately conveyed the essence of a master of traditional Chinese painting. The ethereal quality of the landscape left everyone in awe. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter a true master. Li Xian's father is truly remarkable. His abilities are evident from these 2 strokes alone. Honestly, the first place this time is undoubtedly his, barring any surprises. The beauty of landscapes is undeniable. And it must be said that Li Xian's father possesses considerable skill. This brings us to Su Yang, who is still floundering, still languishing in mediocrity. Ashu, rubbing his nose, Su Yang set down the magnifying glass. Recently, he had been crafting counterfeit currency at home, primarily using domestic bills and pounds brought back by his wife. After a brief examination of the US dollar, he discovered that despite their differences, there were commonalities to be found. For Su Yang, all it took was to assist Su Xiaoyu in preparing a precise mixture of color-changing ink. Dad, I shall begin now. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed eagerly as she placed the dollar bills on the table. Very well. Su Yang found his daughter's interest in crafting currency quite delightful. After all, if she were not captivated by it, he could not force her to learn. Fortunately, this child had always shown a penchant for money, sharing his own temperament, making it a fitting pursuit. Let us start with this pigment. As Su Yang began to experiment with acrylic paint, Su Xiaoyu positioned the dollar bills in a well-lit area. With one hand holding the magnifying glass and the other imitating the intricate moire patterns above, she recalled her father mentioning that such patterns were the most challenging to replicate, achievable only by true masters. Meanwhile, Xiao Sa circled around, approaching the particularly engaged father-daughter duo, his curiosity piqued by what they were endeavoring to create. Chapter 50, Su Xiaoyu's mysterious symbols. Is she deciphering the moire pattern? In the exhibition hall, after interacting with Li Xian and other fathers, Xiao Sa, camera in hand, headed straight for Su Yang and his daughter. To be honest, he harbored some concerns regarding their artistic abilities. After all, Making it into the top 32 was largely due to Su Xiaoyu's peculiar talents. Now, faced with the need for serious artistry, he questioned whether Su Yang and his daughter could shine in this round. "Su Yang, what are you doing?" As he approached Su Yang, he observed that the father was wholly absorbed in his own enjoyment, offering no assistance to his daughter in the corner. On the table, the expensive acrylic paints were distributed across various containers, alongside some unfamiliar painting tools. "All right, take your time." Seeing Su Yang so immersed in play, Xiaosa shrugged helplessly. He had intended to suggest that Su Yang collaborate with his child in painting, but he gradually began to understand the parenting style of this post-2000 father. If the child could manage on their own, he would not lift a finger. He could even imagine that if the paints weren't so entertaining, Su Yang might have fallen asleep long ago. What is Su Yang up to? Why isn't he painting? What is he going to create? A scene of chicks pecking at grains? He doesn't seem like someone engaged in art. The promised interactive painting has turned into him playing alone. I can see Su Yang would be better off as a child himself. Just look at how happy he is. What a disaster. Although painting skills may not directly determine the subsequent rankings, Su Xiaoyu's situation is indeed concerning. After reaching the top 32, each father possesses considerable talent, and Su Yang's circumstances elicit headshakes from the audience. Other fathers either exhibit profound mastery in traditional Chinese painting or are able to wholeheartedly assist their children in their artistic endeavors. In contrast, Su Yang appears to be exceedingly preoccupied, seemingly engrossed in his own enjoyment, without providing any substantial support to Su Xiaoyu's painting efforts. The expansive table is filled with an array of materials, and Xiaosa circles around before arriving at Su Xiaoyu's side. What is she doing? Xiaosa remains silent, gazing somewhat dazedly at Su Xiaoyu, who is not engaged in painting at all, but rather holds a magnifying glass, meticulously copying the intricate details of a dollar bill. This certainly seems rather peculiar. He gestures for the camera to zoom in closer, allowing for a close-up of Su Xiaoyu's work. The paper is densely covered with a multitude of lines and symbols, and upon closer inspection, Xiaosa finds it difficult to discern any coherent meaning. Nonetheless, Su Xiaoyu's actions amuse the audience. Here it comes. Su Xiaoyu must be attempting to replicate a dollar bill. Ha! To be honest, this idea is quite amusing, and she is executing it quite well. Truly a testament to the talent of our little fish fairy. I support her creativity, but I can't help but wonder if replicating currency might present a bit of challenge. A challenge, indeed, as the world's universal currency. Each dollar bill is intricately designed. If she manages to replicate even 30% of it, I would consider that a success. Is this it? Is this what you call the creative little fish fairy? Replicating dollar bills merely to attract attention is, quite frankly, a bit disappointing. Get lost, you naysayer. She's still just a child. And so what if she is? If she can actually produce it, I might just eat my screen. Xiaosa chuckles lightly and turns away with the camera. Su Xiaoyu's choice is certainly intriguing, provoking fervent discussion and reactions from the audience. He glances back at Su Yang, pondering whether this aligns with the father's intentions. After all, how could a child conceive such an approach? However, in Xiaosa's view, replicating currency serves only to capture attention. To gain the audience's approval and successfully advance to the next round, there is undeniably an element of risk involved. While creativity may entertain viewers, the discerning public is well aware, and it is unlikely they would allow those diligent parents to be eliminated. With this thought, Xiaosa lets out a sigh. If he were not the host, he would certainly offer a word of caution to Su Yang. In the studio, Professor Li Long and his colleagues attentively observe the painting activities on screen. Particularly, Li Xian's level of expertise in traditional Chinese painting prompts Wang Wen and Li Long, both enthusiasts of the art form, to nod in quiet admiration. At this stage of the top 32, each father possesses a unique skill set. Li Xian's proficiency in traditional Chinese painting is commendable. I believe I shall cast my vote for him. Wang Wen observes and decides to grant his voting privilege to Li Xian. Although this level of traditional painting does not quite reach the heights of others. However, the opponent's expertise remains formidable. With such a father, it is no wonder that his son, Li Bei, is capable of coloring the clay sculpture independently. I shall hold my vote for now and observe the prowess of the other fathers, Li Long remarked with a smile, lifting his placard. He admired Li Xian as well. But the advancement vote could only be cast for one individual at a time. What is this Su Yang up to now? The scene shifted to Su Yang's perspective, prompting Li Long to express his dissatisfaction with a complaint. While the other fathers diligently collaborated with their children in painting, he was off in a corner, playing with paint. Teacher Xiao Gao, what's wrong? Gao Yun's dazed reaction drew the attention of the crowd. It's nothing. I just find this Su Yang rather intriguing, Gao Yun replied, her gentle demeanor adorned with a smile. Her gaze briefly flitted between Su Yang and the paints before she dismissed her initial thoughts. Years prior, she had participated in a psychological analysis of counterfeiters, one of whom shared similar peculiar hobbies with Su Yang. However, the other individual, a high-level criminal, differed from Su Yang in being exceedingly cautious, never flaunting their abilities so ostentatiously. The audience in the studio chuckled, understanding Gao Yun's implication. Yet, upon seeing the design on Su Xiaoyu's paper, several exchanged glances, puzzled. Was Su Xiaoyu attempting to replicate a $100 bill? This Su Yang always conjured such strange ideas. Li Long chuckled helplessly, finding himself in awe of this post-2000s father. When tasked with painting for pleasure, he had his child replicate currency. Surely, luck would favor him this time. If the audience were to disapprove, little Yu might find herself in a predicament. Gao Yun remarked discouragingly from the side. While replicating a $100 bill might seem novel at first glance, those who had prior experience understood that this choice paled in comparison to drawing something like Mickey Mouse. Even the top counterfeit criminals required years to master such skills. Could an 8-year-old child truly grasp this? After teacher, he and the others nodded in agreement. They resumed commentary on other artistic works. Nevertheless, as a psychological analyst, Gao Yun sensed something unusual. At first glance, the scribbles on Su Xiaoyu's paper appeared chaotic, lacking any discernible structure. Yet, upon closer inspection and comparison, she noted these strokes bore a resemblance to Moir patterns. Chapter 51. Drawing a $100 bill by hand? This child is becoming increasingly audacious. The time for painting had already surpassed a third, and Xiao Sa had made her rounds in front of each father. Among them, the landscape painting of Li Xian and his son was reaching its conclusion, and in his view, it undoubtedly ranked among the top two. Meanwhile, the program's popular father, Wang Zhengwo, was wholeheartedly assisting his daughter in her painting, a delightful pastoral theme that was quite commendable. Over here, after Su Xiaoyu had meticulously replicated all the details of the $100 bill, she showed it to her father, Su Yang. While this painted money may not be spendable, it certainly looked appealing, didn't it? Not bad. A practice or two in proportion should suffice, Su Yang remarked, examining it for a moment and nodding in satisfaction. The child learns these things with remarkable speed, already capable of meticulously replicating the details of U.S. currency. Next, all that remains is to practice proportionally a couple of times, and finally, with the aid of acid-free paper and color-changing ink, attempt to create a counterfeit bill. All right, Dad, I shall proceed, said the child, tossing aside the discarded drafts and hastily making her way to the tool area. Little fish, why did you throw everything away? Just as Uncle Xia arrived before Su Xiaoyu, he noticed a large pile of discarded manuscript papers. At that moment, the desk was immaculate, devoid of even a single sheet of paper. Uncle Xia, they were merely wasted drafts. I plan to retrieve some new ones. Su Xiaoyu's confident smile stirred something within Xia. This child possesses many admirable qualities, yet lacks a stable educational approach. Otherwise, how could she have lost in the art competition? Go ahead. Let little fish fetch some paper, Xia said, casting a glance at the drowsy Su Yang. The child had exhausted her supply of manuscript paper. How could he possibly sleep under such industriousness? What? You want to see Su Xiaoyu's discarded drafts? Just as Xia was about to leave, the voice of the director crackled through his earpiece. Very well, let us take a look. Crouching down, Xia rummaged through the trash bin. Teacher Xia, what are you doing? After finishing his artwork, Li Xian turned to see the host rummaging through the garbage. Oh, little fish just discarded some drafts. Teacher Gao expressed a desire to see them. So I'm searching, Xia explained, having retrieved the manuscript papers. Is that so? Allow me to take a look as well. With a smile, Li Xian glanced at the languid Su Yang, a hint of pride lacing his tone. He had just secretly observed the scene. Su Yang was idly playing, while Su Xiaoyu busied herself with her sketches. In his eyes, the father-daughter duo who had entered based on their script were destined for elimination today. Seizing the last opportunity, he intended to showcase the father and daughter's embarrassment to the audience. Let us not hear later that the time was too short to complete the work. As Xia slowly unwrapped the crumpled paper ball, he wondered if it was merely an illusion. The force with which it was crumpled had been considerable. Had he not been cautious, it surely would have torn. I shall assist. With Li Xian's help, the wrinkled paper ball was completely unfurled. However, due to the excessive creasing, the characters and drawings were indistinct, resembling mere numbers and symbols, a mere texture. Could you please flatten the paper a bit, Teacher Xia? Came the voice of Teacher Gao through the earpiece. No problem. I'll find a tool to flatten it. With that, Xia brought over several buckets of acrylic paint and placed them atop the discarded paper. I'm quite curious. What kind of drafts are these? Indeed, to warrant such attention from Teacher Gao, could they be extraordinary works? Ha! Little fish, while you may excel at fortune-telling, I doubt your prowess in painting. How dare you? Don't underestimate our little fish. She works very hard, you know? The script has arrived, and it appears that the production team is poised to grant Xiaoyu an opportunity to advance, showcasing the narrative of hard work, evoking emotions from Professor Li Long and his colleagues. It is indeed hard to believe that Xiaoyu could create something truly remarkable. The skepticism is palpable, and the barrage of comments is rife with derision aimed at the production team's actions. After all, for seasoned experts, reviewing discarded drafts holds immense value. Yet, for a child like Su Xiaoyu, who delights in doodling and imitating currency, the final product may hardly be presentable, let alone the discarded paper. That should suffice, right? Li Xian, standing with his arms crossed, urged with a smile. With half an hour remaining until the end of the drawing session, he was quite curious to see how Su Xiaoyu's group would be eliminated. The script that treats the audience as mere puppets will ultimately be exposed. The notion of imitating currency is merely a gimmick. All right, let's take a look. Noticing Su Yang's silence, Xiao Sa began to clear away the paints and other materials. Despite the weight pressing down, the creases on the paper were already unsettling. What on earth had they drawn? On the blank sheet, some chaotic strokes made Li Xian shake his head in disbelief. He realized that the father and daughter were merely putting on a show, but he hadn't anticipated their artistic skills to be this lacking. A prominent character caught Xiao Sa's attention. He was all too familiar with it, as it belonged to the currency. What is this signature? In his hand, Xiao Sa held a pen used for practicing English signatures, its strokes disordered yet robust. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he picked up a bill from the table. The name of the Secretary of the Treasury from Eagle Sauce? Upon comparison, both Xiao Sa and Li Xian were astonished to discover that not only were the sizes identical, but the signature's handwriting was also an exact match to that on the currency. Could it be that these were all markings from the banknotes? Holding the discarded draft, Li Xian stared incredulously at the signatures, English symbols, numerical characters, and stroke patterns on the table. If they all mirrored those on the currency, did that imply that Su Xiaoyu could replicate the banknotes? By comparing them one by one, the truth would soon be revealed. Cruching à $1 bill. Xiao Sa was filled with excitement. If Su Xiaoyu could indeed achieve even 50% accuracy in replicating the banknotes, the child might still have a chance to progress to the next round. With impeccable American pronunciation, Xiao Sa compared the text on the draft paper with the banknote, finding them indistinguishable. Were it not for the pencil marks, he might have believed that the banknotes had been stamped directly onto the paper. Teacher Xiao Sa, what about this portrait? Li Xian, unyielding in his disbelief, searched for the most crucial symbol on the banknote, its front-facing portrait. If this too matched, Li Xian could hardly fathom the frenzy that would ensue among the audience. Drawing banknotes freehand? A perfect replica? Chapter 52. The Secret of Counterfeit Criminals. Are you sure she is an elementary school student? Gasp. Am I seeing things? I haven't eaten any mushrooms today. Wow, this is incredible. Freehand drawing of banknotes? This child is truly extraordinary. Everyone said it was just casual drawing, yet you went ahead and meticulously replicated the U.S. dollar? Honestly, As an art student, one can truly appreciate how remarkable Su Xiaoyu is. The anti-counterfeiting features on banknotes are numerous, and to think Su Xiaoyu managed to replicate each one? Hilarious. I always knew Xiaoyu had talent. This is merely a draft. If she continues with this replication, will the live stream get shut down? Gustayist. Replicating banknotes is something only a child would believe they could accomplish during their youth. If it weren't for the abysmal drawings or the parental reprimands, everyone has dabbled in such endeavors. However, it is nearly impossible for a child like Su Xiaoyu to flawlessly replicate the security markings on currency. Yet, right before the audience's eyes, she accomplished it. How can one not be astonished? Ahem. Did this child really manage to replicate the features of the U.S. dollar? Teacher He, seated before the screen, widened his eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, when teacher Gao Yun asked him to connect with the event, he was puzzled as to why the other party was so excited. When Xiao Sa unveiled the truth, the individuals in the studio were left momentarily stunned. Everyone thought Su Xiaoyu was merely joking. Who would have guessed this little one was serious? Teacher Gao Yun, you have been involved in numerous financial crimes. What does this imply for Su Xiaoyu? Regaining his composure, Li Long turned curiously to the young Gao Yun. Although youthful, she had engaged in the development of criminal psychology curricula and participated in the investigation of significant cases. In matters of counterfeiting, she had witnessed more than anyone else. This child is undeniably exceptional, far surpassing my understanding of a mere child. With her mind settled, Gao Yun sipped her tea, gathering her gaze from the screen. The production of counterfeit currency, particularly the internationally recognized U.S. dollar, occurs almost incessantly. As a globally circulating currency, the U.S. dollar, especially the $100 bill, possesses security features that exceed what an ordinary person might observe. Portraits, signatures, alphanumeric symbols, and watermarks are visible to all. However, there exists a pattern known as the Moyer pattern, which may elude the attention of the untrained eye. As she spoke, Gao Yun stepped forward to the large screen in the studio. Xiao Sa, could you bring those inconspicuous patterns closer? That crumpled paper alongside the banknote? Listening to the instructions through her earpiece, Xiao Sa, curious, positioned the slightly crumpled draft paper before the camera. He did not comprehend why teacher Gao wished to examine such chaotic doodles. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gao Yun's request, the banknote and draft paper were captured on screen, gradually magnifying. What is this? How is this possible? Wang Wen and Li Long stood up, disbelief etched on their faces. On the screen, the proportionally enlarged banknote revealed orderly patterns. From minute details of the portrait's eyes and hair to the larger numeric symbols. All were constructed according to a systematic arrangement of patterns, which, without magnification, would be nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. This pattern is referred to as a Moyer pattern. A visual phenomenon emerges between two lines or objects when they are set at a constant angle or frequency, similar to the effect produced when capturing the light of a television or computer screen with a mobile device. The intricate Moyer patterns employed in the design of the U.S. dollar are immensely complex. The seemingly lifelike portraits are, in reality, underpinned by exceedingly intricate Moyer designs. Attempts to photocopy or print such currency invariably lead to a plethora of light and shadow effects. Many counterfeit operations falter at the first hurdle, the inability to replicate this Moyer pattern. Gao Yun's presentation left the audience in a state of awe. Displayed on the screen were enlarged images of the dollar alongside the drafts meticulously rendered by Su Xiaoyu. In comparison, the differences were minuscule, akin to a faded black and white dollar bill that had been disassembled into distinct segments. Goodness, I was merely jesting, but Su Xiaoyu is truly serious. Isn't she? Without Gao's introduction, I wouldn't have discerned the authentic from the imitation. They appeared as though they had been photocopied. Photocopy? It's evident you weren't paying attention. Photocopying or printing simply one T suffice. This must be hand-drawn. My grandmother inquired why I was kneeling before the television. This situation had escalated absurdly. Is it truly a creation of Su Xiaoyu? While other criminals may require years of skill development, Su Xiaoyu accomplished this feat in under 20 minutes. Damn, with such talent, Why even bother with reality shows? She could simply thrive in her craft. The police officer remarked, "Go on, I'm listening." Amazement at Su Xiaoyu's replicative skills rendered the studio audience momentarily speechless. Is Su Xiaoyu in danger of arrest over this? After receiving a directive from the director, he inquired with curiosity. If the show star were actually taken away for merely replicating currency, director Jiang Minheo would likely be devastated. Ever since the last incident involving a hot pot dinner, he had been somewhat on edge. The program's newfound popularity hinged on the captivating performance of Su Xiaoyu. While other children also showcased commendable abilities, the public's fascination undeniably gravitated towards her. That's unlikely, Gao Yun reflected, offering a reassuring response. The audience exhaled collectively upon hearing this. Although practices such as fortune-telling and lock-picking may be shrouded in mystery, no legal prohibitions exist against them. However, the matter of currency is decidedly more sensitive. To replicate it directly, especially decoding its most confidential Moir patterns, despite her tender age of 8, one cannot overlook her prodigious talent. Should Su Xiaoyu attempt further replication, it would be imperative to advise her against producing a direct-scale copy. Otherwise, I fear she may become a target for unscrupulous individuals. In a light-hearted tone, Gao Yun engaged with Xiaosa on site, eliciting a knowing chuckle from the audience while simultaneously invoking a sense of tension. Without guidance, it's conceivable that Su Xiaoyu might indeed attempt a precise scale replication. At that point, she would undoubtedly attract public attention. Once completed, she would either be invited for a tea or require heightened protection for a while. However, there is no cause for concern. The production of currency entails a multitude of materials and techniques. Acid-free paper and color-changing ink are realms beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, Xiaoyu can effortlessly sketch with a pencil, encountering no difficulties. Gao Yun elucidated this while casting a glance at Su Yang, who was dozing nearby. There was an uneasy feeling about him, yet it was difficult to articulate. Chapter 53. A perfect replica of banknotes? Is this a special talent of children? By the exhibition's drawing table, little Sa, clutching a sketchpad and a dollar bill, experienced a tremor in his hand. Goodness, were it not for teacher Gao's explanations, he would have remained oblivious to the myriad intricacies involved. The sheets of paper in his possession were, in the eyes of criminals, of such paramount importance. Sa, what is the matter? Li Xian, standing to the side, inquired with confusion. Isn't it merely a matter of copying banknotes? To be frank, with his years of artistic foundation, he could easily replicate such pieces. Regrettably, he had never contemplated pursuing this angle, which seemed somewhat disconnected from his chosen theme. Ahem, it's nothing. I can only say that Xiaoyu's imitation is quite remarkable. With a sigh, little Sa placed the sketchpad on the table, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiaoyu returned, clutching a stack of papers. Uncle Sa, why are you rummaging through my trash can? Observing the discarded sketches on the table and the toppled waste bin, Su Xiaoyu wore a curious expression. Oh, I was just taking a look at your drafts. Xiaoyu, do you still intend to continue copying the banknotes? Little Sa laughed, deftly sidestepping the issue and steering the conversation towards a topic of collective interest. After all, as a child, Su Xiaoyu's decision to draw was entirely contingent upon her own inclination. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, Su Xiaoyu beamed and nodded. Of course, I want to draw this big banknote. It's a pity I can't use it to buy things. Otherwise, I create several more. Her delightful response elicited laughter from the audience. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu is simply adorable. She wants to use her copied banknotes for purchases? Why not? Our Xiaoyu's drawings are so lifelike. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait to see Xiaoyu complete a dollar bill. Brothers, the opportunity for fortune lies here. Let's not squander our time. I'm already recording a video. Let's learn together and seize the day. Whoa, brother, are you serious about that eagle sauce address? Oomph. Wealth lies in risk. Who can give me 50 to buy drawing tools? I'm a failed art student from an art academy. Trusting you is less reliable than trusting me. I'll guarantee that we all prosper together. The audience found this amusing, but it made little Sa break out in a sweat. As a seasoned host, he could already envision the reactions this program would provoke upon airing. Fortunately, Teacher Gao's voice in his earpiece reassured him, stating that the average person could never conquer the challenge of the Moyer pattern, allowing the production team to broadcast with ease. Xiaoyu, time is of the essence. You may begin. Noticing the dwindling time for drawing, little Sa offered a gentle reminder to Su Xiaoyu. Thank you, uncle. After placing the necessary papers on the tabletop, Su Xiaoyu prepared her tools, pencils, a ruler, and more. Where should I start? Placing the $100 bill beneath a transparent ruler, Su Xiaoyu sketched a rough outline on her paper and began to paint. For her, aside from the initial efforts spent on imitation, she was already well acquainted with the markings and designs on the banknote from her time at home, rendering them quite familiar. Was this child truly attempting to replicate a banknote? As Xiao Sa and the others observed, the fathers, including Wang Jiangwo, who had completed their own artworks, gathered around. After all, the recent antics of Li Xian and Xiao Sa, rummaging through a childish trash can, were amusing in their own right. Indeed, Xiaoyu aimed to replicate the dollar. Xiaoyu, Teacher Gao Yun reminded, you must not enlarge it proportionately while painting. As a blurry outline began to materialize on the paper, Xiao Sa quickly cautioned her. Oh, I understand, Su Xiaoyu replied, biting the tip of her pencil, nodding in comprehension. Why? Are you genuinely concerned that this child might achieve a flawless reproduction? Jiang Cheng, drawn in by curiosity, found Xiao Sa's words perplexing. He had heard of attempts to replicate banknotes, yet no one had managed to do so perfectly, especially not an 8-year-old girl. You'll see soon enough. I'm doing this for the sake of the show. Otherwise, the live stream might get cut off, Xiao Sa explained with a smile, aware that the skeptical fathers would not fully believe him. However, when Su Xiaoyu flawlessly replicated the dollar, they would understand why. As time passed, a crowd gathered around Su Xiaoyu, consisting of both fathers and children. Initially, there was laughter and chatter, as many felt that Teacher Xiao Sa's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. However, as the contours of the banknote came to life on the paper, the surrounding fathers, including Wang Jiangwo, widened their eyes in astonishment at the intricate designs. How is Xiaoyu able to achieve such precision? It resembles a printout. Had Teacher Xiao Sa not mentioned it, one might have thought Xiaoyu was indeed creating a one-to-one replica of the dollar. Is this what Su Yang referred to as a lack of artistic ability? After the initial shock, the fathers suddenly remembered that Xiaoyu's father was still nearby. However, upon glancing over, they were rendered speechless. Su Yang lay sprawled over the table, soundly asleep, his comfortable demeanor suggesting that this was a place meant for rest. Forget it. Let us not wake him. Wang Jiangwo interjected, just as Li Xian was about to rouse him. During their previous conversation, he had learned that Xiaoyu's mother was not at home. For this young father born in the 2000s, managing cooking, laundry, school drop-offs, and homework assistance must be quite exhausting. Wang Jiangwo, don't you browse the internet? Jiang Cheng remarqued, observing Su Yang's lazy posture. He then proceeded to share the online sentiments regarding this character. Really? When Su Yang spoke to me, he didn't seem like this at all. Listening to Wang Jiangwo's account of the daily life of the little fish, baking potatoes, cooking, and doing laundry, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. This Su Yang truly dares to utter anything without restraint, making him mistakenly believe they share a similar perspective. Who called me? As Su Yang, still drowsy, yawned and roused from his slumber, he reached for a piece of paper nearby to wipe away the drool. Why is your child mimicking the US dollar? Didn't you say she couldn't draw? Wang Jiangwo, who was busy sharpening a pencil for Su Xiaoyu, inquired curiously. Before the competition commenced, the two had casually discussed their children's interests and talents. He distinctly remembered that Su Xiaoyu's academic performance was rather average, and she possessed no particular skill. Yet the remarkable technique she displayed in replicating the US dollar astounded him, a lover of art himself. She can't draw, but mimicking the US dollar is her passion. Chapter 54. A child who must not be overlooked. Call him to stop. In the office of the Yangtze River District Branch, the police officers were busily overwhelmed. Just as they were deliberating on a case, an exclamation rang out. Wow, is this child destined for greatness? Everyone pretended not to hear and continued discussing their next steps. After all, Zhang Ming had just been assigned to this team. Although he was a newcomer, His recent recovery made it difficult for others to hold his inexperience against him. Moreover, he was the disciple of team leader Wang Miao, and thus they refrained from being overly critical. "Why are you shouting, you rascal?" Deputy team leader Li Zhan approached, giving Zhang Ming a pat. "Su Xiaoyu is live-streaming her art of the U.S. dollar," Zhang Ming replied, pointing at the computer screen, his eyes brimming with admiration for the child. During his previous state of unconsciousness, he had glimpsed Su Xiaoyu's silhouette. Upon awakening, he had inquired about her with his master, but received no direct answer. Privately, Zhang Ming had also spoken with other colleagues, who mentioned that his master had rescued him from the hands of a criminal. In comparison, it led him to believe that Su Xiaoyu played a significant role in the previous case of apprehending a criminal. Live streaming the art of the U.S. dollar? Indeed, the resemblance is strikingly realistic. With a sense of perplexity, Deputy Team Leader Li Zhan leaned closer to the screen. Having dealt with counterfeit cases before, he had never heard of anyone replicating U.S. currency, especially within Longhua, where genuine bills could not even be spent, let alone counterfeit ones. Could this be a mere spectacle? As he observed Su Xiaoyu on the screen, the live stream depicted her diligently replicating a $100 bill. Although she had only sketched a rough outline, it appeared almost indistinguishable from a printed copy. "Li, this is a live stream. You know, it's impossible to add special effects." Zhang Ming chuckled as he explained. Since watching the child's live stream, he had noticed her increasingly extraordinary skills. Now, she had begun to replicate U.S. currency at a masterful level. "Li, look at this child. I refuse to believe a kid can draw the U.S. dollar to such a degree." One of the senior team members in the office voiced skepticism. Everyone has witnessed the tumult of life storms. For a child to replicate a banknote is merely a whimsical act of doodling. Doubt it? Come and see for yourselves. Soon, all the staff in the office gathered behind Zhang Ming. As the live broadcast unfolded on the screen, the smiles on their faces gradually stiffened. When the vivid likeness of the portrait on the banknote sprang to life on paper, Li Zhan and his colleagues exchanged incredulous glances. How could this be? Could the child truly understand how to replicate a banknote? It was astonishingly lifelike, akin to a printer's output. However, recalling what the counterfeit detection expert had stated, printers and copiers could never produce a banknote, as it bore a Moyer pattern. Indeed, if one were not watching a live stream, they might have thought the expert was demonstrating in person. Do you think the expert could replicate it? This question left everyone momentarily speechless. While the counterfeit expert might possess an intimate knowledge of every intricate detail of currency, it seemed that no one could replicate it as skillfully as Su Xiaoyu. In the crowd surrounding Su Xiaoyu, silence reigned. As the child painted, they reached a crucial stage of replication, meticulously working on the most intricate details of the banknote. Each pencil stroke required a magnifying glass to depict the Moyer pattern, along with the surrounding symbols, floral borders, English characters, numbers, and the portrait on the front and back of the banknote. "Is it finished?" Little Sa, watching Su Xiaoyu pause, inquired softly. To him, this was no longer a mere foundational artwork. It was the birth of a masterpiece. While it could not be claimed to be a perfect reproduction, the details of the banknote had been rendered to perfection. Would you like to see it? Of course. Accepting the banknote that Su Xiaoyu had sketched, Little Sa brought it to a well-lit area for everyone to admire. The lights and cameras from the production crew captured the pencil-drawn banknote, presenting it on screen for comparison. Wow, how could she draw so realistically? It was an exact replica. Could Su Xiaoyu truly be a prodigy in this regard? No way. I just stepped out for a moment, and she is already finished. This is absurd. The enlarged replica of the banknote bore details identical to those I found online. Guys, I have a bold idea. Based on your bold idea, our country has a complete criminal code. If the secrets of the banknote have been unraveled, and if little fish could create a master copy, wouldn't that lead to great fortune? But why is it only one side? Could it be that one side is meant to accommodate a watermark? As the audience engaged in spirited discussion, a prominent reminder entered the live stream. Changjiang District Bureau has joined the live stream. Its striking avatar quickly ascended to the top of the live stream leaderboard. Goodness, even the authorities have taken notice? Plans have changed. We were only joking, so please don't pay attention to me. Ha ha ha. So I just saw. To everyone's astonishment, the police officer had taken an interest in this live stream. Director, what? I have now been designated as a key individual of interest. How amusing. Little Fish has broadcasted this 3 times, and the officer has tuned in all 3 times? Ahem. Don't look at me. Isn't it only natural to take a look? Li Zhan, maneuvering the mouse, remarked, pointing at the computer screen. This Su Xiaoyu is rather extraordinary. I initially thought she was merely doodling, yet she has truly replicated it. Although it is only a single side, based on his years of experience, the level of her replication technique has already reached that of artists within international counterfeit groups. If given a bit of time, I believe she could excel even further. Such a prodigious talent must not go unnoticed. Li, this is merely one side. It appears that this child, Xiaoyu, intends to depict the other side as well. Zhang Ming's reminder caused everyone's eyes to widen. If she continues, will she not inadvertently create a prototype for counterfeit currency? In that case, I shall contact the production team and urge her to cease. Chapter 55. Should we continue painting? Or perhaps a colorful rendition? At the back of the studio, the director gleefully observed the statistics on the screen. The online viewer count surpassed 500,000, and the popularity exceeded 30 million. These 2 remarkable figures had already shattered numerous records for live broadcasts. This is delightful, utterly delightful. He never anticipated that a seemingly mundane parent-child painting interaction could generate such immense enthusiasm for the production team. Director, you have indeed struck gold. The assistant director, clutching various reports, excitedly grasped Jiang Minheo's arm. Get off me. I am not fond of men. Pushing the assistant director away, Jiang Minheo became the center of attention. Goodness. Director, you actually understand how to make such jokes? The assistant director's exaggerated performance earned a disapproving glare from Jiang Minheo. What do you mean by understanding such jokes? As if I'm typically a serious person. This father-daughter duo is truly a treasure for the production team. Setting aside their educational methods, the ratings are undoubtedly promising. Indeed, other production teams within the station are enviously overwhelmed, as this ordinary father and daughter manage to generate such significant discussions, rivaling that of celebrities. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Minheo displayed a satisfied smile. Hello, what is it? Grabbing the phone casually, he listened to the account on the other end, his expression becoming peculiar. It seems that the police department has been monitoring the live stream. Could it be that they are genuinely focused on her? All right, I will ensure she stops promptly. Hastily agreeing, Jiang Minheo soon recognized the troubling nature of the situation. If Su Xiaoyu continues to paint, will she not inadvertently jeopardize the program? Oh, what? Fine. I will handle it immediately. Meanwhile, little Sa, who was still admiring the artistry of the banknotes, hurriedly passed the currency to Li Xian beside him. He was aware of this legal knowledge, but had become so engrossed in comparing Su Xiaoyu's artwork that he had forgotten. Xiaoyu, you should refrain from painting the reverse side of these banknotes for now. He rushed to Su Xiaoyu's desk and quickly stated, why not? As Su Xiaoyu immersed herself in her painting, she abruptly paused, bewildered, her brush hovering midair. What could possibly be unfolding? Ahem, let me be forthright, the director just called. He mentioned that while creating a single-sided drawing with a larger scale is acceptable, your depiction is alarmingly lifelike. Therefore, let us refrain from rendering the reverse side, lest the live stream be jeopardized. This impeccable response elicited laughter from the audience. How amusing! Could the act of painting a dollar bill truly risk the loss of the live stream? It was utterly hilarious. Should I continue painting? I wouldn't mind if the production team dissolved entirely. How could this be? I have already purchased my ticket abroad, eagerly anticipating a grand endeavor. To strive for greatness only to be thwarted? I refuse to accept this. It is all due to you overzealous individuals. Otherwise, I could have conquered this technical challenge. Although Xiaosa's words were somewhat exaggerated, Su Xiaoyu's imitation was even more so. The notion of replicating currency is something that typically resides in the realm of fantasy. Yet here we are, engaging in a nationwide live broadcast with hands-on instruction. Who could resist the temptation? In the exhibition hall, Li Xian and the other fathers all nodded in agreement. If they continued to assist Su Xiaoyu, would they not be jeopardizing the very show they were part of? What then? Should they conclude the competition outright? With only a few minutes remaining, Wang Zhengwo voiced the collective concern. Well, just a moment. Through his earpiece, Xiaosa stepped aside to receive the director's instructions. Soon, with a smile, Xiaosa returned to the camera. Xiaoyu, could you possibly create a color version? A color version? Su Xiaoyu scratched her head, blinking in confusion. Indeed, the audience likely craved more. Thus, if you could produce a colored rendition, it would suffice. Xiaosa conveyed the director's request. Since the reverse side was off-limits for illustration, the viewers in the live stream were already expressing their dissatisfaction. The director's intent was clear: color the front of the bill. This would appease the audience's desires without infringing on prohibited imagery. Very well, Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. She had intended to paint the colored bill all along. It was merely a matter of timing. Excellent. Take your time, Xiaoyu. Do not fret about the clock. We can grant you an extension. Her response relieved Xiaosa. The only drawback of a live broadcast is the inability to pause for discussions. Unforeseen events like this rely solely on the guest's ingenuity. Ultimately, the quality of the show now rested on Xiaoyu's performance. Listening to the production team's arrangements, the audience found some solace. Quite satisfactory, they would witness the transformation of the bill into a colorful masterpiece. Although there was a tinge of regret, watching Su Xiaoyu add color to the dollar bill was still a delight. The ideal approach would be to utilize color-changing ink, but regrettably, procuring such materials is exceedingly challenging. Colored pencils would suffice, as long as it resembles the intended effect. Alas, without acid-free paper, color-changing ink, and an intaglio printing press, we could have achieved our desired currency. Brother, your thoughts are indeed profound. What type of paint or colored pencils do you need? I can fetch them for you, inquired the assistant responsible for aiding in the artistic endeavor. Let's go with acrylics. Could you bring me deep crimson and emerald green? Also, some color-changing powder and turpentine. Su Xiaoyu eagerly responded, having observed her father mixing ink nearby. Acrylics? Excellent. The staff member, having received the director's orders, gritted their teeth and retrieved all the necessary materials. No need for the finest, just the most expensive. After all, the director had stated that Su Xiaoyu's forthcoming requests must be fully met. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters. Now, I will take it from here. Su Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude before opening the acrylics and other paints. Since she was to create a vibrant banknote, the color-changing ink was the ideal choice. She had noted the mixing proportions while her father was preparing them earlier. All that remained was to proceed methodically with the concoction. Isn't this supposed to be a painting? Why are we using acrylics? Indeed, I thought it would be colored pencils or dyes. Few people actually use acrylics for painting. Regardless of its applicability, I decided to make an online purchase for a batch. You're quite clever, though your reasoning holds some merit. Recently, the lock-selling business thrived. Is it now acrylics' turn to flourish? Isn't this live stream meant for parent-child interaction? How did it turn into a money-making venture? While unlocking doors may not lead to riches, unlocking someone else's door can indeed be profitable. Don't ask. Just know that following Su Xiaoyu means sharing in the bounty. Every step is a golden opportunity. Chapter 56. Mixing color-changing ink on a whim? Are you serious? In the sub-bureau, the office was enveloped in a profound silence. Su Xiaoyu's artwork featuring dollar bills had been captured and uploaded to the screen here. The comparison between the two drawings left Li Zhan and the others bewildered. Is Su Xiaoyu's Anna printer? Quite impressive. Good heavens, she's teaching us how to break the Moyer patterns and other marking step by step. A colleague's inquiry prompted Li Zhan, the deputy captain, to ponder deeply. In the 2018 counterfeit currency case, the primary counterfeiter had stitched together genuine currency. In the 2021 major foreign exchange case, our entire province mobilized to apprehend the counterfeit currency expert, known as Panda, who also employed technical methods. In the 2021 vegetable scam case, the counterfeit currency used was practice money. It seems there was also a counterfeit case in 2023. Back in 1998 and 2000, there were notable cases. As a living archive of cases, Li Zhan recounted the details from memory. Now in his 40s, he had handled over 200 major cases. Yet few involved financial counterfeiting. Since the advent of the digital age, cash usage had significantly declined. There might be dozens of information fraud cases each year. but cases of counterfeit production had virtually disappeared. Reflecting on this, Li Zhan shook his head. No, in my recollection, counterfeiters rarely possess such skills. After all, individuals of that caliber would likely have fled abroad rather than risk apprehension domestically. Listening to the deputy captain's response, Zhang Ming and the others nodded in understanding. Rather than fabricating currency for the Dragon Kingdom and facing arrest, it would be far more lucrative to produce American dollars overseas. Nowadays, Su Xiaoyu has brought this technology to the forefront, which is quite astonishing. What are you all looking at? Director Wang, please, take a seat. Your team has worked diligently. I merely came to observe. Comforting everyone, Deputy Director Wang, Wen Tao smiled and addressed the group. As he passed by the office area of Team 1, he had noticed them huddled together, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Wang Wentao initially thought a significant case had arisen, yet he had not received any notification from that young rascal, Wang Miao. Upon closer inspection, he overheard Li Zhan recounting cases from previous years, leaving him curious about their conclusions. May I inquire what is transpiring? Who is counterfeiting currency? Director Wang asked, taking a seat and curiously glancing at the screen. It turned out to be a parent-child variety show, a program that had captivated his family. Just yesterday, they had insisted he join them to watch. Director Wang, you ought to pay attention. When you return home, you'll need common topics to discuss with your sister-in-law and Xiaowen. Listening to the playful banter of his subordinates, Wang Wentao chuckled softly. He genuinely wished to know what was so captivating about this parent-child live broadcast. Was it not merely a showcase of daily life and education? Is that child going to paint? Over at the exhibition hall, Li Xian's father, what do you think of acrylic paint? Can it be used to create American dollars? Xiao Sa glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was absorbed in her work, and quietly inquired. That should be unlikely, Li Xian contemplated before offering a definitive answer. As the camera turned towards him, he held up a $100 bill and began to explain. Everyone, this is a genuine $100 bill. Its primary color is deep black, while the reverse is a rich green, with the serial number and treasury seal in a vibrant green hue. Under different lighting, it exhibits varying shades. As Li Xian adjusted the angle of the bill in his hand, subtle changes in color became apparent. Su Xiaoyu's acrylic paints were red and green, prompting Li Xian to refrain from elaborating further, as the audience understood the implication. What Li Xian's father said is accurate. It's improbable that red acrylic paint would be used for American dollars. Oh, I had hoped to learn how to produce colorful American bills. What a pity. After all, Su Xiaoyu is merely an 8-year-old child, and it is only fair not to be overly critical. Indeed, the ability to replicate currency with such high fidelity suggests that, with a bit of nurturing, she could undoubtedly become a prodigy. Should I return the acrylic paints I purchased online? Whispered Li Xian and his companions, their quiet deliberations not disturbing Su Xiaoyu, who was focused on mixing colors. She had experimented with color-changing inks at home, but her father had only bought subpar acrylics. Fortunately, the paints available here were of superior quality, enabling her to mix nearly perfect ink hues. Shall I assist you? A sleepy Su Yang inquired, having just awakened. After all, being on a show, he ought to embody the role of a good father, shouldn't he? I don't need a dad. I can manage on my own, sweetly declared, as Su Xiaoyu paused her tasks to fetch a cup of coffee for her father. This scene left Wang Jiangwo shaking his head in disbelief. Who was truly the child here? Ahem. When you need a dad, just remember, I am your strongest support. In response to the gazes directed at him, Su Yang patted his chest, feigning a responsible demeanor. After taking a sip of coffee, he suddenly felt the sweetness lacking. Xiaoyu, continue with your drawing. I'll add some sugar. Next time, remember to include 3 cubes of sugar and 2 spoons of milk. Understood, Dad. The brief interlude concluded, and Su Xiaoyu retrieved a sufficient amount of red acrylic from her plastic container. Since she intended to paint a dollar bill, the paint could not be scant. Next came the color-changing powder, which required a precise amount. Opening the lid, she poured the color-changing powder into the red paint, followed by the addition of turpentine. With her meticulous stirring, the red acrylic paint seemed to come to life, flowing smoothly. Then she added the emerald green acrylic, along with the color-changing powder and turpentine, adhering to the same meticulous steps. The ratio between the two was achieved with impeccable precision. Finally, she combined the 2 inks, stirring gently. Like a masterpiece, the two colors merged within the glass vessel. With continued stirring, their hues deepened, resembling the night sky of the polar regions upon closer inspection. That should suffice, she concluded. Removing her disposable gloves, Su Xiaoyu took up her brush, dipping it into the color-changing ink. She delicately painted on the paper, leaving behind a trail of vibrant strokes. With the base color for the dollar bill prepared, she replicated the process, continuing to mix other shades. Why has the color changed? Wang Jiangwo, assisting, looked perplexedly at the table. How could two distinctly different paint colors transform under her blending? Grabbing a brush from the table, he held it up to the light for inspection. Is this color-changing paint? Chapter 57. Following Xiaoyu, there's meat to eat? Wealth awaits today. Old Wang, what's up? Has Xiaoyu finished mixing her paint yet? Among the fathers, Li Xian, the most skilled in painting, quickly garnered the admiration and respect of the crowd. To be honest, had it not been for the appearance of Su Yang and his daughter, their traditional Chinese painting would have easily overshadowed the competition. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu's ability to replicate dollar bills meant that all the cameras were fixated on this child. His only hope now rested on the failure of her colorful rendering. This is Xiaoyu's paint. It really resembles it. Accepting the paper, Li Xian examined it and nodded in approval. From this angle, the slightly thicker dark green bore a striking resemblance to the colors on the dollar bill. However, this hue still lacked a certain essence necessary for the colorful imitation of a dollar. Are you just going to hold it flat like that? How else should I look at it? Li Xian appeared somewhat baffled by Wang Jiangwo's question as he stood before the camera, observing the luster of the paint. Is it not all perceived for a level gaze? Under the illumination, upon closer inspection, what do you mean? As he brushed his fingers against the texture of the ink, Li Xian's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. The murmurs from this side drew the attention of Xiao Sa and others. Simultaneously, the main camera of the production team focused on this gathering. This is the paint concocted by Su Xiaoyu. Take a look. Although he wished it were impossible, Li Xian could already sense the distinct smoothness of the ink, setting it apart from other paints. His fondness for traditional Chinese painting led him to adopt a blend of Eastern and Western approaches in educating children, giving him a modicum of insight into Western paints. The formulation of this particular paint, with its remarkable smoothness, clearly indicated that Su Xiaoyu had not concocted it haphazardly. Coupled with Wang Jiangwo's odd expression, Li Xian suspected there might be significant issues with this paint formulation. In the light, the casually applied strokes were revealed to the audience by Li Xian. As the paper gently swayed, a consistent sheen emerged, with deep green strokes unexpectedly transitioning to a soft pink from various angles. Let me give it a try. With a somewhat serious demeanor, Xiao Sa shifted to a different perspective, tilting the paper at a 60-degree angle under the light. The color of the strokes on the paper smoothly transformed into another hue in the illumination. This scene left the live audience in a state of astonishment. Did they go mad last night? My eyes are spinning. Ajan, are you serious? Color-changing ink? Goodness, what kind of live broadcast am I witnessing? From any angle, especially after that 60-degree tilt, I can only declare this is truly color-changing ink. Goodness gracious, this is utterly outrageous. Is this a parent-child interactive live broadcast? No, it's not. This is our path to fortune. Wow, you can't deny it. This color-changing ink indeed has potential for replication. This color-changing ink still needs acid-free paper and a gravure printing press. Everyone understands how to proceed, right? Quickly, record this live broadcast. I want to learn how to paint. After a brief silence, the live audience erupted into excitement. Other broadcasts merely featured product promotions and dancing. Who would regard you as true family? Purchasing their goods is what makes you family, and sometimes the products aren't even guaranteed. Viewers of the dance segments often expend immense energy, sometimes unwittingly. Only in this parent-child interactive live broadcast can one experience the steadfast love of a father while also learning a skill. Here, one is genuinely treated as family. In an instant, the viewers in the live broadcast room engaged in a flurry of shares, likes, and donations. Meanwhile, in the sub-bureau, a hint of tranquility mingled with confusion and bewilderment. With Wang Wentao present, Zhang Ming and others dared not speak freely. yet their expressions betrayed them, each gazing intently at one another in disbelief. Wasn't it said that this was merely a casual paint session? How did color-changing ink emerge, especially in the presence of the sub-bureau chief? This left everyone at a loss for an explanation. If I am not mistaken, this is color-changing ink, isn't it? Adjusting his hat, Wang Wintao scrutinized the frozen screen, confirming multiple times. Li Zhan, what do you say? Report. Indeed, it is color-changing ink. Li Zhan, standing upright, promptly stepped forward to report. Didn't you mention this child wanted to paint? How did they end up with color-changing ink? What else are you hiding from me? Speak. Hee. Master, it's not that I didn't have the chance to tell you. After all, it's nothing too serious, Li Zhan chuckled, only to be met with his master's stern expression, realizing he was in trouble. He hurriedly pulled up the screenshots and videos of Su Xiaoyu's sketches. Master, I truly didn't mean to surprise you with what the child has done. After copying the U.S. dollar, Su Xiaoyu expressed a desire to create a colorful piece. Who could have known she understood the ingredients for color-changing ink? Listening to Li Zhan's words, Wang Wintao, filled with doubt, examined the video and images. Then, he found himself at a loss for words. With years of experience in law enforcement, and having collaborated with Interpol, he had indeed cracked numerous counterfeit cases, apprehending many counterfeiters and imitation artists. However, there were very few, if any, as young as Su Xiaoyu who could achieve such a clean and skillful execution. What about her family? They are entirely innocent, with no issues, Li Zhan responded directly. Wang Miao had informed him about this matter, so he was naturally familiar with Su Yang and her daughter. Is that so? Wang Wintao nodded. If there are no issues, then it's settled. Is there any problem with the live broadcast? Someone inquired. After all, everyone knew that such meticulous imitation combined with color-changing ink could potentially inspire a wave of aspiring fortune seekers. Li Zhan, what do you think? Yes, master. Li Zhan cleared his throat and began to explain to the crowd. There's definitely no problem. Even if one were to learn this Moyer pattern replication, mastering it would still require color-changing ink, an intaglio printing press, and a series of other materials. To create it, unless one possesses the same talent as this little girl, most people would have no chance. Understanding the situation, Li Zhan explained directly. Having contemplated these matters at the first opportunity, he added, Master, am I correct? That is acceptable. Remember to inform this father and daughter to refrain from going abroad for the time being. Noted, Master. Would you like to go back for a cup of tea? What? Can I watch a little longer? Didn't you say that when I return home, I can discuss this topic with your sister-in-law? And Xiaowen, ignoring Li Zhan's sheepish expression, Wang Wintao, intrigued, continued to observe. He too was keen to discover the extent of Su Xiaoyu's capabilities. Chapter 58. The live broadcast goes viral. Millions online to watch. Backstage at the studio. All right, no problem. We will definitely provide you with a suitable advertising spot. Rest assured, we have everything planned out. Hanging up the phone, director Jiang Minhao wore a smile on his face. Recently, the calls he made were predominantly to renowned brand companies, seeking to incorporate their advertisements into the program. He vividly recalled that during the initial stages of fundraising, very few companies were willing to invest. To them, a parenting variety show seemed incomparable to the celebrity variety shows of the same period. Although celebrity shows were likely to encounter failure, investors prioritized popularity and viewership. The appeal of an amateur program was, as one could imagine, limited. However, the situation has transformed. Fatherly love now firmly reigns supreme among concurrent shows, boasting the highest ratings, popularity, and traffic. How gratifying! Director, 2 major companies have called, expressing a desire to discuss collaboration with you. The assistant director entered the office with a smile. Major companies? Let them wait in line, he replied nonchalantly. As he reviewed the carefully organized investment list, Jiang Minhao was struck by the influx of advertisers and sponsors, though the program's advertising slots remained limited. Director, please allow me to finish speaking. It's Kaidi and Deshman, 2 leading companies in the smart lock industry. The assistant director continued. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Minhao nearly spilled his drink, rising in excitement. These 2 companies not only dominate the smart lock industry domestically and internationally, but also enjoy substantial governmental backing. Their estimated market value exceeds hundreds of millions, and they are known for their generous financial contributions. Let us negotiate, respond to them, and set up a meeting. Encountering such affluent sponsors, Jiang Minheo was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Director Su Xiaoyu has just developed a color-changing ink that is currently garnering attention across the internet. Color-changing ink? Yes, it's the pigment needed for reproducing banknotes, and I've heard it's quite challenging to achieve the correct proportions. As he spoke, the assistant director handed over a tablet containing relevant information. Through the encyclopedia explanation, Jiang Minheo began to understand the matter. How could Su Xiaoyu have created color-changing ink in the brief span of a phone call? Was this something feasible for a live demonstration? Should we call Wang to discuss? No need. Let us wait patiently for now. The ink should pose no issue, as not everyone can master the art of imitation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Minheo quickly regained his composure. While the concept of color-changing ink seemed enigmatic, the intricacies of its formulation aside, could even the most skilled imitators reach Su Xiaoyu's level? Let us first examine the trending topics online. Opening the trending search list, it was overwhelmingly dominated by Su Xiaoyu. 1. A few little-known facts about banknotes. 2. Su Xiaoyu, master of banknote imitation. 3. Overcoming technical challenges, the formulation of color-changing ink. 4. Comparing my 8 years to others. 5. What happened to drawing? How did Su Xiaoyu create banknotes? 6. Wang Feng has released a new song. In the top 15 entries of the trending list, all were related to Su Xiaoyu. Beneath the official program's edited video, the comments had reached a staggering 999, with likes surpassing 500,000. This data is something Jiang Minheo has never encountered in an ordinary individual. Such treatment is reserved for prominent internet celebrities, significant events, or top-tier stars. It is worth noting that the production team has yet to secure trending topics for Su Xiaoyu. Drawn by curiosity, they say one can acquire knowledge here. It is rumored that the new version of the US dollar is the most complex to date, and it can be replicated. Our objective is to capture the essence of the original US dollar. Hey upstairs, how can you deliver your lines? When will the soft currency be illustrated? We, the people of the Dragon Nation, must possess our own version of the American dollar. Fellow brothers and sisters, hurry to the live stream to learn. If you delay, the techniques may be lost. The various jests in the comment section left Jiang Minheo, the director, in a state of amused bewilderment. Were he not in the position of director, he might have joined the ranks of commentators. Director, should we moderate the comments? Moderate? Absolutely unnecessary. Since we have yet to receive a call from Team Wang, there is naturally no issue. Let us quickly head to the live broadcast. If we delay, we might truly miss out on learning something. Upon entering the studio, Jiang Minheo and his colleagues were met with a sight of astonished faces. What is happening? The online viewership has surpassed 1 million. What did you say? 1 million? Surely you must be seeing things. Rushing to the data monitoring station, Jiang Minheo gazed in disbelief at the live online count. To think this number is calculated in tens of thousands, and it truly is 1 million viewers. Unbelievable. Are people really this eager to watch the illustration of the US dollar? Turning to the large screen in the studio, Jiang Minheo could no longer suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. If they can maintain this momentum until the end, the production team will undoubtedly shatter all records of the station. Perhaps only the Spring Festival Gala could surpass such numbers. Teacher Gao Yun, is this color-changing ink? On the guest stage of the studio, Gao Yun snapped back to reality from her astonishment. Initially, she thought Su Xiaoyu's replication was already astounding. Yet now she has managed to concoct color-changing ink? Ahem. This color-changing ink is quite rare. While the ingredients are easily obtainable, mastering the proportions is a challenge. One must say this child, Su Xiaoyu, is remarkable. Gao Yun concluded her evaluation. She has witnessed many talented children, but one as uniquely skilled as Su Xiaoyu is a first. To be honest, I am eagerly anticipating Su Xiaoyu's painted dollar. With her gaze fixed on the screen, Gao Yun couldn't help but exclaim. She is keen to see the level Su Xiaoyu's colorful replication of the banknote can achieve. I too am looking forward to Xiaoyu's performance. Teacher, he nodded in agreement, then turned to the other two observers. Old Wang, Professor Li, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? I find it quite visually appealing. It is refreshing to behold. Professor Li Long, an expert in this domain, should express his opinion. After Wang, when briefly shared his thoughts, he picked up his teacup, captivated by the screen, seemingly lost in the moment without any other thoughts. Ah, little fish, this child is indeed extraordinary. Let us first indulge in the live broadcast. After all, such captivating visuals will be disrupted by my commentary. Li Long, having been tricked by Wang, feigned nonchalance and deftly shifted the topic. He had initially believed it to be a light-hearted educational program. Hence, he accepted the director's invitation. Little did he know he would now be tasked with evaluating a child capable of creating artwork resembling U.S. currency, a level of complexity he found utterly incomprehensible. This was an unprecedented scenario for Li Long. Thank you, esteemed teachers. Let's continue to observe Su Xiaoyu's technique. Chapter 59. It is time to expand and flourish, to achieve new heights. Within the bustling live stream, the audience had already begun to engage actively. Wow, is this truly a live stream for instant wealth? Little fish, rather than being a minor guest on this small program, why not venture abroad to establish a factory? Surely, that would lead to immense fortune. I presume your factory would pertain to the printing industry, requiring gravure printing machines, acid-free paper, and color-changing inks? Ha! Boss, when do we commence operations? I am ready to start early. To be honest, I used to watch this with a smile, but now I find it increasingly difficult to maintain that demeanor. As the complexity rises, we are now faced with the task of adding color. What a turn of events. Why is there only a single-sided print? How am I to learn about the reverse side? Is it possible that single-sided printing is intended to accommodate a watermark in the center? Goodness. 3 sheets combined into one, reminiscent of authentic U.S. currency. The audience's banter, while entertaining, paled in comparison to the astonishment felt by Xiao Sa. This is genuine color-changing ink. While others may not grasp the significance of this paint, he certainly does. Previously, he had discussed related cases in a legal program, and now, unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyu has brought this to life? Little fish, let me examine this paint. Quite impressive. Su Xiaoyu continued to mix different colors without lifting her head. Picking up a small cup of color-changing ink, Xiao Sa carefully measured it for a moment before placing it back on the table. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Wang Jiangwo could not discern the cause. No problem. This type of color-changing ink, commonly referred to as optical ink, exhibits excellent optical reflection characteristics. The ink used in U.S. currency is precisely this type. Durable, resistant to corrosion, and possessing optical properties which manifest a gradient effect under light. Su Xiaoyu's paint is remarkably compatible. Xiao Sa adjusted the paper under the camera, shifting angles while explaining the properties of color-changing ink. Wow, he has garnered professional recognition. Xiao Sa is quite knowledgeable about U.S. currency. After all, coming from a legal program, isn't that rather normal? So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. I will handle the color-changing ink, you manage the gravure printing, and little fish can create the master templates. A bit of acid-free paper, and we'll be set. Expand and flourish. Achieve new heights. Yangtze River District Bureau has entered the live stream. Huan District Bureau has entered the live stream. Pudong Development Bureau has entered the live stream. Magic City District Bureau has entered the live stream. A series of striking notifications caused the comments to momentarily pause. Uncles, I was merely joking. Yes, indeed. Who'd have said that? Step forward. Goodness. One might mistake this for a grand crime documentary. Little Fish is truly remarkable, though I must admit I enjoy it. After all, watching isn't illegal, right? I'll quietly copy it down and watch in secret. You are truly a talent. Do bring me a copy. The audience, startled by that striking avatar and title, hesitated to speak freely. After all, the sheer volume of official attention this livestream garnered is a testament to its immense popularity. In the exhibition area, Su Xiaoyu has finished preparing all the ink she requires. Next, she simply needs to commence her painting on acid-free paper. Xiaoyu, are you about to start painting? Little Sa, having explained everything to the crowd, gently inquired as he noticed Su Xiaoyu had halted the ink preparation. Yes, I still need acid-free paper. Ordinary paper cannot yield the best results, she replied. Little San nodded in understanding. Acid-free paper can faithfully reproduce the hue of the U.S. dollar, possessing a neutral or slightly alkaline pH that resists deterioration. This is the paper used for currencies worldwide. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on acid-free paper in our country. Xiaoyu, you must have found some, right? Indeed, Uncle Sa. This paper may not be as superior as the specially supplied acid-free variety, but it will suffice. Saying this, Su Xiaoyu retrieved a slightly dull-colored sheet from a stack of paper. After lightly brushing her fingers across it, a pale yellow hue emerged. Now, I shall begin my painting. With that, she adjusted her chair and neatly arranged the required ink and brushes. Once she secured the paper on the table, she swiftly drew a rectangle using a ruler. The ratio is 1:4 relative to the $100 bill. Her task is to meticulously replicate the bill's design. During Su Xiaoyu's artistic endeavor, everyone except Little Sa returned to their respective positions. Regardless of the outcome of this painting competition, Su Xiaoyu had already captured the attention of many. At this moment, sounds seemed to freeze. Aside for the collective breaths of the onlookers, only the delicate sound of brush strokes on paper could be heard. Before long, the outline of a banknote began to take shape on the page. With the combination of acid-free paper and color-changing ink, each stroke radiated with a luminous quality. The outer contours, the portrait, the English characters, numerical symbols, and most importantly, the intricate security thread emerged with precision. Su Xiaoyu utilized a magnifying glass to meticulously depict the minute English markings again. As time ticked by, all gazes converged upon her petite figure. To achieve a more stunning effect, the production team slightly adjusted the camera angle. It's done, with a sigh of relief. Su Xiaoyu's clear voice resonated through the hall. Is this really the end? It hasn't even been half an hour, exclaimed one of the onlookers, glancing at the clock. 27 minutes and 58 seconds. I've been watching the time. Quick, let's see how it turned out. Wang Jiangwo and the others curiously gathered around. They had run out of words for Su Xiaoyu. Rather than ponder how she achieved this feat, they were far more interested in the quality of the dollar bill she had just painted. The camera gradually glided past, revealing an enlarged version of the U.S. dollar prominently displayed upon the table. At first glance, it bore no distinction from the nearby $100 bill. Goodness, were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would have thought it was merely a special effect concocted by the production team. Authentic U.S. currency. I can already sense the essence of the dollar in the air. This breakthrough in core American technology seems to hold significant potential. All that remains is the expertise of a skilled craftsman. My dear friend, you need only fulfill your responsibilities. I shall take care of your wife and children. I will ensure your wife is attended to. I will see to the children. Holding dollars, yet being unable to spend them, is an entirely different matter. We shall merge 3 notes into one, sandwiched with genuine currency. For we seek the true essence of the original U.S. dollar. A slight improvement, and you shall be discharged. Correct? Do you even know how to conduct business? My dear friend, Chapter 60. Is this child truly 8 years old, randomly challenging global currencies? What are they all gazing at? As Wang Miao entered his team's office area, clutching a report, he found everyone had halted their tasks, clustering together. Are you all not required to work? Observing the lack of response, he promptly raised his voice. Captain, hurry, the captain has returned. The intrigued onlookers turned to see Wang Miao's frigid expression, causing them to scatter like birds. One among them, in a panic, nearly collided with Wang Miao. Why are you not working? With a darkening countenance, Wang Miao scanned the group. Wang, everyone is merely curious. Do not blame them. It was I who encouraged them to watch. The vice captain, Li Zhan, quickly interjected to explain. It is work hours, and there remains much to be accomplished. Yes, I understand. I shall ensure everyone focuses on their tasks. Just keep your voice down. Patting Wang Miao on the shoulder, Li Zhan smiled in a reassuring manner. As long as it pertains to work, Captain Wang Miao is exceedingly diligent. He is generally quite amiable. Wang, what brings you here as well? As Wang Miao rounded a partition, intending to mention his apprentice Zhang Ming, he noticed a familiar silhouette. Turning to Li Zhan, he found him raising his hands in resignation. He would like to speak up, but regrettably, he was not afforded the opportunity. Enough. Do not wear such a stern expression, as if everyone owes you money. Adjusting his cap, Wang Wentao shot a displeased glance at the imposing Wang Miao. Wang Miao was commendable in every regard, save for his foul temper and stubborn disposition. Otherwise, he would not still be single. We are not slacking off. We are merely observing this. Wang Miao took a seat and began watching the edited video. Soon, his brow furrowed in concern. The footage showcased the father and daughter he recognized, unexpectedly drawing considerable attention once more. This time, the peculiar occurrence involved the imitation of US dollars. What do you think? Does it resemble the original? Indeed, aside from certain features that cannot be hand-drawn, this counterfeit has achieved a 90% resemblance. As a captain who has successfully resolved significant counterfeiting cases, Wang Miao is well acquainted with this currency. Excluding the elements that are impossible to replicate by hand, Su Xiaoyu seems to have mastered the art of creating such banknotes. Without the use of a currency verifier, distinguishing authenticity would undoubtedly be impossible. Wang Wentao nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the boy's startled reactions, he would still be in disbelief over the remarkable talent of this girl. An 8-year-old first grader capable of replicating banknotes? This brought to mind his own son, Xiaoyu. At the age of 11, was engrossed in mobile games like Honor of Kings, unable to compare to this prodigious child. The girl, at merely 8, had already mastered the art of drawing currency. It was nothing of great consequence, merely a reminder to the production team to remain vigilant. Noticing that the time was ripe, Wang Wentao rose to depart. After all, as the director, he needed to lead by example, especially in light of what Wang Miao had just mentioned. This girl had a boundless future ahead of her. Director Wang, I believe you have yet to review some information regarding Su Xiaoyu, Li Zhan remarked, accompanying Wang at his side and presenting footage of Su Xiaoyu's previous performances. Is this child truly only 8? The astonishment in Wang's voice resonated as Wang Miao fixated on the screen, his mind swirling with questions. How is Su Yang raising his child? First, she demonstrated skills in lock-picking and fortune-telling, possessed martial arts knowledge, and now she could replicate banknotes? Was she genuinely only 8? Gulp! The small group surrounding the replica banknotes collectively swallowed in awe. The enormous bill displayed on screen bore no discernible difference from a genuine one, even under a magnifying glass. No discrepancies could be detected. Was this truly crafted by Su Xiaoyu? Li Xian, standing nearby, attempted to identify even the slightest aberration, adjusting his viewing angle repeatedly. After much scrutiny, he could only conclude that Su Xiaoyu's replication had reached a masterful level. Wearing rubber gloves, the small group gently lifted the replica artwork. Although the ink on the paper had dried, they remained cautious not to damage this exquisite piece. From various angles, even in bright light, no differences could be detected between it and an authentic 100 yuan note. Uncle Xiaosa, you need not be so careful. If it gets damaged, I can simply draw another. Su Xiaoyu casually remarked from her seat, observing the careful handling of her artwork. Ha ha, Xiaoyu is simply adorable. What does it mean to casually create a piece? Is this something one can simply replicate? Exclaimed one viewer. This is what we call having the skill and the audacity to match. Em impressed, brothers. Which other live stream would treat you like family? Only here can you truly learn the craft. Laughter erupted as another chimed in. My acrylics are about to arrive. What a pity we can't see the full picture. I implore Master Xiaoyu to draw once more, preferably live. Another added, how did I not think of that? Please, could you draw again? If any other child had made such a request, their parents would likely have reprimanded them. But when Su Xiaoyu made such a request, it was evident that she possessed genuine talent. As the live stream neared its conclusion, the chat was flooded with requests for another piece. Ahem, Xiaoyu, would it be possible for you to create another? Xiaosa inquired softly, having received a message from the director. To be frank, Su Xiaoyu had sketched too quickly just now, leaving him unable to discern the details. Moreover, the lack of a primary perspective for the audience had already left many viewers dissatisfied. There's not much ink left, he murmured as he glanced at the prepared ink. Shall we bring over a few more buckets of acrylic? This place can certainly accommodate that, Little Sa whispered. Very well, Uncle Little Sa. Feel free to select any country using this globe. Su Xiaoyu picked up the small globe from the table and began to spin it rapidly. What do you mean by just pointing at any country? Choose one and let us proceed. All right. Without understanding Su Xiaoyu's intention, Little Sa focused on the continuously rotating globe. He casually pressed down, halting the globe's spin. It's Sakura country. What is up? Li Xian, stretching his neck, caught sight of Little Sa's finger hovering over the map of Sakura country. He too was puzzled by Su Xiaoyu's intention of allowing Little Sa to randomly select a country. Could it be? Li Xian, Wang Jiangwo, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes fixed intently on Su Xiaoyu. With a contemplative smile, Su Xiaoyu placed the globe back on the table. Sakura country, is it? Very well then. Let's challenge the currency of this nation, the yen. Chapter 61. Breaking through the core technology of the yen. What a day this is. Su Xiaoyu's words sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. What does that mean? My ears aren't working well. I didn't comprehend. Did she say she wants to draw the yen? Is that for real? Wow. Just now, I thought she was joking with Little Sa. Randomly selecting a country to replicate its currency? Xiaoyu is really pushing the envelope. Huh. Breaking through the core technology of the yen today. The vibrant comments reflected the excitement over Su Xiaoyu's bold endeavor. After sketching the US dollar, she now aimed to replicate the yen? Although the two currencies cannot be compared in value, who wouldn't want to see a hand-drawn version of the yen? Well, we shall wait and see. Having regained his composure, Little Sa stood outside the drawing desk, a hint of uncertainty in his demeanor. He had considered whether Su Xiaoyu might tackle currencies from other countries, but had not anticipated that the challenge would involve global currencies. Xiaoyu, I actually don't have any yen, he quickly reminded her upon realizing his lack of yen currency. No need. The newly issued yen is difficult to counterfeit. What can be replicated is the older version of the yen. Su Xiaoyu took her phone from her father and opened the browser. Through a search, she found a high-resolution image of an old yen note. Having previously replicated this yen at home, it was familiar territory for her. Why is the new version so hard to counterfeit? Noting that Su Xiaoyu had yet to begin her drawing, Little Sa sharpened a pencil. He had seen the yen before. Aside from its lower value compared to the US dollar, there were also certain distinguishing details. Besides, aren't they all international currencies? Once the necessary materials were arranged, Su Xiaoyu finally lifted her head. The newly issued yen features intaglio printing, which imparts a textured feel that can also be found in the currencies of other nations. Additionally, the Sakura watermark, created through a harmonious blend of black and white tones, presents a three-dimensional quality unique to this currency. As she spoke, Su Xiaoyu enlarged a photograph on her phone, pointing out the subtle embossed prints to others. The inclusion of microtext is quite common among various countries, so we need not dwell on that. The most crucial aspect, however, is the hologram, also referred to as anti-counterfeit laser designs. The colors and patterns are visible from any angle, something that ordinary hand-drawn images could never replicate. Upon finishing her explanation, Su Xiaoyu shrugged, stretched her hands, and began to sketch. Amidst the soft, rustling sounds, Xiao Sa and the others exchanged glances. If it weren't for Su Xiaoyu standing right before them, who would believe she was merely an 8-year-old girl? Could such eloquence and knowledge truly belong to a first grader? How did she come to possess so much understanding? Li Xian, glancing at his son who was busy playing with paints, scratched his head in confusion. He had thought his son was quite clever, but in comparison to Xiaoyu, he seemed lacking. Who could have guessed how Su Yang had nurtured her? The fathers soon turned their attention toward a nearby CF, only to quickly return their gaze. Su Yang, indulging in food and drink, and Su Xiaoyu, focused intently on her artwork. Could they truly be related by blood? The notion that such a father could have such an intelligent daughter was hard for them to fathom. After 20 minutes had elapsed, the production team ceased the countdown. At this point, anyone who dared to interrupt Su Xiaoyu's painting would be warned or even asked to leave by the staff. Done, exclaimed Su Xiaoyu as she stood up, stretching her limbs. Before the camera, a magnified version of a yen lay on the table. Goodness, she can really draw the dollar too? It was astonishing, truly deserving of her title as the little fairy of art. As an art student from an esteemed academy, one could only declare that Su Xiaoyu's skill had reached a masterful level. The challenges we had invested millions to conquer were effortlessly surpassed by the hand of a little girl. Can international counterfeit groups also tune into the live stream? They scoffed. At this point, with Xiaoyu's imitation skills spreading across the web, they were eager to see the real thing. Casting a glance at his 20-year-old son, one might feel a desire to give him a light kick. "Let me take a look," came the cautious voice of Xiao Sa as he gingerly lifted the drawing. Aside from the problematic choice of paper, every other aspect was indistinguishable from an authentic note. Having traveled abroad before, he possessed a few collectible yen notes at home. If one did not know this was counterfeit, they would struggle to discern the truth with the naked eye. "Uncle Xiao Sa, can we announce the results now?" "I'm absolutely famished," Su Xiaoyu chimed in, pulling Xiao Sa from his stupor. He chuckled, finally recognizing her as child. Otherwise, one might mistake her for a criminal mastermind. "All right, the painting competition has concluded. Let us proceed to score the artworks." As Xiao Sa spoke, the program team presented the artwork from all the families before the camera. The 1-minute countdown concluded. Stop. The scoring link in the live broadcast ceased, and Xiao Sa glanced at the data on his phone. The results aligned precisely with his expectations. After all, the talent was evident. First place went to Su Yang and his daughter Su Xiaoyu. Second place was claimed by Li Xian and his son Li Bei. Third place was awarded to Wang Jianghua and his daughter Wang Ling. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Su Yang cheerfully greeted the camera. He was not surprised by the outcome, for if one could not secure the first position with a replica of currency notes, then who could? "Su Yang, could you elucidate the connection between your topic and the currency notes?" During the interview segment, Xiao Sa approached to inquire. "Well, I suppose my topic stems from passion, doesn't it?" The staff nodded and handed him a note. "If it's a passion, then currency notes also qualify as a passion, right? Xiaoyu has always had an affinity for banknotes, so we nurtured that talent a bit. That seems reasonable, doesn't it?" Su Yang casually fabricated a response, smiling at the others. To his surprise, everyone seemed to ponder rather than exhibit curiosity, confusion, or skepticism. Except for teacher Xiao Sa, the rest collectively fell into deep thought. "You're absolutely right, Su Yang. A child's interest is the finest teacher. Through these episodes with you, I have truly come to understand this. Su Yang, you are indeed a wonderful father." "Thank you." Su Yang was somewhat taken aback by the handshake and gratitude from Li Xian. Had he ever uttered such words? Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. Hey, it's just good to be understood. After all, as a father, who wouldn't want their child to excel? In the future, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Under the camera's gaze, Su Yang, assuming the role of a seasoned mentor, began to impart wisdom to Li Xian. At such moments, he had to shine. After all, his approval rating was soaring. Chapter 62. You say all of this is special effects? With such a wife, what more could a man desire? Outside the cultural and arts building, although the filming had concluded, numerous fans eagerly awaited to take photographs with Su Xiaoyu, effectively blocking the entrance. Was this child truly this popular? The parents, including Li Xian, who exited together, could only make their way through the side entrance due to the overwhelming crowd at the front. You know, right? Dad, Xiaoyu has become the talk of the school. Nearly every child admires her unique abilities. The speaker was Li Bei, casting an envious glance at Su Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by fans. Abilities? What is there to envy in that? Indeed, they were merely a bunch of kids. Noticing his son's expression, Li Xian remarked with some discontent. What is so impressive about mixing music, picking locks, fortune-telling, and replicating counterfeit notes? I really don't understand what is so admirable. Forget it, Dad. You just don't get it. Hey, you young man. All right, Li Bei's dad. If the kids enjoy it, let them be. After all, ordinary children can't replicate such feats. The little fish receives a warm welcome, a testament to the arduous training that has gone into honing these skills. Wang Jianghua, holding Wang Ling's hand, displays a look of contentment. It is only fitting that this clever and charming child, Su Xiaoyu, garners such admiration through her performances. The fathers from Jiangsheng mostly echo this sentiment. However, Li Xian chooses to depart with his son. Although Su Xiaoyu's talents bring advantages, are they truly suitable for a show centered around parent-child interaction? He does not believe that there are no dissenting voices in society. Will Su Xiaoyu still enjoy the same acclaim in the future? Casting a glance at the lively scene, Li Xian drives away with his son. Little fish, could you show my sister her fate in love? Little fish, my mother adores you. I've had the whole family vote for you. Little fish, little fish. Here are some treats we prepared for you. Little fish, how did you learn to replicate banknotes? Could you explain? Little fish, can we take a photo together? All right. Just give me everything. Don't worry, everything will be for you, little fish. Su Yang's arms are filled with various temporary gift packages. While he clutches a thick stack of letters in one hand, the other securely holding onto his daughter's hand to prevent the enthusiastic fans from whisking her away. Old Jiang. With half an hour elapsed without exiting, Su Yang calls out loudly. Soon, aside from the production crew, the tall and robust Old Jiang rushes over with his team. Take this. There's just too much. Su Yang shoves the items into Old Jiang's arms and heads towards the vehicle. Old Jiang is my agent. Just give everything to him. The situation remains the same. His voice booms with vigor as he channels his strength to carve a path through the throng. Were it not for his marital status, he would have engaged with the younger fans and mothers, but alas, he refrains. Sigh. Captain Wang Miao. As he witnesses the fans becoming increasingly frenzied, Su Yang is still some distance from the vehicle. Not far from the entrance, a conspicuous police car catches everyone's attention. Everyone, no need to see us off. Captain Wang likely has something to discuss. Goodbye. In full view of the crowd, Su Yang swiftly enters Wang Miao's car, cradling his daughter. Please take us home. The crowd here is too dense and obstructing traffic. Noticing Wang Miao's lack of movement, Su Yang urges from the front seat. The vehicle starts and soon fades from their sight. The fans gathered by the roadside stand in shock, wondering why Su Xiaoyu was taken away so quickly. Inside the moving car, Uncle, did you come to watch my competition? No, I happen to be passing by. Oh, is that so? Should we accompany you back? In response to Su Xiaoyu's query, Wang Miao glances at Su Yang before shaking his head. As long as the replication adheres to the laws and regulations, there is no issue. I will take you back. Hearing this satisfactory reply, Su Yang shrugs nonchalantly and leans comfortably against the seat. Rest assured, those are all special effects. How could we engage in such activities? Driving. Wang Miao barely glanced, even too lethargic to utter a word. Could he really be oblivious to the special effects? Such details are trivial. What truly matters is how this father and daughter comprehend the art of counterfeiting currency. Beyond this peculiar skill, are there other extraordinary talents they possess? Thank you, Captain Wang. After alighting from the vehicle, Su Yang bid farewell to his daughter and Wang Miao, turning his attention towards the staircase. The other party did not inquire, so he found no reason to fabricate an excuse. Ultimately, the more one explains, the more convoluted the matter becomes. Let simply be regarded as a unique talent, which law stipulates that one cannot replicate the currency of foreign nations. That night, after seeing off Old Jiang and the others, Su Yang and his daughter organized the pile of letters, followed by the delightful assortment of snacks. Dad, they sent us so many treats. We can save a lot of money. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, collapsing into the temporary team's embrace with the snacks. Indeed, we must find an opportunity to express our gratitude to your fans. Procuring 2 large boxes, Su Yang meticulously sorted the snacks. To be honest, he relished the moment. Experiencing the sensation of being pursued like a star, it felt rather pleasant. Dad, the phone. It's here. Upon opening the video call, a delicate visage came into view. Her gentle eyes and warm smile stirring emotions within Su Yang. It was 4 or 5 in the morning abroad. How could she be awake? My dear, you're up so early? Why not rest a little longer? I need some data for my research project. I must prepare thoroughly. Do not worry. Once my scholarship arrives, we will have some sent home. Her response on the other end of the line left a bittersweet pang in Su Yang's heart. His wife had endured so much hardship over the past 2 years in pursuit of the scholarship. Whenever they spoke, she was either in the lab or on her way to study. The competition for scholarships abroad was fierce, and, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, she undoubtedly faced additional scrutiny and pressure. My love, do not fret. Money will soon arrive at home, and you won't have to struggle so much anymore. All right, I will wait. How has Xiaoyu been doing in her studies? Has she made any progress? The first question warmed Su Yang's heart. Her unwavering trust in him was a comfort. Yet, the latter inquiry posed a challenge. Grades? Has Xiaoyu even had any? Xiaoyu, your mother wants to speak with you. We will study later, understand? Got it. I can recite several lines from the 300 Tang poems now. It's quite a challenge. With that, Su Xiaoyu shoved a picture book into Su Yang's hands and dashed away, clutching her phone. Mom, when will you be back? Soon. Chapter 63. Is Su Xiaoyu comparable to game addiction? The television station changes directors. At Mango Television, within the conference room. The door swung open as the crew of the show Fatherly Love, led by Jiang Minheo, filed in. The previously bustling room fell silent at their arrival. Director, Jiang Minheo greeted the station director as he took a seat on the left-hand side of the conference table. This marks the beginning of a discussion regarding certain issues pertaining to your production team, and I sincerely hope they can be resolved amicably. The deputy director initiated the conversation while Jiang Minheo, sitting upright, refrained from responding. He was already aware that following the meteoric rise of their program, certain challenges would inevitably arise, although he had not anticipated their swift emergence from within the organization. Here are some reports we have received. Please review them. As Jiang Minheo took the letters, he examined them with great seriousness. Reports? It was rather peculiar that a wildly popular show would attract such complaints, particularly from rival programs or those vested interests lurking behind scenes. Jiang Minheo had encountered such situations numerous times before, though they were typically suppressed. If genuine issues existed, the production team would address them promptly. What is this? The contents of the letter caused Jiang Minheo's brow to furrow. Director, do you truly believe these allegations? They seem utterly absurd. The assistant director hastily perused the letter, his tone tinged with agitation. The targets of the complaints were none other than Su Xiaoyu, the star of their current hit show, along with her father. The accusations were straightforward. Su Xiaoyu's actions severely impacted the other children, resulting in various imitative behaviors that led to considerable trouble and risk. Parents demanded that Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu withdraw from the program and that all related videos be taken down. Calm down. We are here to discuss this matter. After all, the deputy director reassured the assistant director and the other staff members, turning his gaze toward director Jiang Minheo. What is the station's stance? Jiang Minheo set the letter down, regarding the director and others with profound intensity. It is well understood what influence entails, which program has not had an impact. Moreover, as someone on the front lines of the entertainment industry, he could easily discern that these statements echoed the sentiments of parents who opposed gaming. Video games influence children. Short videos influence children. Live broadcasts also impact children. Yet the issue of parental responsibility is conspicuously absent from the discourse. Indeed, the number of children imitating Su Xiaoyu may rise, but have the parents taken the time to discuss this matter patiently with their children? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang Minheo awaited a response. The station's position is that Su Yang and his daughter should withdraw from the program. Naturally, we will not withhold any family growth funds or advertising fees due to them, the deputy director remarked, glancing at the others before continuing. Director, upon hearing this response, Jiang Minheo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, suppressing his fury. The show could afford to lose anyone, but Su Xiaoyu was irreplaceable. Her contribution to its success and breakout appeal was unparalleled. And now you tell me to remove this father-daughter duo from the program? Is this not akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Minheo, consider the bigger picture. We cannot overlook the potential repercussions due to the contributions of this child. A 1,000-mile embankment can be eroded by an anthole. With those words, the director signaled a shift to another topic, entirely disregarding the opportunity for Jiang Minheo and his colleagues to advocate for their cause. Listening to the murmurs around him, Jiang Minheo clenched the letter tightly in his hand. This was profoundly unjust for Su Yang and his daughter, as well as for their production team. Director and esteemed leaders, I am now resigning from the position of chief director. I hope you will understand. In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent, all eyes turning towards Jiang Minheo. I am not using my position to threaten anyone, nor do I intend for the station to retract my role. It is simply that I have been feeling unwell lately, and there are many capable individuals within the station who can take my place. I trust you will support this decision. Director Jiang, the deputy director, and others from the Fatherly Love program stood up, but Jiang Minheo pressed them back into their seats. with reddened eyes. He gazed at the assembled team he had painstakingly put together. Please continue with your work. After all, the program is already on the right track. To be honest, the director's role is not as crucial as the actual filming, and you all know this. Let us focus on our tasks and ensure this program continues to thrive. Having said this, Jiang Minheo removed his name badge and placed it on the table. As he exited the room, he suddenly felt a weight lift from his heart. However, how would he explain this to Su Yang and his daughter? Furrowing his brows, Jiang Minheo found himself at a loss. Late at night, online, a piece of news sparked widespread attention. The hit program Fatherly Love had suddenly replaced its director, with Jiang Minheo opting to return home for recuperation. While netizens were puzzled, another piece of news caused an uproar. The Fatherly Love production team announced that Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu's behavior in the show had a detrimental impact on the child's development, prompting the team to unilaterally terminate their contract. They also stated that they would compensate for the contractual penalties and hoped for future collaboration. Instantly, the comments section erupted. Has the production team lost their minds? They actually terminated the contract with Su Xiaoyu? Exactly. Without Xiaoyu's antics, who would even watch her show? What the heck? First, they changed the director, and now they dismissed the backbone of the show. I cannot comprehend this madness. That's Su Xiaoyu we're talking about. The production team must be insane. My child has been affected by all this. It's outrageous, right? My locks have been jammed, and it's not even Xiaoyu's fault. Did you even monitor your child? Seeking balance here is absurd. I implore you to watch other programs and stop ruining this one. Do you even have children? Opposing us here is ludicrous. The comments section quickly surpassed 100,000, and the heated debate climbed the trending charts. Mango TV could not withstand the pressure and promptly closed the comment section, subsequently removing videos related to Su Xiaoyu from their platform. Amidst the online uproar, Su Yang was at home enjoying a steaming hot pot. Director Jiang, you can't be serious about resigning? As a plate of lamb hit the boiling water, Su Yang regarded the middle-aged man seated across from him, surprised by his fervor. Isn't it unreasonable? I am standing up for you and lamenting for the parents affected. With a flush of red on his cheeks from the liquor, Jiang Minheo spoke with indignation and resentment. Who could willingly leave a program they nurtured? Yet, those unjust complaints and the station's stance have genuinely chilled my heart. You don't seem angry, Su Yang observed through the swirling steam of the hot pot, scrutinizing Jiang Minheo. The father of the post, 2000 generation, not only remained unperturbed, but also savored his meal with delight. It is worth noting that reaching the finals, aside from the fame, could yield a staggering family fund. Director Jiang, what is there to be upset about? As long as one finds joy, there is no obligation to attend the program. Gulme, let us fill the glasses. With a smile adorning his face, Su Yang poured wine for Jiang Minheo. He had not left empty-handed. The compensation he received was nearly $1 million, a substantial gain in its own right. Once he finds a suitable platform in the future, garnering popularity will be but a matter of moments. In the late hours, Su Yang assisted the inebriated director, intending to escort him home. Coincidentally, he roused the sleepy Su Xiaoyu, who was clutching a shark plush toy in a daze. Daddy, where are you going? I'm taking Uncle home. You should go back to sleep. I'll be back shortly. Chapter 64. The Rewards of the Intermediate Lottery. Where did Daddy go? Ding dong. Ding dong. The morning alarm awoke the slumbering Su Yang. Reaching for his phone, he realized it was already past 8. Xiaoyu, have you gotten up? We're going to be late. On the way home from dropping the director off last night, he had been persuaded to sing for a while. After all the commotion, he returned home around 3 or 4 in the morning, unexpectedly falling asleep. On the dining table lay the breakfast prepared by Su Xiaoyu, accompanied by a note. Xiaoyu, Daddy, I've gone to class. Remember to eat breakfast. There will be a parents' meeting this afternoon. After putting away the note, Su Yang began to enjoy the breakfast his daughter had made, rice porridge and pickled vegetables. While eating, he casually glanced at the online discourse. Is it really that exaggerated? Various trending topics were filled with criticisms directed at the television station and the production team. Su Xiaoyu's fans were voicing their discontent and even engaged in heated discussions with other parents. Su Yang, let us part on good terms. The compensation is substantial, and I will consider participating in other programs in the future. After posting a message on Weibo, Su Yang chose to disengage from the matter. While he understood the emotions of the fans and the audience, there was no need to escalate the already established facts. The compensation would be processed today under Jiang Minheo's supervision. As for the program, continuing to participate seemed unnecessary, relying solely on the appeal of his daughter. How could such a parent-child interaction show sustain itself? It could only be said that the singularity of the program's content was rather monotonous. Su Yang, full-time dad skills, DJ master, potato roasting master, lock-picking grandmaster, Wing Chun master, fortune-telling master level, counterfeit currency production master level, bitter gourd tying advanced, passive, physical quality enhancement 1 positive popularity value, 124, 780 negative popularity value, 258, 912. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yang opened his system panel. The accumulated popularity over time was considerable, with the positive reviews reaching over 100,000. Should he consider making a significant move? Watching the popularity value continue to rise, Su Yang rubbed his hands with excitement. The preliminary lottery necessitates a popularity value of 10,000, with the rewards being rather limited, and the probability of receiving a thank you for participating message is significantly high. According to the lottery regulations, a mid-tier lottery requires a popularity value of 100,000, while a high-tier lottery demands 1 million. Moreover, there exist even more advanced lotteries, which are not currently accessible. The tier of the lottery determines the quality of the rewards and increases the probability of obtaining them. Of course, if luck is not on one side, one might squander tens of thousands of popularity points in vain. Negative review popularity value mid-tier lottery. Ding. Acquired professional skill. Dissection. Dissection. The ability to perform autopsies on any animal or human remains. Classified as one of the forensic specialties. Is this the true value of a mid-tier lottery? To have drawn a skill so swiftly, this dissection ability is quite commendable. With a bit of practice, it wouldn't be amiss for Su Yang to consider a career in forensics, should little fish take a liking to it. After some contemplation, Su Yang found this notion to hold merit. Fortune-telling, DJing, lock-picking, and counterfeiting currency all seemed rather peculiar, even if he found no harm in them. It would be unwise for his wife to discover such pursuits. However, the prospect of Su Xiaoyu possessing advanced dissection capabilities and becoming a forensic expert is indeed appealing, provided she has an interest in it when she grows up. Onward, onward. With the first successful draw, Su Yang was determined to press his advantage. Using positive review popularity value for mid-tier lottery. Ding. Acquired body enhancement level 5. Body enhancement. A process that enhances the physical attributes of an adult in 5 increments. The degree of enhancement, depending on the individual's baseline physical condition. As the system notification concluded, Su Yang felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Subsequently, his bones and flesh underwent a rejuvenating transformation under this warmth. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Unlike the previous instance, this time, Su Yang could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Feeling superior to even a trained special forces operative, he clenched his fists and struck out, producing a gust of wind with the force of his punches. Quite impressive. Now, he could protect his family. Ding. Acquired forensic knowledge. Forensic knowledge encompasses all current medical knowledge and analytical skills pertinent to forensic science. An essential competence for any forensic expert. This is delightful. From now on, I shall engage in rewarding lotteries. The combination of forensic knowledge and dissection is a perfect union, as any reward is beneficial to Su Yang. The popularity value can be continuously accrued, and one day he shall acquire even more precious and rare abilities. Hello, Director Jiang, what is it? As Su Yang was preparing to step out for a jog, he received a call from Jiang Minheo. Su Yang, I believe we have another opportunity. On the other end of the line, Jiang Minheo sounded exceedingly enthusiastic. This piqued Su Yang's curiosity. After a night of drinking and singing, he had not anticipated such quick recovery. Truth be told, he had not given much thought to the television station's arrangements. He could continually enhance his daughter's abilities, and as long as she enjoyed it, there would be countless opportunities for her in the future. How could he possibly be concerned about just one program? Su Yang, listen to me. The inspiration for this idea stems from the little fish. All right, go ahead, he said. I plan to create a new interactive parenting show, and I have already decided on a name. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Minheo quickly donned his clothes, his excitement palpable as he rose from the sofa. What is it called? Where did Daddy go? How do you feel about that? Upon hearing this response, Su Yang was struck by an absurd sense of temporal dislocation. Where did Daddy go? This title was all too familiar to him. He had watched several episodes in his previous life. Are we going to incorporate celebrity interactions and venture out to experience various aspects of life? Su Yang, you are truly a genius. No, we are all geniuses. This interactive show, centered around parenting and featuring celebrity interactions, combined with Su Xiaoyu and you, is sure to be a success. After hearing Su Yang's words, Jiang Minheo was momentarily stunned before nearly leaping with joy. It was evident that he was indeed the father of Su Xiaoyu, as his thought process was remarkably agile. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's question, where did Daddy go? The previous night, Jiang Minheo had a premonition in his dreams that this show would be quite promising. Thus, the dizziness from the night before dissipated in an instant. I won't say more. Await my good news. Su Yang, this show is destined to become a sensation. The excitement on the other end of the line made Su Yang chuckle and shrug. He had inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect. Of course, Jiang Minheo, a renowned director, had seized this opportunity brilliantly. Your bank account ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 48 million yuan. The notification on his phone caught Su Yang by surprise. He hadn't anticipated the compensation from the television station arriving so swiftly. Did this mean that life at home would significantly improve? Your bank account ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 852 yuan. What is this? Watching the sum of over 70,000 yuan appear, Su Yang also received a message from his wife, informing him that she had secured a scholarship. But now that I have money, how do I explain this to my wife? It's quite a dilemma. Chapter 65. An invitation from the entertainment company. Securing an investor. Su Yang, what would you like to eat? I'll have 4 meat buns and 2 bowls of wonton. In the morning, at the foot of the residential building, Su Yang spoke to the aunt selling breakfast and chose a spot with his daughter to sit down. What's wrong? While wiping his chopsticks, Su Yang noticed gaze. Daddy, why did you wake up so early today? And you're taking me out for big meat buns? As Su Xiaoyu gnawed on her bun, she scrutinized him from head to toe. It wasn't that he found making breakfast too troublesome. He simply wanted to step out for a casual meal. From now on, breakfast would be resolved here. You just need to focus on studying well, he said, patting his pocket to create a pretext. During a video call with his wife last night, she mentioned that she would return to see their daughter in a while. This was a minor concern, but the major issue was to assess their daughter's living and learning situation. As for life, everything was fine. However, concerning her studies, Su Yang worried about the child's poor grades, fearing he might not have a good explanation. Let's not even mention scoring 100 points. Passing would suffice. As the father and daughter indulged in a feast, the phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? May I speak with Mr. Su Yang? The voice on the other end was somewhat delicate, evoking a sense of familiarity in Su Yang, though he could not quite place it at that moment. Who are you? Oh, I am Yang Mi, the owner of DJing. Do you have a moment to talk? DJing? Yang Mi? Surely you must be a fraud. Your voice is remarkably convincing. The voice emanating from the phone momentarily startled Su Yang, prompting him to retort. No wonder he recognized the voice. He had heard it while watching a drama the previous evening. Have swindlers become so adept at imitating voices for their schemes? Mr. Su, this number was provided to me by Director Jiang. If you have any doubts, feel free to message him for verification. All right, I will confirm. After hearing this, Su Yang hesitated. Although he was unsure why such a prominent figure was reaching out to him, it seemed prudent to consult old Jiang, especially since he had been told to prepare for where is Dad going for over a week. Could it be that the caller sought to engage Yang Mi's investment? Meanwhile, in the office of DJing, Yang Mi patiently awaited Su Yang's return call. Beside her, her assistant and the vivacious Reba were present. Sister Mi, are you truly considering signing Xiaoyu to the company? Reba, munching on fruit, was brimming with excitement. She had watched numerous videos of the girl and found her utterly captivating. If she joined the company, might she not also have the stars align for her? I do have such intentions, especially since the child is currently quite popular. A smile graced Yang Mi's typically composed visage as she occupied her executive chair. Although the company had a diverse portfolio, it had yet to venture into the realm of child stars. Su Xiaoyu's rising fame and impressive potential made her a promising candidate for signing, offering nothing but benefits. Ultimately, it would depend on whether Su Yang would allow his daughter to enter the entertainment industry. On the other end, Su Yang hung up after contacting Jiang Minheo. Deep in thought, although old Jiang had ties with Mango TV, he still maintained connections within the entertainment circle. Sharing his phone number was not a significant matter. It was a gesture to provide Su Xiaoyu with alternative pathways. Becoming a child star could allow her to continue her education while also broadening her future choices through the experience. But was it truly necessary? Daddy, 2 more big meat buns. With his mouth full of bun, Su Xiaoyu pointed excitedly. Boss, 2 meat buns. After greeting the boss and his wife, Su Yang placed the call again. I trust Director Jiang has conveyed my intentions to you? Indeed, he has. Then, Mr. Su, do you wish for your daughter to enter the entertainment industry? After posing this question, Yang Mi awaited his response in silence. The purpose of her personal call was to convey her sincerity. The current popularity of Su Xiaoyu is merely ephemeral, yet under the careful cultivation and promotion by DJing, this fervor can be sustained. Coupled with the potential of the emerging beauty, the future achievements are boundless. Does Boss Yang seek profit? Su Yang's response left Yang Mi somewhat bewildered. An investment opportunity now lies before them, and it remains uncertain whether Boss Yang will seize it. Duelaborachi. Yang Mi expressed her newfound interest. Presently, DJing has embarked on a promising trajectory, but who would shun the allure of wealth? A common individual discussing financial gain piqued her curiosity regarding what insights the other party might offer. Director Jiang is set to create a pioneering celebrity parent interactive program, a first of its kind in the country. Therefore, should Boss Yang express interest, there exists a chance for investment, promising substantial returns in due course. Rather than navigating the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry, why not seek opportunities to expand one's capital? After this discourse, Yang Mi sat up straighter. Her ambitions were considerable. Having spent years in the entertainment sphere, she comprehended the true essence of capital. Film and television productions, advertisements, and celebrities serve merely as tools for generating profits. Only with significant earning potential can one be elevated by capital. Otherwise, one remains at the mercy of others. This indeed presents an opportunity, yet what benefits could be reaped? No immediate benefits, just the hope for initial funding for the program, was the reply. No benefits? Yang Mi's brows furrowed slightly. Then she smiled. You are quite an intriguing person. Very well, I shall consider it. All right, goodbye. As the call ended, Yang Mi's gaze drifted to the scenic view outside. Only by ascending to greater heights can one truly discern what they desire. Did he really not agree? Of course not, but I have uncovered something intriguing. With a smile that even Reba found perplexing, Yang Mi instructed her secretary to convene an urgent meeting with all senior executives of the company. Meanwhile, Su Yang settled the bill and prepared to take his daughter to school. Lao Jiang remarked, there's no rush to agree. You can take some time. Su Yang replied, Lao Jiang, just wait for the investors to come knocking. Lao Jiang was taken aback. While Su Yang appeared to effortlessly attract investment for the program, it also served his interests. His paternal system required the collection of various forms of popularity, and a program capable of achieving great success would provide him with numerous advantages. The dual benefits of fame and appearance fees were perfectly suited to Su Yang. As for why he encouraged Yang Mi to invest, he was aware of her past experiences. Given an opportunity, she would undoubtedly take action. It was merely a favor, devoid of ulterior motives. However, with Jia Hang's involvement and the participation of numerous stars, this program promises to be a spectacle. Chapter 66. Where did Daddy go? The unbroadcasted sensation. Online, after a few days of dormancy, a trending topic about Su Xiaoyu surged to the forefront. Where has Su Xiaoyu gone? The comment section has instantly reached over 100,000 discussions. Is it true that little fish will no longer participate in the show? I have been waiting for several episodes. This is quite evident. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu will no longer appear on that program. What a pity, as I genuinely wish to see what delightful antics she might showcase. It is infuriating Is it merely about drawing a beautiful banknote? I had my father attempt it for 3 days, yet he couldn't even manage a simple Moyer pattern. Parents reporting? How laughable. When a child's performance falters, they blame external factors. Currently, there are no children's programs available, and even if there were, they would likely shy away from having little fish on the show. The majority of netizens are curious about Su Xiaoyu's future endeavors, frequently commenting under Su Yang's Weibo to inquire. However, these questions seem to vanish into the void, as Su Yang does not provide direct answers. Aside from a few snapshots of daily life, no one knows when Su Xiaoyu will grace the screen again. While some are disheartened, others revel in joy. Those who reported or felt envy towards Su Xiaoyu have swiftly overtaken the comment section of video edits. For them, ensuring Su Xiaoyu's departure from the program feels like a resounding victory. In the face of overwhelming public opinion, anyone must yield. You see, I told you this child had issues. This solidifies my claim. Corrupting children. Can she bear the responsibility if my daughter fails to gain admission to prestigious universities? Precisely. What a small idol. Ultimately, it is merely the program's hype. She should return to her studies and not obsess over becoming a sensation for profit. Su Yang, as a father, is utterly incompetent collaborating with the production team to fabricate these scripts for popularity. Various condemnations have been incessantly voiced, even expanding to criticize the dangers of gaming and short videos. In the eyes of these parents, a child's academic performance can be linked to anything, yet they never consider whether the fault lies with themselves. They also fail to ponder whether the issues lie within the child, or if these children are genuinely happy. Their primary concern seems to revolve solely around themselves. As the discourse on education intensified, a piece of news swiftly captured the attention of the entire internet. Jiang Minhao. After such a lengthy period of preparation, we are set to launch a new parent-child interactive program. Where has Dad gone? There will be both fresh faces and familiar ones. And we hope for your support. Wow, Director Jiang, are you finally releasing a new show? Don't say anything else. My entire family supports it unconditionally. I have just one question. Will Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu be involved? Su Yang's presence is inconsequential. I simply wish to know if little fish will participate. Is that even a question? Of course. Does everyone know the reason for Director Jiang's departure? This must surely slap those naysayers in the face. Over 100,000 comments, over 100,000 shares, and the heat has shot up to the second position on trending searches. Moreover, speculations regarding the guests have sparked even more discussions. Director, we have a serious situation. At Mango TV, while the director and others were engaged in discussions about the fatherly love program, the meeting room door was abruptly pushed open. The assistant director rushed in, phone in hand, and hurried to the director's side. What's going on? Can't you see we are in a meeting? Director, please take a look at this news. Jiang Minhao has decided to create a new program and has issued several announcements over the past few days. In no time, everyone in the conference room opened their Weibo accounts. What is Jiang Minhao up to? Is he attempting to produce a similar type of show? It's laughable. The ratings for the fatherly love program are currently at the top. Isn't he merely squandering time and energy? He had promised to resign, and now he is planning to create a similar program on another platform. It can only be said that old Jiang is confused. Rest assured, Director, this is merely a fleeting moment of popularity. I estimate that this program will soon fizzle out. You are absolutely correct. As the most popular variety show, our loyal audience has no need to tune into a new program. Director Wang Ming set down his phone and nodded in agreement with everyone. Jiang Minhao's departure is indeed a loss for the station and the production team, but that does not justify his blatant attempt to produce a similar program. Xiao Zhang. What are the current statistics? The staff responsible for data collection presented the ratings for the fatherly love episode. There was a slight decline of 0.3 compared to the previous episode, but thanks to Li Xian and Wang Jiangwo's commendable performances, the ratings remain relatively stable. Upon hearing this response, Wang Ming and the other executives let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Minhao's departure were to lead to the program's decline or a significant drop in viewership, they would find themselves in a difficult position. Let him pursue a similar program then. We are on the verge of starting the family interaction segment as we move from the top 8 to the final 4. The excitement will still be here. The room was filled with nods of agreement. To all of them, Jiang Minheo's new program seemed merely a last-ditch effort. A new program requires viewers to invest anew, whereas the old program retains its loyal audience. Furthermore, we have several excellent family combinations in our variety show, which will undoubtedly stabilize the ratings. Simultaneously, Blue Station released an announcement. Where did Dad go? Blue Station's Jiang Minheo 2024 will see the launch of a new type of parent-child interactive program. In collaboration with director Jiang Minheo, promising viewers a unique experience. Guess the guess in the comment section and stand a chance to win exquisite gifts. Stay tuned for further updates. A set of images without any visuals appeared on the official Weibo account of Where Did Dad Go? Who is this? Doesn't he look like Lu Tianwang? Dude, are you sure he will participate? He seems to be a celebrity from the entertainment industry. Huh. It can only be said that you haven't seen enough. I've already figured it out. Shagu, is it you? If so, please respond. Celebrities plus children. This could indeed be interesting. I recognize the last image. It's a pose for unlocking. Could it be Xiaoyu? Indeed. I am truly looking forward to it. The lively discussions in the comments section quickly shifted to Su Yang's Weibo. Various discussions and speculations ignited excitement for the yet-to-be-aired program. Not only Su Yang, but any celebrity with children saw their fans engaging with questions under their Weibo posts. After all, witnessing beloved idols and daily parent-child interactions surely promises to be delightful. Ding dong. The invitation from the Where Did Dad Go production team. Su Yang gazed at the formally crafted invitation on his phone, a smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, old Jiang had been remarkably swift. In less than half a month, the preliminary planning for the show was already in place. Yangmi, I look forward to your performance with Xiaoyu on the show. Su Yang, thank you. Xiaoyu, it's time for us to set off. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Star Guests. The dissection video startles by Lu. Hulun International Airport, nestled in the heart of the Baimon province, serves as the capital city. At the airport's arrival hall, the Where Did Dad Go production team signage was prominently displayed, and the entire working crew was assembled. Director Jiang Minheo glanced at the flight information, nodding to his assistant. All units, prepare to commence. Ready. The studio initiated the countdown for the live broadcast. The countdown began. As Jiang Minheo listened to the final 20 seconds in his earpiece, he clenched his hands tightly, anxiously watching the arrival area. With the short preparation time for this episode, many aspects might not have been thoroughly planned, coupled with the existence of other competing shows of similar nature. It was apparent that Where Did Dad Go was under immense pressure. If they failed to garner sufficient attention and popularity, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. The live broadcast commenced. Finally, it was on air. I had nearly wilted with anticipation. So far, it had been announced that Huang Lei and his daughter, and Hu Jun and his son would be participating. I wonder who else will join? Ha ha ha. As long as Huang Loxi is involved, I'm watching, especially to see him cook. The appearance of Qiao Bangzhu and his son also piques my interest. That leaves 3 hidden families. The excitement is palpable. While the audience speculated, a graceful figure appeared in the studio, causing even the barrage of comments to pause momentarily. Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm Bai Lu. Dressed in jeans and a light blue t-shirt, Bai Lu beamed into the camera. This time, I will serve as the hosting intern alongside these celebrity fathers to deliver an exciting live show to you all. With that, she instinctively showcased her signature tiger teeth. Whoa, Lu Rong is going to lose it. Darling, you look stunning. I was wondering why Lu had no announcements. Turns out she was hiding so well. Now I absolutely must watch this show. Go, my wife. An intern mom? Hilarious. Bai Mingyan, are you thinking of getting married? Listening to the barrage of comments through his earpiece, Jiang Minheo nodded with a smile. This time, not only did he have star families joining, but also a popular female star stepping in as a temporary host. With this dual surge of popularity, along with the arrival of Su Yang and his daughter, this program was bound to thrive. Here they come. Welcome, teacher Hu Jun and Kong Kong. Bai Lu, wearing her host badge, quickly slipped into her role, welcoming Hu Jun and Xiao Kong as they made their entrance. Bai Lu, what are you doing here? The familiar voice and face momentarily left Sha, bewildered. I'm the host, of course. Xiaoyu. And G, welcome to your arrival. If it weren't for the banner not being for keep running, I would have thought I had come to the wrong production team. Xiaoyu chuckled. He truly startled by Lu. Please step aside and rest. Let's await the arrival of the other guests. With a wave, she signaled the two teams of celebrity guests to take their seats, while Bai Lu hurried to the arrival area. Soon, Wang Baoqiang and his daughter Nana, as well as Huang Lei and his daughter Duo, successfully made their appearances. To everyone's surprise, Sha Yi and Baoqiang were also present. This was bound to be an intriguing affair. I adore these celebrities, and with Bai Lu as the host, it promised to be quite the spectacle. Indeed, with Sha Yi's humor and Baoqiang's unique antics, how could this show not be a hit? But who was the final guest? Why are they taking so long to arrive? Could it be that they boarded the wrong flight? All flights scheduled for this time had already landed, and a shared glance between Bai Lu and the director reflected their mutual confusion. Su Yang's ticket was the first booked by the production team, and the itinerary had been communicated in advance. They have arrived. Just as Sha Yi and the others were chatting, an announcement from the staff rang out. A father-daughter duo was seen jogging down the arrival corridor. It was Su Yang and his daughter Su Xiaoyu. I apologize. I dozed off on the plane. Su Yang greeted everyone while explaining the reason for his tardiness. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Greetings to all the brothers and sisters. Upon noticing the gazes from the crowd, Su Xiaoyu politely greeted everyone. Her arrival instantly ignited the live broadcast. Wow, it's Su Yang and his daughter? It's really them. I knew Su Xiaoyu would participate in this program. Everyone, please take your seats and await Xiaoyu's performance. The excitement surged as Su Yang's popularity skyrocketed. This was the remarkable allure of Xiaoyu. Su Yang, you just posted on Weibo. Why didn't you mention it earlier? After a round of introductions, Bai Lu commenced her first task, guiding the fathers to their initial destination. Everyone, please board your respective vehicles. We are departing for the first stop shortly. After handing over his luggage to the staff, Su Yang found his designated vehicle. Just as he settled in with his daughter, host Bai Lu joined them. May I hitch a ride with you? I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Bai Lu replied with a smile, her gaze filled with curiosity towards Su Xiaoyu. This collaboration with the Blue Channel represented a new and exhilarating challenge in her career. Moreover, she was particularly intrigued by Su Xiaoyu. Having seen numerous videos online, she was struck by how adorable and beautiful the child appeared in person. I just heard you're a trainee mother? Bai Lu inquired, examining the curious expression on her face. Su Yang, puzzled question, is that so? He recalled that the Bai Lu he knew from his past life had never married. It still achieved great fame. Moreover, he observed that while this world closely resembled Blue Star, the celebrities here seemed to rise to prominence at a notably younger age. Huh, of course, I'm not married. It's merely a title, Bai Lu chuckled lightly, offering a casual explanation. She was also intrigued by a father capable of teaching his child to draw beautiful banknotes. However, upon closer inspection, aside from being somewhat handsome, he did not exhibit the eccentricities typically associated with unconventional artists. In the vehicle, Su Yang and Bai Lu engaged in a casual conversation as it gradually traversed the sprawling grasslands. What are you looking at, Xiaoyu? Bai Lu, seated opposite the quiet little girl, felt a surge of curiosity. If it weren't for the live broadcast, she would have loved to inquire about how that beautiful banknote was crafted. Moreover, could she truly replicate the currencies of other nations? Are you certain you want to see it, Sister Bai Lu? The endearing address brought a smile to Bai Lu's face, for she was nearly the same age as Su Yang. Are you sure you wish to look? Be cautious, you might end up frightened. Su Xiaoyu, holding a tablet, revealed a peculiar grin. Xiaoyu, I assure you, I am quite formidable. I can watch horror movies alone. Bai Lu's brave decision to take the tablet prompted a nod from Su Xiaoyu. Yet, upon merely glancing at the screen, Bai Lu's face turned pale, her entire being rendered bewildered by the sight. Chapter 68. A Grand Adventure on the Prairie. Are you having your daughter massaged? The production crew's vehicle navigated through the verdant grasslands, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the rented venue. Bai Lu, are you all right? As they disembarked, Xiaoyu noticed Bai Lu's rather pallid complexion. I'm fine, really. It's just that I have a timid disposition. Bai Lu patted her chest and sought a moment to catch her breath, gratefully accepting the water offered by Su Yang. She was taken aback to discover that the child had been watching an anatomy video, albeit one focused on the dissection of a common rabbit. Unprepared for such imagery, she had been quite startled. Ha ha! Bai Lu, must you be so timid? No wonder Xiaoyu is unique among children. While others watch cartoons, Xiaoyu observes rabbit dissections. This program is bound to be entertaining. Indeed, the vast grasslands. After a brief period of tidying up, Su Yang and the group convened outside the yurt. The upcoming interaction was straightforward. Assist the herders in guiding the sheep, with the groups divided into children and adults. Having regained her composure, Bai Lu led the others to a nearby pasture. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, a large flock of sheep approached, shepherded by dogs and herders, moving as if tethered by an invisible string, smoothly entering the pen. Hey, what did I think this was? It's merely herding sheep, which is far too simple for me. Observing the obedient flock, Wang Baoqiang stepped forward, clad in a pink sun-protective jacket, his curly hair adding to his comical appearance. Is that for real? We might not complete our task if we dawdle. Sha Yi, standing by the railing, voiced his skepticism. Accustomed to the nuances of production, he sensed there was more to this than met the eye. It seemed uncharacteristic of the directors to allow such an easy completion of tasks. Come on, Shago. Trust me, I was quite adept at herding sheep as a child. I used to let the sheep out at home, faced with the amused gazes of the crowd. Wang Baoqiang patted his chest, his face radiating confidence. Hearing this, Sha Yi couldn't help but nod. It is widely known that Wang Baoqiang comes from humble beginnings. Having experience with sheep at home, Baoqiang, how many sheep do you have? Huang Lei directly inquired, casting a glance at the throng of sheep gathered together. Approximately over 20, I suppose. But herding sheep is quite similar, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Sha Yi pointed dismissively to the side. Are you certain it's similar? There are over 1,000 sheep here. I believe it's about the same. As soon as these words were uttered, the audience in the live broadcast could hardly contain their laughter. As expected of you, Baoqiang, 20 against 1,000, and the advantage is with me? If Huang Laosher hadn't asked, I might have been fooled by Wang Baoqiang. As the owner of a breeding farm, one could only say that 20 sheep could easily be managed by a sheepdog. What follows is intriguing. How will they herd 1,000 sheep? After the laughter subsided, the sheep on the prairie were herded into the largest sheep pen. Simultaneously, the program signage appeared at every entrance of the different pens. For herding the sheep, several distinct task areas were assigned. There were sections for adults and children, along with specified quantity and signage requirements. Completing the task meant herding the sheep within the stipulated time. As for how to divide into groups, that was left to them. After Bai Lu finished speaking, she stepped aside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Previously, she had always participated in the games. Now, being able to join the director in teasing these stars felt quite delightful. How should we divide into groups? Hu Jun scanned the task areas and directly asked, Let us do it this way. I, Baoqiang, and you'll go to Zone 1. Su Yang and Lao Sha will head to Zone 2, while we all gather to complete Zone 3. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Lei promptly assigned the tasks. Su Yang had no objections. This distribution seemed reasonable and allowed for simultaneous task progress. However, is herding sheep truly as simple as it appears? Bai Lu, standing nearby, was secretly amused. As for the children, Huang Lei remarked, glancing at the nearby flock, which consisted primarily of lambs, with the largest being just slightly bigger. They posed no threat, making it quite suitable for the children to play with them. Children, let us divide into 2 groups based on age to herd the sheep. Once the assignments were made, Su Yang and his daughter donned the attire prepared by the production team. Shall we draw a prize? Watching the herders begin to explain the precautions for sheep herding, Su Yang pondered. Although he possessed agility and skills in Wing Chun, would he truly be able to herd them effectively alongside Lao Sha? Draw a prize. Feeling as if he might be tormented by a program designed by Lao Jiang, Su Yang decisively opted for the prize draw. Positive feedback popularity, 34. 780. Negative feedback popularity, 59. 999. The positive feedback popularity increased by over 10,000, while the negative feedback popularity also saw a significant rise. He could still draw for basic prizes 8 more times. Surely, he would obtain some rewards. 3 initial lottery draws for positive reviews. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on acquiring the skill of Tai Chi. Tai Chi, a martial art that uses softness to overcome rigidity, achieving great results with minimal effort. Quite impressive. Let us continue. 5 initial lottery draws for negative reviews. To successfully complete the task this time, Su Yang decided to abandon his previous role. Given his understanding of Bao Chong and the others, managing the flock today would be a significant challenge, let alone enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining the complete guide to massage techniques. This guide encompasses various methods, including pushing, pulling, and tapping, aimed at relieving neck tension, strengthening the body, and alleviating fatigue. Looking at the 2 skills he had just acquired, Su Yang could only marvel at the system's effectiveness. At such a critical moment, it provided him with these 2 skills, which, albeit not particularly useful for herding sheep, were nonetheless a fortuitous acquisition. Since he had received them, he might as well learn them. Little fish, come help Daddy with a massage. As the herders began imparting knowledge, Su Yang resolved to pass these abilities onto his daughter. Regardless of the level of mastery he could achieve, the primary goal was to elevate his own skills first. Who knows, it might come in handy later. Oh, here she comes. Su Xiaoyu, who had been playing with other children, swiftly ran to her father. Daddy, are you feeling unwell? A bit. Let us start with a back rub. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Noticing a straw pile nearby, Su Yang led his daughter over. Apply just the right amount of pressure and follow my instructions. Chapter 69. The fish-catching expert Su Yang and the rampaging ram in the pasture. The herder was demonstrating sheep herding techniques to the group while actively herding the flock. With a whip in hand and a commanding shout, the gathered sheep seemed to understand. Swiftly splitting into 2 large groups. The sheep pen was extensive, divided by the production team into 5 sections. Yet not a single sheep ventured into the open pens as they passed. This agile herding method left the onlookers, including Sha-Yi, utterly astonished. Is this herding? It's like issuing direct commands. Leaning against the railing, Sha-Yi looked on in wonder. Rest assured, I have mastered this herding technique. I will demonstrate it for you shortly. Standing nearby, Wang Baoqiang wielded his whip with flair, giving the impression of genuine expertise. That will depend on you. Absolutely. Let me show you what a true herder looks like. Wang Baoqiang, brimming with confidence, could hardly wait to take the stage. Bailu, I believe the show can commence. I can handle it in no time. As the herder expertly separated the 2 flocks, Wang Baoqiang impatiently called out. All right, let us begin. However, everyone must prioritize safety. Upon seeing the staff in position, Bailu, the host, promptly reminded everyone. The sheep here appear quite large and robust. We must be cautious not to collide with them. Fear not, for we are all martial arts experts. With a confident pat on his chest, Wang Baoqiang executed a swift maneuver, using the fence to leap into the sheep pen. Behind him, Hu Jun and Huang Lei hastily followed through the opening. As the spectacle commenced, Bai Lu cast a glance, noting there was no significant issue. However, she suddenly wondered, where is Su Yang? Indeed, where could he be? Upon this inquiry, Sha-Yi began to search the area. Eager to join, he soon realized his companion was nowhere to be found. I'm right here, came Su Yang's voice, prompting Bai Lu and the others to search until they arrived at the haystack. Instantly, they were taken aback. While other parents were learning how to herd sheep, Su Yang was leisurely reclining and idly relaxing. Not only that, but he was also having Su Xiaoyu massage his back and legs while comfortably lying on the straw. How? Is the pressure, Dad? You can apply a bit more. Su Yang shifted his position to relish the massage. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness, you truly are something else, Su Yang, the champion of idleness. And getting a massage from Xiaoyu? Wasn't this supposed to be an interactive experience? It seems more like a vacation. Hilarious. I showed it to my 8-year-old daughter, and she said it looked staged. Xiaoyu is so considerate. Having a father like this must be quite a worry. All right, it's time to participate in the interaction. Massage technique upgraded to intermediate. Taiji Quan upgraded to intermediate. The system's notification jolted Su Yang to his feet. During his lessons in massage techniques, he had contemplated practicing alongside Taiji Quan, and to his surprise, the results were quite favorable. Consequently, both skills saw a rapid and notable advancement. Let us go, Sha go. Sure, we must not fall behind Wang Baoqiang and his team. As they moved, Sha eagerly began to explain the knowledge of herding sheep. Although the program had not stipulated a competition between the two groups, failing to herd effectively would be quite embarrassing. Bai Lu, trailing behind, curiously observed Su Xiaoyu among the children. Based on past experiences, the participants often exhibited unexpected behaviors during the show. Would today's sheep herding activity be any different for her? The group arrived at the edge of the pasture, where Wang Baoqiang and his team had already begun herding the sheep. Go, Dad. Hurry up, Dad. Run faster. Outside the fence, Nana, Xiao Kong, and Duo shouted encouragingly. Shall we practice a bit before going in? Yes, that sounds reasonable. After a brief discussion, Su Yang and Sha Yi decided against entering the arena immediately, opting instead to observe Wang Baoqiang and his team. Inside the pen, Wang Baoqiang was sprinting with remarkable speed, wielding his whip to drive the flock. The first pen was wide open, filled with sheep marked with a number 1 blue tag. According to Huang Lei's strategy, they needed to separate several hundred sheep, herding a quarter of them first to maintain control of the situation. Hu Yun, drive those over there. Startled by a sudden fright, the flock of sheep bolted in the opposite direction of Wang Baoqiang. Fortunately, at that moment, Hu Jun arrived from the other side, wielding a whip, and skillfully managed to block the flock's escape. Teacher Huang, please keep a close watch, Hu Jun bellowed as the sheep surged toward the pen's entrance. Their plan was straightforward. By herding the sheep, they intended for Teacher Huang, stationed at the gate, to oversee the process. Any sheep bearing a mark would be allowed inside. It appeared deceptively simple, yet proved to be quite effective. Ha ha, this is too easy, Wang Baoqiang exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he observed marked sheep entering the pen. He had anticipated a challenge, but to his surprise, the sheep were remarkably obedient. At this rate, they would complete the task in less than an hour. Baoqiang, be careful. Sha Yi, standing at the perimeter, cautioned as he noticed a sudden commotion among the sheep. Oh, it's fine. I have skills, Wang Baoqiang replied, striking a comical martial arts pose, albeit retreating cautiously from the frightened flock. Baoqiang, stop fooling around. You might scare the sheep, Hu Jun shouted from the other side. Got it, ha! The spectators were thoroughly entertained. Is this what they call an innate talent for herding sheep? If that's the case, I could do it too. Wang Baoqiang was indeed a comedic figure, leaving everyone in stitches. The efficiency was commendable. They would likely finish before noon. Indeed, with Teacher Huang's planning and everyone's cooperation, we are assured success. All done. Let's continue. The counter displayed 89, and Huang Lei nodded with satisfaction. His method was undeniably effective, requiring only adherence to the plan. All right, watch us. Armed with prior experience, Wang Baoqiang persisted in separating the flock. However, he found this method somewhat slow, so he attempted to drive more sheep together, aiming to assist others sooner. Be careful, Baoqiang, Sha Yi shouted from outside the pen. Suddenly, a robust ram burst forth from the outer edge of the flock. Its massive frame reached Wang Baoqiang's chest, and its spiraled horns were clearly intimidating. The ram's target was none other than Wang Baoqiang, who was obliviously facing away. The consequences of being charged could be dire. Chapter 70, A Close Call. Wang Baoqiang, the proficient sheep herder. Be careful. Hearing the warning, Wang Baoqiang turned in alarm. The ram charged with such force that an ordinary person would only have the option to flee. However, the distance was too short. How could two legs outrun for? Just as the moment grew critical, the crack of the whip echoed sharply, striking the ground in the ram's path. The sudden sound significantly slowed the ram's momentum. You think you can charge me? Wang Baoqiang taunted as he took advantage of the ram's decelerated pace, unleashing several more lashes of the whip. He maintained a fierce presence, having trained at the Shaolin Temple. Seizing the opportunity while the ram hesitated, Wang Baoqiang chose to make a hasty retreat. Help! After a moment of dazed contemplation, the ram behind swiftly pursued Wang Baoqiang without relent. Ultimately, with a resounding crash bang, Wang Baoqiang vaulted over the wooden fence, patting his chest in relief, while the wooden railing behind him swayed precariously. Goodness, Is it a calf or a ram? It has grown to such a size. Everyone can breathe now. I was in stitches. Fortunately, Bao Qiang emerged unscathed, demonstrating his agility honed from training. I had anticipated a fierce confrontation between man and ram. Alas, my friend, that ram weighs around 100 pounds. Would it not be foolish to confront it head-on? Bao Qiang, are you all right? Bai Lu hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. Had the ram not been so swift, an unfortunate incident could have indeed transpired. Oh, what could possibly happen? However, that ram is exceptionally fierce. Addressing the gathered crowd, Wang Baoqiang cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, Su Yang. Had it not been for your timely shout, I might have faced dire consequences." "It's nothing," Su Yang replied with a smile, indicating it was a minor issue. He had noticed the ram much earlier, but did not anticipate its strong territorial instinct. It was nearly ready to chase away intruders, but fortunately, it was Wang Baoqiang. Had it been someone else, the outcome could have been perilous. Baoqiang, the production team has already informed the herdsmen. This ram will be taken away to ensure everyone's safety. After conferring with the staff, Bai Lu immediately conveyed this to the group. That's a relief. Otherwise, I would have had to remain vigilant against that creature. Let's resume herding the sheep. Once the ram was escorted away by the herdsmen, Wang Baoqiang and the others continued their task. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Sha Yi had observed enough and proceeded to Area 2. The flock here comprised 2/3 of that in Area 1, and the number was not overwhelming. "Brother Sha, you herd the sheep. I'll watch the entrance." Stretching his shoulders, Su Yang pushed open the gate to the second sheep pen. With the support of Tai Chi and Wing Chun, capturing a sheep should prove to be a simple endeavor. Should we separate the flock like they did? Sha Yi inwided. Although there were fewer sheep here, there were still over 300. "No need, I'll guard the entrance. Just take your time herding them. Be careful not to startle them." Stretching his hands, Su Yang replied with a smile. As long as the sheep come within 3 steps of him, he felt confident in controlling the situation. All right. Meanwhile, the children began their activities, aided by the staff and by Lu. As they approached the entrance of the 4th sheep pen, wow, the lambs are so adorable. In the area, this batch of sheep, segregated by the herdsmen, was entirely composed of lambs. The largest was only as high as the waist of Su Xiaoyu, posing no danger to the children. "So cute. Just like the sheep on television," 7-year-old Xiao Kong exclaimed excitedly. This was his first time having close contact with lambs, but he couldn't quite catch up with the lively little creatures. "Xiaoyu, what do you think? Aren't they adorable?" Amidst the jubilant cheers of the children, only Su Xiaoyu nibbled on her fingers, appearing somewhat shy. Bai Lu, as the leader of the children, naturally took it upon herself to attend to everyone. "Sister Bai Lu, these little lamb skewers are unexpectedly adorable." Su Xiaoyu, swallowing hard, couldn't help but lick her lips. The audience erupted in laughter. "How hilarious! Truly our Xiaoyu. No doubt, those are lamb skewers." Xiaoyu, the foodie, has revealed her true self. In the vast northern grasslands, lamb skewers are indeed a culinary necessity. Absolutely. The skewers sprinkled with cumin are a delight. Each bite bursts with meaty flavor. "Stop it. I'm about to cry from hunger." "Little lamb skewers?" This response left Bai Lu both amused and exasperated. While the other children found the lambs adorable, here was Xiaoyu, enamored with skewers instead, salivating at the thought. If not for her familiarity with Su Xiaoyu, she would have found the little one utterly amusing. Yet, considering Xiaoyu's unique experience with dissecting rabbits, it was understandable. All right, everyone witnessed our fathers herding the sheep, right? Let us give a round of applause. Bai Lu gathered all the children. The eldest, Duo, was 10, while the youngest, Nana, was 6.5. We saw. The children responded in unison. "Then let us divide tasks. Xiaoyu and Xiaokong, you two will herd the sheep, while Duo and Angie will manage the gate. Let us get to work." After assigning the tasks, Bai Lu and the staff exited the sheep pen. The lambs posed little danger. Their presence inside would only complicate matters. "Xiaokong, run a bit faster over there." "Got it. Nana, hurry up." Glancing at her father, Su Xiaoyu began guiding the lambs towards entrance 4. Under the efforts of the 3 children, the clumsy, frolicking lambs surged toward the pen's entrance. "Sister Duo, Angie, quickly let the sheep in." Su Xiaoyu called out loudly as she observed the flock returning. Oh, the entrance is cleared, but the flock has also surged in. By the time Angie and Duo attempted to block them, it was already a bit late. What to do? The lambs have all entered. Xiao Kong and the others deliberated. You all go herd the sheep. I'll guard the entrance. Nana can assist me. Su Xiaoyu stepped forward. Having seen her father, Su Yang, perform excellently, expertly corralling the sheep, she felt this was the only course of action. All right, Xiaoyu, it's up to you. Xiao Kong, her little admirer, immediately raised his hand in agreement. The other children, including Angie, could only give it a try. Do I really not need to do anything? The younger Nana timidly asked. No witties. Just leave it to me. Trust your sister. Embodying the authority of an older sibling, Su Xiaoyu bent low and spread her arms wide, facing the oncoming flock with determination. An invisible barrier was already set to capture the lambs. Baba. Chapter 71. Is talent required to herd sheep? The star is shocked. In the heart of the ranch, within a fenced sheep pen, a cluster of lambs huddled together, their anxious eyes darting around. The unfamiliar faces and sounds stirred their restlessness, causing the frightened lambs to bleat incessantly. Soon, under the coordination of Duo and Xiao Kong, the flock began to dart towards the entrance. Slow down, called out Su Xiaoyu, who was stationed at the entrance, beckoning the others while keeping a keen eye on a marked target among the lambs. Just a little closer, and she could seize those little creatures. At that moment, the onlookers, including Bai Lu, became increasingly tense. Previously, the older children, Duo and Angie, had been tasked with guarding the entrance, yet they had allowed the lambs to rush in, resulting in a failed mission. Now, with the younger Su Xiaoyu and Nana taking over, and Nana only able to observe, the responsibility fell solely on Su Xiaoyu to guard the entrance. All eyes were inevitably drawn to her. Despite their small stature, the sheer number of lambs posed a considerable challenge. Su Xiaoyu's petite frame seemed inadequate to contain the flurry of these little beings. Bai Lu, try not to be too anxious, Director Jiang Minhao remarked, his gaze returning to Bai Lu, who was gripping the fence tightly, more nervous than the children on the field. Director, with so many lambs, isn't this task a bit daunting? Bai Lu counted the lambs, estimating their number to be slightly over 100. It was a challenge even for adults to manage these startled creatures. Hence, parental cooperation was essential. If they spent too much time on their tasks, the children's mission risked failure. Is that so? Bai Lu exclaimed, glancing toward Sha Yi, whose situation appeared rather grim, as they had yet to complete their task. A few lambs had even mingled with Pen 1, and Wang Baoqiang and Sha Yi were struggling to usher them out. My task is going well, isn't it? Jiang Minhao chuckled, opening a thermos with a satisfied tone. This interactive experience was designed for the star parents to engage fully. Only by increasing the difficulty could they create captivating moments and laughter. Otherwise, how would it differ from an ordinary parent-child interaction program? Director, look, Su Xiaoyu's caught one. A lone lamb, for reasons unknown, had been pulled into the pen by Su Xiaoyu. Though only one lamb was frantically bleeding in a vast pen 4, it marked the children's first triumph. Bai Lu and the gathered spectators erupted in cheers. Could this child possess an innate talent for catching sheep? Jiang Minhao, recalling Su Xiaoyu's peculiar skills, widened his eyes in keen observation. At the entrance of pen 4, with the first lamb now inside, the 3 children, including Duo, began to recognize Su Xiaoyu's prowess. What do you do next? Duo asked loudly, eyeing the gathering flock at the entrance. You all guard the 3 directions and prevent the lambs from escaping. I'll go catch them. With her sleeves rolled up, Su Xiaoyu rubbed her hands and replied, got it. Although the lambs were restlessly bleating and calling out, a few children managed to keep them nearby. Su Xiaoyu smiled, decisively choosing to take action. With the techniques taught by her father, capturing a lamb was a breeze. As one lamb ventured into the flock, it suddenly felt something tugging at it. Startled, it bleated loudly, trying to escape the unseen grip. However, with a swift turn, the little lamb found itself in a new area, and the force that had held it vanished. Bleeding in confusion, the lamb quickly reunited with another companion. Let us block them. With the first and second lambs caught, Su Xiaoyu had already figured out the method to capture them. as long as a lamb approached her. A gentle grasp on its hoof or fleece followed by a spin would send the lamb into the pen behind her. As her technique grew increasingly adept, in less than 5 minutes, over 30 lambs were already in the pen behind her. How impressive! How could she achieve this in such a short time? Is there a talent for catching lambs? How is she so fast? It was akin to a claw machine in a shopping mall, as Su Xiaoyu effortlessly captured one lamb after another. Could this be her specialty? It could only be said that Su Xiaoyu was both clever and remarkably brave. The parents, meanwhile, were still struggling. In the live stream, while Su Xiaoyu thrived amidst the lambs, Sha Yi and Wang Baoqiang were left breathless in pursuit, especially since Hu Jun had failed to guard the entrance to the pen, allowing many sheep from the first pen to mingle with them. Director, is this the challenge you mentioned? It seems utterly effortless for Su Xiaoyu. Bai Lu observed the director's expression with amusement. It appeared that the situation had indeed spiraled beyond his control. The parents were not only failing to complete their tasks, but were also ensnared in difficulties. In contrast, the children were progressing smoothly with their mission. I should check on them. Don't let Lao Sha and the others get trampled. Putting down her thermos, Jiang Minheo hurriedly ran towards the first area. Isn't teamwork supposed to be the plan? Why are the parents running all over in pursuit of a sheep? Go Xiaoyu. Bai Lu cheered from the sidelines. It seemed that the children's team would complete their task swiftly, especially with Su Xiaoyu, the adept lamb catcher, leading the way. As if facing no challenge at all, let us move a little closer. Su Xiaoyu exhaled a warm breath, waved at Sister Bai Lu, and spoke to her teammates. She was now proficient at catching lambs, and they should be able to finish the task quickly. All right, Xiaoyu, you're amazing, Little Kong shouted excitedly from the outside. He exchanged smiles with Ji and the others, slowly moving the surrounding lines forward. Done. Great job, everyone. Sister, you're incredible. As they watched all the lambs in the fourth pen being herded inside, Duo and the others erupted in cheers. When the gate closed, they all surrounded Su Xiaoyu, celebrating her success. The sounds from this side brought the group to a halt. Each individual, weary and bewildered, gazed toward their children. What was happening? Had they accomplished their task? Wiping the dirt from the corner of his eye, Wang Baoqiang asked in disbelief. After toiling for half a day, they had barely completed half the mission, yet the children had succeeded? Indeed, under the guidance of Xiaoyu, the task at Site 4 had been completed. You all must keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Hu Jun and the others expressed their skepticism. Herding lambs was straightforward for adults, but quite a challenge for their own children. Unless, as the director indicated, it was truly Su Xiaoyu who led the accomplishment. When Sha Yi and the others witnessed the commencement of the task at Site 5, with Su Xiaoyu commanding at the entrance, they realized the truth of the matter. Good heavens! Who would have thought Xiaoyu was such a master at catching sheep? Chapter 72. Baoqiang's Foolish Idea. Pursuing the Escaping Lambs. At Site 2, dust swirled in the air, mingling with the scent of sheep droppings. Cough, cough. Shago, are you all right? Su Yang, stationed at the entrance, covered his nose and coughed violently. Before him should have been a group of calm sheep, easily manageable at a leisurely pace. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had momentarily lost focus, startling the flock when he attempted to round them up again. Taijiquan has been upgraded to master level. The system's notification chimed in, prompting Su Yang to turn his gaze. Standing at the entrance of Circle 5, Su Xiaoyu was executing her Taiji techniques with remarkable finesse. Though the moves had slightly altered, her ability to enhance her comprehension through the process of herding sheep was indeed a source of pride for her father. I truly can no longer run. Yi, covered in dust and bent over, gasped for breath. He never anticipated that herding sheep could be so exhausting. Lao Sha, Su Yang, come this way. Just as the two were about to strategize, Wang Baoqiang's voice rang out. What happened? Did you get knocked by a sheep? Wang Baoqiang, with dirt covering his head and clothes stained, was met with Su Yang's amused inquiry. No, it was my own skill. How could I be knocked down by a sheep? Laughing off the moment, Wang Baoqiang quickly shifted the topic. He had run too fast moments ago and had stumbled in the sheep pen. I feel that separating is too inefficient. Perhaps we should herd the sheep together as a group? What a splendid idea. He clapped his hands in agreement without hesitation. Herding sheep alone was simply too taxing. It would be far better to collaborate and complete the task sooner. Sounds good. I have no objections. Su Yang nodded in approval. As long as they could accomplish the mission, he was eager to experience the beauty of the grasslands. Soon, the five fathers gathered together. Let us discuss how we should proceed. Otherwise, the children will surely mock us. Hu Jun's words prompted everyone to glance towards Site 5. There were already numerous lambs within, and the cheers from the children indicated that the task would soon be completed. When the time comes, will it not be utterly embarrassing to witness these fathers chasing after the sheep? I have a brilliant idea. At that moment, with mud smeared across his face, Wang Baoqiang cheerfully spoke up. An idea? Do share. We shall herd the flock into a corner, and then we can simply grab them directly. One by one, we can drag them in without fear of them scattering. Upon finishing, Wang Baoqiang beamed with pride at his ingenious suggestion. Are you certain? At this juncture, Su Yang felt compelled to voice a hint of skepticism. How does this differ from the previous method? I think it sounds quite promising. Shall we give it a try? Exhausted yet intrigued, Hu Jun tentatively agreed. I am confident in my sheep-catching skills. Just wait and see my performance. Wang Baoqiang took a few steps forward, thumping his chest. All right, let us proceed and see how it goes. Huang Lei glanced at the flock huddled in the corner and nodded in agreement. Once the plan was established, the five fathers embarked on the great sheep-catching challenge. Instantly, the area erupted with various cries, akin to hungry wolves entering a fold. Director, will this work? A staff member surveyed the scene, expressing concern. Let them give it a try first, replied Jiang Minheo, chuckling at the spectacle. Let them have their fun. It is this chaos that captivates the audience. Go, Baoqiang. Be careful not to fall. Remember to capture plenty of footage, especially when the sheep bump into you. The photographers nodded in unison, understanding that this was the essence of the show as humor and appeal. Meanwhile, the fathers' commotion and struggle were entirely lost on the other side of Venue 5. Under Su Xiaoyu's guidance, the lambs were being methodically ushered into the pen, and the task was nearing completion. 51, just 10 more. Sister, Nana, stationed at the entrance, counted on her fingers. 10 more? That should be done quickly. Everyone, hurry over here. Oblivious to fatigue, Su Xiaoyu reached out and caught a lamb. She turned its head and gave it a gentle tap on the rear. Bah! The little lamb dashed inside in a flurry of panic. Effortless, swift, and akin to play. Excellent. Shao Kong and Ng responded in unison. One position to the east and the other to the south. Observing Su Xiaoyu's technique, they felt a twinge of envy. Those little lambs resembled plush toys, and it seemed delightful to simply grab one. Shao Kong, unable to contain himself as the task neared completion, exclaimed, Su Xiaoyu, may I have a try? Today, I have only been herding and have not even touched those fluffy little lambs. Sure, let everyone have a go. Clapping her hands, Su Xiaoyu readily agreed. Father always said that fun experiences should be shared. Besides, the task would soon be accomplished, so trying it out wouldn't waste time. All right. Shao Kong sprinted toward the sheep pen's entrance, rubbing his hands together with an eager expression. The little lambs were all white and exceptionally adorable. Are you ready? Su Xiaoyu, now in a different position, cheerfully inquired. Ready, let us go. With arms wide open, Shao Kong prepared to spring into action. He is already over 8 years old, taller than Duo, and regularly engages in physical exercise. Thus, capturing a lamb poses no challenge for him. Ba ba ba. A crisp bleat echoed as Shao Kong successfully caught a lamb. The soft fleece and the scent of milk brought him immense joy. Shao Kong, it's my turn. As the number of lambs dwindled, Angie could hardly contain his excitement. He had yet to experience such delightful fun. All right, it's your turn. As they switched places, the flock of lambs suddenly startled. Quick, block the entrance. Su Xiaoyu shouted from a distance. Shao Kong and Angie positioned themselves at the entrance, preventing the flock from entering. If any lambs of different markings were to escape at this moment, the mission would be deemed a failure. Nana, move aside. The youngest, Nana, hurriedly attempted a sidestep, but was unfortunately bumped by the flock. Ah, woo-woo. With a painful cry, Nana leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. What happened? What happened? Bai Lu and the others, guarding outside, rushed into the pen. After a thorough inspection, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Nana had merely been trampled a few times by the lambs and was not seriously harmed. Nana, be a good girl. Go rest outside for a bit. We will handle things here. Comforting the child, Bai Lu carried Nana out. Xiaoyu, where are you going? As everyone was heading outside, Su Xiaoyu's figure appeared outside the know. For Pen, I'm going to catch a lamb. Chapter 73. The Rampaging Ram. A reverse charge from Su Xiaoyu? The rest paid little heed to Xiaoyu's response, as Nana was crying so hard that Bai Lu and the others had to meticulously check for any other injuries. After a thorough examination, Nana, comforted by her father Wang Baoqiang, finally ceased her tears. Xiaoyu, be careful. Noticing Su Xiaoyu entering the number 4 pen, Bai Lu cautioned from outside the railings. It's all right. I'm just checking where the lambs have gone. Waving her hand, Su Xiaoyu began searching within the pen. The marked lamb was essential for the mission. If it could not be retrieved, would that not signify failure? The flock panicked at Su Xiaoyu's arrival, huddling together and running chaotically within the enclosure. Amidst the stampede, dust swirled, creating a scene of utter chaos. Xiaoyu, perhaps you should let others come and help? Bai Lu, having entered alone, expressed her concern while observing the frenzied flock. Sister Bai Lu, the lamb is our mission. I must capture it. Su Xiaoyu, walking toward the flock, spoke with unwavering determination. Look, the lamb is over there. Following Su Xiaoyu's pointed direction, Bai Lu spotted a bleeding lamb at the edge of the fence. Unfortunately, none of the surrounding larger sheep were its mothers, and naturally, no other sheep would protect this little one. I'll go and bring the lamb over, Su Xiaoyu declared upon identifying the target, sprinting through the dust toward the lamb. In this scene, there appears to be no issue at hand. The little lamb, without the protective presence of its mother, would be in peril amidst such a large flock of sheep. Ba ba ba! The diminutive white lamb, barely able to run, cried out several times after being lifted by Su Xiaoyu. Bai Lu, observing from the side of the sheep pen, could not help but smile. Su Xiaoyu was remarkably bold. While other children would be too frightened to approach such a multitude of large sheep, she remained remarkably composed, even managing to extract the lamb from the herd. Ba ba ba! The lamb in her arms continued to bleat, prompting Su Xiaoyu to give it a gentle pat of discontent. Her strength was considerable. The lamb could only bleat in response, unable to escape her embrace. After only a few steps, the flock behind her inexplicably stirred, raising clouds of dust and causing Su Xiaoyu to halt in her tracks. This sudden cacophony and commotion, coupled with the bleating of larger sheep within the herd, captured the attention of many. Xiaoyu, run! Bai Lu shouted out, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, a ram burst forth from the agitated flock, making a complete circuit outside before charging directly at Su Xiaoyu. This scene left Bai Lu so frightened that she could barely utter a word. The ram was enormous, towering over Su Xiaoyu by more than 10 centimeters, its massive horns a clear indication of its formidable nature. Yet, Su Xiaoyu stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. What on earth is wrong with that ram? Xiaoyu, run. If it charges you. The ram was territorial, and now Xiaoyu was in grave danger. Where are the crew members? Hurry and save her. Just moments ago, the nimble Wang Baoqiang had nearly been knocked over. Now, the audience in the live stream watched in escalating panic as the unexpected event unfolded. Even adults would struggle to fend off such a ram. What chance did an 8-year-old child have? Outside the pen, Jiang Minheo, who had just calmed down the children, was struck speechless with fear. If Su Xiaoyu were to be injured by the ram, what right would they have to continue the show? Quick, get in there and rescue her. Shouting, the portly director leapt into the sheep pen, sprinting towards Su Xiaoyu. Bai Lu, regaining her composure, called for Su Xiaoyu to flee while she herself dashed towards the unfolding chaos. Although she harbored her own fears of the ram, she knew Xiaoyu was in imminent danger. Xiaoyu, run. Come here to uncle. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the lamb slipped from Su Xiaoyu's grasp and fell to the ground. Instead, she resembled a bewildered little lamb, devoid of the courage to escape. The ram moved swiftly, closing the distance to Su Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye, its formidable horns aimed directly for impact. This sight sent chills down the spines of Jiang Minheo and Bai Lu, their hearts lodged in their throats. It was a dire situation, especially for Bai Lu, who bit her pale lips, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes as an inexplicable fear surged within her heart. The image of Su Xiaoyu being knocked away has already formed in my mind. How could a child possibly evade such a fierce ram? Oomph. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, followed by a shadow soaring from above and crashing down. Bang! Bang! The sound of the impact against the wooden fence was thunderous, startling everyone within the enclosure as if a bolt of lightning had struck in broad daylight. Evade? Had she managed to escape? Although the details were unclear, Bai Lu could see that the ram had inexplicably collided with the wooden barrier. Turning to glance at Su Xiaoyu, she stood there, seemingly unscathed. Though bewildered, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Goodness, that nearly gave me a heart attack. How perilous! This ram felt akin to a speeding car, so ferocious. Fortunately, its poor eyesight spared Su Xiaoyu from harm. Just moments ago, it had come within mere centimeters of her. Otherwise, she would surely have been severely injured. The thought of being struck was too dreadful to contemplate. There were no photographers in the arena, and due to the angle, all they witnessed was the ram misaligning and crashing into the wooden fence. The dazed ram quickly regained its footing in front of the fence, its large eyes appearing quite menacing. Xiaoyu, hurry! Get out with your sister. Sensing the danger was far from over, Bai Lu urged Su Xiaoyu. Oh, where's my little lamb? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, looking down to discover that her lamb had dashed off, heading straight towards the formidable ram. Little lamb? No, Su Xiaoyu, don't go over there. That ram has gone mad, Bai Lu hastily implored. They had narrowly avoided the attack, and the thought of pursuing the lamb was reckless. Listen to me. Let Uncle retrieve the lamb for you. As Bai Lu approached Su Xiaoyu, she gently coaxed her. She dared not run, fearing it might provoke the raging ram. Ba ba ba! The little lamb bleated as it scampered close to the ram, only to turn and flee upon realizing it was not its mother. However, the enraged ram had no intention of letting the little creature escape, chasing after it with determination. How dare you? This audacious act infuriated Su Xiaoyu. How could this battered ram bully her little lamb? With a shout, she boldly charged towards the ram. This left Bai Lu and the others utterly bewildered. Chapter 74. Waiting for the ram? Su Xiaoyu takes control. Amidst the symphony of bleating sheep and swirling dust on the ranch, Su Xiaoyu's striking figure sprinted directly towards the ram. If she were merely attempting to retrieve a lamb, it would appear comical and endearing. Yet, lurking nearby was a ram in a furious frenzy. While other children would run away in fear, even crying, there was none of that to be seen in Su Xiaoyu. This stark contrast left the onlookers utterly perplexed. The saying, a newborn calf fears nothing, must certainly apply to her. How could she be so audacious? This was incredibly perilous. Should one be struck, would one not end up bruised and battered? I hold great admiration for the courage displayed by Xiaoyu. However, can the ram afford any missteps? I dare not watch, for the distance is far too close. At less than 10 meters, compounded by Xiaoyu's reckless charge, the consequences are all too predictable. Those who swiftly reacted, such as Jiang Minheo, were left breathless and alarmed. Xiaoyu, do not act impulsively. Despite Jiang Minheo's lack of physical conditioning, he inhaled the pungent scent of sheep droppings, yet did not falter in his stride. He sprinted with remarkable speed, exerting every ounce of energy. Aware that Xiaoyu was somewhat different from the other children, he was nonetheless shaken by her audacity. To run headlong towards the ram nearly sent him into a panic. If anything were to go awry, how could he possibly explain it to Su Yang? Everyone, run faster. The ranch is expansive, covering the area of half a playground. The entrance to the second sheep pen lies directly opposite, a distance of nearly 100 meters, not easily traversed. The commotion among the flock rendered the entire scene chaotic. Bai Lu, closest to the action, was on the verge of catching up to Xiaoyu, but was startled by the sudden fracas among the sheep, leaving her helplessly watching Xiaoyu rush towards danger. In those fleeting seconds, everyone held their breath. Those unable to run could only grab sticks and stones, hoping to intimidate the frenzied ram. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu collided with the ram. The force of the impact nearly knocked her to the ground. However, she adeptly employed the principles of Tai Chi, gently pushing and pulling. The ram, propelled by its own momentum, stumbled past Xiaoyu. Although swift, its inertia caused it to tumble and roll several times. This unexpected turn of events left Bai Lu and the others utterly bewildered. Xiaoyu had been struck, yet appeared unscathed, while it was the ram that seemed worse for wear. "Little lamb, you are fine now. Do not be afraid." Xiaoyu's clear voice resonated through the microphone, reaching everyone's ears. The arriving photographer captured this moment vividly on screen. Is she truly safe? Am I seeing things? They say rams are fierce, but could it be merely a fade? What a jest. As a farmer, I can assure you that a ram charging like that is akin to being hit by a car. Indeed, back in my hometown, adults have been injured by such rams, even sustaining broken bones. So, it begs the question, how did Xiaoyu manage to simply push the ram aside? In that instant, all were left in stunned silence. Xiaoyu had collided with the ram, and one would expect the child to be the one injured. Yet here she was, smiling, as if nothing had happened, while the fierce ram lay on the ground, unable to rise. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Tentatively inquiring, Bai Lu wondered if Xiaoyu had been startled into a stupor. Was she actually smiling at herself? After colliding with the ram, was she grinning foolishly because she had bumped her head? "Sister Bai Lu, it's nothing. That ram is no match for me." Upon hearing this confident declaration, Bai Lu felt an immense sense of relief. This child, though seemingly oblivious to the situation, must be telling the truth if she believed there was no danger. "You mustn't do that again, do you understand? It's far too perilous." Approaching Su Xiaoyu, Bai Lu felt compelled to lecture her. The earlier scene had been truly thrilling. Any misstep could have been catastrophic. "I understand, sister, but the ram posed no real threat. Did it?" Petting the lamb, Su Xiaoyu beamed sweetly. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. She was overwhelmed with fear. Yet this child displayed not a hint of trepidation, even asserting there was no danger. "Sister, the ram is coming." Just as Bai Lu reached Xiaoyu's side, she was pulled behind her. In her line of sight, the ram lowered its head, kicking up dust, evidently intent on charging again. What a troublesome creature. "I shall not hold back." "Sister, don't be afraid. Watch how I handle this big ram." With an indignant expression, Su Xiaoyu comforted Bai Lu before rolling up her sleeves and advancing toward the ram. This time, she was determined to teach the ram a lesson. "Huh, Xiaoyu, perhaps it's best not to." "It's fine." Su Xiaoyu waved her hand, striding confidently toward the ram. Assuming a Tai Chi stance in the face of the charging ram, she regarded the beast calmly. "Down." Utilizing the principle of leverage, Su Xiaoyu seized the ram's horns, engaging in a push-pull maneuver. The forceful ram soon knelt before her, and before it could recover, it was completely toppled to the ground. "Bah, bah, bah." The ensuing cries left everyone in stunned silence. Could this be martial arts? Martial arts? What a joke. Do such things even exist anymore? It was agreed that everyone was merely ordinary. How could one explain the ability to bring down a ram with such ease? "Ha! I told you Xiaoyu was impressive. Who would have thought she was a martial arts master?" Witnessing the entire encounter, particularly in a live broadcast that magnified every detail, the audience was astounded by Su Xiaoyu's prowess. An 8-year-old child had effortlessly knocked a full-grown ram to the ground. It exuded an undeniable aura of martial skill. "Xiaoyu, how did you do that?" Bai Lu was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp how the ram had fallen, and even more perplexed that Su Xiaoyu had been the one to bring it down. Did she possess such strength? In the blink of an eye, she felt she had missed so much. "It's getting up. It's getting up." As it took a few steps forward, Bai Lu was startled back by the ram. But Xiaoyu stepped up again, employing the same technique, causing the ram to fall once more. Under Su Xiaoyu's deft control, this half-human-sized ram seemed as docile as a lamb. Chapter 75. An 8-year-old child overcomes a ram? Is she a master of Tai Chi? Within the confines of the ranch, Jiang Minheo and his companions halted, exchanging bewildered glances. They opened their mouths, intending to voice their thoughts, yet the unfolding scene rendered them utterly speechless. "Bah, bah, bah." The raspy, bleating echoed as the ram's horns were firmly grasped, leaving it unable to free itself from the small hands, regardless of how vigorously it shook its head. Its four hooves scrambled across the ground, and with a sudden burst of strength, the ram charged forward without hesitation. Thud! With a weight of over 100 pounds, it leaped into the air, only to crash down moments later. The ram, sprawled on the ground, kicked its legs wildly, sending dust, sheep dung, and weeds flying in all directions. Bah! After a resonant bleat, it finally managed to rise unsteadily from the ground. The towering ram, relying on its imposing stature, charged towards its target. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu maintained a serene expression, extending her hands forward to execute a gentle pull, push, and send, three seemingly simple actions. Amidst the bleeding, the ram fell once more to the ground. After repeating this cycle 4 or 5 times, the ram collapsed, gasping for breath, its eyes filled with terror. "Dear little ram, be careful, or I might just have to eat you." The tender and crisp tone contrasted sharply with the scene, as her small hands affectionately stroked the ram's head, creating an enchanting picture from afar. Yet every witness stood agape, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Could it be that Su Xiaoyu possesses innate divine strength? My goodness, how can she handle a ram that weighs over 100 pounds as if it were merely a plush toy? In our slaughterhouse, it takes 2 or 3 adults to subdue a sheep during slaughter. Goodness, I barely saw what happened, and the ram was already down. What kind of technique is this? Is it the legendary internal power? Perhaps she has been indulging in too many martial arts novels? This is clearly akin to the Golden Bell Shield. Faced with the ferocious charge of the ram, Su Xiaoyu effortlessly brought it crashing down. If it was sheer luck the first time, what the subsequent 6 or 7 times? Most intriguingly, throughout this ordeal, Su Xiaoyu seemed to exert little effort, akin to a cotton ball allowing the rampaging ram to attack. The only proactive move she made was possibly pulling Bailu behind her for safety. "Xiaoyu, are you hurt?" Bailu, clutching a lamb, hurried to Su Xiaoyu's side, concern etched on her face. This child had endured the impact of the ram to protect her. Although it was unclear how the ram ended up on the ground, how could a child withstand such a formidable creature? Despite the ram now lying helplessly on the ground, being gently petted by Su Xiaoyu, she reassured her, "It's all right, Sister Bailu. This big ram is in a good mood." With a clap, she stood up and accepted the lamb for Bailu. At that moment, Jiang Minheo and the others arrived, having witnessed the spectacle. Bailu, who had been too frightened to look earlier, now comprehended that it was indeed Su Xiaoyu who had felled the ram. "Xiaoyu, do you truly possess martial skills?" After much contemplation, Bailu felt she had stumbled upon a pivotal question. If Su Xiaoyu lacked martial skills, how could that sheep be so effortlessly subdued? Surely, she must possess some ability. This response left Bailu and the others at a loss for further inquiries. To the crowd, even modicum of skill from her was still remarkably impressive. What adults could not accomplish, Xiaoyu managed with ease. Tai Chi, is this truly Tai Chi? While everyone awaited Su Yang and his companions, it was Wang Baoqiang who rushed over first, calling out excitedly as he dashed to Su Xiaoyu's side. Wang Baoqiang's eyes roamed up and down Su Xiaoyu, revealing a broad smile filled with confusion. "Baoqiang, what Tai Chi? Why are you grinning foolishly?" Shai and the others, who had followed closely behind, regarded him and Su Xiaoyu with curiosity. Among them, only Wang Baoqiang was a true practitioner. Su Xiaoyu's movements had been so swift that many had barely grasped what they had seen. "Xiaoyu, you're pushing and pulling," Wang Baoqiang remarked, positioning himself with feet apart. Attempting to imitate the use gishers. Having entered the Shaolin Temple at 8 and leaving at 14, he had spent 6 or 7 years learning various martial arts, including a foundational understanding of numerous schools, with Tai Chi being among the most renowned that he had tried. The child before him had just performed a technique that deftly controlled the ram on the ground. Aside from Tai Chi's principle of yielding to overcome strength, other martial arts often faltered in direct confrontation. Is it like this? His imitation bore a resemblance of about 70%, and Wang Baoqiang gazed at her with eager curiosity. "Yes." Su Xiaoyu nodded, her bright eyes blinking with an expression of confusion. "Indeed, it appeared that I was not mistaken." Wang Baoqiang gazed intently at Su Xiaoyu, nodding repeatedly as he even rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought. "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us." Shai, unable to contain himself, kicked Wang Baoqiang lightly. "What are you showing off for? So many of us are waiting for your explanation." With a chuckle, Wang Baoqiang, sensing the crowd's heightened anticipation, finally spoke up. You may not have noticed, but Su Xiaoyu's recent movements, particularly that push and pull, required minimal force. The strength of that ram is well known. I nearly got knocked over myself. Hold on. Get to the point. Huang Lei interrupted him directly. Ah, the point is, Wang Baoqiang grinned, scratching his head as he focused once more on Su Xiaoyu, donning an expression of revelation. The crux is that the technique Su Xiaoyu just employed is indeed Tai Chi, and one that demonstrates a profound mastery, capable of using strength against strength. With his analysis laid bare, Wang Baoqiang felt a sense of relief. However, the others, including Bai Lu, displayed peculiar expressions. What does profound mastery of Tai Chi even mean? Goodness, I thought it was just Su Xiaoyu's quick reflexes. Wow. No wonder the movements seemed somewhat familiar. It turns out the lady downstairs practiced Tai Chi. What a pity to miss out on a fortune just for a trip to the restroom. Profound mastery of Tai Chi? I'm convinced by Baoqiang's endorsement. In search of a mentor for the little fish, I too wish to engage with the ram in some practice. Be cautious of being knocked aside, you fool. Upon Wang Baoqiang's remark, everyone turned their gaze toward Su Yang, realizing that his child possesses genuine martial prowess. It is no wonder that the others were nearly frantic, while Su Yang strolled over at a leisurely pace. Initially, Sha, Yi, and the others were puzzled as to whether Su Xiaoyu was truly related by blood. Now, they fully comprehend the situation. The child exhibits such skill that there is no need for parental concern. Su Yang, from whom did she learn this Tai Chi? Chapter 76. A casual practice? One move from Baoqiang? Outside the ranch, following the recent exertion, the production team granted everyone a brief respite. Leaning against the fence, Su Yang, under the scrutiny of Wang Baoqiang and others, sheepishly scratched his head. Well, the child enjoys Tai Chi and practices casually with the elderly folks downstairs. As you all have witnessed, she performs quite adeptly. Casually practicing with the elderly downstairs? This response left Sha, Yi, and the others utterly speechless. If the elderly could achieve such a level with mere casual practice, then surely everyone in the country would be a master. Would there still be a need for martial arts schools? Is this even a sensible statement? Ridiculous. How could Su Yang dare to say such a thing? Goodness, why does that seem somewhat plausible? Those elderly folks downstairs are indeed lively when shopping or taking the bus. So it makes sense now, brother. Could it be that their major concerns lie solely in grocery shopping and bus rides? While there is a lingering suspicion that Su Yang might be pulling their leg, they find no substantial evidence to confirm it. Despite Su Yang's nonsensical claims, the others did not press further. After all, the layman enjoys the spectacle while the expert discerns the nuances. Su Xiaoyu's proficiency in Tai Chi has reached a level where it can be applied in daily life. Merely showcasing a few moves left a formidable impression on the audience. Wang Baoqiang regarded this level of skill as indicative of a disciple of some Tai Chi master. Such experts typically shy away from the limelight. Su Xiaoyu, would you care to exchange a few moves with me? Wang Baoqiang rubbed his hands together, displaying a serious demeanor. Baoqiang, are you jesting? Engaging with Su Xiaoyu? Bai Lu widened her eyes, convinced she had misheard. While it is true that Su Xiaoyu practices Tai Chi, how could she possibly compare to Wang Baoqiang? The latter is a genuine martial artist and a star of the martial arts film industry. Practicing with Su Xiaoyu is hardly a light matter. Indeed, Baoqiang, please refrain from jesting. How could you pick on someone as young as Xiaoyu? Wang Lei Kaimding. In agreement. Having known Baoqiang for many years, he recognized that despite his age, his martial skills are genuinely formidable. Otherwise, he would not have starred in so many martial arts films. What do you mean by picking on someone? I merely wish to exchange a few moves with Xiaoyu. Contingent upon Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu's agreement, of course. Wang Baoqiang retorted, shifting his gaze towards the father and daughter duo. While he was unaware of Su Yang's capabilities, he was certainly impressed by Su Xiaoyu's recent display of Tai Chi as he gazed upon the scene. A surge of emotions overwhelmed him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. The system log of Su Yang had just notified him that Su Xiaoyu's proficiency in Tai Chi had significantly improved. Xiaoyu, what do you think? He granted her the authority to decide, as it was merely a friendly sparring session without any peril involved. What if you lose, Uncle Baoqiang? Su Xiaoyu's question momentarily caught Wang Baoqiang off guard. He had not contemplated what would happen in the event of a loss. What do you suggest? Or what prize do you desire? Uncle Baoqiang will fulfill your wishes, he replied readily upon noticing Su Xiaoyu's inclination to engage. Really? Uncle Baoqiang, you do have some resources. And if you were to renege after losing, we can serve as witnesses, Hu Jun interjected loudly. Am I that kind of person? Wang Baoqiang retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Hu Jun and the others before turning his gaze back to Su Xiaoyu, eager to discern her demands. After all, it was merely a friendly contest. I want to eat large lamb, roasted lamb legs, lamb skewers, and lamb offal. Su Xiaoyu listed her desired dishes with enthusiasm. These were recommended by my father, who claimed they were delectable. All right, I will ensure all your wishes are met. Wang Baoqiang replied with a smile. It's just a matter of acquiring a lamb, and we can easily gift it to Su Xiaoyu. Wait, is Wang Baoqiang genuinely challenging our Xiaoyu? Huh, this is getting interesting. It must be witnessed, the audience chuckled. If he loses, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Today, we shall determine both rank and fate. The spectators laughed, albeit with a hint of worry that Baoqiang might never return to action films again. I doubt Xiaoyu is his match, they murmured, as the crowd was amused by the prospect of a lamb chase, but they were more captivated by the martial arts contest. The consensus leaned towards the belief that Su Xiaoyu stood little chance of victory, considering the disparity in stature and weight, and the fact that Wang Baoqiang was a disciple of Shaolin, with skills that were undoubtedly authentic. Under the program's direction, a makeshift arena was quickly assembled for the two competitors. If you step outside this boundary, it counts as a loss. Xiaoyu, do you understand? Bai Lu, the host, inquired anxiously, aware that while Wang Baoqiang was a measured individual, there was always a concern that he might lose control in the heat of the moment. These rules were designed to ensure a swift conclusion to the match. Are you ready? Clad in sportswear, Wang Baoqiang stepped onto the improvised stage. His intention was straightforward, to gauge Su Xiaoyu's skills. If she proved competent, he would consider future collaboration with her. Given the current landscape of child stars, few parents were willing to invest in martial arts training, so he valued encountering such a promising talent immensely. All right, dressed in a pink sports outfit, Su Xiaoyu leaped onto the stage. Uncle, be careful, she warned, assuming a stance, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. After all, the thought of indulging in large lamb had her salivating. Around them, the atmosphere was charged with tension as Bai Lu and others observed intently. With bated breath, everyone anxiously watched Su Xiaoyu. In the chaos of fists and feet, the outcome mattered little. However, if Su Xiaoyu were to falter, they would rush to console her. I'm coming. With his left foot stepping forward and his back foot retreating half a step, Wang Baoqiang assumed an aggressive stance. The moment his words fell, he surged forward. Rather than using his fists, he opted for a grapple. Should he seize Su Xiaoyu, her resistance would be futile against his overwhelming strength. But what? He miscalculated his grasp. Su Xiaoyu deftly evaded, leaving him to grasp at emptiness. Wang Baoqiang's eyes gleamed with surprise at her agility. This child possessed remarkable potential. What is this? Just as he halted, a small hand rested lightly on his arm. Immediately, an unexpected force propelled him forward. Oh no! Under the influence of that force, Wang Baoqiang, who had been charging ahead, lost his balance and was sent hurtling towards the front. Those watching, including Bai Lu, were left in a state of bewilderment as Wang Baoqiang appeared to soar off the stage. Chapter 77. Just how strong is Su Xiaoyu? The gaze of the Martial Arts Association. Silence enveloped the arena, interrupted only by the distant bleating of sheep and the sound of Wang Baoqiang gasping for breath on the ground. Su Xiaoyu stood unwavering on the mat, as if she had never moved at all. I didn't catch that. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, how had Wang Baoqiang been flung out? Surely, this could not be mere theatrics. Baoqiang's performance was commendable. How could the Tai Chi principle of stillness, overcoming motion, have been so utterly bewildering here with Su Xiaoyu? Unbelievable. Is this truly an 8-year-old girl? Baoqiang, are you all right? Huang Lei, standing closest, was the first to react, rushing to Wang Baoqiang's side. Soon, Bai Lu and the others gathered around. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu remained unharmed on the mat, while Wang Baoqiang lay sprawled on the ground in a rather painful-looking position. I'm fine. How could I possibly be hurt? With a nimble roll, Wang Baoqiang sprang to his feet, brushing off his pants, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned expert. What was that? Sai cast a curious glance. In truth, the onlookers had only seen Wang Baoqiang launch his attack before he was sent flying, failing to grasp the sequence of events. That was just a warm-up. We haven't even begun, he declared, his words punctuated by the slippery nature of the mat. As he spoke, Wang Baoqiang donned a pair of socks, regaining his composure. With a familiar smile adorning his face, he slowly approached Su Xiaoyu. Be gentle, Baoqiang, Bai Lu called out from the edge of the mat. Daddy, please don't make Sister Xiaoyu cry. The voice of his daughter, Nana, pierced through the air, causing Wang Baoqiang to raise an eyebrow in mild embarrassment. Don't worry, I'm just testing Xiaoyu's skills. I'll be careful. After reassuring everyone, he turned his gaze back to the child before him, filled with astonishment, curiosity, and awe. Just now, he had not exerted his full strength after all. He was merely playing with a child. Yet, it was precisely due to this underestimation that he stumbled greatly. In his moment of exertion, he failed to heed Su Xiaoyu's movements, thus revealing a vulnerability that led to a light yet effective counter, causing him to lose his balance. Xiaoyu, this time I shall take it a bit more seriously, Wang Baoqiang declared earnestly, his expression turning solemn. Uncle Baoqiang, then I shall also be serious. Su Xiaoyu responded with a formal gesture, leaving Wang Baoqiang momentarily speechless. Was this little rascal not being serious just moments ago? Gulp. As a seasoned martial artist, Wang Baoqiang soon wore a faint smile. Su Xiaoyu's Tai Chi was indeed impressive. However, he had not neglected his own training over the years. The Shaolin emphasis on gradual mastery meant that, given Su Xiaoyu's age, he could not possibly possess the same level of experience. With this thought, Wang Baoqiang's confidence surged, and his smile broadened. Xiaoyu, be careful. With his resolve firm, Wang Baoqiang lowered his body, crossing his arms and positioning his legs in a front-back stance. This stance was the most stable. Unless he intended otherwise, no one could easily displace him. Online, propelled by celebrity endorsements, Where We Going, Dad? Had become a sensational program. The star power combined with Su Xiaoyu's ongoing popularity resulted in a flurry of shares and promotions. At the Dragon Nation Martial Arts Association Center, within the courtyard, an elderly man with a youthful visage donned a simple Tang suit, executing a set of martial arts moves with grace and fluidity. Soon, as he completed the last few moves, Wang Yulong exhaled a deep breath. Who? Master. Accepting the towel handed to him by his young disciple, Wang Yulong wiped the sweat from his forehead. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, practicing daily had become a habit for him, one that he had maintained for over 40 years. By the way, where's your senior brother? I haven't seen him practicing his morning routine. Sitting in a grandmaster's chair, Wang Yulong glanced at the disciples still engaged in their practice, but noticed the absence of his eldest apprentice. Senior brother said he had a stomachache. That lazy boy is shirking again, is he? Tossing the towel to his young disciple, Wang Yulong quickly made his way to the resting area. His eldest apprentice was commendable in many ways, possessing exceptional talent and insight, yet he was notoriously lax in his martial training. He would always come up with grand excuses, driving Wang Yulong to the brink of frustration. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, revealing his eldest apprentice, Li Yunfei, curled up beneath the covers. What are you hiding for? Did you not claim to have a stomachache? Is it no longer painful while looking at your phone? Standing at the edge of the bed, his disheveled eyebrows and beard gave testament to his irritation. Had it not been for the fact that this lad was truly gifted, he would have been expelled long ago. Master, I truly have a stomachache. I was just using my phone to distract myself. Emerging from the covers, Li Yunfei, sporting a buzz cut, bent down with an apologetic grin. Exchanging a glance with his junior disciple, the two hastily invited their master to take a seat. What are you so engrossed in? What has captivated your attention? Wang Yulong extended his hand, noticing the commotion emanating from the phone. It is nothing much, just a casual observation. Although extremely reluctant, Li Yunfei sensed that his master was indeed quite upset today. He sluggishly retrieved his phone from the bedside and placed it into his master's hands. How many times must I tell you? It is not that I forbid you from using your phone, but one cannot squander precious time in such a manner. With a hint of jest, Wang Yunlong picked up the phone and cast an irritated glance at his eldest disciple. Every day, you indulge in these forms of entertainment. I truly wonder when you shall be able to take over the reins of this martial arts school. Master, I acknowledge my mistakes, Li Yunfei replied. You know nothing. You speak endlessly, yet you never amend your ways. Master, using such coarse language may not be fitting for the younger disciples to hear. What of it? A martial artist can utter a few expletives, can't they? Indeed, you are the master, and your words are always right. Li Yunfei secretly gave a thumbs up, awaiting the old man's temper to subside. What is there to gawk at? Do you not have a father? Wang Yunlong asked, peering at the live stream on the phone for a few seconds. He could not fathom his eldest disciple's mindset. At over 20 years of age, why was he still engrossed in such trivial matters? Look at what you say. No father? Does that not imply there is no master like yourself? What? Hee. It is nothing. Master, I have spotted a promising talent in martial arts. The individual is currently sparring with Wang Baoqiang. Changing the subject, Li Yunfei adjusted the live stream to a more engaging segment. Wang Baoqiang is indeed commendable, possessing genuine skill. Upon hearing of a martial arts star he admired, Wang Yunlong naturally wished to observe more closely. In comparison to the numerous superficial martial arts dramas, only a scant few had caught his eye in recent years. Is he practicing with a child? Chapter 78. The president of the Martial Arts Association is astonished. What is meant by instantaneous taiji? The mobile screen revealed a young girl facing Wang Baoqiang, and they commenced their duel. The sparring segment concluded in less than 10 seconds, followed by a pause in the live broadcast. Is that it? The little junior disciple, who had been secretly watching, rubbed his eyes in confusion, looking toward his senior brother and master. Their exchange had been alarmingly swift, barely a blink's duration. What was most astonishing was that he had not even witnessed how the girl moved before Wang Baoqiang was sent flying. It was known that he was a recognized star in the martial arts community. How could he have been dispatched so easily? Master, could this possibly be scripted by the production team? Have they orchestrated this to promote a child? Li Yunfei remained silent, merely watching his master with a smile. Awaiting his reaction, he had displayed a similar response while watching the live stream. The child named Su Xiaoyu had already mastered the subtleties of taiji to a remarkable degree, allowing her to strike with precision and grace. Is there more? I wish to see more. After a few moments of contemplation, Wang Yunlong refrained from making any judgments and inquired. Indeed, this is merely the live stream. Wang Baoqiang should engage in further sparring with this child, Li Yunfei replied, dragging the progress bar to the latest segment. Simultaneously, he cast a surprised glance at his master. The trembling hands and tone of his master clearly indicated a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had witnessed his master exhibit such enthusiasm. Master Wang Baoqiang is certainly familiar with the situation, even considering himself somewhat of a fan. The only aspect that could pique his interest, however, will be the child Su Xiaoyu. Here she comes. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Yunlong fixates intently on the screen, eager to discern the level of skill possessed by this Su Xiaoyu. And what insights could a seasoned practitioner like Wang Baoqiang glean regarding his opponent's prowess? On the rubber mat, Wang Baoqiang stands merely 5 steps away from Su Xiaoyu, his demeanor tense as he seeks any flaw in her technique. Given the disparity in their skill levels, he would not unleash his full strength, but could exploit any weaknesses to secure a victory. Yet as seconds tick by, Su Xiaoyu remains poised, her body largely still aside from her hands, which are positioned like blades. Ironically, it is her very nonchalance that reveals numerous vulnerabilities. Every angle and blind spot is ripe for an offensive strike. In an instant, an absurd thought crosses Wang Baoqiang's mind. Could this seemingly casual display of Tai Chi truly lead to his defeat? I must take action. Realizing his emotions are in flux, Wang Baoqiang knows he cannot afford to wait any longer. He must urgently channel his feelings into action while gauging Su Xiaoyu's genuine strength. Only through offense can one achieve the best defense. With both hands thrust forward, Wang Baoqiang lunges towards Su Xiaoyu. With his formidable strength, Once he secures a grip on her, he can easily dominate this child, swiftly determining the outcome of their contest. But wait, to his astonishment, Su Xiaoyu does not evade as he anticipated. Instead, she charges directly into his embrace. Caution is warranted. His powerful arms, akin to two robust dragons, are poised to ensnare her. Confident in his own strength, he believes that once trapped, the match will be concluded. No matter how skilled Su Xiaoyu's Tai Chi may be, can her strength surpass his? In the face of absolute power, sometimes gentleness proves futile. The adage "one force conquers 10 skills" encapsulates this truth. Yet, just as the smile on his lips solidifies, a tremendous force emanates from within his grasp. His balance falters, and he feels himself tipping backward. In that moment, as a martial artist, Wang Baoqiang swiftly utilizes his core strength to stabilize himself. However, his right arm is ensnared by a small pair of hands, throwing off his control and balance. A collision at his ankle leaves him utterly unbalanced. Thud! With a stumble, Wang Baoqiang is propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. The sound echoing. Clapping her hands, Su Xiaoyu blows a gentle breath, her bangs dancing in the air. Silence envelopes the scene, save for the exuberant cheers of the children. The adults exchange incredulous glances. Goodness gracious! I can hardly contain my astonishment. Who among you claimed this was scripted? Step forward. After an intense clash, Su Xiaoyu has actually thrown Baoqiang out? Incredible. Young talents, take note. This is what true skill looks like. I must admit, I was initially inclined to believe it was merely an accident, yet after witnessing it a second time, it appears to be genuine. Wasn't it supposed to be an act? Why is Xiaoyu behaving so authentically? The audience, observing this scene, seemed utterly bewildered. During the first instance, Wang Baoqiang's fall occurred so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to discern what Su Xiaoyu had done. However, this time, Su Xiaoyu's movements were remarkably fluid and graceful. It appeared as if she exerted no effort at all, yet Wang Baoqiang fell once more, leaving everyone astonished. "Master, is this Tai Chi?" the young apprentice inquired, watching the live stream with a hint of disbelief. "Indeed, it encapsulates the very essence of Tai Chi," the master replied, taken aback by the child's remarkable achievement. Observing the youthful visage on the screen, Wang Yunlong's emotions were notably complex. Is Su Xiaoyu not formidable? She is incredibly strong, even surpassing him, who is trained since childhood, and many seasoned martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that at her age, her prowess exceeds that of numerous individuals who have practiced martial arts for years. Given time, Wang Yunlong, would not measure up to this child. "Master, isn't such a gifted child what you have always aspired to see?" Li Yunfei Castunat. Noticing the master's heavy countenance, the master had always envisioned promoting martial arts, even wishing for the Jingwu Martial Arts School to gain global recognition. A prodigious talent like Su Xiaoyu would surely be a boon for the martial arts community. Indeed, it is what I wish to see. The principle of using leverage in Tai Chi is foundational. A truly powerful Tai Chi master can generate strength from apparent weakness. This child has evidently reached that level, enabling her to defeat the steady Wang Baoqiang. "But what a pity!" exclaimed Wang Yunlong, sighing deeply in envy. "Such remarkable talent is not my disciple. While Tai Chi is indeed impressive, my Bajiquan is formidable as well," he lamented, completely oblivious to the reactions of his two apprentices. With such innate talent and understanding, how could he have never encountered her? If she were to join the Jingwu Martial Arts School within a decade, a position in the Martial Arts Association would undoubtedly be hers. How regrettable. Chapter 79. Baoqiang becomes the best sparring partner? This father is extraordinary. On the edge of the arena, Bai Lu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. How could Wang Baoqiang have fallen again? If the first fall was due to slipping, how could he possibly slip while wearing socks? They had all witnessed Su Xiaoyu's recent actions, but could not discern the underlying mechanics. To all observers, Su Xiaoyu was merely an 8-year-old child, seemingly grasping the concepts of Tai Chi yet. Wang Baoqiang was a bona fide martial arts star. His abilities were well established. How could he be bested by a mere child? "Baoqiang, did you slip?" A familiar voice chuckled as they approached the fallen Wang Baoqiang. "Of course, I let the child win. How else could I have fallen?" he replied with a grin. Isn't that right? Gazing up at the sky, Wang Baoqiang performed a somersault and rose from the ground. His face naturally bore that confident smile, even displaying an expression that suggested he had let his guard down. Brother Baoqiang, don't take it too seriously, remarked Su Yang, who had been observing the spectacle from his sidelines. That is simply impossible. It's merely practice with the children. From what I can see, it's looking quite impressive. If you were to become a martial arts actress, you would undoubtedly stand out. When addressing the composed Su Xiaoyu, Wang Baoqiang felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke these words. The specifics of the situation were known only to him. The recent sparring match had been taken quite seriously, almost to the extent of a genuine fight, but even then, he had lost. Rest assured, I will just play around with Xiaoyu for now, then it's off to herd the sheep. Su Yang, patting him on the shoulder, chuckled as he watched Wang Baoqiang's retreating figure. He exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter, giving her a wink before stepping aside. Taijiquan has upgraded to master. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the system's recent notification. Su Yang, of course, had no time to deepen his understanding of Taijiquan. All of this advancement stemmed from the tenfold proficiency feedback provided by his daughter, Su Xiaoyu. As her comprehension and skill in Taijiquan grew, his own abilities were elevated tenfold. It is worth noting that while Taijiquan may appear simple, few can truly master its essence. Even among its practitioners, there are likely only a handful who can grasp its profound intricacies. This realization compelled Su Yang to marvel at his daughter's remarkable talent. Having reached the master level himself, he could distinctly sense Su Xiaoyu's ongoing enhancement of her understanding of Taijiquan, which explained her earlier words and actions. It was all initiated by Su Xiaoyu. With such an exceptional training partner, if Wang Baoqiang were to lose confidence, where else could he find such a sparring partner? Not to mention, there was still Wing Chun yet to be employed. The process of reaping the rewards must be gradual. Su Yang, you seem utterly unconcerned about your daughter, Bai Lu remarked as she approached, scrutinizing the young father. Though their ages were comparable, he appeared anything but a doting father. How could he not frown at the prospect of his daughter competing with Brother Baoqiang? Worried? Of course, I am, he replied earnestly, leaning against the railing. But I have faith in my daughter. Who believes that? Bai Lu retorted, utterly speechless at his demeanor. It seemed earnest, yet in reality, it was merely a facade to appease the public. She wanted to exclaim, "That's your daughter, your own flesh and blood." Politely termed as sparring, but frankly, it's a brawl with a significant disparity in strength. If she were my child, I would be deeply concerned. A gasp resonated through the air, followed by Lu catching a glimpse of a figure soaring through the sky. After rolling twice on the rubber mat, it landed unceremoniously on the ground. Brother Baoqiang, are you performing a scene? Upon questioning, it became evident that not only were Sha, Yi, and the others taken aback, but even Wang Baoqiang himself was bewildered. Performing a scene? No, that was the last thing on Wang Baoqiang's mind. Instead, he was earnestly sparring with Su Xiaoyu, but before he could react, he was sent flying. Lying on the ground, he was bewildered by how his opponent had accomplished this feat. Come on, Baoqiang, I think it's best to let it go. Huang Lei supported Wang Baoqiang, trying to dissuade him. Exactly. With such a performance, those who know might think you're just feeding moves to Xiaoyu, while those who don't could easily believe you've been defeated by a child. Sha Yi's words cut like a knife, prompting Wang Baoqiang to rub his chest. Could he admit to being outmatched by Su Xiaoyu? Absolutely not. The only thing he could do was to reclaim some dignity, even if it meant avoiding such a humiliating fall. No, I want to practice a bit more. As he spoke, Wang Baoqiang gathered his strength and charged forward like a fierce tiger. His claws extended, the veins in his hands bulging. The moment they made contact, the irresistible force sent the offensive Wang Baoqiang tumbling off balance. With a cry of despair, he was launched into the air, but this time, Su Xiaoyu did not hold back. She exerted a tad more force. Be careful. Just as he was about to crash onto the grass, a figure appeared at the edge. Reaching out, they effortlessly neutralized the impact, ensuring Wang Baoqiang's safety. Are you all right? I'm fine. Upon landing, Wang Baoqiang realized it was Su Yang. Thank you. No need for thanks. Are you still going to continue? Su Yang inquired with a smile. No, I think we've rested enough. It's getting late. We should hurry and complete our task. Laughing it off, Wang Baoqiang strode towards the ranch. What a joke. If he competed with Su Xiaoyu, the whole internet would know he was defeated by an 8-year-old girl. Let us go, Xiaoyu. Calling out to his daughter, Su Yang took her hand and departed. Only Bai Lu, resting her chin on her hand, appeared lost in thought. How did that person just appear over there? Am I seeing things? Bai Lu, come over here. The director's voice broke her reverie, and she quickly followed suit. The sheep herding activity was still underway. Master, could this child be a descendant of a Tai Chi master? Zhang Yunfei, taking the phone, pondered. Without a skilled mentor, at such a young age, it would be improbable to reach this level. Tai Chi requires years of diligent practice. Unless Su Xiaoyu started training in the womb, how could she attain such mastery? Is that her father? Yes, his name is Su Yang, a carefree young dad. Carefree? Stroking his beard, Wang Yunfei chuckled and shook his head. The way he just assisted in catching Wang Baoqiang, he cannot be merely carefree. This Su Yang is quite remarkable. Chapter 80. The Promised Sheep Herding. Su Yang, did you catch the wrong sheep? After more than 2 hours of herding sheep, Su Yang and the others finally accomplished the task assigned by the production team. The north wind blew, and those involved were drenched in sweat. Breathing in the scent of sheep dung, the weary crowd brightened at the sight of Bai Lu approaching with a card. At last, it seemed they were nearing the end, and respite was within reach. Father, I am nearly starving. Do not fret, for Sister Bai Lu has arrived. Sister Bai Lu, may we finally go for a meal? The children beamed with joy as they swarmed around Bai Lu. Ahem. These words are scripted by the director and do not reflect my personal sentiments. Gently pinching Nana's little head, Bai Lu stood with the card in hand. The first round of activities had concluded, and congratulations were in order for everyone who had received a yurt residence card. Should the second round be completed within the stipulated time, a feast of whole lamb would await them. Upon hearing this, Sha, Yi, and the others were left dumbfounded. What? There is a second round? Drenched in sweat, Sha, he stepped forward to retrieve the task card. He was no longer young and had nearly collapsed while chasing sheep, yearning for a break, only to discover that the production team had devised another round. Let me see. Huang Lei approached and began to read the rules for the second activity. The regulations were as follows. Among the 356 sheep, each family would draw lots. The corresponding mark on the lot would indicate their target for capture. Following this announcement, Wang Baoqiang and the others began a protest. Everyone was already exhausted. The idea of catching sheep again seemed excessively burdensome. This is utterly unreasonable. Very well. The director has decreed that the first family group may adopt a lamb. When it matures, the production team will deliver it to your home. Observing the celebrities' various protests, Zhang Minheo recognized the unfairness of the situation. After all, the rules for this activity had not been disclosed in advance, and the sudden addition of tasks was indeed challenging. 5. Otherwise, we won't participate. Yes. 5. 2. 3. All right, 3 it is. As a negotiation expert, Huang Lei immediately felt he had come off worse in the deal. Had he held out a bit longer, he might have secured a few more sheep. Shall we commence now? The prepared tags were brought forth, and Su Yang and the other fathers began to draw lots. Rose, 85 sheep. Sha, he held up the tag marked with a rose and displayed it to the camera. What about you, Su Yang? I have the chrysanthemum mark, 285 sheep. Upon seeing the number, Su Yang sensed something amiss. Why was he the one with the highest count among everyone? 200 sheep. How long would it take to capture them all? The audience, witnessing this outcome, erupted in laughter. This is too delightful. Finally, we get to see Su Yang, the old 6, in action. Indeed, during the last game, it felt like he was merely coasting. Ha ha ha. Watching Su Yang chase sheep. Won't that tire him out? Now, this is what we call interaction. Su Xiaoyu can finally enjoy some well-deserved rest. To be honest, capturing 200 sheep out of over 1,000 seems an insurmountable task. I suggest Su Yang forego the reward. Precisely. As the manager of a breeding farm, this task is exceedingly daunting. The audience rejoiced at the sight of Su Yang becoming the focal point of the main task. The audience who has followed the Fatherly Love program knows that Su Xiaoyu possesses quite peculiar abilities. However, the promised interactions between father and daughter are regrettably scarce. Su Xiaoyu has hardly received any assistance from her father, Su Yang. In the upcoming activity, the children are tasked with guarding the designated area while the fathers venture in to capture the sheep. This will allow us to witness Su Yang's performance, whether he truly is a competent father. Let's go, Xiaoyu, Su Yang said, taking his daughter's hand as they arrived at their designated area marked by a chrysanthemum sign. The pen behind them was several times larger than others. Su Yang, once I finish here, I'll come help you, called Wang Baoqiang from a distance. All right, thank you, Su Yang replied with a smile. He and his daughter settled at the entrance of the pen, observing the flock of sheep in the center of the pasture. It was calm now, but once someone entered to catch the sheep, chaos was inevitable. What if he inadvertently revealed his own abilities? Gazing at the flock, Su Yang fell into contemplation. Everyone was aware of Xiaoyu's prowess, having been trained by a mysterious master. Nevertheless, no one would dare associate that master's identity with themselves. To be frank, Su Yang had no interest in fame or becoming a celebrity. Yet, he still needed to earn a living. $1 million in savings barely covered a down payment in the big city. He had a child, a wife, and elderly parents to support. Such funds could hardly secure financial freedom. Daddy, how about I go catch a little lamb first? Su Xiaoyu asked excitedly, rubbing her hands as she eyed the young lambs in the pen. Leave this to me, Daddy. I have a plan. Su Yang stood up and strode towards the flock. Having lived in the countryside before, he understood the significance of the lead sheep. Particularly within these large flocks, the lead sheep is most closely bonded with the shepherd. Capture it, and the others would readily follow. Su Yang, you go first, Hu Jun offered graciously at the edge of the pasture. Everyone here was familiar with one another, yet they were curious about this new father from the post-00s generation. Hu Jun found Su Yang's laid-back demeanor quite puzzling. How had he managed to become so popular alongside his daughter? Thank you, Jungo. I'll go ahead then. With that, Su Yang took off toward the flock. The principles of Wing Chun guided him. He was as immovable as a mountain, yet as swift as thunder. In a single leap, he plunged into the chaotic mass of sheep, quickly identifying the so-called lead sheep. Just you wait, he muttered under his breath as he accelerated through the throng. Skillfully dodging and weaving among the panicking sheep, he reached the side of the lead sheep. Grasping its horns, he began to pull it towards the exit. Daddy, you're amazing, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her voice reaching the ears of Wang Baoqiang, who was donning protective gear. Wait, I haven't even made my move yet. How did you manage to catch a sheep so quickly? The swiftness of this lad is truly remarkable. One cannot help but feel that he is destined to be the champion of the 100 meters. After the initial shock, Hu Jun could not help but commend him. Wait, Su Yang, have you perhaps misidentified the sheep? Huang Lei, upon approaching, noticed that the sheep in question bore no price tag, merely an ordinary sheep. Just wait and witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 81. What a peculiar maneuver. Massaging a sheep? Bah, bah, bah. The lead sheep's incessant bleating filled the air, and Su Yang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Only by subduing the lead sheep could the others be coaxed closer. Observing the surroundings, Su Yang exerted force, bringing the fleeing lead sheep to the ground. Ropes. The ropes have arrived. In no time, the bleeding lead sheep was bound at its limbs, left to struggle and gasp on the ground. Exchanging glances with Su Xiaoyu, both father and daughter donned gloves. The subsequent actions, though somewhat absurd, represented Su Yang's most ingenious solution. Who says massages are solely for humans? The compendium of massage techniques reveals that advanced methods can be applied to all living beings. The lead sheep holds significant importance within the flock, primarily due to its close relationship with the shepherds. This bond allows the other sheep to lower their guard and follow their shepherds. Su Yang's intention was to employ these massage techniques to completely subdue the lead sheep and, by extension, the entire flock. 200 sheep? That would be a trivial task. Ba 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 ba. The chaos among the sheep drew the attention of onlookers. Lao Sha, your hands are remarkably swift. Huang Lei turned to see that it was none other than the ever-capable Sha Yi capturing a sheep. The fellow displayed commendable skill, having somehow procured a rope to seize one. Hee hee, this lamb is destined for my family S&G. Encouraged by G, Sha Yi dragged the sheep back to his designated area. This scene elicited great excitement from Wang Baoqiang, who noted that Sha he had seized the initiative. No, I must take action as well. My daughter Nana has declared her fondness for lambs. With that, he charged toward the flock. Seeing this, Huang Lei and Hu Jun exchanged glances and followed suit. Rather than watch Su Yang's enigmatic maneuvers, it would be more prudent to complete their tasks. With a grand feast of lamb awaiting, alongside the reward of a lamb, this was the objective for all the fathers present. Only Bai Lu sensed that Su Yang and his daughter were not to be underestimated. Thus, she settled nearby, eager to observe what this father-daughter duo would undertake. What is Su Yang planning? Who knows? Capturing a sheep without a distinct mark? Little Fish thought to herself, surely Su Yang, as a father, cannot make such a mistake. It is difficult to say. Su Yang's perplexing actions seemed rather ill-suited. 285 sheep, still lingering here, unaware of when they would finally be caught. Once the others had departed, Su Yang began to limber his hands, preparing to administer a massage to the sheep on the ground. Are you ready? Ready. Su Yang then approached the lead sheep's head and crouched down, wiping away the dirt from the ram's head. Su Yang meticulously cleaned the sand and grime from the eyes of the lead sheep. At this moment, Bai Lu appeared somewhat bewildered. She could not fathom what Su Yang was attempting to accomplish. It seemed as though he intended to consume the sheep. Was it really necessary? As Su Yang continued his actions, Bai Lu took several steps back. His earnest demeanor and the delicacy with which he handled the task left her feeling quite unsettled. It was as if he were providing a massage to the sheep lying on the ground. This absurd thought compelled Bai Lu to vigorously shake her head. Surely, she must not have slept well last night. How else could she possibly witness such a scene? How could a person possibly massage a sheep? Ignoring the curious gazes of others, Su Yang accepted the open bottle of mineral water. Having embarked on this endeavor, he was determined to see it through to completion. Only in doing so could he truly observe the effects of such a massage technique. After diligently wiping away all the mud and stains from the lead sheep, he even used a small stick to smooth its wool. Given that this was his first attempt at grooming and massaging a sheep, he had to rely on the standard procedures typically applied to humans. His serious attitude and meticulous actions left the audience in the live stream in a state of disbelief. Am I seeing things? What is this guy doing? Providing care for a sheep? Goodness, it seems more earnest than my 798 package, though it lacks any major flair. Brother, do elaborate on the flair. Initially, one might have thought that Su Xiaoyu's antics with the sheep were outlandish, but it turned out that her father was even more absurd. Could he be deliberately engaging in such antics for the sake of publicity? As the viewers observed Su Yang tending to the sheep's head, skepticism filled the air. After all, compared to other fathers, Su Yang did not possess any particularly remarkable traits. The only possible exception was his adorably eccentric daughter. Now, massaging a sheep appeared to be quite questionable indeed. Dad, I have finished cleaning, announced Su Xiaoyu, who was responsible for tidying up the lead sheep's wool. Excellent. Let us begin with the neck and shoulders. Su Yang replied, glancing at the now slightly brighter fleece of the lead sheep. He instructed Xiaoyu to remove the weeds from its coat, a luxury that other sheep likely did not experience. The summer wool was thick, and without careful grooming, it was laden with dirt and debris. Only by alleviating the burden of extraneous material could the lead sheep truly feel at ease. Understood, Dad. Su Xiaoyu nodded, promptly getting to work. Meanwhile, having finished cleaning the sheep's head, Su Yang initiated the first round of facial massage, particularly around the sheep's face, where, unlike other animals, it lacked agile limbs to reach its jaw and nose. This area could be quite uncomfortable for the sheep. As the massage progressed, the lead sheep's struggles diminished significantly, and its demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. Are you really giving the sheep a massage? Bai Lu remarked, feeling genuinely astonished. She had always heard of massages for humans, but had never encountered the notion of a person massaging an animal. The actions of this father-daughter duo have truly opened Bai Lu's eyes. Standing in close proximity, she could distinctly observe that the bound sheep displayed no semblance of resistance, even closing its eyes and wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Rest well. We shall administer a massage to your body. With that, Su Yang placed the customer's head upon the grass, stretched his limbs, and approached the sizable creature. A casual glance allowed him to identify the key points for the massage technique. Naturally, the anatomical structure of a sheep differs slightly from that of a human, necessitating some adjustments throughout the process. Su Yang, are you really giving a massage to the lamb? Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Lu's incredulity was palpable. While she could understand cleaning the wool, the notion of a full massage for the sheep was beyond her comprehension. If she didn't inquire further, she feared she might burst. It's a massage, can't you see? Chapter 82. Techniques superior to those of professional therapists? And thus, the miracle began. Su Yang, what do you mean by massage? Are you serious about massaging a sheep? I've never encountered such a concept before. It was evident from the beginning, yet it seemed utterly absurd. There had always been human massages, but a sheep massage was a first for her. Truly, Su Yang was the father of Su Xiaoyu, always ready to entertain with such antics. Ha! I am quite eager to witness how Su Yang performs a massage on the sheep. The audience was thoroughly amused by Su Yang, having seen numerous human massages, but a sheep massage was indeed a novelty. Setting aside the question of efficacy, the act seemed completely unrelated to the task at hand. It prompted many to speculate that Su Yang was merely goofing off. Instead of catching the sheep, he opted for a massage performance to amuse everyone. Various conjectures arose, and surprisingly, Bai Lu began to see a hint of reason in this approach. After all, it was all for the sake of the show, and chasing sheep was exhausting and unfulfilling. Why not introduce some novel flair and attract attention for the production team? Suddenly, she found Su Yang quite clever. May I learn this technique? She asked. Do you have sheep at home? To which she retorted, well, can't I massage someone else? His simple inquiry nearly overwhelmed her. She shot him an exasperated glance. What do you mean by having sheep at home? Even if I don't have sheep, I could still massage others, right? Indeed. Oh, then I shall observe closely. After exchanging a few words with Su Yang, Bai Lu moved to Su Xiaoyu's side. Sister, this massage method is quite intricate. We must feel the sheep's bones, and we mustn't apply too much pressure. As she squatted down, Su Xiaoyu took on the role of instructor. Is that so? Xiaoyu, you are quite knowledgeable. Bai Lu, taken aback by Su Xiaoyu's insights, felt compelled to pay attention. She had merely come to join the fun and never intended to learn how to massage a sheep. Do we have any gloves? I would like to learn. Once donned in gloves, Bai Lu commenced her learning. All right, Bai Lu, you should try according to my instructions and the pressure I described. There are 13 massage techniques in total. We shall begin with the first method, with the palms or elbows exerting pressure on the designated area. The technique was applied with a vertical downward force. Crouched on the ground, Su Xiaoyu explained while demonstrating the movements. Is it really this professional? Bai Lu expressed her astonishment, her eyes twitching slightly. She recalled her previous visits to the massage parlor, where the female practitioner had mentioned similar knowledge. Is that so? With her palms pressed forward, Bai Lu leaned her body in, mimicking Su Xiaoyu's stance. Yes, Sister Bai Lu is quite clever. Praised, Bai Lu could only accept this compliment. However, she realized her posture needed slight adjustments. Otherwise, our clients might feel discomfort. Huh? Discomfort for the clients? Glancing down at the sheep, Bai Lu could only nod in agreement. Indeed, this sheep resembled the clients at the massage parlor. When applying pressure, it should be done gradually. Su Xiaoyu continued. Moreover, can you feel its breathing, Sister Bai Lu? Breathing? Exactly. With her palms resting on the sheep's back, Bai Lu nodded rapidly. During the massage, our pressure must synchronize with the client's breath. All right, synchronize with the breath. Understanding the rhythm of the sheep's breathing, Bai Lu applied pressure in an instant. Bah! The crisp sound resonated, and Bai Lu locked eyes with the sheep. It seemed to be asking for more. To be honest, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. The father and daughter duo truly possess remarkable massage skills. My goodness, how are they more skilled than the technicians from my 998 package? Are you serious? This sheep seems incredibly comfortable. My goodness, that clear bleat feels just like my first massage experience. As the top technician at the establishment, I can only say that Xiaoyu's technique is exceptionally professional. Sister, I have a friend who wants to know your contact information. Are you referring to yourself? Hu Jun, can you refrain from being so rude? You scare the sheep away. On the ranch, Sha Yi, who was about to lasso a sheep, was speechless. Am I being rude? I'm merely completing my task. Just 58 more, and I'll be done. With one hand grasping a sheep, Hu Jun approached cheerfully. Under Xiao Kang's call, the sheep were herded into the pen. Although a bit exhausting and somewhat rough, the children were delighted. Is Su Yang still studying that sheep? Wang Baoqiang, having also corralled a sheep marked with a rose, glanced toward the distance. Yes, I wonder what that kid is up to. Huang Lei scratched his head, looking perplexed. While capturing 285 sheep is quite a task, it would be a mistake to abandon it entirely. After all, they were young. If there's time later, everyone should lend a hand. After surveying the scene, he addressed the group. You're right. We are a team. We must cooperate to ensure old Jiang has a tough time. Wang Baoqiang wholeheartedly agreed. Ba. The comfortable lead sheep had completely surrendered to this sheep-style massage. Even its gaze towards the people had become much clearer. Hey, Su Yang, aren't you going to catch the sheep? Time is running out. Bai Lu glanced at the time, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Bai Qiang and the others were nearing the completion of 1/3 of their tasks, while Su Yang had yet to take any significant action. However, it would be misleading to say there had been no movement at all. He had merely captured a sheep and was currently engaged in massaging it. To an observer, this seemed entirely unrelated to the task at hand. Do not fret. Let us first attend to this sheep. Su Yang chuckled, deftly pulling the rope binding the sheep's horns. Moments ago, he had quietly untied it, and the response was promising. Despite knowing it could escape, the lead sheep opted not to flee. All right, you can rise now. He gently patted the sheep's head, appreciating its relaxed demeanor. Would it truly not run away? Stepping back, Bai Lu realized the sheep was now free from any restraints. No, just wait and see. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the lead sheep slowly stood up. Feeling invigorated and liberated, it let out a joyful bleat. Bah! Then, with astonishing speed, it bolted away. Is this what you call not running? Bai Lu remarked, observing Su Yang's calm demeanor with amusement. This is not merely running. It's faster than a rabbit. She had thought Su Yang possessed some secret talent for taming sheep, only to discover he was merely boasting. You will soon understand. As the lead sheep dashed into the flock, Su Yang imitated the voice of a shepherd, calling out. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 83. The role of the lead sheep, master of animal training. What was happening? Was Su Yang merely shouting? It was quite amusing. She had expected some grand maneuver, but it turned out he was simply massaging the sheep. After spending most of the day on this, was he simply going to release it? While others had completed their tasks with 285 sheep, he was just clowning around. Truth be told, if he wanted to give up, he might as well just admit it. With a father like this, Little Yu was truly unfortunate. Thinking he could pull off something clever like Little Yu, only to end up with nothing? The audience was left disappointed by Su Yang's antics. After spending so long giving a sheep a massage, he had ultimately released it. To them, it appeared he was merely slacking off. Once the time expired, Su Yang would still partake in the Feast of Lamb, which aligned perfectly with the audience's perception of him. Was Su Yang about to start catching sheep? From a distance, He was curiously observing as he extracted a sheep. This kid is somewhat intriguing. But completing the task with 285 sheep will be quite the challenge, he remarked with a smile. Only someone who had ventured into the sheep pen to catch sheep could truly understand how exhausting it was. They believed that once Su Yang finished his antics, he would inevitably have to join the task of catching sheep. After all, this was a live broadcast. Anyone wishing to slack off had to persevere. Sheep, come here. Sheep, come here. Su Yang's voice echoed, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Su Yang, can you really call the sheep over? I'll treat you to a meal next time. Sayite aset, observing Su Yang es Ernest de Mianor. Aside from the herdsmen present, few could hope to drive the flock of sheep. Even if Su Yang were to master the technique, He deemed it improbable. Moreover, the sheep were quite frightened, skittering at the slightest rustle. Then I must thank you. Go, but do speak louder. Otherwise, I may have to continue, Yi remarked as he leisurely led his sheep towards the rear. Old Sha, look! A startled exclamation broke the air, prompting Yi to turn and widen his eyes in astonishment. From the previously chaotic flock, a single sheep emerged, recognizable to those acquainted with Su Yang's recent ministrations. Ba. The lead sheep tentatively took a few steps forward, hesitating yet again. Could it be? Isn't that the sheep from earlier? Why does it seem to be approaching Su Yang? Wang Baoqiang, dirt-streaked and holding a tuft of wool, gasped in disbelief. Come here. With the lead sheep breaking from the herd, Su Yang sensed the moment was ripe. Crouching down, he clapped his hands. Ba ba ba. The lead sheep, now emboldened, called out twice to the flock and sprinted towards Su Yang. In its wake, several others quickly followed. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The once dispersed flock poured forth like water released from a dam, all rushing towards Su Yang. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Incredible. How is this happening? That lead sheep is guiding the entire flock towards Su Yang. It appeared the lead sheep, having been tamed through massage, was now leading the rest. Truly, Su Yang, father of Su Xiaoyu, possessed an extraordinary mind. Amidst the bleating of the flock, they soon congregated before Su Yang. The sheep that had just been massaged appeared utterly content, basking in Su Yang's gentle strokes. Is this even possible? Can be played this way? Hu Jun, who had been part of the flock moments before, surveyed the scene with incredulity. Help me quickly. Sha Yi's voice broke through as he strained to manage his own sheep, which were now agitated by the influence of Su Yang's flock. Is this all right? Su Yang gently patted the lead sheep's head, glancing at Bai Lu. Why does it seem you were so anxious moments ago, yet now you are dumbfounded? Did your massage really summon the sheep? This is absurd. Bai Lu covered her mouth, swallowing hard. Though she had witnessed the entire sequence, it remained astonishing. The sheep gathered around Su Yang, unafraid. Xiaoyu, you may proceed. He called to his daughter as he approached the flock, followed closely by the loyal lead sheep. As he moved, the sheep exhibited no signs of fleeing. To be honest, he was merely testing the waters. To his surprise, he succeeded. Observing the curious expressions of Wang Baoqiang and others, Su Yang chuckled and promptly seized his designated sheep. The first sheep was ushered into the pen in less than 10 seconds. This was hindered by the presence of other sheep. Otherwise, it could have been even quicker. The second one, meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu was also capturing her sheep and guiding it into the pen. The third, the fourth. In less than 10 minutes, the counter reached 100. The audience, witnessing the lambs awaiting slaughter, was utterly astounded. Goodness, it was as if Su Yang and his daughter were druids. It was outrageous. The sheep showed no resistance at all. Had they been enchanted by Su Yang? One had to admit, if that was indeed the method employed, any creature would succumb. Wasn't he the task to catch sheep? How did it turn into a demonstration of animal taming? Ha ha ha. Now that's more like it. This is how to get things done. Truly, Su Xiaoyu's father possesses remarkable skills. Those gathered around the flock, including Wang Baoqiang, exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yang's miraculous technique of subduing the lead sheep through massage was astonishing, not to mention the peculiar logic behind it. Who would ever think of massaging sheep? I am impressed. In just 10 minutes, he accomplished what would have taken me half an hour. Sha Yi, having already caught over 30 sheep, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes filled with admiration for Su Yang. Brother Sha, does what you just said still stand? Su Yang inquired with a grin, holding a sheep in each hand. Of course. It's just a matter of treating you to a meal, right? I Sha Yi have promised. Sha Yi replied with a hearty laugh, patting his belly. Brother Sha, wait for me to finish my task here. Once done, I'll catch the sheep, and you all will be responsible for transportation, ensuring the task is completed without a hitch. Su Yang casually addressed the group. Chapter 84. All tasks completed. First place in the Where is Daddy? Show. Cough, cough, cough. No problem. Aren't there plenty of lambs? Later, aside from Su Yang, we can privately decide the rankings. Hearing Su Yang's understanding of social niceties, Sha Yi was quick to agree. After an entire morning of activities, coupled with the sweltering sun on the grasslands, everyone was nearly exhausted. Completing the task early to rest was beneficial for all. All right, I agree with Su Yang's suggestion. Huang Lei, already breathless, raised his hand to vote. I agree. Wang Baoqiang proclaimed loudly. As someone who practiced martial arts and trained regularly, even he found it a bit overwhelming. Agreed. Agreed. Soon, without Sha Yi needing to say more, everyone raised their hands in agreement. There are just 20 minutes left. Everyone, let us give it our all. Bai Lu, responsible for keeping track of time, reminded them from the side. That's sufficient. Su Yang declared confidently, holding onto a sheep. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu was executing the same maneuver. With their somewhat cheeky tactics, all 285 of the marked sheep were successfully guided into the pen. Xiaoyu, help the uncles. All right, Uncle Sha, get ready to receive your sheep. Here they come. Here they come. Having fully recuperated, Sha-Yi brimmed with vigor. While the atmosphere here was bustling with activity, Director Jiang Minhao approached from a distance. Puzzled by the sudden congregation of sheep, emerging from the restroom, he noticed that Wang Baoqiang and the others were absent, and all the photographers had inexplicably gathered to one side. What was happening? As he observed the flock encircling Su Yang, his mind swarmed with questions. How had Su Yang managed to train the sheep without the assistance of the herdsman? What? Massaging the sheep? The lead sheep had been tamed? Listening to the staff's explanations, Jiang Minhao rubbed his forehead in disbelief, regarding Su Yang as if he were a strange creature. As the former director, he had thought he knew Su Yang well, yet he was astonished to discover such a hidden talent. Massaging sheep and taming the flock? What kind of sorcery was this? It seemed all his prior worries had been for naught. Director, are our lambs ready? Sha-Yi, the first to complete the task, asked cheerfully. Rest assured, I just conferred with the herdsman. Once the task is accomplished, you may choose any lamb you desire, Jiang Minhao replied. As time passed, the last task sheep was finally delivered into Hu Jun's designated pen. They had succeeded, even with Su Yang's assistance. Hu Jun was left panting from exertion. Without Su Yang's help, they could only imagine how long they would have been occupied. Indeed, we did it. Director, is there enough time? The energetic Wang Baoqiang dashed to the director's side, inquiring directly. You completed the task in under an hour. Everyone laughed heartily at the sight of the director's furrowed brow, exclaiming, that was astonishingly quick. The director remarked, I hadn't even contemplated the next scene. I never expected you would finish by noon. It was evident that the director was quite taken aback. Now, with no other activities planned by the production team, they could finally relax. No more sheep chasing. They could indulge in a feast instead. Emerging from the sheep pen, Hu Jun, drenched in sweat, walked alongside Su Yang. Though he felt utterly exhausted, he noticed no sign of fatigue on Su Yang's face. Indeed, he had been assisting us tirelessly. His physical stamina is remarkable. Wang Baoqiang, trailing behind, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, marveling at his endurance. How could such a trivial matter wear him out when we are about to feast on lamb? Absolutely. A whole lamb banquet awaits. Hand in hand with his daughter, they entered the tent, where the grand feast was already prepared. The roast lamb, stewed lamb, and hot pot offered a delightful array of choices. With a rumble of hunger, Su Yang and his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, dove into their meal like ravenous wolves. With his enhanced physical condition, Su Yang found his appetite had significantly increased. In the course of everyday life, one does not indulge in excessive meat consumption. However, this time, with the support of the production team, he felt at liberty to indulge. Just as Su Yang and his companions were enjoying their meal, the director for Mango TV could no longer remain passive. He had been urgently summoned to take charge of the program, Fatherly Love. Initially, he perceived this as a gilded opportunity to solidify his standing through this show. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Minhao would launch yet another program. Have the statistics been released yet? He inquired. Director, the data from Kuyin requires at least 6 hours of broadcast before it becomes available. Perhaps you could wait? Suggested the data collector. No, I can certainly wait 6 hours, he replied, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was precisely 6 in the evening. Seated in his chair, the director of the Fatherly Love program patiently awaited the data. This information held significant importance for numerous programs, and achieving the highest ratings would serve as a valuable benchmark for others, particularly for his show in relation to Where Are We Going, Dad? If the data fell significantly short, he felt he might as well prepare for resignation. As time ticked away, an anxious audience online was also fixated on the results. As fans of Su Xiaoyu, everyone hoped for her triumph. Is there still no viewership data? I can hardly contain my anticipation, exclaimed one. Indeed, Xiaoyu's performance this time was nothing short of spectacular. Based on this performance, I believe Su Yang and his son are merely courting attention. What if it's true? If it is, I'll livestream my naked run. The affection for Su Xiaoyu had garnered her a legion of older female fans. under their enthusiastic promotion. The buzz even reached the ears of many acquaintances. "Director, it's almost ready," called out the data collector, rousing the director from the brink of slumber. "Quickly retrieve the data." Although this time frame was somewhat abstract, Kuyun's operational model involved initially broadcasting half a day's data to provide a semblance of relevance for producers contemplating withdrawal. Moreover, it effectively informed related industry personnel of certain details. The data from all 52 provinces across the nation was laid out in a comprehensive chart. The director glanced upward, and finally, at the 10th position, he spotted the Fatherly Love Program. "Director, we are in 10th place," the data collector exclaimed, jumping for joy. Since Jiang Minheo's departure, the program's ratings had plummeted day by day, teetering on the brink of cancellation. Yet, the network head had imposed significant pressure. 9th place, Donghai TV's Masked Singer. 8th place, Dido TV's Under Schools Forum. 1st place, Lawn TV. "Where are we going, Dad?" Chapter 85. Is Xiaoyu's mother returning to the country? In the early morning, dressed and ready, Su Yang cast a glance at his daughter. She had been video chatting with her grandmother for a long time the previous night and was still in a deep slumber. "How about we go horseback riding together?" he suggested as he stepped out of the yurt and encountered the early rising Bai Lu. "Sure, Shagu, but I'm a novice," Su Yang replied with a smile. "No worries, I'll teach you," Bai Lu assured him, recalling her ample horse riding experience from past filming. The two individuals arrived at the horse corral, where a herdsman was already engaged in feeding the horses. After a brief conversation with the herdsman, a horse was soon led out of the corral by an attendant. This horse was undoubtedly a fine specimen. Mimicking my display, Bai Lu, with the support of Su Yang, managed to mount the steed with some difficulty. "Well done, Su Yang. You claim you cannot ride?" Bai Lu applauded as he executed a graceful mounting. "I truly cannot," Su Yang replied with a smile, gently squeezing the horse's belly, prompting the chestnut steed to set off. His proficiency in both Taiji and Wing Chun martial arts, both of which he had mastered to a high level, particularly Taiji at a master-esque caliber, allowed him to grasp the intricacies of horseback riding with just a glance. The two rode along a winding river in the grasslands, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Ding dong, ding dong. After just a few minutes, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the tranquility. "Shu, it's my wife," Su Yang quickly instructed Bai Lu, who was not far away. He was concerned about what his wife might think if she saw him. However, it appeared to be the first time she called during the day. Did she have something important to discuss? "Where are you?" came a gentle voice from the phone. Bai Lu perked up her ears, curious to listen. With such an adorable daughter, Su Yang's wife piqued Bai Lu's interest even more. She had heard that the woman was studying abroad, earning scholarships to support the family, a feat that filled Bai Lu with admiration. "Is the weather in the Magic City as blue as they say?" "Indeed, you wouldn't believe it. The sky has been remarkably blue lately, and the air is delightful," Su Yang replied whimsically, tilting the camera toward the sky. "Really? I have good news for you." On the other end of the video call, Su Yang could feel the warmth of her gaze. "What is this good news?" he asked quietly, gesturing for silence. "I'm coming back to the country." "What? You're returning?" Su Yang's voice rose several octaves, taken aback. If she came back at this time, the filming of the show would be jeopardized. Furthermore, he faced a significant dilemma: how to explain this situation to her. Should he reveal it now? After a moment as contemplation, Su Yang decided to wait. After chatting with his wife for another couple of minutes, she mentioned needing to rest, and he ended the call with a smile. "Su Yang, what are you worried about?" "Isn't it a joy that little fish's mother is coming back?" Bai Lu inquired, noticing Su Yang's furrowed brow. "What joy is there? I've been participating in this show without her knowledge. If she finds out, can you imagine the consequences?" Seeing Bai Lu's puzzled expression, he elaborated. "If you were little fish's mother and saw your daughter neglecting her studies to participate in variety shows, how would you feel?" "Oh, I see. I would get a divorce and then flee to another land with my daughter," she joked. "It shouldn't be that dire, should it?" Noticing the creases forming on Su Yang's forehead, Bai Lu laughed. Given that she was not married and worked in the entertainment industry, her perspective naturally differed from others. "Never mind. It seems pointless to discuss this with you. I'll take a moment to collect my thoughts alone." Riding away, Su Yang pondered his strategies. When his wife departed, She had urged him to take good care of their child and ensure that his studies did not falter. At that moment, he discovered the child was struggling academically and preoccupied with play. Was this acceptable? Should he complete this current program and then withdraw? Observing the staff and the director, Jiang Minheo, emerging in the distance, he noticed the beaming expressions on their faces. Recalling his previous words, Su Yang made his way directly to the yurt. There were only a few days left, and the other party had mentioned returning, likely needing to settle matters on their end. He felt he still had an opportunity to plead his case. Su Yang, full-time dad, skills, DJing master, potato roasting master, lock-picking grandmaster, Wing Chun master, fortune-telling, master level, counterfeit currency production, master level, gallbladder extraction, advanced, dissection, advanced, forensic knowledge, advanced, Tai Chi grandmaster. Comprehensive massage techniques, master, passive, enhanced physical qualities level 6, positive popularity value, 153,524, negative popularity value, 108,0872, gazing at the skill panel. Su Yang resolved to make a bold move. This popularity value might be his last opportunity, as he was uncertain when he would next appear on program. Rather than waiting for a final lottery draw, it would be wiser to secure those rewards sooner. Perhaps there was a way to resolve this predicament? 10 consecutive draws. The high-level kind. With a command, the system's popularity value swiftly diminished. In no time, over 1 million had plummeted to 80,000. He was eager to see what the system would yield. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Receiving the same message thrice left Su Yang somewhat dazed. 1 million spent on a mid-tier or beginner draw would likely have yielded better results. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Thunder Technique. Thunder Technique. One of the authentic Maoshan arts, capable of shattering darkness with thunder. Is the system jesting? Su Yang was at a loss as he beheld the Thunder Technique in his skill list. In this era devoid of demons and monsters, would this skill merely frighten others? Nonetheless, it was indeed a high-level reward. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a considerable sense of satisfaction. Setting aside the Thunder Technique for the moment, he anticipated even more valuable acquisitions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Corpse Driving Technique. Corpse Driving Technique, a legacy of Maoshan, capable of driving away corpses at mastery. One can summon the deceased. Ah, so this is the direction we're taking? Very well. Su Yang, having mentally prepared himself, was no longer surprised by the corpse driving technique. After all, it was a product of the system. Ding, you have acquired Gu Technique. Gu Technique, a practice passed down from the Miao region, capable of controlling Gu insects. Not bad. Let us continue. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The 10 consecutive draws concluded swiftly, leaving Su Yang gazing at the popularity value within the system, feeling a profound sense of emptiness. The matter of popularity value was trivial. What truly mattered was finding an opportunity to pass on these skills to his daughter. Chapter 86. How to Seek Treasure in the Ancient Miao Village. The broadcast has finally begun. Goodness, how did you manage to start so quickly? I had just sent out my comments. Hee. Did you not know? My internet is borrowed from Brother Wong next door. The speed is remarkably fast. Even my wife praises it. Fast? That is splendid. I hadn't expected Uncle Wong next door to be so generous. I heard this time we're going to live stream from the ancient Miao Village. Indeed, the journey across the grasslands has concluded, and there is much to behold at the ancient Miao Village. What exciting endeavors will Xiaoyu and Su Yang embark upon this time? As soon as the live stream commenced, eager viewers surged into the room. After 3 days of rest, the group of fathers, rejuvenated, arrived in the southwestern province via transportation. At the entrance of the ancient Miao Village, Bai Lu had long awaited their arrival. Welcome, everyone. Behind me lies the beautiful and uniquely characterized ancient Miao Village. For the upcoming period, we will reside here. Please change into the prepared attire, and then we shall commence today's tasks. Dressed in casual attire, Su Yang and his daughter entered the changing room separately. This traditional outfit is quite intriguing. Su Yang observed the distinctive garments on the table, predominantly in dark hues, adorned with silver embellishments. Following the program's requirements, he swiftly donned the costume. During this time, Su Yang imparted a thunder technique to Su Xiaoyu. As for the other two skills, he merely explained them to her. After all, there were neither corpses nor the so-called goo worms to work with. Enhancing strength through training was somewhat challenging. Fortunately, Su Yang was not in a hurry. These skills likely wouldn't be applicable in daily life. His wife would return in 5 days, granting him ample time to gather some popularity during the show. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he could participate in the lottery, it would suffice. "Dad, are you ready yet?" Outside, Su Xiaoyu's voice echoed. "Coming, coming." Exiting the changing room, Su Xiaoyu had already donned the specially crafted attire of the Miao village. Her adorable face, paired with the silver accessories, looked enchanting. As adults and children showcased their appearances one after another, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. "Oh my, Xiaoyu is so adorable. I wish I had a child like her. Ha! This outfit is delightful. They resemble little goo masters. I never expected the attire of the Miao village to be so distinctive. I want to buy one." Brother Sha's belly almost bursts out of his clothes. "I feel like Su Yang stands out among these stars. He is somewhat handsome. At first glance, Su Yang appears ordinary. But with the likes of Baoqiang around him, he is an unparalleled beauty." "Wang Baoqiang, are you being polite?" After the debut, Su Yang and the others arrived at the new activity location. Today's task was quite simple: to embark on a treasure hunt in the forest. The production team had set up numerous treasure chests within the woods, containing various props and rewarding items. The first to acquire the crown shall be deemed the victor of this round of the game. Bai Lu gestured toward the dense forest behind her as she elucidated the rules of the game. "A treasure chest? Ah, this is my forte." Upon hearing the regulations, Sha immediately stood up. As a guest on the show, he was exceedingly familiar with the pursuit of treasure chests. "Ha ha ha, Lao Sha, you surely haven't seen me, have you?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Wang Baoqiang, accompanied by his child, stepped into the center of the arena. Having participated in previous seasons as a guest, as well as in extreme challenges and various other variety shows, Wang Baoqiang was adept at these activities. Finding a mere treasure chest would be a trivial task for him. "Where's our esteemed teacher, Huang?" Bai Lu teased from the side, expressing her confidence in Huang, who was known for his astute observational skills. "Enough of that. I will not let you have it either." Hu Yun scoffed dismissively, casting a glance at the others before leading Shao Kong into the forest. Observing this, the others exchanged bold remarks and promptly followed suit into the thicket. "I wonder what the prize is this time." Indeed, without enticing rewards, what purpose does our speed serve? Trailing behind the group, Su Yang and his daughter engaged in discussion. "If there are no worthwhile rewards, perhaps we should forego the search for the treasure chest. After all, there's little motivation otherwise." Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu truly were a pair of treasure seekers. How amusing they are! Thankfully, they are not celebrities. Otherwise, the backlash would be relentless. I'm equally curious about what the production team has in store for rewards. Here it comes. The rewards from the production team are revealed. Soon, the prize list was unveiled in the live broadcast. Such extravagance? Listening to Bai Lu's description, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. In addition to a family fund, there were several household appliances. Furthermore, a travel fund of 100,000 yuan for the entire family. "Xiaoyu, we absolutely must secure this." Fixating on the travel fund, Su Yang declared earnestly, "Daddy, we must win it. Then we could travel with Mom." Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, "Let's run." The father and daughter, who had previously lacked motivation, now surged to the front of the pack upon seeing the prizes. In Su Yang's eyes, these items were undeniably valuable. Even if he did not require them, he could always gift them to his in-laws, right? At the very least, it would convey to them that he was quite accomplished. After half an hour had passed, Su Yang stood bewildered in the forest. "Where's the treasure chest? Surely you must be jesting." Surveying the surroundings, he saw nothing but various forms of vegetation, devoid of any sign of a treasure chest. Indeed, did the production team truly place treasure chests here? Exhausted after toiling for half the day, Wang Baoqiang and his daughter found nothing. Although he had to carry his child, should it not have been relatively easy to locate? I forgot to inform everyone that the treasure chests here have been camouflaged by the production team. If one does not observe closely, they may not be discovered. surrounding you. There are at least several dozen treasure chests. Holding her phone, Bai Lu said with a smile. The production team intentionally set a challenging difficulty. How could a reward of 100,000 yuan be so conspicuous? 10 treasure chests? The surrounding crowd, including Sand and others, gazed around in confusion. Hu Jun even picked up a rock, but still found nothing. In that moment, Su Yang also realized the game's true level of difficulty. Let's disperse and search. Huang Lei suggested, and the group scattered. Only Su Yang and his daughter, Su Xiaoyu, wore mischievous smiles. One of the treasure chests was directly above them, and it was astonishing that it could not be seen without careful observation. Chapter 87. While others search for treasure, you play with poison worms? In the depths of the forest, afternoon sunlight flooded the area with warmth, breathing in the fragrant aroma of trees and flowers. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu perched on an old tree, waiting patiently. The others had wandered far. It was time for action. Bai Lu, squatting beside Su Xiaoyu, eagerly urged them on. They had come to find the treasure chest, and had informed the father-daughter duo about the rewards inside. Yet, they had remained inactive for quite some time. Hee, Xiaoyu, we can move now. Yes, Dad. Following the gaze of the father and daughter, they discovered that the bird's nest atop the tree was, in fact, a treasure chest. You've truly found it. Hurry up and take action. Bai Lu, who was responsible for observing, encouraged them. However, it was quite high. How would they retrieve it? Upon reaching the base of the tree, Bai Lu reached out, but it was nearly impossible to reach. Even Su Yang, with his tall stature, would likely struggle. It was time to witness a miracle. Su Yang, cradling his daughter, positioned himself beneath the treasure chest. The ordinary methods would not suffice, but for him, it was a trivial task. He held his daughter in his arms and cautiously lifted her. Xiaoyu was quite light, and after practicing Tai Chi and Wing Chun, Su Yang had significantly increased his strength. Are you ready? He asked, supporting her with both hands. All right, Dad. Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her body slightly leaning forward. Go. With a powerful throw, Xiaoyu also leaped upward, and in a graceful jump, she reached the same height as the treasure chest. Hey, she exclaimed, executing a kick with her right foot while her body fell backward. The treasure chest, disguised as a bird's nest, slid down alongside her. Below, Su Yang spread his arms wide, effortlessly catching his daughter. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. Was that acrobatics just now? Wow, it looked like she flew, exclaimed one. I thought they were just messing around, but it turns out this father-daughter duo had a target. Xiaoyu is so cool. That flying kick was impressive, no wires needed. Indeed, it would be splendid for her to become an action star in the future. The audience was thoroughly entertained and praised the coordination between Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu. After all, witnessing such a flying kick performance was undeniably delightful. You can open the treasure chest now. Handing over the chest, Bai Lu looked at the father-daughter pair in disbelief. This is a variety show, you know. How did this father-daughter duo come to possess such an enchanting flair? It seems they are indeed the chosen ones of this variety show. My heartfelt gratitude to Sister Bai too, as Su Xiaoyu eagerly accepted the treasure chest. Her excitement was palpable. Please continue to exert your efforts. Is there a prize? The card within the chest prompted Su Xiaoyu to glance towards Bai Tu. No, but I can offer you a bottle of water. Facing the discontented gazes of the father and daughter, Bai Tu handed over the water. What a tremendous letdown. Hidden away so meticulously, only to yield nothing. Searching both inside and out for other items, Su Yang wore a look of dissatisfaction. The thought of Jiang Minheo chuckling behind his back only added to his irritation. His wife was returning home soon, and he must bring back some gifts. Otherwise, he feared he might encounter a domestic crisis. The audience, however, found great amusement in Su Yang's predicament. What a relief. This is the luck one ought to possess. Otherwise, I would have suspected Su Yang was merely following a script. The production team has truly excelled. This way, the celebrity guests and children can engage their minds rather than mindlessly collect treasure chests. It is only from here that everyone's luck and discernment can be revealed. Go, Xiaoyu. However, if there were 2 more treasure chests like that one, Xiaoyu would truly shine. The audience was thoroughly entertained, yet Su Yang was less than pleased. He scanned the woods but found it difficult to spot any treasure chests. The production team had indeed put forth considerable effort, camouflaging the chests with protective layers. Had he not been so observant and noticed the subtle differences in the bird's nest, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover it. A spider! A startled voice exclaimed as the crowd gathered around Baitu. Don't worry, this type of spider doesn't bite. Just make sure not to provoke it. At the intersection of the grass and woods, a massive spider web glistened, adorned with a particularly vibrant spider. Su Yang's explanation prompted nods of understanding from Baitu and the others. This spider seemed somewhat familiar. Once Sha, Yi, and the others departed, Su Yang began to ponder deeply. According to his knowledge of insects, the presence of this peacock spider typically indicates the existence of another creature known as the stone maggot, which is indispensable for the cultivation of insect-based techniques. I'll check on the others, you all keep at it. Baitu, shivering with goosebumps, uttered this before following Sha, Yi, and the others away. With no progress in locating the treasure chest, Su Yang decided to observe the others. First, he needed to find a vessel. After some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. This insect could respond to its master's commands, assisting in the search for treasures and scents. Mastering such a small creature to uncover treasures should be a straightforward task, right? Soon, Su Yang borrowed a porcelain vessel from a villager. Along with the vessel, he also had the fragrant herbs that Su Xiaoyu had discovered. With preparations complete, the father and daughter began their endeavors near the spider. As time ticked away, a vessel encircled by the fragrant herbs was constructed near the nest. What is this for? I have no idea. Are we trying to catch the spider? This type of peacock spider is highly venomous. One must not underestimate it. I don't understand. I am utterly astonished. Aren't we supposed to be searching for treasure? Is there any purpose in capturing this spider? While Su Yang and his daughter ignited the incense, Sha, he had already discovered a treasure chest. It was found by Ji during his search beneath a stone. Finally, it's my turn. Seeing his son emerge with the treasure chest, Sha Yi's face lit up with joy. After such a long time in this game, he could finally take pride, and the prize was quite substantial. And Ji, your luck is splendid. It's all yours. Rubbing his hands together, Sha Yi handed the key to his son. All right, watch me. Though Ji is still young, he has participated in many such activities and was quite thrilled about opening the treasure chest. It's open. As the chest revealed its contents, Wang Baoqiang and others gathered around. Dad, you open it, Ji encouraged, handing the folded paper to his father. All right, watch your old man work his magic. My luck should be good. As he slowly unfolded the card, Sha Yi's smile gradually faded. Ha ha ha. I knew you were unlucky, old Sha, and you thought you could open a treasure chest? Wang Baoqiang laughed and ran off. The number of prizes was limited, so once others obtained them, they were no longer available. Thus, everyone was in a competitive spirit. What does that smell? What is Su Yang cooking? Chapter 88. Feeding the blood essence to the poisonous insect? The life and death battle with toxins. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang, what are you doing? Covering his mouth and nose, Wang Baoqiang approached Su Yang, inquiring. I saw white smoke rising from afar and thought there was a fire. I stumbled upon something good. How did your treasure chest search go? Su Yang asked curiously after handing tree bark to Su Xiaoyu. If others had better luck and sharper eyes, there would be no need for him to continue practicing his sorcery. After all, if all the rewards were taken, what use would these precious insects be? Cough, cough. Speaking of which, old Jiang is quite unkind. He has found about 5 or 6 treasure chests, none of which contain prizes. I suspect he hasn't placed any treasures at all. Exiting the smoke, Baoqiang shouted loudly, all right, then you all go search for more of old Zhang's treasures. Su Yang's voice echoed as Wang Baoqiang left the smoke's vicinity. The air carried a peculiar scent, aside from the smoke. By the way, what was I going to ask? Never mind. Finding treasure is more urgent. Scratching his head, Wang Baoqiang led his daughter to begin their search in the forest. Meanwhile, Director Jiang Minheo sensed the situation was amiss and promptly dispatched 4 or 5 staff members, each wielding a fire extinguisher, ready nearby. Should Su Yang ignite the forest, he would be prepared to extinguish the flames at once. Xiaoyu, it's up to you. Sensing the scent in the air, Su Yang took a couple of steps back. At this crucial moment, only by having his daughter Su Xiaoyu operate could the success rate of his sorcery be enhanced. The phoenix-tailed spider, disturbed by the smoke, retreated from its web and hid in a corner of a tree. The incense lit was precisely the scent favored by the stone maggots. Let us not set the forest ablaze. Completely bewildered by the actions of Su Yang and his daughter, one could only wonder if Su Xiaoyu understood what was happening. It is quite perplexing. The antics of this father and daughter duo are utterly bizarre, resorting to roasting tree bark. I can feel the suffocating air around them. Honestly, are they trying to coax a treasure chest into existence? Do they think the chest has come to life? Naturally, the audience is filled with curiosity regarding the peculiar actions of Su Yang and his daughter. After all, the treasure chest bears no relation to their endeavors. Suddenly, a chirp of an insect pierces the stillness of the forest, resonating loudly. With a gentle breeze, Su Xiaoyu fans the scent of the smoking herbs with the bark, her actions quite pleasing to the eye. A crisp notification chimes, indicating that her mastery of the art of goo has reached an advanced level, prompting Su Yang to nod in approval. This signifies that his daughter possesses a rare comprehension of this craft. If she continues on this path, it would take little effort for her to ascend to the status of a master. It's coming out. Su Xiaoyu whispers. The cameraman looks around in confusion, unsure of what is happening. However, following the direction of their gaze, a small insect, wings outstretched, appears not far from the vessel, alighting upon a fallen leaf and buzzing melodiously. Now, Su Xiaoyu murmurs, extending her finger to prick her index finger, allowing droplets of blood to flow into the vessel. This scene leaves the viewers momentarily dumbfounded. What is this operation? I thought they were going to catch a spider. What sort of insect is this? And why does it require blood? It all seems rather peculiar. Quick, someone call in teacher Xiao Liang to explain what this insect is. Ha ha ha. This is amusing. Let us see if the insect enters the vessel. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, the small insect emits a sound before swiftly jumping into the vessel. With Su Yang's consent, the cameraman selects an angle to capture the moment the insect consumes the blood. Goodness, it can drink blood? What kind of creature is this? We were supposed to be searching for a treasure chest, yet we ended up capturing an insect. Soon enough, answers will be revealed. For now, everyone watches in anticipation. It appears reminiscent of some martial art. As the audience marvels at the spectacle, in an office, Xiao Liang opens a live stream. Moments ago, he was pondering a research topic, struggling to find relevant information on certain plants and animals. Just as he was feeling perplexed, he received a surge of viewers, prompting him to check the live stream. Is that a stone moth? Xiao Yang's voice draws the attention of his colleagues. Indeed, it is the stone moth. But hasn't this insect been presumed extinct for quite some time? An entomologist begins to analyze. Wait a minute. This Su Yang knows an awful lot. Xiao Yang nods in agreement. Many species of insects remain unseen by the general populace. In truth, even harmless insects can instill fear in ordinary individuals, let alone those that are effectively protected. Xiao Yang, they're feeding the insect with blood. As the camera angle shifts, Xiao Yang and his colleagues widen their eyes in astonishment. Though they are knowledgeable about insects and possess relevant records, they have never heard of nourishing them with blood. Wait a moment, he recalled having read in an ancient tome. This method seemed to bear connection to the nurturing of the goo worms in Miaojiang. A sudden spark of insight ignited in his mind, and Xiao Yang swiftly departed the office. He required that definitive information. If it were true, did it not imply that this child possessed knowledge of goo techniques? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, as a final drop of blood fell, Su Xiaoyu ceased her actions. Subsequently, a stone worm, no larger than a pinky finger, began to drink the blood. Su Xiaoyu continued to ignite the burning incense. The goo technique has reached the master level. Beside her, Su Yang, with two sharp thorns in hand, awaited patiently. Soon, a vibrant spider appeared, hopping around the vessel. According to the records of goo techniques, after consuming human blood, the stone worm, stimulated by the incense, would have its toxicity and strength enhanced. However, it was imperative to eliminate the phoenix-tailed spider, as it would increase its venom by preying on the stone worm. These two creatures were sworn mortal enemies. The stone worm, upon sensing its adversary, unfurled its wings and emitted a series of shrill cries. In response, The phoenix-tailed spider leaped into the vessel, and the atmosphere grew tense. After all, this was their first attempt at utilizing goo worms, and failure would mean the stone worm's sacrifice would be in vain. "What are you doing?" Bailu noticed the unusual commotion and curiously approached. To her dismay, not only was there the frightening worm, but also the venomous spider. A mere glance was enough to send her retreating in terror. "Fear not, this trembling worm is intriguing. Consider it a battle of life and death." Chapter 89. The Whistling Poison Worm. Are you a practitioner of goo? Beneath the shade of the trees, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating every corner of the forest. "What are you all watching?" Just as Wang Baoqiang opened an empty treasure chest, he heard Bai Lu's exclamation. Following the sound, he noticed Su Xiaoyu and Su Yang engaged in some activity. The gathering crowd grew, each face tense with anticipation, as if witnessing a spectacle. "Let's go take a look." Wang Baoqiang called his daughter and hurried over, greeting Huang Lei and the others along the way. "I must see what is happening." Good heavens! Upon catching a glimpse of the scene, Wang Baoqiang hurriedly took his daughter away. "By all that is holy, Su Yang, you are playing with poisonous worms." His voice trembled slightly as he placed his daughter in a safe spot. The spider was undeniably venomous, and within the porcelain vessel lay a worm he had never seen before, bright red and evidently toxic. The battle commenced. Without a moment to respond to Wang Baoqiang, Su Yang's expression tightened. The struggle between the poisonous creatures was a matter of life and death. Particularly for the stone worm, its demise would result in a significant loss. However, at that moment, he could not intervene. He could only wait in silence, with the nourishment of fresh blood and the stimulation of the incense. The glowing organs of the stone worm flickered ominously, exuding an aura of ferocity. Reflecting on the tail spider, it draws closer, devoid of any fear. The conflicts among creatures are often this straightforward. When faced with a mortal enemy, both parties are bound to fight to the bitter end. The gaze shared between the two venomous beings adds an air of tension to the atmosphere. Why do I feel so anxious watching these insects engage in battle? It seems as if we are all waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I wonder which will emerge victorious. The spider appears rather formidable. Naturally, I hope the little insect prevails, especially since the small fish has been nourished with blood. Let the contest commence. I'm so tense that I can scarcely breathe. The audience in the live stream shares this palpable tension, as few have witnessed such a spectacle, particularly with the venomous creatures appearing exceedingly fierce. From an external perspective, it is impossible to ascertain the victor. Chirp! The little insect nimbly leaps, prompting the tail spider to launch a sudden attack. Chirp, chirp! With a sharp cry, the little insect evades the assault and delivers a quick jab to the spider's back. Surely, this tiny creature cannot be fatally bitten, despite the fear. Bai Lu cautiously leans forward, concerned as she observes the insect's continual evasions. It will not perish. The spider is doomed. Nearby, Su Yang Wursesmai. The vitality and incense merely awaken the bloodlust of the stone insect. True victory lies in its agility. If it were to engage in a head-on confrontation, the spider's mandibles would prove overwhelmingly powerful, rendering the stone insect no match for it. However, through deft maneuvers, it can evade attacks while countering. Its venom has already infiltrated the spider's body, tipping the scales of victory. Chirp, chirp. Soon enough, as Su Yang had predicted, after failing to catch its prey, the tail spider unexpectedly tumbles within the porcelain, remaining motionless for an extended period. Has it truly perished? Could the little insect have triumphed? Teacher He, observing the spectacle, poses a question. Patience, the spider is cunning. Should the little insect act now, it would surely meet a fatal bite. The insect tentatively advances, only to quickly retreat. 2 minutes later, the spider's legs convulse. Its less than 5-centimeter body jerks violently before becoming still. Chirp! With a triumphant cry, the stone insect crawls over to savor its spoils. Goodness! This spider feigns death? I have been deceived. This spider is exceedingly treacherous. How clever these creatures are. Indeed, this previously unseen little insect possesses the wisdom to bide its time. The scene is quite captivating. However, I remain bewildered as to the intentions of this father-daughter duo. Are they merely playing with insects? Will they then seek treasure? The search for treasure demands both luck and keen eyesight. I hope they hasten their pace, for sunset approaches. While the audience in the live stream is captivated by the little insect, their concern for Su Xiaoyu grows. From the outset, they have only discovered one treasure chest, which was empty at that. What comes next? If the little insect has one, they should be able to search for the treasure now. Rubbing her sore legs, Bai Lu curiously glances at the father-daughter pair. Others have commenced their treasure hunts, and it seems teacher Huang's group has already unveiled the rewards from the production team. It will be ready soon. Su Xiaoyu gently placed a lid over the prepared bowl and continued to ignite the fragrant herbs. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, she whistled a melodious tune. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bai Lu, standing nearby, awkwardly scratched her head. If it weren't for the fact that Su Xiaoyu wasn't whistling at her, one might suspect the girl was teasing her. The whistle was strikingly loud. Following that chirp, 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 a sound emanated from the porcelain bowl, responding in harmony with Su Xiaoyu's whistling. In an instant, the audience appeared somewhat dazed. What on earth is happening? Is she taming insects? I have never witnessed someone using a whistle to control such a venomous creature. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu bore a striking resemblance to a Gu master. One could argue that there was a remarkable similarity, first feeding the insects with blood and then taming them. Goodness, does this imply that Su Xiaoyu possesses knowledge of the art of Gu? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the moment seemed opportune, Su Xiaoyu gently lifted the lid of the porcelain bowl. The small insect soared into the air, spiraling for a moment before landing on Su Xiaoyu's shoulder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Observing the interaction between the girl and the insect, Bai Lu instinctively took a few steps back in fright. What is this creature? Xiaoyu, be cautious. It may be poisonous. Bai Lu, not one to be easily fooled, shouted a warning. Just a moment ago, the tiny insect merely nibbled at the spider, and that venomous spider met its demise? This clearly highlighted the potency of its venom. If it were to bite a person, the consequences would be dire. No worries, Sister Bai Lu, this insect is a treasure-seeking bug. It not only refrains from biting humans, but also aids us in locating treasure chests. As she gestured for the insect to leap onto her finger, Su Xiaoyu explained with a smile. A treasure chest? Is that true? Bai Lu took a couple of steps closer, her curiosity piqued. However, upon hearing Su Xiaoyu claim it could find treasure, she felt it was somewhat far-fetched. It's not a hunting dog. Even if it were, the production team had gone to great lengths to conceal the treasure chests. Even a hunting dog might struggle to find them. Indeed, Sister Bai Lu, just wait and see. With that, Su Xiaoyu waved goodbye to her father and, accompanied by the small insect, headed toward the director of the production team. Don't come over here. Chapter 90. The Goo Bug Seeks the Treasure Chest. Su Xiaoyu, you are cheating. Over at the production team's director, Jiang Minheo had just been discussing the upcoming interactions with his colleagues when he spotted the chirping venomous insect. And it was aimed at him. He had never liked insects since childhood, and thus had developed a deep-seated fear of them as he grew older. Xiaoyu, let's talk this out. Please don't come near me. Hiding behind the trees, Jiang Minheo was poised to flee. Uncle, don't be afraid. The bug doesn't bite. It merely wishes to discover who hid the treasure chest. Playing with the colorful little insect, Su Xiaoyu cheerfully inquired. Old Jiang, just tell us who it is. Of course, we want to pressure him to divulge anything he cannot disclose. Following closely beside her, Su Yang elaborated. The utility of this treasure-seeking bug is vast, with its ability to locate hidden treasures being its most remarkable skill. The stone insect can detect pheromones in the air that others cannot perceive, thereby leading to the corresponding items. All right, I will tell you. Ignoring the pleading gaze of the treasure chest designer, a frightened Jiang Minheo spoke with candor. Go ahead. The small insect took flight, darting towards the designer. In an instant, the entire production crew was filled with trepidation. I will divulge everything. I will reveal the location of the treasure chest. As the designer watched the insect hovering above him, even a stout man like him was on the verge of tears. The phoenix-tailed spider, at least, was a known venomous creature, and its bite could be treated. However, this little insect posed an even greater danger. All right, come back, Su Xiaoyu whistled, and the insect returned to her hand. We shall not violate the rules. The treasure chest will come to us. Noticing that Shi Meng had sensed the pheromones from the other side, Su Yang took his daughter and departed, leaving Jiang Minheo and the others in a state of bewilderment, utterly clueless about the antics of the father and daughter. They initially thought they might use the venomous insect to threaten everyone, but it seemed not to be the case. "Director, you have betrayed me." The designer quickly pinpointed the culprit, seething with anger. "Increase the salary and bonuses." With a grand gesture, Jiang Minheo declared. Upon hearing this, the designer's face lit up with a smile. "Look at your ambitions. Let's first see how Su Yang finds a treasure chest. Additionally, who will inquire at the Miao village about how their insect sorcery was pilfered by this fellow? Are we truly going to use insects to seek treasure?" Bai Lu, who was following closely beside Su Yang, inquired with curiosity. Initially thinking it was a jest, she was astonished to discover it was indeed serious. Having just controlled the insect with his daughter, they were now ready to commence their quest. Arriving at the previous location, Su Yang signaled to Su Xiaoyu. He then retrieved the card from the earlier treasure chest and placed it next to the insect. Buzz, buzz. After the chirping, the insect departed from Su Xiaoyu's shoulder, circling in the air for a few seconds before swiftly heading towards an inconspicuous spot. "Follow closely." Su Yang urged his daughter to keep pace. The little insect ultimately landed on a stone, incessantly chirping. Picking up the stone, Su Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at the distant old Jiang. The designer had crafted a treasure chest resembling a stone, which explained why no one had noticed it. Fortunately, it was merely a rice cooker. After stashing the card in his pocket, Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu hastily left, continuing to follow the insect in search of the treasure chest. Have we truly found it? How remarkable! Is this insect truly that powerful? The treasure-seeking insect. I had thought Su Yang was jesting. Goodness, this insect is incredibly useful. To be candid, I have a bold idea. I wonder if it is feasible. With this insect, seeking treasure seems like a surefire way to profit. It's confirmed. Su Xiaoyu is a master of insect sorcery. The dense forest sprawled over an acre. Wang Baoqiang and his daughter rummaged for treasure chests and soon reached the outskirts. Through a meticulous search, they discovered 3 treasure chests. However, the rewards were meager, yielding only an electric toothbrush. "Su Yang, I've already searched over there." There is nothing at all. Hearing some commotion not far away, Wang Baoqiang called out loudly, "No worries, we'll search again." Seeing that Su Yang remained skeptical, Wang Baoqiang could only continue his search. His keen eyesight, though his method was rather clumsy, proved practical. "Found it! Found it!" The exclamation rang out, and Wang Baoqiang turned to see, momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't that treasure chest the very stone he had just stepped on? How could he have missed it? Moreover, judging by Su Yang's expression, it seemed there was something valuable inside. "What is the prize?" Wang Baoqiang inquired with curiosity. "Just a washing machine, nothing extravagant." Su Yang replied nonchalantly. As he gazed at the washing machine worth several thousand, Wang Baoqiang felt a tinge of envy. Clearly, he had been the one to search first. How had he overlooked it? "What is that insect doing?" Wang Baoqiang asked, apprehensive as he noticed the colorful bug on Su Xiaoyu's shoulder. "That is no ordinary insect. It's a treasure-hunting bug," Bai Lu, who had already succumbed to the bug's abilities, explained directly. "What? A treasure-hunting bug? Why not just call it an electronic bug?" Wang Baoqiang retorted skeptically. The bug had just been fighting. How had it suddenly transformed into a treasure-hunting creature? Was this some sort of jest? "If you don't believe it, just follow along," Su Yang chuckled. The capabilities of the bug were indeed multifaceted, yet the insect remained the essence of its power. With Su Xiaoyu's proficiency in bug manipulation growing stronger, Su Yang's own skills had reached a master level as well. Essentially, any insect in this forest could serve as a bug. Over here," Su Xiaoyu called out, leading them onward. "Whereas the treasure chest?" Wang Baoqiang scrutinized the trees beneath his feet multiple times, even probing with his hands, yet it hardly resembled a treasure chest's south hiding place. This should be it. Upon reaching the location indicated by the small bug, Su Yang unearthed a deeply buried sapling. Along with its roots and tendrils, it revealed a substantial treasure chest. A reward, a floor-cleaning robot. "Do you need it?" Su Yang asked, as he already owned one at home and had no use for another. Thank you," Wang Baoqiang replied, accepting the task list with a nod of gratitude. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite articulate it. Wait, you can actually find these? Wouldn't that makes Su Xiaoyu invincible? Wang Baoqiang queried, intrigued by the treasure chest. Pheromones? I understand that. How about you all search for another? After sensing something was off, Wang Baoqiang humbly suggested. All right, let Uncle Baoqiang take a look. Guided by the small bug, Wang Baoqiang also stumbled upon a treasure chest, albeit it contained only a simple appliance. Nonetheless, free items were always preferable. Xiaoyu, I must concede, your little bug is quite impressive. Chapter 91. The game you promised. Are you cheating? Underneath the old pine tree, the sand ant, engrossed in digging, emitted peculiar sounds. He had sensed the tension from the photographer behind him, indicating that a treasure chest must indeed be present. After searching numerous locations with his son, they couldn't possibly leave empty-handed. Old Sha, still digging the hole? Hu Jun's figure appeared, alongside his son Xiaokong, standing above and watching. What hole? I sense a treasure chest is nearby. The branch was utilized as a tool, and Sha spoke with irritation. What do you feel? What sensation do you have? Over there, Su Yang had already begun distributing rewards. Are you going? With his eyes still narrowed, Hu Jun offered a reminder. He had just entertained the same thought. Yet in the end, he found nothing of value. Rewards? Do they possess a map? Lacking any intention to take action, he found it implausible. Given director Lao Zhang's crafty nature, how could the other party possibly provide a map? Well, dig diligently then. I shall take a look. Hu Jun remarked, no longer insisting. If did not participate, he would have one less competitor. Watch me unearth the treasure. Enthralled by the excavation, commenced his frenzied digging. Half a day passed, and fatigue began to set in. Do you believe there's truly treasure here? The cameraman shook his head. Why are you shaking your head? Did you not just say there was treasure? He was taken aback by the sudden shift in the other's excitement, leading him to believe he would secure the first prize. Yet now, the first response was a shake of the head. Teacher I slipped just now. What? You should have mentioned it earlier. Feeling deceived, could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the dirt on his clothes, he rushed towards the crowd with his son. I want to make laugh to death. He is far too cunning. The cameraman was utterly exasperated. The man merely slipped, and assumed there was treasure below. In terms of humor, the seasoned artist still held the crown. They hurried to see Su Yang, who had unearthed treasure once more. You all are going too far. Have you exhausted all the treasure chests? In a clearing within the woods, there lay over 20 treasure chests of various sizes, with more than a dozen already open beside them. Scanning the area, it appeared that Su Yang and his group had discovered all the treasure chests in the entire forest. Old Su Yang stated, as long as you help me carry and open the chests, you can have one for yourself. This was indeed an opportunity. Although the final prize would be chosen by Su Yang, it was immensely advantageous for them. Clutching 2 treasure chests, Wang Baoqiang approached, his face radiating joy. All right, consider it a win for both of us. Upon hearing of such a favorable arrangement, Hu Jun readily agreed. Rather than seeking trouble himself or facing difficulties from the production team, it was far better to join Su Yang's team. Each time they could secure a treasure chest, this trade was remarkably effortless. However, how did Su Yang find the treasure chests? Following closely behind Wang Baoqiang, Hu Jun voiced his curiosity. Finding treasure chests is so difficult for everyone else. How is it so simple for Su Yang? Had it not been for his son's reminder, Hu Jun would still be buried in his search for treasure. This brings us to the matter of that peculiar insect. Wang Baoqiang gestured, leading Hu Jun and his son to catch up with Su Yang, who was not far ahead. They observed a colorful little insect flying in the air, which after circling for a moment, landed directly on a patch of grass, emitting a very loud chirping sound. And then, Hu Jun scratched his head, utterly perplexed. The creature he encountered was a small insect that Su Yang and his daughter often played with. Su Yang, it's your turn, he said, without further conversation as Wang Baoqiang approached the thicket. Brother Baoqiang, I appreciate your help. I'll reward you with an extra prize later, Su Yang remarked, exchanging smiles with Hu Jun before continuing the search for treasure with his daughter. The audience, equally incredulous, began to express their doubts in the comments. Is it possible to find a chest under this thicket? This treasure-hunting insect seems extraordinary, but surely it will fail this time. It looks like the insect is just tired and stopping for a moment in the grass. If there's a treasure chest here, I'll eat my hat. Such a heavy taste? Just wait to be proven wrong. With 10 years of professional outdoor exploration, this thicket should be no problem. Then what? Confused, Hu Jun and Xiao Kong approached the edge of the thicket, awaiting further developments. Surely, the promised treasure couldn't be hidden in this very thicket. You're right. This thicket is indeed the spot. With sleeves rolled up, Wang Baoqiang set his daughter aside and began to clear the grass. Hu Jun, witnessing this, decided to assist. He couldn't believe a treasure chest could be hidden here. Yet, as the grass was systematically removed, a brownish box emerged before their eyes. Instantly, everyone stood in shock. Wow, is this insect truly that miraculous? This is unbelievable. What was promised as a treasure hunt has turned into a treasure retrieval with Su Yang. If they can find what lies beneath, the production team is going to face a tremendous loss. The scene left viewers astonished. After all, discovering a chest on the ground was already remarkable. Now, the ability to effortlessly locate one underground? The prowess of this small insect rivaled that of trained detection dogs. Is this insect truly that powerful? Hu Jun pondered, watching as the chest was unearthed. Had I been searching, I would never have expected to find a treasure here. See? I told you. Following Su Yang means there's good fortune. And look, a treasure chest has already been uncovered. Wang Baoqiang exclaimed, clearing away the remaining dirt with a triumphant smile. Indeed, rather than searching aimlessly, it was far more rewarding to assist Su Yang. However, how did he manage to control this insect? Hu Yun followed closely beside Wang Baoqiang. I suspect it's related to the sorcery of Miaojiang. I didn't inquire further, but it feels rather peculiar. Wang Baoqiang shrank his neck, choosing not to elaborate. Hu Jun swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. If he could control such an insect, acquiring the next magical creature should be quite straightforward. When the opportunity arises, I'll be sure to ask. Hu Yun remained intensely curious. Was Miaojiang's sorcery merely a mythical art? How could Su Yang and his daughter possess such knowledge? What? A third of the treasure chest has been found? Jiang Minheo, squatting behind the camera and munching on seeds, sprang to his feet, staring incredulously at the others. He then turned towards the game planner, whose team had buried these treasure chests. Director, don't look at me. Who knows? Su Xiaoyu and her companions are truly cheating. Chapter 92. The countermeasures of the production team. The betrayer among us. Within the production team, Jiang Minheo and his colleagues fell silent. Setting aside the question of whether Su Yang is indeed cheating, the mere speed at which he locates treasure chests is already quite troubling. The team had prepared 100 treasure chests for a 2-hour game. However, with the antics of Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu, not even an hour would suffice. Can they even find those buried in the ground? With sunflower seeds spilling from his hands, Jiang Minheo stared blankly at the video. They had been engrossed in discussing the upcoming arrangements, unaware that Su Yang had once again created a significant challenge for him. During the previous sheep-catching event, he had been well prepared, which allowed the audience to enjoy the show. This time, however, it posed a greater difficulty. After all, once the treasure hunt concludes, it would be time for meals and rest, followed by family interaction activities, with other scheduled events extending into the next day. Any advance in the planned activities would disrupt the production team's schedule. What to do? Director, at this rate, he will find all the treasure chests. A designer expressed his anxiety. Su Yang not only finds treasure chests at an astonishing pace, but has also hired Wang Baoqiang and others. If everyone congregates around him, the speed would only increase. Let me think. Rising to his feet, Jiang Minheo surveyed the scattered crowd across the hillside. Within an acre of land, there was a particularly conspicuous area designated for treasure chests. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu commenced a thorough search, while Wang Baoqiang and Hu Jun assisted in transporting the treasure chests. Meanwhile, Shi was making his way over, likely to join the group. The only one absent was Huang Lei, who was resting with his daughter nearby. Time waits for no one. He must devise a countermeasure. What if we add more treasure chests? That could work, but there are no hidden spots on the field. The designer, having pulled out the treasure chest map, quickly pointed out the challenge. Easily resolved by Huang Lei. Bury treasure chests near him. Would that work? It must, as long as the conditions are sufficiently enticing. After some discussion, the production team staff discreetly approached Huang Lei. What? You want me to be a traitor? Huang Lei, who was resting, asked with a faint smile after hearing the proposal. In return, you can have 10 from the remaining treasure chests. No, 20. 15, which you must ensure remain undiscovered. It's a deal. With a firm agreement, Huang Lei readily accepted the production team's request. After all, obstructing others from finding treasure chests should be quite straightforward. By the way, will I have teammates? Huang Lei pondered aloud. With 5 family groups present, he felt it would be challenging to compete alone. If you can successfully recruit others, we will provide you with an additional 5 treasure chests. The staff considered this and promptly offered a condition. Old Sha, over here. Huang Lei stood up and beckoned to the passing Sha Yi. Come here, I have something good to share. Wrapping an arm around Sha Yi's shoulder, Huang Lei revealed the plan to become a traitor. You want me to be a traitor? Not a chance. Everyone is in this together. I absolutely will not. With a righteous attitude, Sha Yi must depart. If successful, I shall grant you 10 treasure chests of your choosing. You should have mentioned it earlier. I'd already promised. Upon hearing this, Sha Yi readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. In the frame, 2 cunning and devious old men began to conspire. Hiss, why does it feel like the director is raising the stakes? To be honest, this is what makes it intriguing. Indeed, it is far more entertaining to let Su Yang struggle than to have him succeed effortlessly. Next comes the small confrontation between the old men and the Goo Master. Who will prevail? It is hard to say. If the production team cooperates, the little insect may yet find a way. Anticipation builds for the competition between the human and pet teams. The joy of locating treasure chests is truly delightful. Shao Kong, watch your step. Holding a treasure chest in each hand, Hu Jun chuckled. Indeed, it's quite a breeze. Although he was a bit muddy, Wang Baoqiang wore a broad smile. He had already obtained 5 treasure chests from Su Yang, far quicker than if he had searched alone. The 2 adults, accompanied by the children, placed the 7 treasure chests in the storage area. Baoqiang, just as he was about to continue, he heard Sha Yi's call. I'll go see what is happening. You all carry on. Having said that, Wang Baoqiang ran toward Sha Yi. Old Hu this way. Just as he was about to leave, Hu Jun also heard a shout. It was from Huang Lei, who gestured invitingly. What's going on? I found a treasure chest here. Come take a look. All right. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hu Jun followed his son over. After all, it wouldn't take too long to just take a look. Where's everyone? Su Yang, who had just found 2 treasure chests, looked back. However, Hu Jun and Wang Baoqiang had run far off, their intentions unknown. How many treasure chests are left? Su Yang inquired of Bai Lu. Over 130. Bai Lu, holding her phone, relayed the director's instructions, slightly exaggerating the number. Over 130? Is there truly that many? How long will it take to find them all? Rubbing his head, Su Yang surveyed the entire area. He and his daughter, along with Shermang, had just been seeking the fastest method. The insect's pheromones could quickly locate the treasure chests, allowing him to open them while instructing Wang Baoqiang and the others to gather them. Thus, they aimed to complete the task as early as possible. With still over 130 remaining, it indeed seemed rather excessive. It appears they must hasten their pace. Otherwise, the final grand prize may elude them. Upon opening the treasure chests, he found rice cookers and barbecue machines, which were of no use to him, having already opened 2. How is your rest? Observing the little insect on his daughter's shoulder, Su Yang asked. Dad, I'm nearly ready. We can continue searching, and Xiao Hong has become increasingly adept. That's wonderful. Let us move. The father and daughter, guided by the little insect, commenced their rapid search for treasure chests. For those that could be opened directly, they retrieved the rewards. For those requiring digging or climbing, they marked them for later assistance. After 4 to 5 minutes, they finally spotted the tardy Wang Baoqiang and Hu Jun. Is there anything happening on Sha's side? Su Yang inquired curiously. Why isn't he coming over to search for the treasure chest? That guy Lao Sha definitely has something amiss. He's been dawdling for ages, rambling on. He even tricked me into believing there was a treasure chest underground. Wang Baoqiang remarked with disdain. Is that so? Teacher Huang actually provided me with some tips for finding treasure chests. It sounded quite reasonable upon reflection, Hu Jun responded. Listening to their conversation, Su Yang glanced over at Sha, Yi, and Huang Lei. He noticed Sha, Yi diligently searching for the treasure chest, while Teacher Huang was scribbling something on a tree. At first glance, everything appeared quite normal. All right, let's focus on finding the treasure chests first. We shouldn't waste any time, he decided. Chapter 93. The mischievous Sha, Yi, and the powerful treasure-seeking bug. It was summer, and the air in the forest was filled with the scents of pine resin, wild sage, and blooming flowers. The dry soil beneath their feet easily stirred up dust. The production team had set up a 1-acre area on the hillside, encompassing both the slope above and below. The lower slope was lush with grass, thick enough to cover one's ankles, while the upper slope was densely wooded, with a tree standing every few meters. Standing on the upper slope, Su Yang looked down. The areas where treasure chests had been excavated were marked, signifying that 2/3 of the area had been completed. Due to the thorough nature of their search, progress was somewhat slow. Nevertheless, at this pace, they could potentially finish locating the treasure chests within an hour, if not sooner. You've all worked hard. There's not much area left. With a little more effort, we could wrap up early, Su Yang remarked with a smile, observing Wang Baoqiang and Hu Jun, both drenched in sweat. With their assistance, the treasure chests that were difficult to unearth or those nestled in the trees became much easier to retrieve. It's no trouble at all. It's just a small matter, Wang Baoqiang replied, wiping his sweat and grinning broadly. It's a pity Lao Sha and Teacher Huang aren't here. Otherwise, our speed would increase significantly. Indeed, both of them claimed treasure chests could be found here, yet they prefer to search on their own, Hu Jun said, somewhat perplexed. The three of them looked over. Teacher Huang was at the foot of the slope with his daughter Duo, seemingly digging for something, while Sha Yi was nowhere to be seen. Then let us continue, Su Yang said, retracting his gaze and nodding at his daughter. He didn't hinder others from searching for treasure chests on their own. As long as they could excavate all the treasure chests in the end, the task would be accomplished. Chirp, chirp. After resting for a few minutes, the little bug buzzed twice in the air and flew ahead. The children Su Xiaoyu, Nana, and Xiaokong excitedly followed behind. Ever since they discovered that Su Xiaoyu could communicate with the bugs, Wang Baoqiang and the others felt reassured, allowing the children to play. After all, this peculiar ability intrigued not only the children, but even the adults. We found a treasure chest. Quick, make a mark. The treasure hunting team ahead was in action, while Su Yang and the others began transporting the treasure chests. Bailu, how many treasure chests do we have left? Su Yang suddenly turned to Bailu, who had been observing the proceedings without offering any assistance. In a feigned display, Bailu opened her phone, but in reality, she was accessing the chat history. Moments ago, she had mentioned there were over 130, yet she was uncertain how many more the director had secretly concealed. Isn't it obvious with just a glance? Let me see. This is a secret. How could I possibly show you? It contains the locations of treasure chests. As the truth threatened to surface, Bailu, in a moment of quick thinking, hurriedly tucked the phone into her bosom, her expression akin to that of someone who had just snatched another's livelihood. Whatever the case, there was something amiss. Are there still 50 or 70 left? Receiving a message from the director, Bailu spoke without waiting for any suspicion to arise. 70? So many? Why does it feel like the number of treasure chests keeps increasing? Clutching the treasure chests, Su Yang struggled to process the information, gazing down at the chest-laden area. Based on his rough calculations, he had already recovered around 60 or 70 chests, some of which were already opened. To hear that there were still an equal number left? Could it be a malfunction with the phone? Unlikely. The treasure chests were equipped with location tracking. Each had its own unique identifier, which suggested that there were simply more hidden chests and rewards to be discovered. With a blink, Bailu spoke these words without a trace of emotion. Very well. Let us continue searching. Observing Su Yang's retreating figure, the audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Bailu is quite the deceiver. At last, Su Yang was at a disadvantage. The production team was quite mischievous, constantly adding treasure chests in secret. When would this ever end? At this rate, Su Yang and the others would have to wait until the game concluded. Go for it, Su Xiaoyu. Where are my treasure chests? Upon returning to his designated area, Su Yang was taken aback. The neatly arranged treasure chest set by Wang Baoqiang and others had suddenly diminished by nearly half, approximately 20 to 30 chests gone. Is there a thief among the production team? I have no idea. Bai Lu shook her head in bewilderment. At Su Yang's call, Wang Baoqiang and the others gathered around. Who stole the treasure chests? I think I saw Sha Yi passing by here. Could it be him? Hu Jun pondered for a moment before sharing a piece of information. Don't spout nonsense. How could I possibly do such a thing? Sha Yi's voice rang out as he emerged from the thicket, beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes darting suspiciously. Sha Ge, stop pretending. Where have you hidden the treasure chests? Seeing this, Su Yang stepped forward to inquire. What are you babbling about? I only came over because I heard some commotion. Just ask Teacher Huang if you don't believe me. With a grin, Sha Yi wore the demeanor of a stubborn duck. As a traitor, he naturally sought to obstruct Su Yang and his team's progress, stealthily making off with the treasure chests. After all, Su Yang and his companions were progressing too swiftly. If the traitor failed to fulfill his task, there would be no reward from the production team. Yes, I saw Lao Sha step out for a brief rest. Sensing trouble, Huang Lei could only assist in fabricating a lie. Lao Sha, we are all acquaintances here. You laugh when you lie. You're just making things up, haha. Wang Baoqiang's words nearly caused Sha Yi to lose his composure. I assure you, I did not take the treasure chest. I am no thief. Sha Yi, as always, refuses to admit anything, while Wang Baoqiang and the others find themselves at a loss. After all, no one has caught him red-handed. Xiaoyu, let us search. With so many treasure chests, they must be nearby. Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly, casting a glance behind Sha Yi. Unless someone assists him, the treasure chest cannot be hidden far away. Let us search then. I have no idea where to conceal such a multitude. Whistling, Sha Yi cleared the path behind him, offering Huang Lei a reassuring glance before strolling to the back of the group. His hiding spot is exceedingly secretive. There is no way to discover it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh dear, what is this creature? Startled by the sudden appearance of a small insect, Sha Yi nearly fled with his son. Fear not, it is merely a common bug. Su Yang reached out to capture the little creature, wary of alarming the children who had never encountered the Shurmao before. Holding the insect, he released it into the air amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Su Yang, that insect is poisonous. Apanichkit, Sha Yi stationed. Old Sha, just wait and see what a treasure-hunting bug looks like. Chapter 94. 100% treasure-hunting bug? The Insect Research Institute is bewildered. Perched atop the low, verdant bushes, the small red insect circled for a few seconds before soaring high into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Old Sha, where have you hidden the treasure chest? Even the treasure-hunting bug has flown away. Below, Wang Baoqiang shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing up at the towering tree nearby. Do you really think I am that sort of person? Squinting, Sha Yi replied with a somewhat smug smile. This bug might not lead us anywhere. Perhaps we should all disperse and search diligently around here. It could be hiding behind some patch of grass. Noticing that Su Yang and the others remained idle, Huang Lei felt this was not a viable approach. The only way to tire everyone out was to ensure they could not move, thus fulfilling the delay task set by the production team. Teacher Huang, I trust that treasure-hunting bug, so it's best not to waste our efforts. With a cheerful smile, Su Yang cast a sweeping glance at Huang Lei. He sensed something amiss. Both Sha Yi and Huang Lei seemed rather peculiar. In both Extreme Challenge and Running Man, they were seasoned tricksters. The notion that these two would sweat profusely over securing the treasure chest was entirely uncharacteristic. Earlier, Su Yang had been preoccupied with the treasure chest and hadn't given it much thought, but now, upon reflection, you two are acting quite suspiciously. Baoqiang, he is talking about you. With a sigh in his heart, Sha Yi patted Wang Baoqiang on the shoulder. Old Sha, I'm talking about you. Are you still trying to drag me into your schemes? Your behavior is far too unusual. I will expose your conspiracy shortly. Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Sha Yi offered an awkward smile. Regardless, his purpose had been achieved. No one will be able to locate those treasure chests. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The red insect returned, landing on Su Xiaoyu es Moldev. After a brief pause, it took to the air once more. Let us follow. It should be nearby, Su Yang called out, prompting Wang Baoqiang and the others to follow suit. Sha Yi and Huang Lei exchanged a glance, both perceiving the mutual confusion in each other's eyes. Naturally, they were skeptical of the creature's abilities. However, there was no means to halt its progress, and they could only follow. Upon exiting the gentle slope and circumventing a dense thicket of bamboo, they finally beheld a mound of tangled weeds. The little insect perched atop it, incessantly chirping. "Brother Sha, is this the place?" Su Yang inquired with a smile. "What place? What are you talking about?" He stepped closer, intending to shoo the insect away, yet hesitated. Fearing a bite, resolutely, he lifted the accumulated branches. "Goodness, there truly is a treasure chest. Who concealed it here? This is outrageous. They've pilfered what we've already uncovered." The expression of exasperation on Sha's face elicited amusement from Su Yang, who nearly allowed the other to slip through unnoticed. "I must make laugh to death. His stubbornness is quite remarkable. How is the treasure-seeking insect so formidable? How does it manage to locate such treasures? Indeed, it's quite peculiar. From such a distance, it seems odd. Were it not for our encounter with that venomous spider, I would have assumed it was an electronic insect." Confirmed. This is indeed a sentient cursed insect. The audience was once again astounded by the insect's capabilities, which surpassed all comprehension. To possess the ability to locate treasures with absolute certainty? Meanwhile, in the Research Institute's office, entomologists watching the live broadcast were momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? This Su Yang actually dares to handle the stone mantis. Does he not fear poisoning? It was one thing to grasp it, but how could it appear as though he was communicating unconditionally with the stone mantis? Locating treasure, if conducted through the pheromone communication of insects, could indeed be feasible. Yet, Su Yang seemed to control the stone mantis as one would a playful dog. Various questions and uncertainties left all researchers in the office gazing blankly at the live feed. This instance of interspecies communication, particularly with a unicellular insect, was astonishingly absurd. "Xiaoyang, do you have any insights?" Upon seeing colleague Xiaoyang emerge, everyone turned their attention towards him. Each individual in the office specialized in their own research fields. However, Xiaoyang had a penchant for unusual insects and possessed extensive knowledge of such rare specimens. Here, he could be regarded as the sole authority. Records confirmed the existence of the stone mantis, which had dwindled to near extinction due to the presence of its parasitic nemesis, the phoenix-tailed spider. Each birth of a stone mantis was inevitably accompanied by death, rendering it uncontrollable by human means, given its low intrinsic value. As he spoke, Xiaoyang approached the computer. After listening to his colleagues' accounts, he fell silent for several moments. "Are you suggesting that someone can control this venomous insect?" Xiaoyang emphasized the term venomous. "The stone mantis holds no value. At least, none has been discovered thus far. Moreover, its venom is exceedingly potent, capable of incapacitating even an adult elephant. Now, someone claims to be able to handle it and utilize it for treasure hunting. How can this be? Only ancient texts recount that the great sorcerers of Miaojiang once harnessed curse techniques to control the stone mantis, marking its first appearance in human awareness. Unless this child possesses the art of sorcery?" Upon uttering these words, not only did his colleagues find it hard to believe, but even Xiaoyang himself was incredulous. They had indeed performed certain rituals and utilized blood for nourishment. After Shimeng vanquished the phoenix-tail spider, he exhibited a remarkable gentleness. The responses from his colleagues and the videos circulating online left Xiaoyang speechless. This operation suggested that the art of sorcery was not as mystical as it seemed. It was merely a method to control venomous creatures. Thus, I shall report this to the director. You all continue to observe and document any pertinent information. Perhaps this is the moment when Shimeng, this venomous creature, makes its reappearance to the world. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang resolved to make this arrangement. Since Su Xiaoyu could command Shimeng, it was imperative to understand the habits of this insect, as well as the pheromones it could emit to locate treasures. Most importantly, however, was discovering how to communicate with the creature. As he traversed the corridor, Xiaoyang even quickened his pace. As an entomology enthusiast, the prospect of conversing with insects was both bizarre and exhilarating. After all, it was the legendary art of sorcery. If he could master it, Future field research would be far more intriguing. What? Why hesitate? Let's set off immediately. Upon hearing the report, the director of the Research Institute slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this merely seeking your approval for the process?" Seeing the director react similarly to himself, Xiaoyu replied with exasperation, "Approve what? This is an opportunity for the Institute. If we could include this insect in the compendium of flora and fauna and learn that legendary sorcery, wouldn't future funding be easily obtainable? Expenses would be freely spent and reimbursed upon return." The notoriously frugal director, under Xiao Liang's astonished gaze, signed off on several zeros. Previously, when the office door was broken, he had to fix it himself. Now, he was remarkably generous. "Yes, we will ensure the task is accomplished." Chapter 95. The Treasure Chest and the Traitor. Director Liu takes advantage. The branches were moved aside, revealing a pile of treasure chests. Wang Baoqiang personally counted them and nodded in affirmation. "Who is it? This is outrageous." Sha Yi, hands in pockets and squinting to evade others' gazes, was attempting to flee but was swiftly surrounded by Su Xiaoyu and his companions. Faced with their hostile stares, Sha Yi realized he was doomed. "What are you staring at? Can I possibly carry all these treasure chests alone?" He cast a pleading look at Huang Lei, who remained unresponsive. "Brother Sha, you seem to have a point." Bai Lu, squatting beside the treasure chests, chimed in. With so many chests, how could his stamina allow him to stash them away so far? "Come here." Su Xiaoyu raised her hand and whistled into the air. The little insect promptly landed on her hand. The seemingly perilous venomous creature was now as calm as a child on her palm. "Uncle Sha, locating treasure chests relies on pheromones. Only those you have touched can be found." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat trickled down Sha Yi's forehead. He never anticipated that he would be exposed by an insect. "All right, I admit it was me." Faced with the gaze of the multitude, Sha Yi readily confessed. As he uttered these words, a sigh of relief escaped him. "Old Sha Wai." Wang Baoqiang beside him looked at him incredulously. "Brother Sha, are you hindering our progress in completing the task?" At that moment, Su Xiaoyu pondered something and directly inquired. Upon receiving a nod from Sha, he glanced at the production team nearby. "What benefits has the production team offered you?" Sha Yi smiled and gestured. "Only 10 treasure chests?" Hu Jun smacked his forehead, finding Sha Yi quite foolish. Following Su Xiaoyu, they had already acquired more than that number of treasure chests. "Old Sha, have you lost your mind?" Following Su Xiaoyu guarantees an abundance of treasure chests, 10 may not yield anything at all, Wang Baoqiang chimed in. Naturally, Sha Yi understood the sentiments of the crowd. However, he could not refuse the task assigned by the production team. Could he? 15 treasure chests, and you're free from the production team, S demands. How does that sound? Approaching the treasure chests, Su Xiaoyu waved his hand grandly, laying out the terms. Since the production team enjoyed playing these games, he would counter their strategies. Su Xiaoyu, then I demand 20. Before Sha Yi could respond, Huang Lei presented his own condition. This left Hu Jun and the others utterly stunned. What do you mean, 20? Are you also a traitor? Teacher Huang, I can't believe I trusted you. Especially Hu Yun, who firmly believed Huang Lei was motivated by the desire for himself and his child to experience treasure hunting. Ahem. I apologize. I, too, have been bought off. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Huang Lei turned to Su Xiaoyu. Here, only the father and daughter duo could discover treasure chests and determine their rightful ownership. Deal. 20 it is. To avoid being disrupted by Huang Lei, Su Xiaoyu readily agreed. With over 160 treasure chests, though nearly half would be distributed, he still possessed at least 70 or 80, ample enough. Wait, why do you get 20? Sha Yi, realizing something was amiss, hurried after Huang Lei. The quantity he possessed was significantly less than that of his counterpart. Since the production team offered 15 treasure chests, naturally, I should add 5 more. Not too much, right? Huang Lei trailed behind the others, leaving Sha Yi dumbfounded. What does this mean? Director Jiang, have you deceived me? The audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Sha Yi is simply too amusing. The seasoned veteran of Running Man has been outwitted by the production team, losing 5 treasure chests for nothing. I'm dying of laughter. The production team must be at a loss now. Su Xiaoyu has already won over everyone. though he previously harbored no fondness for this father. One must admit that Su Yang had suddenly grown quite astute. On the hillside within the forest, a small red insect danced in the air before descending upon a pile of branches. To the naked eye, it appeared to be merely a heap of firewood, devoid of any abnormalities. Let me see, is it truly that clever? He dodged the small insect and toppled the woodpile. Boom! As the pile tumbled, its contents were revealed. 3 treasure chests lay within. This left both Huang Lei and Yi momentarily bewildered. Had I known this little creature was so formidable, who would dare to be a traitor? Now you all realize the folly of following the director, don't you? As Wang Baoqiang cheerfully began to transport the treasure chests, Hu Jun chimed in, Baoqiang, I discovered them first. You better put them down. Sensing the overwhelming desire of loss, he quickly sprinted after Wang. Another treasure chest has appeared. Lao Sha, hurry here. I'm coming. One for each, no snatching. Under Su Yang's encouragement, the group embarked on a second round of treasure hunting. The little bug was adept at locating them, allowing Wang Baoqiang and the others to dive into searching. Ultimately, due to the sheer number of participants, even Su Yang need not lift a finger. Meanwhile, the production team was in disarray. The director, Zhang Minheo, wore a frown. What plans do we have left? Speak up. Director, we've exhausted all our ideas. Indeed, that little bug was remarkably efficient. No treasure chest could evade its grasp. On the treasure distribution map, red markers vanished one by one. In under 20 minutes, only about 10 chests remained from the new batch. At this pace, the game would conclude in less than an hour. This creature was astoundingly perceptive, surpassing even a dog's sense of smell. But is that the crux of the matter? The real question is how Su Xiaoyu managed to control it. You are absolutely right. It is a venomous creature. Just a whiff of smoke renders it so obedient. It truly is astonishing. Director, we cannot begrudge our defeat this round. Listening to the staff, Zhang Minheo had to concede this reality. Despite all calculations, he never anticipated that Su Yang and his daughter would utilize a bug for treasure hunting. Director, do not wear such a grim face. Our show's ratings have soared to the top. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Minheo rushed to his computer, scrutinizing the data line by line. The live viewing rate for Where Are We Going, Dad? Surged to an impressive 39%. It is worth noting that at the same time, there were numerous competing shows featuring stars, such as Fatherly Love and The Singer. Yet, to carve out a path to the top spot signifies that their program has garnered a greater audience appeal. Ha ha ha. Indeed, with such ratings, why worry about time? Let Su Yang and his team continue their search, then enjoy a hearty meal afterward. With renewed confidence, Zhang Minheo sighed in relief and spoke grandly. The interaction between Su Yang and the celebrity families will surely attract substantial viewership. Chapter 96. The bug that drives away mosquitoes. Who taught you? On a moonlit night in the small Miao village courtyard, having feasted to their heart's content, the group commenced a delightful tea gathering. Shall we return indoors? The mosquitoes in this remote mountain are overwhelming. What qualifications does a trader have to complain about mosquitoes? As soon as Yi spoke, Wang Baoqiang retorted, eliciting laughter from the others. Hey, I'm doing it for the children's sake. A mosquito bite can be quite unbearable. Unable to counter the traitorous remark, Yi addressed the others. Indeed, a mosquito bite might keep one awake all night. Hu Jun nodded in agreement and was about to rise to leave. Wait, why is it that not even a single moth can be seen? Sitting on the carpet, just as Bai Lu was about to rise, she noticed something unusual. This small courtyard, designated for rental within the village, boasts a unique charm in both its dimensions and decor. The shaded area in the courtyard, situated at the edge of the house, is adorned with chandeliers, carpets, fans, and other amenities. The chandelier, intended for illumination and aesthetics, radiates a bright light. By common knowledge, one would expect an abundance of mosquitoes and bugs in such a remote forested area, given their attraction to light. Yet, as Wang Baoqiang and others gazed at the chandelier, not a single moth was present. How peculiar. Could it be that the mosquitoes are all resting? A comment from Wang Baoqiang left Wang Lei and the others speechless. Brother Baoqiang, those are mosquitoes. They rest during the day and come out to feed at night. Bai Lu chimed in, armed with her insect repellent, imparting knowledge. I know. I was merely speculating. Otherwise, how could the mosquitoes have vanished? With a chuckle, Wang Baoqiang jestingly responded. In no time, Hu Jun and the others began to conjecture. Only Bai Lu poked the feigning to sleep Su Yang beside her, sensing that he might possess some insights. What do you think is going on? This insect is capable of emitting a pheromone that communicates with other insects. If it wishes to avoid being preyed upon, it must stay far from this area. Opening his eyes, Su Yang glanced at the sky filled with stars and, leaning against the stall, began to explain to the group. What? This tiny creature possesses such an ability? Bai Lu, with an expression of disbelief, scrutinized the small insect perched on the table, her gaze filled with curiosity. Is it possible that mosquitoes have creatures they fear? Although this insect appeared daunting, it hardly seemed like one that could wield such powers. Otherwise, it would have long been subjected to scientific study. Little fish, show them, Su Yang said, his eyelids drooping slightly as he rubbed his nose, addressing his daughter. This stone bug, having undergone the unique communication of the Gu technique, was a newfound ability Su Yang had acquired following an elevation in his Gu arts. It not only has the capability to locate things through pheromones, but also possesses the ability to repel mosquitoes, making it a true treasure. If he continued to refine and enhance its power, it might even evolve into a Gu insect king. However, such opportunities are rare and unpredictable, so Su Yang chose to let things unfold naturally. All right, hush, hush, hush. A whistling sound erupted as the little red bug took flight, hovering above the heads of the crowd for a moment before swiftly vanishing from Bai Lu and the other's sight. Where did it go? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mosquitoes. Just a few minutes after the little bug disappeared, mosquitoes, moths, and other insects began to appear nearby. Most notably, a mosquito started to circle around Bai Lu, intent on feasting on her blood. Could it be that the little bug actually scared away the mosquitoes? Smack! Wang Baoqiang attempted to swat the mosquito, but ended up slapping himself instead. Smack! The mosquitoes multiplied, and he conceded, I believe it now. Shy! Swatting away the flying mosquitoes near her son, said, Little fish, bring it back quickly. I'm about to be devoured by these mosquitoes. Bai Lu wielded her fan, frantically trying to fend off the pests. The flow of sweat increasingly attracts mosquitoes to the point where even floral water is ineffective. All right, Sister Bai Lu. Su Xiaoyu chuckled and stood up, whistling several times towards the outside. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the horizon, and a flash of red lightning darted into the room. As the small creature flitted about in the air, the mosquitoes vanished as if they were mice confronted by a cat. Once the mosquitoes had completely disappeared, the little creature quietly settled on a water bottle, beginning to rest in stillness. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the spectators. What a formidable pest! It can even repel mosquitoes? A treasure-seeking bug that drives away mosquitoes? I've learned something new. I have mosquitoes buzzing around my home every day, and it's utterly vexing. Indeed, I have a physique that attracts mosquitoes. Every summer, I am mercilessly drained of blood. How I desire such a wondrous creature. Please, show me the program link. I would purchase it regardless of the cost. And with the art of curse manipulation, Xiaoyu could teach me a couple of tricks, and then I would fear nothing. You are truly greedy. This is indeed a splendid idea. At the table, not only the audience, but also Lady Bai Lu and the children gathered around, curiously observing this treasure of a bug. What a precious find. Wang Baoqiang reached out, only to be slapped by Huang Lei. Don't forget, this is a venomous creature capable of killing poisonous spiders. Do you not value your hand? Hee. Isn't it just curiosity? Wang Baoqiang sheepishly withdrew his hand, stepping back slightly. Not just him. Even Bai Lu and the others became alert, opting to maintain a safe distance from this venomous creature. Xiaoyu, how do you control this bug? Do you simply use that kind of herb to incense it? Watching the little creature rest, Bai Lu turned her gaze towards Su Xiaoyu. The ability to command the bug with such ease was indeed remarkable. It is well known that venomous creatures are not easy to nurture, let alone treat them like a pet to be commanded. Upon hearing this question, Wang Baoqiang and the others perked up their ears. There exists a technique in the art of curses that allows one to bond with such creatures, treating them as one's own pet to direct. Su Xiaoyu gently caressed the back of the venomous creature, speaking word by word. What does that mean? Curse manipulation? A blood bond? Isn't that something only the people of the Miao region understand? Indeed, is Xiaoyu truly adept at the art of curses? Goodness, a curse master is right beside me. I wonder if there exists a wealth-bringing curse that could grant me fortune. Thus, you can learn any skill apart from book knowledge from Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha. I knew there would be something exciting. Xiaoyu, hurry and take disciples. Count me in. Becoming a curse master isn't illegal, is it? Scratching her head, Bilo momentarily found herself at a loss. What is this curse manipulation? Curse bugs? Aren't these just things people casually talk about? Who taught you these? Su Xiaoyu shrugged and glanced at Su Yang. Then silence ensued. Chapter 97. Su Yang is the heir of curse manipulation. Bilo was left speechless. The crisp chirping of the little insects rendered the entire courtyard exceptionally tranquil, with the surrounding mosquitoes silenced by the presence of the stone man. Bai Lu and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the perplexity in their eyes, ultimately focusing their gaze on Su Yang. Reclining languidly against the cushion, he savored a slice of watermelon, exuding an air of indulgence. Su Yang, Xiaoyu mentioned that your ability to control insects is. Bai Lu began, seated on the carpet. Are you inquiring if I taught it? Su Yang replied, tossing aside the rind after his bite and reaching for another piece. Bai Lu nodded, awaiting his response. Come on, just tell us. Unable to bear the delay, Bai Lu urged him. This was a secret that piqued everyone's curiosity. Initially, no one doubted Su Yang, as he hardly resembled someone versed in sorcery. However, his performance on the show, coupled with his lack of fear towards the insects, evoked suspicion. Under normal circumstances, would a father truly be unaware of his daughter's abilities, especially when they spent every day together? Indeed, Su Yang, please clarify this matter. Wang Baoqiang interjected, leaning in with an inquisitive expression. He too was eager to know how, as fathers, they could be so exceptional. Cough, cough. Well, I suppose I shall reveal it. Su Yang said, lightly clearing his throat while surveying the group. Wang Baoqiang took the watermelon rind from him and replaced it with another piece. Indeed, it is I who taught her. The moment the words left his lips, skepticism washed over Wang Baoqiang and the others. His tone seemed too casual, leading few to accept this revelation. Demonstrate it. And I might believe you, Bai Lu challenged, gesturing toward the insect on the table. Only through a performance can we ascertain if you truly possess the ability to control insects. Very well, it's merely a matter of communicating with this insect. Wiping his hands with a napkin, his face adorned with a smile, Su Yang picked up the creature. Off you go. With a swift toss, the small red insect soared into the air. Chirp, chirp. After a couple of calls, the insect glided gracefully, landing securely back in Su Yang's palm. Do you believe now? Su Yang placed the insect back on the table, shrugging nonchalantly as if to say it was that simple. As a master of sorcery, he was naturally capable of controlling his daughter's insect. With a mere thought, he could command it to obey. Come here. Upon hearing his command, the little insect flew directly to Su Yang's palm, promptly folding its wings and nibbling on the watermelon. Am I seeing things? This fellow has hidden his talents so deeply. He truly understands the art of insect control. Goodness, does this mean Su Yang is indeed a sorcerer? The most astonishing aspect was that he could communicate with the insects without any special incantation. I'm impressed. This father is teaching his child sorcery. Though it seemed absurd, it also appeared quite amusing. You must admit, when it comes to parenting, fathers can be the greatest source of danger. I can hardly wait to see Xiaoyu's mother's reaction. Please, teach me the art of insect control so I can amass great wealth. Meanwhile, on the production team side, the courtyard is equipped with an array of cameras, allowing director Jiang Minheo and his team to remain absent from the scene. However, before retiring for the night, they often review the footage, unaware that they would stumble upon such a remarkable revelation. Director, where did you find such an extraordinary father? He even possesses knowledge of the ancient art of Gu. The restless assistant director inquired directly. Initially, they believed that the star would steal the spotlight, considering that Sha, Yi, and others were sought after by numerous variety shows. Yet, in the presence of Su Yang's Gu techniques, there was indeed a sense of inadequacy. At first, the group thought the director's invitation to Su Yang was merely a ploy for publicity, especially since Su Xiaoyu naturally attracted attention. She would undoubtedly overshadow the celebrity offspring. Little did they know that he had now become a central figure within the program. A must-watch for both the audience and the crew. Well, Su Yang and I are friends, so I naturally know a few of his secrets. Jiang Minheo, seated on a bench with a beer in hand, began to boast. Their friendship afforded him the liberty to brag a bit. The surprises brought by Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu were certainly worth capitalizing on. Is there any question? Su Yang, basking in admiration, asked nonchalantly. What question? Your goo insect is simply astonishing. It's like having a little dog at home, able to follow commands at will. Bai Lu expressed her curiosity, wanting to touch the creature, but recoiling at its venomous appearance. Indeed, how did you master goo techniques? They are remarkably impressive. Wang Bokyang es curiosity piqued, disregarding Su Yang's status. As he sat closely beside him, offering watermelon. The art of goo has been passed down through my family. Previously, I had no opportunity to reveal it, as such insects are rare to encounter, Su Yang explained, prompting nods of agreement from Huang Lei and others. By chance, I encountered this particular stone insect today, allowing Xiao Xiao to establish a blood pact, leading to the subsequent events. As long as these insects eliminate their natural enemies, they possess a gentle disposition. Balancing a piece of watermelon in one hand while playfully toying with the small insect in the other, Su Yang concluded his explanation. Is that true? It won't bite, will it? As the insect neared Wang Baoqiang, he quickly recoiled in fear. Look at how timid you are, Sha-Yi remarked with an air of confidence, extending his hand. The insect emitted a loud chirp, its crimson exterior appearing quite fearsome. Before it could land, Sha-Yi withdrew, genuinely frightened, feeling as though his life were at stake. Well, I see everyone is tired. Perhaps we should retire early, Wang Baoqiang suggested, unabashedly calling out Sha-Yi's cowardice. This insect isn't venomous, is it? Hu Jun inquired before reaching out. The lethal dose is equivalent to that of a bull, but fear not. I will ensure you remain unharmed, Su Yang assured him, causing Hu Jun to blink in disbelief, retreating behind the others. What ist? I'm not as robust as a bull. Is Su Yang speaking in earnest? A mere drop of venom sufficient to fell a bull? Surely, that cannot be true? He scoffed. Ah, but in nature, the more vibrant the poison, the more potent it is. Do not underestimate this creature. Having said that, I believe it is best to abandon the study of insect control. Upon hearing this, the eager spectators were doused with a bucket of cold water. The consequences could range from mild poisoning requiring hospitalization to a fatal outcome. Fear not, just spread your hands. Witnessing Bai Lu's mix of eagerness and trepidation, Su Yang encouraged the insects to approach. Don't come near. I no longer wish to play. Amidst her frantic shouts, Bai Lu darted away, leaving Su Yang in a state of bewilderment, wondering what had just transpired. Chapter 98. My wife is not coming back. The Heartbroken Mango Channel. As night deepened, the village fell into a profound silence, occasionally pierced by the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. The sounds of snoring from next door prompted Su Yang to stealthily exit his room. As expected, his wife's video call came through. Where are you now? In the video, her lovely face and bright eyes scanned the surroundings with an expression of curiosity. I'm out with classmates on a trip at a scenic spot in the southwest. He hastily adjusted the camera. What about our daughter? Is she with you? Has she skipped school? Cough. How could that be? I've sent her to stay with the neighbors for a few days. I'll return in a day or two. Scratching his head, Su Yang fabricated a nonsensical lie. He had told his wife that he took a leave to explore the grasslands. Thus, he was indeed staying at the neighbor's house, which was consistent with his plan. When will you be back? I'll take our daughter to pick you up. Fearing his wife's probing questions, Su Yang swiftly changed the subject. I'm sorry, dear. What's wrong? Are you short on money? We have savings. As he spoke, he prepared to transfer funds to her. Now that he had money, he simply lacked a suitable reason to send it. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. No. That money is for you to spend. My funds are sufficient. Soon, I will receive a scholarship, which will cover my expenses here. In the video, his wife hurriedly waved her hand. The gauntness of her face tugged at Su Yang's heart. What is the matter? You don't seem to be eating well. You look thinner. I've been caught up with research progress, so I had to cancel my plans to return home. Her voice carried a tinge of sadness and helplessness, which, paradoxically, brought a sense of relief to Su Yang. He had signed a contract with the production team. Although Jiang Minheo would stand by him, he was still working for the Blue Channel. The breach of contract clause required a compensation payment. With his wife not returning this time, once he finished filming, he could take their child abroad to explore, a plan that he had meticulously crafted. With money, one could afford to be a little indulgent. You seem quite happy? From the other end of the video, her piercing gaze scrutinized Su Yang, filled with skepticism. No, how could that be? I'm merely saddened for our daughter. She must miss you dearly. When the holidays come, I'll take her to see you. Su Yang gazed at the phone screen, his eyes filled with deep affection. After conversing for a while longer, he intended to end the video call and get a good night's sleep. You don't have any female classmates there, do you? A sudden chill ran through him. The moment the question was posed, Su Yang instinctively swallowed hard. How could that be? You are overthinking, even if there are female classmates. Aren't my classmates also your classmates? Right? Su Yang, with whom are you video chatting? Just as they were discussing classmates, Bai Lu's voice interrupted, appearing on the screen. How could you be with a celebrity? Well, during my travels, I encountered a production team and ended up staying at a quaint little courtyard. Wouldn't you agree? Turning to Bai Lu, Su Yang extended knowing glances. Bai Lu, astonished, gazed at the phone screen, realizing that the other person's attractiveness rivaled her own. No wonder Su Xiaoyu was so endearing. Ah, yes. It's for recording a show, pulling Yanggu in as a temporary guest star. Wife, is that so? You are indeed fortunate. Su Yang, absolutely. I'll tell you all about it later. Once the video concluded, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The plan had shifted. His wife wouldn't be returning in time, allowing him to continue participating in the program to earn some extra money for the family. Once he had saved enough, he would go abroad to see her. Online, trending topics included 1. The resurgence of goo techniques in the modern world. 2. Shermao, a remarkable toxic insect. 3. An 8-year-old becomes a goo master. 4. Where has daddy gone? An exciting recording. 5. Su Yang, heir to the goo techniques. In the office of the director of Mango TV, the gray-haired deputy director perused the data report.